Chapter 250 One Giant Tree. Jenna's brother gone mad? Lumien's rage surged. Not because he was angry with the other party and thought his mental strength too weak to crumble so easily into madness, but because he heard Fate's mocking laughter once again. He noticed yesterday that Julien blamed himself for Elodie's death and showed signs of withdrawing into himself, but that was far from madness. Even if he faced psychological issues in the future, they would be prolonged, not an instant breakdown. Unless something happened last night that dealt Julien another heavy blow. Damn Fate. Franca shared the surprise. Yesterday, she had warned Jenna to keep an eye on her brother's mental state, but she hadn't expected Julien to lose his mind so swiftly. As far as she knew, he was a resilient young man. He was in good health, and his emotions wouldn't easily be affected or trigger dangerous tendencies. It would be normal for him to isolate himself or indulge for a while, but a complete breakdown in one night seemed unlikely. Jenna had mentioned Julien's inclination towards extremism, but that was for the sake of their family. With his sister still alive, burdened with debts, and the need to become an underground singer, it was evident that Julien would persist and work hard to share the load until the debts were repaid. If his psychological issues persisted until then, he might collapse or quietly take his own life. This led Franca to suspect that Julien had been agitated once again the previous night. She had similar concerns about Jenna's mother's decision to commit suicide, but she refrained from mentioning it to avoid upsetting Jenna. Franca understood Elodie's feelings and choices, but suicide felt too hasty and impulsive, as if something had influenced her emotions. Before transmigrating into this world, Franca had read many reports of such nature. She knew that the torment of poverty, self-blame for burdening the family with debts, fear of being incapable of labor, and pure selfless love could drive an optimistic person into a desperate situation, leading them to sacrifice themselves. However, such matters typically involved a period of internal struggle before they were carried out. After all, everyone had a will to survive and would consider their loved ones' feelings. While it wasn't impossible to commit suicide upon understanding the circumstances, the chances were quite low. Franca speculated two possibilities. First, Jenna's mother might have been psychologically affected by her physical condition. Second, the explosion at the chemical plant might have been part of the motives of the Member of Parliament Secretary, R.H., Eni, and others. The subsequent abnormal and widespread emotional fluctuations could be connected to those events. Is Julien in a similar situation? Franca shifted her gaze to Jenna, who approached room 207, sobbing. What happened? Julien got fired, Jenna said, her expression filled with resentment. Just because he didn't go to the factory yesterday afternoon. But who thinks of work when their mother has just passed away? After leaving the hospital, he immediately went to his master to request time off, but they handed him a dismissal notice instead. He had been an apprentice there for a whole year. Damn it, Franca cursed. Can't they just deduct some money? Are they heartless? Do none of their own family members die? They said it needed to be requested in advance. It can't be done afterward. Jenna wiped her tears. Julien broke down this morning. He cried like a child, blaming himself and expressing his fear of losing his job. I waited until he was exhausted from crying and fell asleep before rushing over to find you. I went to Rue de Blanches first but found no one there, so I came here. As she spoke, her words meandered, as though a flood of emotions had surged within her and needed release. Franca let out a relieved sigh. It doesn't seem too grave. Sounds more like an overwhelming breakdown. Trust me, a genuine psychiatrist can heal your brother completely. I'll arrange an appointment for you right away. As Franca spoke, she turned and headed towards the staircase. The anger in Lumien's heart intensified. Forgetting to request time off, getting fired on the very day he made the request, succumbing to new disturbances, and spiraling into madness, it all seemed too coincidental. Lumien spun towards Jenna and said sharply, "Let's pay a visit to the factory owner and your brother's master." Jenna pursed her lips and replied simply, "Okay." Lumien walked past her and followed Franca up the stairs, his fiery blue eyes burning with determination. At that moment, the words of psychiatrist Madame Susie echoed in his mind. Always remind yourself not to overreact. Whenever you feel a similar surge of emotions, take deep breaths and find your calm. Lumien took a deep breath, feeling a sense of alarm. In the face of Jenna's brother's madness and Fate's cruel taunts, he should be angered and protest, but he shouldn't have allowed his rage to consume him completely. Almost simultaneously, behind Lumien, Jenna's resentful expression transformed into a calm one. From somewhere, she drew a brownish-green dagger, resembling a blade fashioned from tree branches instead of metal. Its surface was adorned with bark, arranged in intricate patterns. With a swift motion, Jenna thrust the dagger towards Lumien's back. Reacting swiftly, Lumien twisted his body, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The dagger found purchase between his shoulder and back, drawing blood. Jenna leaped back with agility, while the crimson blood from Lumien's wound flowed profusely, like crimson fire. The bark on Jenna's brownish-green dagger seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing Lumien's blood. In that moment, the muscles on Jenna's face contorted, rendering her unrecognizable to Lumien and Franca. In an instant, she transformed into an enchanting and real girl, her features captivating. Lumien's pupils dilated as he recognized the impostor. Charlotte Calvino. Charlotte Calvino, the leading actress of Theatre de l'Ancienne Cage aux Pigeons. Charlotte blended seamlessly with her surroundings, evading Lumien's fiery crimson fireball with ease. Amidst the thunderous explosion, the door to room 207 crumbled. The actress chuckled and uttered, "You regained your senses swiftly. I couldn't eliminate you directly, but it matters not. We only require a small portion of your blood." Jenna stepped into the banquet hall with bewilderment. Before her eyes lay an array of exquisite desserts, savory dishes, and glasses of vibrant-colored drinks spread across long tables. In one corner of the hall, a small symphony band played a soothing melody, accompanied by the sparkling brilliance of a crystal chandelier and the gentle rays of sunlight pouring in through the windows. Amongst the crowd were individuals clad in brown jackets, linen shirts, and nondescript attire from the market district, appearing rather out of place amidst the opulence of the banquet. Some stood in a corner, their expressions vacant, while others regarded the luxurious items with resentment. Some consumed food in a state of confusion, while others savored champagne with excitement, relishing the taste of an affair reserved for the upper class. Instinctively, Jenna retreated to a dimly lit corner, her expression impassive as she silently observed everything around her. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor of the Member of Parliament's office, Hugues Artois, dressed in a black tailcoat and a dark blue bow tie, his sideburns mottled and his nose prominent, stood behind a window, surveying the market district. This chaotic and antiquated place belonged to his kingdom. "Monsieur Member of Parliament, why host a condolence banquet and invite these plebeians?" R.H. Any, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting neatly combed hair, asked in confusion. Hugues Artois smiled. "It is the duty of a Member of Parliament. Before assuming another identity, I must fulfill my obligations. Furthermore, by offering condolences and assistance to the grieving people at this time, I will leave a lasting impression in their minds. They may become my loyal followers in the future. When the time comes, their conversion will be easier." The red-haired Cassandra chuckled. "And they shall remain oblivious to the fact that it is you, a Member of Parliament, who has brought calamity, pain, and despair upon them. They will only perceive the care and concern from a high-ranking figure, satisfied by your promises." Secretary R.H. Any nodded, a smile playing on his lips. In their eyes, Monsieur Member of Parliament is an esteemed figure they can only admire from afar. They dare not approach or question him, let alone harbor suspicions, vent their anger, or harbor hatred. As long as there is no organization among them, they will never dare to resist. Hugues Artois laughed and declared, "That is precisely why we must sow division among them, fueling their animosity towards each other." With those words spoken, Hugues Artois turned his gaze towards the sunlit window and muttered to himself, "Those under the mother tree of desire must have already commenced their actions, I presume."
En rue Anarchie, juste au-dessus d'Auberge du Coq Doré.
Without warning, the ground split open and the center caved in, catching several vendors off guard. They tumbled into the abyss, their screams abruptly silenced. A colossal brownish-green tree sprang forth from the depths, its branches spreading in every direction. Stretching across multiple blocks, it ensnared Auberge du Coq d'Or within its leafy embrace. The eloping couple, amidst their verbal sparring, found themselves once again engaged in their favored pastime. Anthony Reed, the information broker, sought refuge beneath a rickety wooden table, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Pavard Neeson, the proprietor of the underground bar, reached for a sketchpad, downing a gulp of liquor as he sketched with an expression of deep concern. The immense brownish-green tree continued to grow, unabated. Chapter 252, Ancient Times. Lumien's fireball missed its target, Charlotte, and in response, countless branches and vines slithered into Auberge du Coq d'Or from every direction, entwining the walls, floor, windows, and ceiling. They twisted together in a tangle of brown and green, creating an impenetrable barrier. In an instant, the entire scene transformed into a surreal illusion before solidifying once more. Before him stood an immense tree, its shades of brown and green blending together harmoniously. Its roots delved deep into the earth, while its majestic crown reached ever higher towards the heavens. Lumien's eyes widened as he realized he had been unknowingly transported. It was reminiscent of his previous journeys into Prometha, where he would find himself in a new place without any awareness of the transition.
Gunnois Auberge du Coq Doré.
Now, his feet trod upon the tangled knots of tree roots that carpeted the ground. His gaze ascended to the colossal tree, reminiscent of ancient legends, as the vast expanse of the sky with its painted light blue hue and fluffy, white clouds loomed above. The tree surface was marred by repulsive, damp growths, and each branch appeared to bear the weight of a structure, a building, a road, and other peculiarities. Auberge du Coq d'Or was among them, perched upon a brownish-green tree trunk, intertwined with countless branches and vines, revealing a mere dozen windows to the world. Through one of the glass windows, Lumian caught sight of the eloping couple engaged in passionate lovemaking, while the information broker, Anthony Reed, cowered under a wooden table, trembling in fear. The other tree trunks held objects enshrouded by branches, leaves, and vines, appearing ethereal and hazy, as if they were scenes recorded by a magnetic field through foggy air. Within this realm, ancient buildings with pediments, herringbone roofs, and lead-framed windows emerged. Women clutching gas street lamps were embraced from behind, priests stood before nude men, and individuals leaped out of glass windows while covering their behinds. Exquisite bodies were carried on trays to dining tables, orgies unfolded with clothing strewn about, and an evil beauty turned her head to reveal 2 black goat horns. A bishop naked from the bottom half heard confessions from believers in front of a sacred emblem. The scenes varied in architectural styles, clothing, and hairstyles, some evoking ancient times while others seemed to have occurred just yesterday. Behind Lumian, crimson fire ravens materialized, half illusory. He swiftly scanned the area, yet Franca was nowhere to be found. Franca hadn't been transported to this place caught between reality and illusion. En route anarchy, amidst the tree roots, branches, and vines, street vendors and pedestrians devoured the food they sold. Even after vomiting, they continued to eat with unwavering determination. Some forcefully pinned down members of the opposite sex on the street, others drawing daggers to attack peers who had provoked them or dared steal their spots. In scenes of utter chaos, certain individuals approached glass windows, attempting to entice their reflections into a dance with a gentlemanly bow. Pedestrians and carriages traversed the streets, seemingly oblivious to the extraordinary circumstances. Vendors continued their lively hawking, and shops remained open. Passers-by appeared captivated by the bustling atmosphere, unwilling to depart. What they failed to notice was the absence of anyone who had entered this area. They had simply vanished, never to return. On the 4th floor of the khaki-colored building that housed the Member of Parliament's office at Avenue du Marquet, Hugues Artois, lost in thought, gazed out at the nearby streets. Cassandra, with her fiery red hair, turned back to him and asked with curiosity, "What is Susanna from the Bliss Society planning?" A smile formed on Hugues Artois' lips as he replied, "They spoke a great deal, but my understanding was limited. I recall them mentioning a plan to submerge the underground divine tree into the depths of 4th Epoch Trier and extend it into a place called the Astral World." Cassandra, R.H., Annie, Margaret, and Beduva exchanged puzzled and concerned glances, unable to hide their confusion. But won't that cause a tremendous uproar? Our current strength is far from that of official Beyonders. It's best to avoid a direct clash with them. You might not be aware, but I come from the Sauron family, and I understand the authorities quite well. I know how powerful and formidable they can be. Everything we've done so far has been in secret, evading investigations as best we could. If we were to be exposed, it's highly likely that we would face a saint or a Grade 1 sealed artifact. And beyond them, there are angels and Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Hugues Artois pressed his right hand down and reassured them with a smile. "Fear not, they won't implicate us. I didn't incite them to undertake this endeavor. I didn't even offer a hint or assistance. I can only be considered aware of their plan in advance, silently consenting to their actions. The only thing that could potentially link us to this affair is the explosion at the chemical plant that received an excessive amount of decay blessings. However, that occurred because Bono Goodville misunderstood R.H.'s intentions and committed an unforgivable crime. The various emotions and desires stemming from the accident were exploited, amplified, and used as nourishment. What does that have to do with us?" As the team members' expressions eased, Hugues Artois stepped away from the window, emitting a deep chuckle. "If they succeed, it will mark another solid step forward in our pursuits. We will be even closer to welcoming the descent of great existences. If they, unfortunately, fail, we will exercise restraint for the time being and strive to ensure that our activities remain hidden from the Beyonders of the 2 churches. We will continue to be the rulers of the Market District. Success or failure, it's our opportunity. During the National Convention's discussions, I will expose the corruption and mediocre abilities of the Beyonders from the 2 churches. They have allowed heretics to repeatedly ravage the Market District, each time worse than the last. I will request Bureau 8 to establish a branch in the Market District to assist the inept church Beyonders and share their burden. Bureau 8, always eager to expand its authority, will surely support my proposal. With 3 different official forces simultaneously present in the market district, conflicts among them will work to our advantage. Compared to the orthodox beyonders of the 2 churches, Bureau 8 can be influenced, corrupted, and gradually swayed to our side. This is my plan. In the long run, victory will be ours. RH, Eni, the secretary with gold-rimmed glasses and neatly combed hair, chuckled. That's my specialty. Influencing, corrupting, and gradually decaying an organization, leading to its decline and moral degradation. Hugues Artois adjusted his tailcoat and bow tie, preparing to leave for the banquet hall. Before departing, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze shifting between Cassandra, RH, Eni, Baduva, and Margaret. An unusual sense of confidence and certainty washed over him. These 4 subordinates possessed impressive beyonder powers, with the red-haired Cassandra being particularly formidable, instilling him with a sense of security. Outside the office door, near the stairs, stood an official beyonder team tasked with protecting him. Not every member of parliament received the privilege of a 3-man protective team. Some were already powerful beyonders, while others hailed from noble backgrounds and had their own beyonder bodyguards. For some, a certain level of personal strength warranted the presence of a beyonder companion to ensure their safety. It was only someone like Hugues Artois, lacking beyonder abilities and familial support, who required such protection. According to the rules, the responsibility of safeguarding Hugues Artois rotated among the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, and Bureau 8. Today, it was the turn of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. In addition to the beyonders, the entire building housed 10 well-trained professional security guards armed with firearms. They were members of Bureau 7, a branch of the Intis Intelligence and Homeland Security Committee, the Special Services Bureau, responsible for providing basic protection to members of parliament and high-ranking government officials. Standing by the door, Hugues Artois awaited RH, Eni, his secretary, to open it. With a smile on his face, he lifted his head slightly, puffed out his chest, and confidently walked out, descending the stairs. On the ground covered with tangled tree roots, Lumian surrounded himself with semi-illusory fire ravens, once again spotting Charlotte Calvino, the leading lady of theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. With a remarkable talent for acting, Charlotte gracefully wandered through the illusory scenes formed by the various tree trunks. Sometimes she adorned a corset dress and styled her hair in an elegant bun. Other times, she embraced contemporary fashion, donning a fitted dress, a small coat, and long boots. On certain occasions, she even transported herself to the era of the Sauron royal family, embodying their love for masculine attire and blending seamlessly with a corresponding backdrop. In this ethereal process, whenever she left one misty illusory scene, she promptly emerged in another, as if leisurely strolling through different eras of Trier. Beneath the dim glow of the gas street lamps, Charlotte wore a smile as she addressed Lumian. You should consider yourself honored. You are the first dissident to enter the divine tree and merge with it. The crimson fire ravens encircling Lumian condensed but refrained from attacking. This was because Charlotte constantly flickered between illusory scenes, altering her appearance with each transition. Her voice echoed from all directions, forming sentences. Lumian had already donned black gloves. His right hand was in his pocket, gripping Mr. K's finger tightly. Charlotte continued her discourse, introducing the situation as if through an aria, as if it were insufficient to satisfy her inner desires. This ancient tree of shadow predates the construction of present-day Trier. Its roots were buried deep underground. It brings delight and sustenance to the people of Trier. With the aid of the devil lineage and devoted followers, the ambience here gradually transformed according to the deity's desired path. The people of Trier have never failed it. Both debauchery and pleasure are inherent to human nature. Year after year, they showered it with various excessive desires, providing it with nourishment. Over a millennium has elapsed. Although Trier hasn't reached the expected pinnacle of unbridled joy and indulgence until death, it has taken form. The divine tree's growth has now reached a crucial crossroads. In such a situation, pure desires and emotions can no longer play their primary role. They can only serve as firewood for the fire. We require a sacrifice of considerable magnitude. And you, who possess corruption at the angelic level but lack commensurate strength, are the perfect choice. Lumian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. His pupils dilated, as if he wished to see Charlotte's face clearly. Does she know that I carry the sealed power of inevitability within me? Charlotte grinned. The first time you summoned High Priestess Susanna, she sensed the terrifying angelic power sealed within you. She didn't dare possess you. Her subsequent attempts to kill you were not solely motivated by Charlie. Chapter 253 Root of the Problem. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Lumian grasped the problem in an instant. As soon as he reached the market district and attempted his first summoning dance, he unintentionally summoned Susanna Mattis, who had been drawn to Charlie, into his room. At the time, Susanna seemed eager to possess him, but she instinctively sensed the danger lurking within the seal and refrained from acting. This mirrored the behavior of the peculiar creatures Lumion had summoned before. It appeared that only by compelling them would they dare to take hold of him. Hence, Lumion didn't see anything amiss then. Even when he later encountered Susanna Mattis again and gained deeper insight into the Bliss Society, he failed to connect the dots. But now he realized his oversight. Susanna Mattis was fundamentally different from the strange creatures he had previously summoned. The dissimilarity didn't lie in her status as a Sequence 5 evil spirit who had failed to attain godhood, but rather in her possession of reason and the ability to think. Besides being extremely fanatical and persistent, she could also lead and develop a secret organization. When such an evil spirit sensed the tremendously dangerous power sealed within Lumion's body, even if she didn't immediately recognize it as angelic-level corruption, she would have left in confusion and sought revelation from the evil god she believed in. By the time she grasped the situation, Lumion, possessing the strength of a low-sequence Beyonder equivalent to an angel, would be irresistibly appealing to heretics skilled in sacrificial rituals. He would be no less enticing than 100 million Vril d'Or abandoned on the street before a Scrooge. Had it not been for Lumion's quick thinking, temporarily stunning her with fallen Mercury and deceiving Susanna Mattis during their second encounter, the situation might have reached its conclusion before the official Beyonders arrived. For Charlie, an ordinary person, to successfully descend from the 5th floor to Lumion's door and seek help despite Susanna Mattis' threats and lingering presence, it seemed more than just mere luck. One couldn't trust the words and emotions of an actor, especially those who were particularly good-looking. In Charlotte Calvino's performance, Lumion had been scanning the surroundings, hoping to utilize a hunter's instincts to find an exit from this peculiar space. Yet, aside from the entangled tree roots blanketing the ground, the colossal slowly growing brownish-green tree, and the oil painting like blue sky with white clouds, there was nothing else. In such an environment, Lumion's pyromaniac instincts made him stop hesitating. He released his grip on Mr. K's finger and flung it into the air. Almost simultaneously, the semi-illusory crimson fire ravens condensed around him took flight, each tracing an elegant arc as they soared toward the illusionary scene where Charlotte Calvino stood and the fog of the past lingering on the surrounding branches. Charlotte stepped out of the Grand Palace, suspected to be a scene depicting Emperor Rozel's affair, and entered the White Maple Palace during the Sauron royal era. There, a Beyonder who had transformed into a man due to a potion but hadn't changed his sexual orientation was scrutinizing the noble lady's spouses. The rumbling sounds persisted, yet Charlotte effortlessly evaded the onslaught of fire ravens. The fog-shrouded scenes of the past remained unyielding, as if they were truly non-existent. However, the brownish-green branches that bore them showed signs of scorching and charring. The Tree of Shadow was, after all, a tree, and thus susceptible to combustion. The only issue was that Lumion's fire ravens inflicted minimal harm upon it. In an explosive moment, Mr. K's finger detonated like a bomb, transforming into a gruesome rain of flesh and blood that draped Lumion in a hooded robe of crimson. To Lumion's dismay, Mr. K didn't appear immediately. It was uncertain whether it would take time to sense his presence, or if the Tree of Shadow had isolated this space from the real world. Charlotte ventured into the illusory scene of a torrential downpour, where a few naked figures sprinted about. Her white silk dress seemed drenched, adhering to her body and accentuating her unusually exquisite form. She bestowed Lumion with a smile, her eyes akin to serene lakes tinged with timidity, innocence, and purity. A searing flame coursed through Lumion's being, igniting from his head down to his very core. Lumion's heart surged with longing. He darted between the entangled roots, heading toward the brownish-green tree and the captivating figure of Charlotte Calvino. Charlotte didn't traverse the various illusory scenes. Instead, she stepped onto a tree branch below and leaned against the brownish-green trunk. Her body trembled slightly, as if yearning to hide but finding no escape. Lumion's eyes blazed with a reddened fury as his gaze fixated upon Charlotte's sparkling eyes, moist lips, graceful neck, and alluring curves. His thoughts became a chaotic haze. Thus, he failed to notice Charlotte's abdomen and legs sinking into the brownish-green trunk. He failed to observe the crack forming, unveiling a colossal moist flower. The vivid red flower bloomed gradually, akin to an enormous mouth anticipating its prey. Lumion lunged toward Charlotte, propelled by his fervor. Charlotte couldn't help but smile. At that very moment, a muffled explosion erupted from Lumion's right pocket. Underneath his blood-colored robe, a ball of flames burst forth, ripping through his pocket and igniting his shirt, causing an agonizing pain to course through Lumion's waist. Lumion's eyes regained some semblance of clarity. Swiftly, he reached out and grasped Charlotte's wrist, keeping a minimal distance between himself and the moist flower. Having long been aware of the Mother Tree of Desire's ability to awaken various desires, how could Lumion not have been on guard against Charlotte's seduction? However, in order to prevent the other party from detecting his defenses prematurely and setting a trap, he chose not to directly soak the mysticism smelling salts in cloth and place it near his nose. Nor did he turn the dagger around, preparing for the collision that would bring him back to his senses. In their current predicament, such methods held little reliability, for Charlotte might not allow him to truly pounce on her. Hence, Lumion opted to create a small fireball with a delayed explosion in his pocket, all the while gripping Mr. K's finger. If he remained unaffected and the fireball neared detonation, he could choose to dispel it and create another. The small fireball inflicted negligible harm upon him. Its primary purpose was to awaken him through pain. As for the resultant burn injuries, Lumion paid them no heed. Pyromaniacs held no fear of such trivialities. In an instant, Lumion seized Charlotte's wrist, and he caught a flicker of fear on her face. Without delay, two serpent-like crimson flames burst forth from Lumion's palm, searing their way along Charlotte's arm toward her body and head. Instinctively, Charlotte tilted her neck back, emitting a pained groan as her skin swiftly turned black from the scorching flames. Just as Lumion was on the verge of engulfing her entirely, a wave of intense danger washed over him. He attempted to pull Charlotte to the side, but she appeared to meld with the brownish-green tree. No matter how hard Lumion tugged, he couldn't extricate her. Reluctantly, Lumion abandoned his futile efforts and lunged to his right. With a muffled thud, a tree trunk as thick as a wine glass descended from the sky, impaling the ground teeming with tangled roots like a javelin, its tip quivering violently. Lumion glanced upward and beheld Susanna Mattis, her turquoise hair cascading around her, her emerald eyes and scarlet lips. She possessed a translucent quality, standing amidst the dense and ethereal canopy of the tree, blending seamlessly with it. Both the brownish-green trunk and the outstretched branches bore colossal wet flowers in pale hues, flourishing and blooming. On Avenue du Marquet, inside the khaki-colored four-story building that housed the Parliament member's office. In a corner, Jenna observed Hugues Artois, garbed in elegance, leading his secretary R.H. Annie and others through the gathering. With a glass of champagne in hand, he offered consolation, made promises, and delivered impromptu speeches with mere words. In response, he received sincere gratitude, unveiled dependence, and instinctive flattery. Jenna couldn't help but recall a question Lumion had once posed to her. Do you wish to sit here and watch as the murderers responsible for your mother's death and the destruction of your happiness revel in champagne, indulge in dance parties, and inflict more heartbreak on innocent families? Unconsciously, Jenna's fists clenched, her knowledge of the truth fueling an uncontrollable anguish. However, she understood the need to restrain herself. Acting impulsively wouldn't yield results. She had to endure. This was because, following the proper procedures, she couldn't take action against a Parliament member without substantial evidence. And if she desired to seek justice independently, her adversaries boasted several Beyonders who had been bestowed with an evil god's boon and were protected by official Beyonders and armed personnel. All she could do was endure and await the future. Within the confines of Auberge du Coq d'Or, ensnared by branches and vines, Franca stood near the staircase, her face flushed and her eyes glistening as she battled to suppress the overwhelming desire coursing through her veins. Her right hand trembled as she retrieved the canister of mysticism-smelling salts obtained from Rentis. With a twist of the lid, she raised it to her nose. Achoo! 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 A series of sneezes erupted, marking Franca's triumph over her desires and the gradual return of her rationality. Swiftly scanning her surroundings, she realized that Lumion, who had been mere steps away, had vanished. Taking note of the unnatural transformations plaguing the motel and the adjacent streets engulfed by colossal trees, Franca clenched her teeth and arrived at a resolution. The tree crowns above seemed to grow increasingly ethereal as they reached skyward, extending into an otherworldly realm. She retrieved two objects from her possession. They were a pair of tarot cards. One depicted a man and a woman raising their cups in a greeting, the Two of Cups. In the center, a wooden staff coiled by twin serpents stood prominently. The other card portrayed an angel sounding a trumpet, calling forth the resurrection of the departed. H.E. Judgment Card. Chapter 250, For the Weight of History. Franca clutched the judgment card tightly and chanted in Hermes, Rain Judgment. The ordinary-looking tarot card remained unchanged, but within a few seconds, Auberge du Coq d'Or trembled visibly. The brownish-green branches and turquoise vines that covered the building's facade receded, as if filled with fear. Franca's view through the window expanded. She witnessed the sky merging with the ethereal canopy of a colossal tree. The clouds appeared to be caught in a hurricane, swirling in unison. As the wind shifted, numerous white clouds gathered, forming a massive vortex that descended to the ground, elongating into a sword-like gust that bridged heaven and earth. The sword descended, and a figure stood unwavering in the middle of Rue Anarchy. It was a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair, donned in a traditional grayish-white knight's training attire. Standing over 1.5 meters tall, her features were exquisite, and her eyes exuded a commanding aura of dignity, demanding submission and obedience. Rue Anarchy, where she stood, was no longer recognizable. The surrounding buildings, the narrow roads, and the vendors and pedestrians, consumed by their own desires, were divided and scattered across the strange wilderness, blending with the other streets. Interwoven roots sprouted from the ground, connecting the scattered sections. Radiating from the brownish-green tree at the center, they spread out layer by layer, growing denser as they neared the core. The streets occupied by the colossal tree remained hidden from the outside world, thanks to this strange wilderness. Franca let out a sigh of relief at the sight of the short, yet dignified lady with blonde hair. Grasping the Judgment and 2 of Cups cards, she blurted out, "Praise the fool. Praise Madame Judgment." As soon as the woman known as Madame Judgment landed, her gaze fell upon the side of the brownish-green tree. Unbeknownst to Franca, a cradle-like dark red open carriage had appeared there at some point. 2 towering creatures with goat horns, pitch-black bodies, and burning dark flames pulled the carriage. They seemed to be demons. Seated within the carriage was a woman wearing a light-colored veil. She adorned a loose white robe, her slightly swollen belly emanating a tangible maternal glow. Lady Moon. The strange wilderness was her Permi-Thaw world. Lady Moon, you have emerged from the rat's hole. The eyes of Judgment, the blonde-haired lady, instantly took on an ethereal quality, as if touched by a golden hue. Through her eyes, she perceived the intertwining beyonder powers that existed within the woman on the carriage, manifesting in different colors and states. Deprivation. Madame Judgment's solemn voice resounded. It was an ancient Hermes word. With a simple gesture of her right hand, Madame Judgment temporarily stripped the ability to copulate between creatures of different genders. Immediately after, Madame Judgment leaned forward, pushed out her palm, and declared in ancient Hermes, "Exile." With a whirring sound, an invisible and majestic force coalesced into a terrifying hurricane, howling before Lady Moon. Unfazed by distance, it materialized directly where the carriage was. Beneath Lady Moon's veil, her faintly discernible red lips parted as she took deep breaths. The exaggerated hurricane, capable of toppling an entire building, seemed to find an outlet in a confined vessel. It surged into Lady Moon's mouth and permeated her body. In just a second, the hurricane dissipated into nothingness, completely absorbed by Lady Moon. With a radiant maternal glow, she extended her right hand, caressing her swollen stomach with tenderness. The cerulean sky and billowing clouds resembled exquisite paintings, while the earth beneath was a realm entwined with tree roots. Lumien's gaze met Susanna Mattis perched atop the crown of the tree, and they exchanged a knowing look. In an instant, semi-ethereal crimson fire ravens materialized around him. The fire raven circled and soared towards the heavens, but they couldn't breach the ethereal canopy of the tree. They could only approach, their presence without touch. They alighted upon the brownish-green trunk, scorching it with blackened marks. Observing this, Lumien swiftly shifted his focus. He had discovered earlier that flames possessed the ability to inflict certain damage upon the enigmatic entity known as the Tree of Shadow. Crimson fireballs condensed one after another, hurtling towards the branches of the tree. Yet, they merely singed them without evident impact. Lumien paused momentarily. Susanna Mattis was preoccupied with something, and Charlotte Calvino had yet to recover from her burns. It was suspected that she had taken refuge within an illusory scene, allowing the crimson flames in his palm to accumulate layer by layer until they transformed into a fist-sized sphere of searing incandescence. The explosion caused by the incandescent fireball was several times more powerful than before, but not a single fragment of the Tree of Shadow's bark fell. Only a larger area of charred flesh and the faint whiff of a colossal light-colored blossom attested to the reality of the incandescent white flame stream. Lumien's expression turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, a spear formed from blazing white flames materialized in his hand. He hurled the spear towards the brownish-green tree, witnessing it puncture needle-sized holes in the charred bark before disintegrating into a cascade of flames that spread across various sections of the tree. Witnessing this, Lumien's heart clenched as he recalled his sister Aurora's favored phrase for describing those who overestimate their abilities to the point of impracticality. It's akin to an ant attempting to shake a towering oak. Lumien's anxiety, impatience, and fear compelled him to unleash his fists. His clenched fists were engulfed in crimson flames. As he struck the brownish-green tree, a wisp of fire infiltrated its surface. Lumien sought to bypass the Tree of Shadow's resilient outer bark and directly harm its core.
Bam! Bam! Bam!
His flaming fists pummeled the trunk of the brownish-green tree, as if he aimed to inject every accumulated flame within his being into it.
Bam, bam, bam.
After a flurry of frenzied attacks, he retracted his fists and took a step back. A muffled explosion reverberated from within the tree trunk, causing the charred bark to finally crumble away, consumed by flames. In an instant, an ethereal mist enveloped the scene, as if a long-forgotten beautiful dream had been set ablaze by a match. Lumion found himself momentarily lost in a haze, as if he had transformed into the protagonist of that dream, a man engaged in a passionate encounter with an enchanting woman wearing an exquisite dress, her hem teasingly lifted. The unfamiliar sensation felt so vivid that Lumion believed himself to be living it firsthand. Abruptly, a sharp pain shot through his ankle, snapping him out of the reverie. He discovered numerous branches and vines emerging from his surroundings, stealthily coiling around his feet, their thorns piercing through his blood-colored robe, sinking into his flesh, and greedily drinking his blood. Lumion grunted, crimson wisps emanating from his body, manifesting into a vibrant cloak of fiery flames that swathed his robe of flesh and blood. Amidst crackling sounds, the branches and vines ignited, quickly withering into brittle twigs and ashen remnants. Seizing the opportunity, Lumion swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed upon the wound he had inflicted. His eyes met the same brownish-green bark, albeit slightly recessed compared to its surroundings. Beneath the bark, more bark. Lumion's pupils dilated as he gleaned the gravity of the situation. The Tree of Shadow had been nurtured by the abnormal desires of Triar's denizens for 1 to 2 millennia. Each piece of bark likely represented specific human activities from a particular era, layered upon one another, carrying the weight of history and the subtleties of humanity. In simple terms, Lumion realized that if he wished to destroy the Tree of Shadow, he would have to confront countless desires accumulated over the span of 2,000 years. And he had exhausted his strength to vanquish merely one desire, perhaps one in a billion, or even billions upon billions. How could he possibly prevail? Only then did Lumion comprehend the abnormality of his actions. He had been focused on assaulting the Tree of Shadow instead of seeking an escape route. An exchange of glances with Susanna Mattis brought forth fear, anxiety, and a deluge of emotions. No wonder Susanna Mattis allowed me to act freely. No wonder the injured Charlotte Calvino didn't intervene. Lumion had been cautious of the fallen tree spirits and actors that could evoke desires and emotions, yet he had unknowingly fallen under their sway. Once more, he raised his gaze and beheld Susanna Mattis, her hair a cascade of turquoise, nimbly shifting positions within the ethereal canopy, uttering an arcane incantation. Charlotte Calvino resumed her enigmatic actions, traversing illusory scenes, her attire, hairstyle, and makeup transforming to mirror various eras. It was no mere performance. As Lumion's thoughts raced, dizziness assailed him, and his strength rapidly waned. Such a sensation was foreign to him, but he had subjected others to its effects. The sedative concocted by the Bliss Society. Ever the keen observer of his surroundings, Lumion swiftly took out the mysticism-smelling salts, his attention drawn to the multitude of pallid flowers adorning the brownish-green tree. He suspected they were responsible for releasing the sedative gas. In the midst of his sneeze, Lumion pivoted, intending to distance himself from the Tree of Shadow. Yet, Mr. K remained absent. In the blink of an eye, roots emerged from the earth, intertwining to erect a formidable wooden barricade, surpassing 10 meters in height, encircling the brownish-green tree and obstructing Lumion's path to freedom. Lumion halted and pivoted on his heel. Countless fractures marred the trunk, branches, and roots of the Tree of Shadow. Some crevices harbored moist, light-colored flowers, while others resembled cavernous mouths oozing with viscous slime, swiftly elongating toward him. Trapped with no means of escape, Lumion's lips curled into a smirk. Without warning, he extended his right hand, pressing it firmly against his left chest. He spoke with a derisive tone. Termaboros, they truly underestimate your worth. They actually intend to employ you as a sacrifice. Chapter 255 Bridge of Communication. Upon learning of the Bliss Society's plan, Lumion's immediate assumption was that Susanna had made a crucial mistake. What lay sealed within him wasn't just corruption at an angelic level, but an actual angel. The former lacked self-awareness and reacted on instinct alone. Without undoing the seal and reconnecting it with its true form, it was like a cache of explosives temporarily without a detonator. While there was still a possibility of explosion, Susanna and the other heretics believed they could manage the situation. By employing the right method, utilizing the isolated environment within the Tree of Shadow, arranging the necessary rituals, and harnessing the evil god's gaze during the sacrificial ceremony, they could break the seal and offer it as a sacrifice to the Mother Tree of Desire, ensuring the angelic corruption wouldn't pose a threat. However, the true angel possessed intelligence and a strong will. He wouldn't idly stand by while being sacrificed. Once the seal was completely lifted, could Susanna, Charlotte, and the others truly handle a genuine angel? One of them was a Sequence 5 evil spirit that required the Tree of Shadow to possess some godhood, while the other was undoubtedly an actor with an irrepressible desire to perform. As for a true angel, he had to be at least a Sequence 2 for Lumion to address him as such. In ancient times, they were nearly on par with deities and were considered subsidiary gods. The difference between them was as vast as that between a saint and an ordinary individual. Initially, Lumion hesitated to use Termaboros as an escape plan, fearing that the sinister and detestable angel would exploit the opportunity to make him do something seemingly innocent on the surface, but secretly aid him in infiltrating more of his powers beyond the seal. In that scenario, Lumion, Susanna, and Charlotte would meet their doom. The Tree of Shadow would be destroyed or vanish underground, allowing Termaboros to truly descend upon the world. Left with no other choice, Lumion cautiously stepped onto the steel rope suspended above a metaphorical abyss, hoping to maintain his balance. One misstep, and he would fall into irreparable oblivion. As soon as Lumion finished speaking, Termaboros' deep and commanding voice resounded in his ears. It had been a while since Lumion had heard and resisted the angel's temptation. He could only sense his connection to his own fate through the abnormal occurrences around him or the predetermined events. Yet, the angel hadn't given up and continued to make attempts. Now, after many days, Lumion once again heard Termaboros' voice, experiencing the full presence of the angel sealed within him. Termaboros' voice carried a tinge of relaxation and satisfaction as it echoed in Lumion's ears. If they underestimate me, it will only aid my escape from the seal. This environment is perfect, precisely what I've been waiting for. Even if you perish later and the seal loses its support, the outside world won't detect the corresponding changes and won't be able to prevent me from breaking free of my restraints. They may not outright kill you, but once they attempt to shatter the seal and perform their sacrificial act, I will unleash their predetermined fate. I will abandon your body and disrupt their ritual. Termaboros' words insinuated, "This is the opportunity I've long awaited. Why should I assist you? Just wait patiently for the inevitable outcome." Lumion fell into silence and leaped away from his original position. The tree roots split apart, and a massive, damp, pale flower blossomed, one after another, as if the abyss itself had yawned open. Lumion inhaled the mysticism-smelling salts once more, dispelling his drowsiness. He gazed up at Susanna Mattis in the sky and erupted into wild laughter. "Haha, you're the most dim-witted bunch I've ever encountered. You've set up this ritual without a clue. Did your brains empty out because of your faith in the Mother Tree of Desire, or have they been filled with various liquids? Let me enlighten you. What's sealed inside me isn't corruption at the angelic level, but a bona fide angel. His name is Termabor. OS. As soon as that seal is undone, he shall descend upon us and slaughter you all. He'll shatter this foul, wretched fallen tree, and cast it into a cesspool. If I were you, I'd cease this ritual now and let me go." Susanna Mattis, continually shifting positions within the illusory tree canopy, looked down at Lumion and smiled. "Are you bluffing again? Bluffing seems to be your favorite pastime. I fell for once. I won't be fooled again." Not far from her on a branch, one of the few windows on the surface of Aubaird's du Coq d'Or, entwined with vines and branches, reflected the figure of the playwright Gabriel. He frantically penned his name on a piece of paper with a fountain pen, as though a renowned author signing autographs for avid readers. He had succumbed to the allure of his script, Lightseeker, gaining fame and becoming a household name. Susanna Mattis continued, "Furthermore, we've contemplated the possibility that it's not corruption but an actual angel. Therefore, with the divine revelation, we've altered a crucial segment of the ritual. We will employ you as the primary sacrifice, together with the seal and the angel, to offer them to the mighty Mother Tree of Desire. It won't hinder the final outcome. Sacrificial rituals are not like cooking, where ingredients are transformed into dishes. Our task is to present the offerings to the deity. As for what befalls you, along with the seal and the angel within, it is for the great Mother Tree of Desire to decide. Why do you think I refrained from truly attacking you? Such an action might have prematurely shattered the seal. Don't even entertain the notion of threatening me with suicide. I shall imbue you with an ardent desire to live." It seemed as though Termaboros was akin to a valuable gift that would break free of its own accord. The seal was like a locked box, and Lumion himself was the exquisite wrapping. Susanna and Charlotte had no intention of unwrapping the box and presenting the gift to the Mother Tree of Desire. Instead, their plan was to offer the box and its packaging to the deity, avoiding any significant risks. Upon hearing Susanna Mattis' words, Lumion remained unfazed, neither surprised, nor fearful, nor disappointed. He tilted his head slightly and directed his gaze towards his left chest, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Termaboros, did you hear that? You're going to be packaged up and offered to the deity known as the Mother Tree of Desire. You won't get a chance to escape that seal. I'm not sure how the Mother Tree of Desire will deal with you, but I can assure you it won't be anything pleasant. Are you really content to wait for the final outcome as a mere bystander? This time, Termaboros didn't immediately respond to Lumion. After a few seconds, his resonant voice reverberated. Draw your fallen mercury and plunge it into the trunk of the Tree of Shadow. Pierce through its second layer of bark. Lumion was taken aback.
T.
The fate of the Tree of Shadow can also be exchanged. Termaboros's voice regained its grandeur. It wasn't possible before, but now it is. That tree possesses a certain living characteristic. It's akin to a mythical treant that hasn't fully developed its intelligence. Without hesitation, Lumion extended his left hand, passing through the crimson flaming cloak and robe made of flesh and blood. He grasped the pewter-black dirk adorned with sinister patterns. Bending his body slightly, engulfed in flowing crimson flames, he sprinted toward the trunk of the Tree of Shadow, swift as a cheetah. Along the way, he leaped agilely, evading the cracks and blooming gigantic flowers. Observing Lumion's new course of action, Susanna Mattis didn't pay too much heed. She didn't believe he could truly harm the Tree of Shadow or her. Nevertheless, she remained cautious. She intended to kindle his desires and fabricate corresponding illusions, luring him to unite with a certain flower or crevice in the tree. Susanna Mattis' emerald eyes reflected Lumion's figure, draped in a robe of flesh and blood and adorned with a flaming cloak. Moisture welled up in her eyes instantly. She had hoped to witness Lumion abruptly changing his direction and pouncing upon the colossal light-colored flower. Yet, Lumion appeared unaffected as he charged toward the brownish-green trunk. Beneath the flaming cloak, Lumion clutched the mysticism smelling salts in his right hand, holding it close to his nose. Tears welled in his eyes, obstructing his sneeze. However, with the aid of the alms monk's endurance, he managed to endure it. Susanna Mattis was puzzled. With her level and sequence, even if the other party repeatedly sniffed the mysticism smelling salts, he should remain completely unaffected. Under normal circumstances, given disparity in their strength, she could easily induce Lumion to sneeze while he searched for light-colored giant flowers or brownish-green crevices and continued inhaling the mysticism smelling salts. Of course, there was a possibility of failure in such situations, but it was unquestionably lower than the probability of success. But now, Susanna Mattis' initial attempt had proven futile. It was as if a skilled dice thrower had surprisingly rolled the lowest number. Lumion let out a loud sneeze. Seizing the moment while his mind remained clear and Susanna hadn't exerted her influence a second time, he shielded the metal canister with his right finger and thrust the fallen mercury at the brownish-green trunk of the Tree of Shadow, aiming for the needle-sized hole he had created with the burning white spear. A resounding clang echoed as fallen mercury failed to penetrate any deeper, as if it had struck an impenetrable iron plate. Achoo! Lumion, having inhaled a substantial amount of the mysticism smelling salts, sneezed once more, shaking off yet another desire incited by Susanna. Her attempts faltered once again. Lumion's right hand, gripping the metal canister, surged with crimson flames. It absorbed the engulfing cloak of fire that adorned his body, swiftly condensing into a blazing white boxing glove. In the next instant, Lumion raised his right fist and hammered it against the hilt of fallen mercury, resembling a blacksmith forging a weapon. A thunderous boom erupted as the incandescent white boxing glove detached from Lumion's hand and detonated at the rear end of fallen mercury. Lumion's left palm, holding the dirk, was charred and mangled in several places. As for fallen mercury, propelled by the force of the explosive impact, it managed to break through the first layer of bark and penetrate into the core trunk of the Tree of Shadow. Chapter 256 Crack. The searing pain in Lumion's left palm from the explosion nearly caused him to instinctively draw his pewter-black dirk, which had already been plunged into the core trunk of the Tree of Shadow. Drawing upon his resilience and experience with similar injuries, he fought to control his body's reflexive reactions. As his mind cleared from the stimulation, he managed to shake off the two desires imposed by Susanna Mattis. Pain and rationality entwined, engulfing his mind, followed by a terrifying torrent of scenes. These were the accumulated experiences of the Tree of Shadow over the past millennium, countless fragments of desire that had nourished and formed its trunk. They represented the potential futures of this malevolent tree. They converged in a mercury-colored illusory river, flooding Lumion's thoughts like a deluge. Not only were there an overwhelming number of scenes that could overpower any low sequence beyonder, but some scenes compelled Lumion to instinctively ignore or overlook them, unable to muster the courage to look or discern. Just when he thought his intellect would be crushed by the immense torrent and reduced to a blank canvas, he realized that he had endured it. It was as if there existed an additional space capable of accommodating countless scenes beyond the limit. Lumian wasted no time in choosing the fate he wished to exchange. Guided by his intuition for danger and spiritual instincts, he selected a scene. A brownish-green root extended towards the depths of an ancient structure, devoured by an unseen flame that silently burned in the darkness, casting an eerie glow over the area. With a crack, the tree root snapped and descended into the shadows. Purple flames surfaced, swiftly transforming into a color indistinguishable to the naked eye. In an instant, it dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Lumian withdrew fallen Mercury and exerted all his strength to pry open this fate, but it remained unresponsive.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
Brownish-green tree trunks, not excessively thick, hurtled towards Lumian like javelins precisely thrown by a platoon of soldiers. Each one possessed the potential to impale and skewer a target upon the gnarled tree roots. In the ethereal canopy of the tree, Susanna Mattis' emerald eyes widened as she attempted to employ various abilities related to desires, be it for sex, food, greed, or acting, but all in vain. Opting for the tree spirit's powers, she aimed to deliver a physical blow. Bound to the Tree of Shadow, the methods available to her were far more potent than those of her counterparts who relied on ordinary trees as companions. Though she still doubted that the so-called Curse Blade could harm the Tree of Shadow, Lumien's confidence and performance left her somewhat uneasy. Subconsciously, she believed it wiser to disrupt whatever he was doing. She would rather err on the side of believing it to be seriously harmful and take excessive precautions in advance than be careless and witness unforeseen changes and the possibility of failure. The former would at most waste a certain amount of strength and energy, delaying the completion of the ritual a little. The latter might bring about changes she didn't want to see and an outcome of failure. Even if the probability was low, she had to take preventative measures. She couldn't wait until it happened before attempting to rectify it. The flesh robe enveloping Lumien's body abruptly contracted, diminishing his size and evading the majority of the javelin-like tree trunks. Two of them landed on Lumien's left and right shoulders, leaving him unable to dodge or evade. The flesh and blood constituting the robe acted as disciplined soldiers receiving an order. They surged towards the impending strike, constructing layers of blood-colored cushions. With a resounding impact, the layers of flesh were pierced by the two brownish-green tree spears. More flesh surged forth, hurriedly filling the void. Although Mr. K's finger had transformed into a robe of flesh and blood to mitigate the damage, Lumien's legs buckled under the force akin to that of a sledgehammer, causing him to tumble backward. In that moment, he felt the fate of the brownish-green tree root, which had been burned by the invisible flames, loosen its grip. The illusory power prying it loose didn't solely belong to Lumien, but also to his left chest, emanating from an unknown source. Gritting his teeth, Lumien utilized the momentum of his fall to laboriously stir up that fate. With great difficulty, he transformed it into a droplet of mercury and exchanged it with the fate of encountering the Montsurus ghost, stored within the pewter-black dirk. With a crisp crack, fractures spread across fallen mercury, as if it struggled to bear the burden of fate. Some fractures were unnaturally long, others were delicate, and some ran straight through the blade. With a thud, Lumien collapsed onto the coiled tree roots entrenched in the ground, freeing himself from the lingering forces of the brownish-green tree javelins. His shoulder throbbed with pain, but he remained physically unharmed. The robe woven of flesh and blood began to disintegrate, trickling down, obstructing a pale-colored flower and the brownish-green crack as they unfurled their mouths, in an attempt to devour Lumien. When he collapsed, he crushed them. With a resounding boom, crimson flames erupted, consuming the malevolent entities. Seizing the opportunity, Lumien swiftly rolled over and maneuvered to a relatively safe position. Only then did Lumien recall a crucial issue. Amidst dodging attacks from trees, branches, leaves, vines, roots, and flowers, and taking whiffs of the mysticism-smelling salts, he whispered amid sneezes, "Encountering the Montsurus ghost." Achoo! Doesn't necessarily mean that the Montsurus ghost will attack immediately. If it took a while, what was the point of his previous efforts? Disregarding the fact that the Montsurus ghost would assault the Tree of Shadow every month or two, even if it attacked every 4 to 5 minutes, Lumien found it despairing. When the time came, the preparations for the ritual would surely be complete. The sacrificial ceremony would have already commenced. Under the watchful eyes of the evil god, the Mother Tree of Desire, there was a high likelihood that the Montsurus ghost would choose to wait a while before returning, based on its previous patterns. Termaboros's majestic voice resonated within Lumien's body and ears once again. It approaches. It is a destined fate. In the ethereal canopy of the tree, Susanna ceased her attacks on Lumien. Utilizing the Tree of Shadow, she remotely guided Charlotte in controlling the sacrifice while delving her consciousness into the brownish-green tree, searching for any potential issues resulting from the pewter-black dirk's assault. The sooner she discovered it, the sooner she could resolve it and propel the sacrificial ritual forward. Upon hearing Termaboros's words, Lumion couldn't help but inquire, can the Montsurus ghost truly destroy the Tree of Shadow? Although both entities were malevolent, the giant tree that had been rooted in Trier's soil for over 1,000 years, nourished by countless desires and linked to a hidden evil god, appeared loftier, more menacing, and more wicked. Termaboros's deep voice resounded. No. However, it possesses the ability to influence the Tree of Shadow to some extent, creating an opportunity for you to escape. Just as Termaboros finished speaking, Lumion caught sight of a sudden black shadow beside him. The figure stood slightly hunched, resembling an elderly man burdened by the weight of life. The Montsurus ghost. It had bypassed numerous restrictions and obstacles to arrive in the alternate space occupied by the Tree of Shadow. With a single stride, the stooped figure reached the edge of the brownish-green trunk. Susanna and Charlotte noticed its presence. They instinctively sensed a threat, yet they didn't connect the black shadow to Trier's legend of the Montsurus ghost. Frantically, they stirred up the various desires of the Montsurus ghost, but their efforts were like stones, cast into an unfathomable abyss. There was no response whatsoever. For the first time, Lumion beheld the true appearance of the Montsurus ghost. It was neither an elderly man nor even human. It more closely resembled a viscous black shadow taking on a human form, hunching its back. The Montsurus ghost fixed its gaze upon the Tree of Shadow for 2 seconds before pressing itself against the brownish-green trunk. In an instant, it transformed into a malevolent, pitch-black liquid that corroded the layers of tree bark. A sizable pool of moist darkness spread across the surface of the massive tree trunk, steadily contaminating its surroundings and expanding its reach. Within moments, the entire lower portion of the Tree of Shadow was overtaken by the black shadow, rendering Susanna Mattis and Charlotte Calvino's attacks futile. The next second, the oil painting like blue sky and white clouds, along with the ground intertwined with tree roots, trembled visibly, as if experiencing a violent earthquake. Faint illusory cracks appeared on the surface of the tree trunk, the ground, and even in the sky. Some of them slowly widened, revealing glimpses of the street beyond, a distorted microcosm of chaos influenced by branches, vines, and desire. Be prepared, Termaboros's grand voice echoed in Lumion's ears. Realizing that she couldn't halt the Montsurus ghost and that the situation was rapidly deteriorating, Susanna Mattis wore a resentful expression and recited an incantation in ancient Hermes, son of the god who should never have been born. You are a cage for the imprisoning curse, an evil that erodes history. I implore your assistance. The instant Susanna Mattis finished speaking, the branches beneath the ethereal tree crown began to secrete a viscous, pitch-black liquid. It bore a striking resemblance to the black liquid assumed by the Montsurus ghost, but there was a significant distinction. It possessed a greater degree of chaos, frenzy, and wickedness. Almost simultaneously, pale white, malformed skulls, yellowish eyeballs entwined with thick veins, scarlet tongues dripping with repulsive pus, and indescribably grotesque objects that induced madness by mere sight sprouted from the liquid secreted by the tree trunk. In the untamed wilderness, where Madame Judgment and Lady Moon engaged in their fierce battle, Rue Anarchy and other locations lay scattered. The brownish-green tree swayed ominously, while tiny cracks that appeared to pierce the very fabric of reality spread across its surface and surroundings. Suddenly, an illusory door materialized in the sky, layer upon layer. From the midst of these doors emerged a lady clad in an orange dress, her appearance exuding a languid aura. Worms emitting resplendent starlight wriggled in and out of her visage, obscuring her true features from discernment. With purposeful strides, the woman approached the brownish-green tree, extending her hands to grasp the sides of an invisible sea rack, as if intent on tearing it open. Chapter 257 The Unfortunate. Transparent maggots, shimmering under the starlight's embrace, wriggled out from the lady's relaxed palm, their movements concealed within an elusive crack. The crack, once invisible, now bore the hue of starlight. With a vigorous pull, the transparent veil veiling this world let out a terrifying groan, unable to bear the weight. It parted forcefully, yielding to the unstoppable momentum. Amidst an indescribable shattering, the crevice ripped apart, transforming into a colossal cavity adorned with glimmering starry specks. It resembled the entrance to a tunnel leading to an unknown realm. In a mere instant, the woman in the orange dress vanished from the wilderness. Seated within the cradle carriage, Lady Moon's expression flickered. She commanded the demon-like creatures pulling the carriage to follow her into the tunnel. Madame Judgment trailed closely behind. In a world where tree roots intertwined and ethereal clouds resembled oil paintings. As the branches of the otherworldly tree secreted viscous black liquid and peculiar entities sprouted, Lumion felt his mind teetering on the edge of madness, despite Termaborosa's warning not to gaze skyward. His skin prickled, and the flesh beneath twitched unnaturally, as if masses or tumors were about to form. At that moment, pure starlight bathed the world, casting its radiance upon Lumien's eyes. Not far from him, a minuscule crack instantaneously expanded into a mystical and enigmatic door of starlight. "Shut your eyes and rush through the doorway," Termaborosa's resonant voice echoed in Lumien's ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Lumien clutched fallen Mercury tightly with his bloodied left hand and sprinted toward the starlit door. Squeezing his eyes shut, Lumien relied on a hunter's instinctual understanding of spatial location and precise distance, reaching his destination within a few strides. Unperturbed by the changes around him or the lurking dangers, he leaped into the unknown. After a brief bout of dizziness, Lumien sensed as though he had ascended from the depths of a profound lake, his entire being easing. He opened his eyes and beheld the brownish-green silhouette of the shadow tree not far away, Auberge du Coq d'Or, and other buildings cloaked in branches and vines. He witnessed streets divided by peculiar forces in various sections of the wilderness, merchants and passers-by indulging in their individual desires, and Franca gracefully leaping from a second-story window of Auberge du Coq d'Or. He had departed from the alternate realm within the Tree of Shadows, yet he had not returned to the tangible world. Franca also caught sight of Lumien nearby. She exclaimed with excitement, "Hurry, find the exit." Although she had summoned Madame Judgment and felt a measure of confidence, she desired no lingering stay in this place. How could a mere sequence 7 like herself partake in a battle involving demigods? Even observing from a distance posed significant risks. Lumien nodded and sprinted toward Franca, scanning his surroundings for any signs of an exit. The more he surveyed, the more he sensed the resemblance to Prometha, a boon from the Great Mother. However, there were no hordes of undead or demons casting sinners into the abyss. Could it be that the Bliss Society's operation involved the followers of the Great Mother? Lumien swiftly formed a hypothesis and shouted to Franca, who was mere inches away, to the edge of the wilderness. Drawing from his experience, if this place was indeed Prometha, they should be able to escape from the wilderness's periphery. Franca nodded slightly and followed, without questioning his instruction. Suddenly, the wilderness convulsed with a violent quake, and a low rumble echoed from within the brownish-green tree. The sky darkened, and the world itself teetered on the brink of collapse. The branches and vines that had ensnared the buildings and streets swiftly withdrew. Vendors, pedestrians, and residents, caught in the grip of their desires, snapped out of their dazed states. They ceased their ravenous feasting, released their grip on their partners, and rose in fear. Bloodied and bewildered, they halted their savage violence and looked around in a state of confusion. In Auberge du Coq d'Or, the bickering, eloping couple ceased their romp. Oblivious to the wrongness of their actions, they were perplexed as to why the sky had darkened so drastically, as if evening had descended upon them. Anthony Reed, trembling beneath a wooden table, regained his composure. He emerged and peered out the window, his expression darkening. Gabriel, who had been frantically signing his name, suddenly regained his senses. He wondered if the stress had taken its toll on his sanity while he polished the Lightseeker script, incorporating the theater manager's feedback. Pavard Neeson, owner of the underground bar, set aside his paintbrush, but couldn't tear his gaze away from the drawing board. Though he had only sketched it hastily, he felt it was the most remarkable work he had ever produced. It surpassed even his loftiest standards. Unconsciously, he yearned to return to that state, but he couldn't. In the blink of an eye, all the branches and vines retracted into the Tree of Shadows. Most of the vendors, pedestrians, and residents, who had regained their senses, beheld the ominously terrifying brownish-green tree. They didn't understand what had transpired, but fear propelled them to swiftly flee from the Tree of Shadows, heeding their instinctual warnings. In that moment, Susanna Mattis, her turquoise hair flowing, materialized atop the ethereal tree crown. Below her stood Charlotte Calvino, wearing an expression of disappointment, frustration, and hatred. The escape of the sacrificial offering signaled a temporary failure in their sacrifice. They promptly departed the alternate realm to evade the repercussions of the demigod-level clash. Susanna Mattis, beset by the backlash and the influence of godhood, appeared increasingly ethereal, as if she could dissipate at any moment. Lumien and Franca, racing toward the wilderness's edge, flickered in her weakened gaze, yet she lacked the power to influence them. Under normal circumstances, her fusion with the Tree of Shadows granted her the ability to exert her powers from a distance. However, the backlash from the interrupted ritual and the uncontrolled corruption following the Son of God's descent had nearly claimed her life. She was now in an extremely feeble state. The tenacious and evil spirit that she was, Susanna Mattis refused to surrender so easily. She yearned to capture Lumien and drag him back into the Tree of Shadows to resume the unfinished ritual. Once again, the branches and vines of the Tree of Shadows swiftly extended, ensnaring a hapless vendor and hoisting him aloft. Their thorns pierced his flesh, absorbing the vital essence that could rejuvenate Susanna. It was akin to utilizing the Tree of Shadows to enter a dreamlike state, draining energy to gradually lead the target to their demise through a sinister encounter. However, the process had become crude and expedited, an accelerated ordeal. Vendors, pedestrians, and residents trapped within the wilderness erupted in terrified screams as they frantically fled upon witnessing the surge of brownish-green branch and vine monstrosities and their companions being hoisted into the air. The eloping couple, wrapped tightly in a blanket, darted out of Aubert's du Coq d'Or, following in Anthony Reed's wake toward the wilderness's edge. Behind them trailed Gabriel, Pavard Neeson, and the tenants who hadn't yet departed for work. Before them swarmed vendors and pedestrians in a chaotic scramble. One by one, fleeing escapees were snatched up by tree branches and vines, their cries for help piercing the air. The peddler, who had once served Lumian extra whiskey sour, stumbled over a rock on the ground. In utter despair, he witnessed turquoise vines creeping up his body, layer upon layer, engulfing him entirely. Sensing the commotion, Lumian turned his head and fixated on the scene for several seconds before gradually slowing his pace. Upon witnessing this, Franca cursed. "Do you plan to go back and save them? Damn it. Know your place. You're just a wanted criminal, a mob leader." Lumian didn't come to a halt, but he didn't hasten his steps either. He and Franca drew ever nearer to the edge of the wilderness. In that very moment, Lumien's ears resonated with the majestic voice of Termaboros. This time, the angel of inevitability did not deliver sentences one by one. Instead, he injected a lengthy paragraph into Lumien's consciousness at intervals. "Have you not come to terms with your destiny? After enduring the might of inevitability, there shall naturally be a corresponding corruption. From the moment Cordu was obliterated, you became the unfortunate one. It was not I who exerted influence over you in many past matters. Rather, it was your hapless fate playing its part. As an unfortunate soul, not only shall you suffer ill fortune, but so too shall those around you and those close to you. If it were not for your lack of knowledge in mysticism, which allowed Susanna Mattis to uncover the issue within your body and begin contacting Hugues Artois about employing the chemical plant explosion for the sacrificial arrangement, Jenna's mother would not have taken her own life, and Jenna's brother would not have descended into madness. If you had been cautious enough, when Flaming regained consciousness and drank with you, you would have remembered to seek an opportunity to engage a genuine psychiatrist. He may not have chosen the path of suicide. If you had not merely forewarned Roar, but also restricted his movements, he would not have succumbed to the illness once more and met a swift demise. Michelle would not have lost her will to live. All this misfortune has been brought upon them by you. My existence is not solely a trump card that grants you boons and the power to deter others, but also an inescapable curse. Only by bowing to inevitability and releasing me from my seal can your misfortune come to an end. If you continue on this path, you shall be unable to save those whom you wish to save. You shall be unable to protect those whom you wish to protect. You shall only amplify their misfortunes. When the time comes, those pleading for help here shall perish. Gabriel shall perish. Charlie shall perish. Jenna shall perish. Franca, too, shall meet her demise." Lumian came to a sudden halt, his countenance twisted in anguish. He could no longer conceal the pain that consumed him. Franca called out once more, "Get a grip. It's all well and good to do good deeds when everything is fine. But now, we need to escape and seek help from official beyonders. Who knows what will come of those demigod battles? Susanna is now like an empowered Sequence 5 with some godlike abilities. She's not someone we can handle. Those people don't expect assistance from a villain who enjoys playing pranks on them." In the vicinity of the brownish-green tree, numerous individuals already dangled from its branches. With a swoosh, Gabriel was hoisted up by a few green vines, and the scattered pages of the Lightseeker script fluttered to the ground. Pavard Neeson, the owner of the underground bar, stood beside him, his body impaled by a protruding spike. Among the eloping couple, the woman stumbled and ran slower, eventually tripping over a branch and becoming ensnared by the vines. The young man wrapped in a blanket grew alarmed and continued onward. However, after a few steps, he abruptly halted, cursing himself. Dog's hit. Before he could finish a sentence, he had already spun around and dashed back toward his partner. Clenching his teeth, he sought to tear at the Vin. Yes, and help her free. Desperate cries and terrified screams reverberated through the wilderness. Lumien's fists clenched involuntarily. Suddenly, he let out a chuckle and spoke. "Then, are you considered close to me? After all, you reside within my body. Will you also encounter misfortune? I know I will face countless failures, yet I will persist again and again in pursuit of that elusive and seemingly insignificant hope. If I had chosen to surrender, I would have been defeated long ago. And now, There is still a chance for success. With that, Lumion took another step and continued his sprint toward the edge of the wilderness. Although Franca couldn't comprehend his mutterings, she was glad to see that he had made a wise decision. 2 to 3 seconds later, the two of them reached the wilderness's edge. Lumion deliberately maintained a distance from Franca, then suddenly extended his arms and pushed her out. Caught off guard, Franca watched in shock as her body gradually left the wilderness. She turned to gaze at Lumion. Lumion smiled and spoke gently. Once, I shared their despair, pain, and longing for aid. And during that time, someone extended a helping hand to me. With those words, he pivoted and sprinted toward the brownish-green tree. In the dim expanse of the wilderness, crimson flames ignited upon his body. This time, the fiery cloak no longer isolated him from his garments, scorching his skin and flesh. He intended to use the constant pain to resist the diverse desires he would encounter next. As he ran, his gaze locked onto Susanna, her turquoise hair entwined. Yet, he saw not only the fallen tree spirit, but also the figure etched in his memory. The one who had illuminated his path. Chapter 258 Assassin. Susanna's eyes fixed on Lumion as he dashed towards her, his body engulfed in crimson flames. She absorbed energy from the surrounding crowd, including peddlers, pedestrians, and tenants hanging from the trees. Her goal was to restore her combat abilities as quickly as possible. She wasn't worried about Lumion causing her harm. Positioned at the top of the tree crown, she knew he couldn't reach her. Moreover, she was one with the Tree of Shadow, making her nearly invulnerable. Without godhood, any attack would only cause minor injuries, incapable of killing or severely harming her. Thud, thud, thud. Lumion sprinted into an area where tree branches and vines entangled, with 100 to 200 humans dangling from above. The brownish-green foliage tried to ensnare and pierce him, but his fiery aura forced them to retreat in panic. Suddenly, a rumbling sound shook the ground. The brownish-green tree descended rapidly, shrinking its height to 7 to 8 meters. The violent tremors across the wilderness made it difficult for Lumion to advance. Rumble. A tremor like an earthquake shook the crystal chandelier in the banquet hall. Terrified expressions appeared on the faces of most people present.
Qui?
CK-thinking individuals sought shelter under the long table draped in a white tablecloth. The team assigned to protect Hugues Artois consisted of Imra, a mixed-blood individual, Valentine, and a warrior pathway beyonder named Antoine. Sensing the anomaly simultaneously, they tacitly sent Imra to investigate. He rushed to the window and peered out, trying to locate the source of the disturbance. Imra observed that several houses in Rue Anarchy, Rue du Rossignol, and Rue de Blouses Blanches had tilted to a certain degree, but they had not collapsed. Their surfaces were covered with brownish-green branches and vines. In comparison, the prominent feature was the brownish-green tree, situated roughly on Rue Anarchy. It descended, adorned with numerous tree tumors and flowers. The scene lasted only a few seconds before returning to normal, as if an unsuccessful painting had been replaced by another work. What's happening? Hugues Artois calmly approached the window and inquired. Imra didn't hold back any information. He lowered his voice and replied sincerely, anomalies have occurred on Rue Anarchy, Rue du Rossignol, and Rue de Blouses Blanches.
Rue Anarchy, Rue du Rossignol, Rue des Blouses Blanches.
As Jenna, who had approached a nearby window but missed witnessing the scene, heard the street names, her feet froze in place. Two names immediately surfaced in her mind, Seal, Franca. Had they encountered the anomaly? Jenna's heart sank, and she instinctively looked at Hugues Artois. She noticed a curl forming on the Member of Parliament's lips, as if he couldn't hide his delight. It's him. It's him and his group of heretics. Jenna's mind instantly reached a conclusion. Darkness enveloped her, and despair surged through her uncontrollably. Could Franca and Seal withstand the planned attack by the heretics and survive this anomaly? Should I rush to their aid with my current strength? Or will I only bring harm to them? At that moment, Jenna felt as if the pillars supporting her, her two friends who had always stood by her side, were about to crumble, just as she had lost her mother. And it was all the fault of the heretics, of Hugues Artois. Her thoughts drifted to Franca's words when she consumed the potion and transformed into an assassin, warning Jenna to avoid contact with evil gods. Contact with evil gods will bring nothing but disaster. Not only will it drive a person to madness and strip away their true self, but it will also drag everyone around them into darkness, whether they know them or not. If we don't eliminate those individuals, the influence of the evil gods will persist. The pain will return again and again, unending. And now, Hugues Artois stood at the center of all the market district's disasters. Jenna lowered her head, unable to meet Hugues Artois' gaze, afraid that her eyes would betray the pain and hatred within. Hatred consumed her. Yet, she could only remind herself that her brother Julian was St. ill alive, albeit with a certain mental ailment that could be cured. If he lost his sister next, he might truly spiral into irredeemable madness. After the banquet concludes, after the factory owners provide their compensation, and after I settle all our debts, I'll take Julien and leave the Market District and Quartier du Jardin Botanique. We'll find another place to live, far from the ensuing pain. Jenna repeated these words to herself, desperately trying to contain her emotions. Why is there another anomaly? Hugues Artois questioned Imra, Valentine, and Antoine. Imra offered a bitter smile and replied, I witnessed that tree. It has appeared multiple times in Trier's history, but it has never been fully resolved. Ever since joining the purifier team in Trier, he had learned about the hidden dangers lurking beneath the ground that couldn't be entirely purified. The brownish-green tree was one of them. He, his superiors, and his teammates couldn't fathom why Trier had been established atop such things in the first place. Without giving Hugues Artois time to question their capabilities any further, Imra added, now that the anomaly has been discovered, it won't be long before it's suppressed. As a member of the elite purifier team, he knew that Trier differed from other countries' capitals. Due to the perpetual underground dangers, both the former royal family and the current parliamentary government had agreed to the two churches' secret dispatching of an angel each or placed grade 0 sealed artifacts in Trier to prevent any mishaps. Of course, during periods when the royal family and government held immense power, the church's angels refrained from interfering. For example, during Emperor Rosel's reign. Once the anomaly caused by the peculiar tree was exposed, it would swiftly face a devastating blow. Although it couldn't be completely eradicated, it would be kept under control for a considerable time. After the swift and violent descent of the Tree of Shadow, the wilderness stabilized. Gabriel, Pavard Nissen, and the others remained suspended from the branches, their faces growing pale and blackened, as if drained of energy. Lumion regained his balance and continued sprinting towards the nearby brownish-green tree, still engulfed in crimson flames. At that moment, Susanna Mattis had regained a significant portion of her strength. Lumien's figure appeared in her eyes, awaiting his approach within the range of her current abilities. Behind Lumien, a shadow detached itself from its owner and stealthily lunged at his back. It was Charlotte Calvino, acting as a shadow. Having not been the host of the ritual and being far from the treetop, she had not suffered the backlash or intense corruption, thus her strength had not waned. Seeing Lumien turn around, she quickly hid herself and put to show her acting abilities, ready to execute a surprise attack. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced through the air in the distance. The Iron BL. Ack bullet was too distant and lacked precision. It grazed Charlotte's body, but it disrupted her plans. Wearing a blouse, light-colored breeches, and red boots, Franco emerged at the edge of the wilderness, clutching a brass revolver. She cursed at Lumien's retreating form and shouted, Fuck, don't you think I'm on your team? Noticing that the street had returned to its normal state, Hugues Artois made his way back to the center of the banquet hall, holding a glass of light gold champagne. Standing before the gathering, he began his speech as usual. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have you join us for this condolence banquet. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor those who have tragically departed. As you can see, yet another accident has occurred in the Market District. We cannot continue like this. We must establish a more efficient and adaptable system to handle such situations. I understand that many of you harbor anger and fear in light of the recent accident. Your loved ones may have lost their lives, sustained severe injuries, or perhaps experienced agitation, mental breakdowns, and madness as a result of this. Jenna's head shot up upon hearing these words, her gaze fixed on Hugues Artois once more. He had just mentioned agitation, mental breakdowns, and madness in such specific detail. Under normal circumstances, such elaboration would not be necessary. A simple reference to insanity would suffice. Did Hugues Artois know that someone would suffer a mental breakdown due to the chemical plant explosion and go mad? And was he deliberately mentioning it in his speech, as if a criminal returning to the crime scene, reveling in his sinister handiwork? An absurd mix of hatred and fear consumed Jenna's heart. If her suspicions were correct, Julien's mental breakdown might have been influenced by the heretics. Could he be cured? Could he be saved? If I don't sever the source, even if I leave the Market District with Julien, there might still be hidden dangers and lingering problems in the future. The feeling of desperation overwhelmed Jenna, as if she were trapped in an inescapable darkness. Her pupils dilated, reflecting Hugues Artois' figure with a chilling clarity. Imra, Valentine, and Antoine's expressions darkened, their gazes falling, as they heard Hugues Artois' implicit accusations against the two churches. The alternate space that accompanied the Tree of Shadow lay in ruins. Some areas were coated with pitch-black mucus, while others bore gaping holes, as if swallowed by an endless void. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged from the shrunken door of starlight. It grew brighter and brighter, akin to a transformed sun, illuminating every nook and cranny with an eerie clarity, banishing all shadows. A female figure draped in a white robe adorned with golden threads emerged from the radiant source. She appeared to be crafted from pure light, translucent and ethereal. With emerald green eyes and flowing blonde hair, she exuded beauty and a divine aura. The guardian angel of Trier, Saint Vive. Amidst the applause, Hugues Artois, having concluded his speech, mingled with the families of the victims, champagne glass in hand. He displayed enthusiasm, friendliness, and a trustworthy demeanor. Jenna closed her eyes and wandered towards the long table dressed in a white tablecloth. She picked up a plate and placed some food on it, then grabbed a long silver fork and began to eat. As she ate, she slowly approached Hugues Artois in a daze. Drawing near, just 2 meters away, she assumed a stance that suggested a conversation with Monsieur Member of Parliament. Surrounded by his team and guarded by official beyonders, Hugues Artois noticed Jenna. He smiled warmly, anticipating her approach. Jenna passed by Secretary R.H. Eni and positioned herself a step away from Hugues Artois. Before their conversation could commence, the ground trembled once more, accompanied by a resounding rumble. Rue Anarchy and Rue de Blouses Blanches seemed to brighten significantly. Cassandra, Hugues Artois, and the others turned their bodies instinctively, gazing out of the window, their concern evident. Witnessing this, Jenna closed her eyes once more. Then, she took a step forward, raising the silver fork in her hand towards Hugues Artois. All the emotions suppressed within her heart erupted. You wretched politician, the bringer of disaster and darkness to the market district. You heretic, your conscience devoured by a dog. You are the bastard responsible for my mother's death and my brother's descent into madness. Perish now. Without your demise, the suffering in the market district shall never cease. Darkness shall engulf this place, preventing the dawn from breaking. Indeed, with heretics surrounding you and the protection of official beyonders, anyone attempting to confront you would meet their demise here, dissuaded by the risk. But what if an assassin has no intention of leaving alive? Jenna channeled all her hatred, outrage, and pain into the long-handled silver fork in her grasp. She unleashed an assassin's mighty blow, aiming for Hugues Artois' exposed right eye as he turned his body. In that moment, she glimpsed the surprise, confusion, and fear etched upon his face. She witnessed Hugues Artois frantically glancing towards Cassandra, pleading for assistance. Cassandra's line of sight was obstructed by Purifier Imra, who had subtly stepped diagonally, leaving her unaware of the imminent danger. With a squelching sound, the long-handled silver fork in Jenna's right hand plunged deep into Hugues Artois' eye socket, piercing into his brain. Hugues Artois' expression froze. The fear, confusion, and terror remained etched on his visage. Time did not permit much change, only revealing a profound sense of despair. Jenna watched as crimson blood gushed forth, and Hugues Artois' countenance gradually crumbled under the lights. Surrounding her, red sparks erupted, whether from firearms or supernatural abilities. She closed her eyes with a serene smile, surrendering to her fate. Mother, I see the light. Chapter 259 Awe. Hugues Artois' initial reaction was one of surprise and confusion as he beheld the glimmering silver light emanating from the long-handled fork, thrusting menacingly towards him. He found it hard to fathom that someone would attempt to assassinate him, a well-protected member of Parliament, under these circumstances. The assassin didn't appear particularly formidable. Despite being a retired veteran, he had left military service 5 years ago to pursue a career in politics. His combat skills were no longer honed. With the adversary a mere step apart, evading the attack effectively seemed impossible. Disregarding him, even a Sequence 9 or even a Sequence 8 Beyonder would likely struggle to dodge a mighty blow from an assassin, especially one who had stealthily approached them. It all depended on whether their abilities could help them avoid vital areas or reduce the damage, thus preventing instant death. Naturally, some Sequence 8 or 9 Beyonders possess the ability to sense danger or hostility ahead of time, thwarting the approach and attack of assassins. In an instant, Hugues Artois cast his gaze upon the red-haired Cassandra, the 3 official Beyonders, and his subordinates R.H. Eni, Margaret, and Beduva, feeling intense fear grip him. However, what met his eyes was Cassandra's red hair, her body and line of sight obscured by the mixed blood Imra, as well as the calm and indifferent gazes of the official Beyonders, Imra and Antoine. Valentine had reacted immediately but restrained himself, and R.H., Eni, Margaret, and Beduva, though eager to use their Beyonder powers to save him, dared not expose their boons obtained from the evil gods. At that moment, Hugues Artois was overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. You all, save me! Save me! With a squelching sound, the long-handled silver fork plunged mercilessly into Hugues Artois' right eye, propelled with all the force Jenna could muster. It pierced through the eye socket, penetrating the brain, with only a small portion of the handle protruding outside. Hugues Artois' thoughts became hazy. He yearned to reach out and grasp something, but his arm wouldn't even rise. I haven't become president. I haven't witnessed the arrival of great existences. I haven't received the boon of godhood. I cannot die like this, slain by a feeble assassin. I don't wish to perish. A barrage of thoughts flashed through Hugues Artois' mind as gunshots resounded in his ears. His body slumped to the ground, and darkness enveloped his vision once more. Thud. Hugues Artois, Member of Parliament for Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman, collapsed onto the ground, his heart ceasing to beat. Jenna, her eyes shut and a smile adorning her face, was struck by bullets fired by nearby Bureau 7 agents. One bullet struck her shoulder, and another pierced her ribs from the opposite side. The pain contorted her expression instinctively. Her body involuntarily recoiled, as if she wished to curl up into a protective ball. She opened her eyes and beheld R.H., N.E. and the other devotees of the evil gods glaring at her with hatred and an unnatural panic, yet refraining from attacking. In the next instant, a golden revolver, its chamber loaded, pressed against Jenna's head. Imra surveyed the room and declared, "I have already subdued the assassin. Verify if Monsieur Member of Parliament can be saved and maintain order. No one should leave for the time being." He made it clear that he intended to escort Jenna back to Église Saint-Robert or inquire on the spot about the motive behind the assassination and the mastermind, preventing Cassandra and the others from venting their rage. As the Tree of Shadow descended, the various streets reverted to their original state, yet they remained engulfed in wilderness. Lumion perceived that Susanna Mattis could no longer stir his desires from a distance as she did before. So, he turned around, intending to confront Charlotte first. The crimson flames enveloping his body burned with intensity, scorching his garments and searing his skin and flesh to varying degrees, inflicting constant pain. This torment stimulated his mind, allowing him to maintain a certain level of clarity. He could also rely on the endurance bestowed by the alms monk boon to sustain his thoughts and actions, instead of merely focusing on enduring the agony. Even for pyromaniacs, such incineration posed a threat. Moreover, as time passed, the damage would worsen, eventually endangering their lives. Of course, long before that point, Lumien's spirituality would likely crumble. He could only allow the flames to extinguish on their own. Were it not for the alms monk boon and the internal struggle within the Tree of Shadow, his spirituality would have been strained by the self-immolation. Upon seeing Lumien turn and observe Red Boots, Franca dashing toward her with a brass classic revolver, sliding across a layer of frost formed beneath her feet, Charlotte abandoned her plans for a surprise attack. Instead, she readied herself to return to the Tree of Shadow, where she could exploit the environment and enhance her abilities to confront the enemy. Her body instantaneously grew pliable, as though secreting a slimy substance. She acted as a serpent-like creature, utilizing the intertwining vines and branches to swiftly retreat toward the brownish-green tree. At that moment, Charlotte's body froze. It was akin to facing a dragon head-on, confronting a predator at the apex of the biological hierarchy. She couldn't help but tremble with fear and overwhelming panic. She circled her immediate vicinity and ran haphazardly, as if fleeing from an unseen adversary. Not far from her, Anthony Reed, the information broker, emerged from behind an iron-black gas street lamp post suspended by the vines and branches of the Auberge du Coq d'Or. At some point, his dark brown eyes had transformed into a pale golden hue, adopting a vertical orientation. He was a psychiatrist, a Sequence 7 psychiatrist of the Spectator Pathway. He had just employed In ancient times, it was referred to as dragon might. The brownish-green vines and branches surrounding Anthony Reed, manipulated by Susanna rather than the Tree of Shadow, cowered and retreated from him. Observing Charlotte's descent into madness and confusion, rendering her unable to evade Lumien's attacks, Susanna, who desperately absorbed vitality, narrowed her eyes and cursed, unable to conceal her deep-seated hatred. "You shall all perish. Today, you shall all meet your demise." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the Tree of Shadow, new tree trunks distinct from the main body shot forth like javelins, aimed at impaling Lumien in the midst of the wilderness. Apart from utilizing the abilities of the fallen tree spirit, Susanna Mattis had not yet regained sufficient strength to affect targets dozens, or even nearly 100 meters away. Lumien had foreseen this. With a roll, he positioned himself within the area where Charlotte aimlessly fled. Thud, thud, thud. The tree trunk javelins impaled the ground nearby, pounding the wilderness like hammers. Lumien rose to his feet, engulfed in crimson flames. He extended his arms slightly and let out a boisterous laugh. "Bring it on, kill me." If Susanna were to blanket the area with relentless assaults once again, he could still find a way to evade them. However, Charlotte, lost in her state of confusion, would undoubtedly meet her demise. As he bellowed, half-illusory crimson fire ravens materialized behind Lumien. They circled and traced multiple trajectories, fixating their sights on Charlotte Calvino. The branches and vines on the ground surged wildly, swiftly ensnaring Charlotte, shielding her from harm. A series of thunderous sounds resounded as the crimson fire ravens descended upon Charlotte, shattering tree branches and igniting vines, systematically stripping away layer after layer of the actor's outer shell. Franca, who had closed the distance, stepped in and extended her right hand, firmly squeezing the trigger. An iron-black bullet flew from the classic brass revolver and struck Charlotte's head with precision, piercing through the gap created by the fire ravens. The enchanting, pure, and delicate visage instantly shattered, with red and white fluids splattering forth from her eyes, nose, and mouth. With only its severed head remaining, the lifeless body stumbled a few steps in confusion before finally collapsing to the ground. "Go to hell!" Susanna roared. With that cry, brown branches, green vines, thick limbs, and pale-colored blossoms surged forth in a multitude of forms, converging upon Lumion, Franca, and Anthony. Despite the nightmarish scene unfolding before them, Lumion sensed no immediate peril. Until Susanna Mattis regained a certain level of strength, an attack that consumed a significant amount of spirituality posed no true threat. Lumion charged forward once more, carrying the crimson flames that devoured his flesh, venturing deeper into the primordial forest-like setting. Vines ignited, flowers turned to ash, branches charred, yet none impeded the enemy's advance toward the Tree of Shadow. Suddenly, the objects recoiled, drawing the suspended human captives back into the embrace of the Tree of Shadow. Susanna had thought it through. There was no need to squander energy merely to vent her rage. It was wiser to await the approach of the three prey, luring them into the range where desire could take hold, before employing her most formidable abilities to deal with them. She could not accept her current weakness. That was one of the reasons why she refrained from invoking the incantation to seek assistance initially. Before dragging the offering into the Tree of Shadow, the Son of God dared not reveal himself in Trier. In the future, Susanna possessed a measure of confidence and needed to push the offering to a certain extent, securing the protection of the ritual. Only then could she utilize her fusion with the Tree of Shadow to confront the Son of God. The Son of God was astonishingly deranged. He would never restrain the corruption he might inflict upon his subordinates. As for Lady Moon, she had merely pledged to intercept potential saboteurs temporarily. Susanna dared not permit devotees of other deities to enter the Tree of Shadow. Thud, thud, thud. Lumion raced through the abruptly vacated wilderness and dilapidated streets, sprinting toward the brownish-green tree. Franca and Anthony each selected their respective angles of attack and followed suit from different directions. The fortunate vendors, pedestrians, and tenants who had yet to be ensnared by the branches and vines seized the opportunity to flee the wilderness, making their way towards the outskirts. Chapter 260 Cracking. It didn't take long for Lumion, Franca, and Anthony to approach the Tree of Shadow, stepping within the effective range of Susanna's powers. One of them had run out of mysticism smelling salts and was consumed by crimson flames. His skin grew numb, but his flesh still burned with pain. Another moved gracefully, constantly shifting positions. Every now and then, she would inhale the scent of the metal canister in her hand and let out a sneeze. The third employed the psychiatrist's placatability to pacify his emotions and desires. In the ethereal crown of the tree, Susanna Mattis, positioned only 4 to 5 meters above the ground, grunted. Franca, dressed in a blouse and light-colored trousers, saw her reflection in Susanna's eyes. Suddenly, intense fear gripped Franca. Yet, this fear didn't arise from the outside world or grow abnormally intense. Rather, it originated from her understanding of the current situation and her desire to survive. Susanna Mattis, fused with a peculiar tree, couldn't be treated as a mere Sequence 5. She ought to be regarded as a weakened Sequence 4, one lacking an incomplete mythical creature form. Franca believed that Susanna Mattis would swiftly dispatch her, Lumion, and the information broker. Before saving anyone, she had to save herself. Franca halted, her yearning for life impossible to suppress. She struggled, torn between the urge to flee and the nagging feeling that she shouldn't abandon her teammates. Susanna Mattis' emerald eyes shifted toward Anthony Reed. The information broker, his emotions and desires now stabilized, shuddered suddenly, an all-too-familiar fear surging from the depths of his heart. A spectator afflicted by severe mental deficiencies is all too easy to deal with. Anthony Reed fully comprehended his predicament, yet he lacked the power to resist. A helpless sigh escaped his lips. When his placate failed, he trembled and retreated to a corner, succumbing to overwhelming fear. Swiftly, Susanna Mattis incapacitated Lumion's 2 companions, leaving them unable to offer aid for the moment. Then, she directed her gaze at Lumion, who stood less than 10 meters away from the Tree of Shadow. As an evil spirit, Susanna possessed boundless extremism and persistence. she still sought to capture the sacrifice. Despite the ritual causing a great uproar, prompting numerous saints and even angels to rush and intervene, making its success unlikely, the Tree of Shadow could not be destroyed. It wouldn't even suffer significant harm. Unless the eternal blazing sun or the god of steam and machinery were willing to bury the millions of people residing in Trier and expose even graver underlying problems underground, there would always be another opportunity, even if the present one failed. As long as Lumion remained within her grasp, the sacrificial offering that perfectly sealed an angel, it wouldn't take long for Susanna to attempt the ritual once more. Hence, the malevolent spirit, Susanna Mattis, desired to capture Lumion alive. In an instant, Lumion's pace slowed, his mind consumed by the same thoughts. I mustn't die. I mustn't die. If I perish, Aurora will have no hope of revival. I must survive and uncover the truth behind the Corda disaster. I must understand why Aurora believes in inevitability. These people have no connection to me. What does it matter if they die? Don't countless lives perish every day in this world? Can I even prevent that? Lumion's pace grew sluggish, his expression contorting in agony. The fiery crimson flames that engulfed him continued to burn, inflicting pain while also sharpening his senses. But the more aware he became, the stronger his desire to survive. This time, Susanna's influence over his desires had not faltered. The fallen tree's spirit summoned an array of vines, branches, and tree trunks from the Tree of Shadow, ensnaring Lumion within a small circular perime of less than 10 meters. The once open space transformed into a dense, ancient forest teeming with vegetation. Damp, pale-hued flowers sprouted from the roots, vines, and branches, releasing odorless anesthetic gases that threatened to lull the surroundings into a deep slumber. In that moment, Lumion's yearning for life aligned with his other thoughts. To escape this dire predicament and survive, he had to press forward and defeat Susanna Mattis. Lumion surged forward once more, gathering semi-illusory crimson flames behind him, spiraling them towards Susanna Mattis, who hovered merely 4 meters above the ground. He didn't expect this assault to harm the fallen tree spirit. After all, Susanna Mattis had merged with the Tree of Shadow, granting her formidable defenses and vitality. Moreover, she wasn't a mindless foe who couldn't dodge attacks or employ superpowers to safeguard herself. Lumion's objective was to momentarily disrupt Susanna Mattis' focus and impede her from inciting another desire immediately. This time, the Crimson Fire Ravens managed to breach the ethereal barrier. They passed through the weakened defenses and hurtled towards Susanna Mattis. Layers of brownish-green vines and branches encased Susanna Mattis, enveloping her in a wooden sphere, her pair of green eyes the only feature visible. Amidst the rumbling, the plant-like encasement exploded, replaced swiftly by fresh growth. Meanwhile, less than 10 meters slipped away in the blink of an eye for Lumion. Vast amounts of slumberous gas corroded his body, but they were swiftly consumed and evaporated by the searing crimson flames. The charred scent of his flesh neutralized the remaining fumes, leaving only a small portion to infiltrate Lumion's nostrils. His thoughts slowed, his head spun, yet his movements remained unaffected for the time being. Harnessing his momentum, Lumion alternated between his left and right feet, launching a forceful kick against the brownish-green trunk. He propelled himself forward by a couple of meters before leaping high into the air, his gaze fixed upon Susanna Mattis. Behind him, a colossal fireball gradually took shape. His eyes reflected the wooden sphere and Susanna Mattis' emerald-green gaze. It seemed as though he intended to hurtle himself at the treetop, obliterating the encasing of plants with the mighty fireball. This particular stance bore an evident element of showmanship. Lumion's desire to perform had been subtly provoked by Susanna Mattis, even if his ceaseless pain could only be slightly suppressed. Susanna Mattis grinned, allowing sharp brownish-green tree trunks to emerge from the surface of the encasement like a porcupine bearing its spikes, ready to impale any unsuspecting prey. Once Lumion sustained grave injuries, the vines and branches forming the sphere would unfurl, taking complete control of their captive. As the massive fireball solidified, Lumion began his descent. Yet, instead of lunging at Susanna Mattis, he regarded her with an air of superiority, eye to eye. Still, he refrained from attacking. He continued his descent. Susanna Mattis wore a puzzled expression, perplexed by his failure to walk into her trap. Only when Lumion touched down below the treetop did he make his next move. The massive, incomplete fireball detonated, propelling him toward the trunk of the Tree of Shadow like a cannonball. In his left hand, he wielded fallen Mercury, now adorned with cracks. Right from the start, Lumion hadn't set his sights on Susanna Mattis, who possessed freedom of movement and the advantages of being a Sequence 5. It would be highly risky, with little chance of success and much danger involved. His sole objective was to strike the Tree of Shadow with fallen Mercury, a single strike. Without the enhancement of Termaboros, fallen mercury alone wouldn't be enough to alter the fate of the brownish-green tree. However, Lumion was confident that Susannah Mattis had fused to some extent with the Tree of Shadow. As the name Fallen Tree Spirit implied, a tree was necessary to embody a tree spirit. This understanding derived not only from Lumion's observations, but also from Franca's speculations and Susannah Mattis' own admissions and actions. In essence, when fallen mercury pierced the Tree of Shadow, there was a strong possibility that it would alter the fate of Susannah Mattis, who had merged with it, rather than the fate of the Tree of Shadow itself. Lumion's actions were intended to deceive Susannah Mattis into overconfidence, ensuring she wouldn't impede his approach to the Tree of Shadow or hinder him from gathering a fireball for propulsion. And Susannah Mattis' manipulation of his desire to perform only fueled Lumion's confidence further. Though acting was a waste of time and could potentially lead to missed opportunities, it also served as a cover for one's true intentions. With a loud crash, Lumion and fallen mercury collided with the brownish-green trunk. Ribs cracked, wrists snapped, his entire body battered by the explosion and impact. But he managed to drive the pewter-black dirk through the outer bark and into the second layer. As expected, Lumion didn't see the torrent of historical scenes. Instead, he sensed the illusionary river, shimmering with a mercury hue that belonged to Susannah Mattis. In the next instant, his desire was manipulated once again, and a barrage of javelins rained down from the ethereal tree crown. Releasing his hold on the pewter-black dirk, Lumion entrusted the rest to fallen mercury. He plummeted to the ground, using the pain to reclaim consciousness. With a swift roll, he evaded the tree javelins that impaled the earth. When Susannah Mattis realized Lumion's true intent, she felt vexed, angry, and somewhat fearful. The previous use of the pewter-black dirk had left a deep impression on her. However, she wasn't overly concerned for her safety. With her connection to the Tree of Shadow, it would be arduous for her to be slain, even if she encountered a saint. Her worry lay in the possibility of severe injury, which would thwart her chance of capturing her prey once more. At that moment, fallen mercury shattered into pewter-black fragments, silently descending to the ground. Long worn and weakened, it could no longer endure. However, its destruction also brought an end to the fate exchange, which should have taken several minutes to complete. It didn't stir any fate within Susannah Mattis. It merely bestowed upon her the fate stored within the blade. Normally, this would be impossible as fallen mercury had to adhere to corresponding rules. But now, shattered and fragmented, it couldn't care less. Susannah Mattis froze, purple flames erupting from her body. Fallen mercury had bestowed upon her the fate of the Tree of Shadow's root being consumed by an unseen underground fire. As a tree trunk akin to the Tree of Shadow, she couldn't escape this fate. In a mere second, the purple flames vanished, leaving Susannah Mattis reduced to ashes, her eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. A tree trunk erupted in flames, cracking and collapsing. Chapter 260, One Escape. The branches and vines pursuing Lumion swiftly withdrew, as if responding to an unseen command. A javelin-like tree trunk crashed down, causing the rest to vanish into thin air. Gasping for breath, Lumion cast his gaze upward as he sprinted onward. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the incinerated form of Susannah Mattis, consumed by the vegetative sphere that had enveloped her. Not far off, he witnessed an unfamiliar tree trunk snap and succumb to fiery destruction.
She's dead.
Relief flooded Lumion's being.
She's dead.
The burden of his struggle lifted, and he crumpled to the ground, no longer able to hold on. The crimson flames that had enveloped him abruptly extinguished, unveiling his charred and disfigured body. With great effort, Lumion struggled to prop himself up, his back pressed against the vine and branch-adorned wall of the Auberge du Coq d'Or. He resembled a forsaken vagabond, abandoned by the world, a hint of derision in his voice as he observed the Tree of Shadow sinking deeper and deeper into the earth. Moreover, he witnessed the vines and branches retracting into the main trunk, the once suspended individuals released from their tethers and descending to the ground from varying heights. Among the initial group of victims, whose essence had been drained, 3 to 4 individuals remained suspended nearly 3 meters above the ground. Already weakened, most of their remaining vitality escaped as they suffered the harsh impact, causing them to lose consciousness on the spot. Perhaps there was still hope for their salvation, or perhaps they were beyond rescue. The hundreds who had been suspended, but had not yet lost a significant portion of their essence, sustained various injuries from the fall. Though their lives were not immediately endangered, they hurriedly rose to their feet, driven to escape to the fringes of the wilderness. Gabriel's complexion turned pale, bruises marring his hands and feet. Rather than fleeing, his initial instinct led him to stoop and collect the scattered Lightseeker script from the ground. The eloping couple, entwined together in their suspension, exchanged curses for being a hindrance, but they supported one another as they limped forward, their legs injured from the fall. They joined the fleeing throng, vanishing into the distance. Pavard Neeson, the proprietor of the clandestine underground bar, suffered relatively minor injuries. Grasping the freshly drawn draft, he raced ahead. Charred and weary, Lumian settled on the street, leaning against the Auberge du Coq d'Or, situated perilously close to the Tree of Shadow. Tilting his head back against the wall, he wore a faint smile while observing the energetic exodus of peddlers, passers-by, and inhabitants of modest abodes as they fled towards the outskirts of the wilderness. Within the confines of the Tree of Shadow, Lady Moon beheld a tumultuous clash unfolding, with numerous angels and saints joining the fray. Her faction faced mounting pressure due to reinforcements from the two churches and Bureau 8. An overwhelming sense of retreat washed over her. Should this continue, the two churches might resort to drastic measures, beseeching divine intervention. Lady Moon swiftly resolved. Deprived of several abilities and ensnared by various prohibitions, she pressed against the bulge in her abdomen and parted her lips. An ear-piercing shriek erupted within this alternate realm, causing the nearly 2-meter-tall Tree of Shadow before her to undergo an instantaneous metamorphosis. Upon the branches and mist-shrouded bark, which depicted scenes from the past, figures born from diverse desires, now lifeless, sprang back to existence, save for Emperor Roselle. Many were demigods, emerging from their respective histories, with vacant, icy expressions and an aura of chilling darkness. Resurrection. Empowered by the divine fetus nestled within her womb and the unique essence of the Tree of Shadow, Lady Moon temporarily revived the accumulated desires from over a millennium in their original corporeal forms. Though the revival would be short-lived, and the resurrected beings notably weaker than before, the sudden influx of demigods into the battle within mere seconds could profoundly impact the unfolding chaos. It was precisely due to the timely aid of the divine fetus that Lady Moon dared to linger behind, partaking in this tumultuous clash. Without it, having only agreed to provide cover and hindrance to those from the Bliss Society, she would have already sought refuge elsewhere. In eerie silence, the resurrected phantoms disintegrated beneath the scorching sunlight. Lady Moon seized the opportune moment to summon Prometha, which had not yet fallen into complete disarray, merging with it and vanishing from sight. Imra, the mixed-blood individual, refrained from immediately questioning Jenna, an assassin. Instead, he directed 2 agents from Bureau 7 to tend to Jenna's wound, staunching the profuse bleeding and applying bandages. He conveyed the impression that allowing the culprit to succumb to her injuries would hinder their ability to gather crucial clues. Valentine, Antoine, and the other agents observed and interrogated the remaining participants of the banquet, including Cassandra and R.H. Annie, who belonged to Greg Artois' team. Once again, the ground beneath their feet trembled. Those near the windows caught glimpses of Rue Anarchy, Rue du Rossignol, and Rue de Blouses Blanches, intermittently flickering with light. Approaching them were clergymen garbed in white robes embellished with golden threads, wielding various contraptions. This development disrupted the interrogation of Imra, Valentine, and the others. After a while, Angoulême Dauphren, OIS strode into the banquet hall, clad in a coat adorned with golden buttons, accompanied by a grayish-white humanoid mechanical creation. Several additional team members and a contingent of police officers followed suit. Upon hearing Imra's report, Angoulême cast a glance at Jenna and instructed Travis Everett, bring all the attendees of the banquet to headquarters for separate interrogations. Leave the assassin here. We shall handle her questioning. Also keep the members of Monsieur Member of Parliament's team. There are matters we must clarify. Everett raised no objections. The organization's constables escorted the anxious onlookers away from the khaki-colored building housing the Member of Parliament's office. As the hall emptied, Angoulême turned to the 2 Bureau 7 agents standing beside Jenna and instructed them, escort the assassin to the lounge. We must ensure she does not overhear our conversation and withhold any truths. With Jenna escorted to the lounge facing the back alley, Angoulême approached Cassandra, R.H., Annie, and the others, speaking in a deep voice. Hi there. There is information we must acquire. A faint smile adorned his face. Indeed, Monsieur Member of Parliament has met his demise. According to the law, his position is immediately vacated. In other words, you are no longer part of Monsieur Member of Parliament's team. The immunity you once enjoyed is no more. So, before we engage in our discussion, let us proceed with some notarizations. Upon hearing Angoulême's words, Cassandra and the others' expressions underwent a marked change. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Jenna, who had calmed herself after assassinating Hugues Artois, heard a tumultuous commotion emanating from the hall. One of the armed agents from Bureau 7, tasked with keeping watch, hastened to the door to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Jenna's heart skipped a beat as a plan materialized in her mind. Her countenance transformed, and she gazed past her remaining G. Ward with a mix of surprise and fear. Though extensively trained, The agent possessed an understanding beyond that of ordinary individuals. Today, an abnormal occurrence had unfolded on Rue Anarchy, culminating in the assassination of Monsieur Member of Parliament. Reports indicated a battle involving supernatural forces transpiring within the hall. It was only natural for him to worry about potential repercussions reaching the lounge and an unseen threat lurking behind him. Subconsciously, he entertained the notion of turning around, but halfway through the motion, caution compelled him to remain vigilant. Yet this proved to be the only opening Jenna needed. Already restrained by handcuffs, she balled her fists and struck the agent's shoulder and neck with force, sending him sprawling to the ground. His revolver slipped from his grasp. Before the agent near the door could react, Jenna positioned her hands on the windowsill, propelling herself upward. She crashed through the glass and descended into the back alley with the grace of a feather. Suppressing the pain from her gunshot wound, she sought refuge in the shadows of a nearby corner and swiftly departed the khaki-colored building. Lady Moon weaved through different directions, employing various abilities until she finally emerged from Permitha. At that moment, she found herself in Quartier Erast, northwest of Trier. Before her stood a magnificent building adorned with golden steeples. Lady Moon cautiously surveyed her surroundings and discreetly let out a sigh of relief. Had the Tree of Shadows' deeper intrusion into the Fourth Epoch's Trier served the Great Mother's interests, she wouldn't have joined the Bliss Society's mission. She had no desire to reveal herself. It was well known that those who controlled desires often fell prey to their own desires. The chances of failure were not insignificant. Without delay, Lady Moon slipped into the beige building from its side entrance. A few hundred meters away, a golden retriever sat silently beside a woman dressed in green. They observed Lady Moon's every move and the grand structure with its numerous steeples, their expression solemn. It was the Sacred Heart Cloister of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. In the wilderness where Rue Anarchy, Rue du Rossignol, and the buildings on Rue de Blouses Blanches crumbled, Lumion witnessed the Tree of Shadow on the brink of sinking into the ground. He couldn't help but taunt Termaboros. Well, I'm not that unlucky after all. I've actually succeeded. Hardly had the words left his lips when Franca, who had regained her senses, rushed over and hissed, "Are you trying to play the role of a charred corpse?" As she spoke, she retrieved the healing agent she had obtained from the poison spermob, intending to offer Lumion half a canister. Lumion's injuries weren't as severe as they seemed. Fatal burns for most low-sequence Beyonders would require no more than a month or two for pyromania. CS to recover from. As for fractures, explosions, and impacts, none of them could claim the life of a hunter immediately. Enduring until tomorrow would naturally bring about recovery. Considering the potential pursuit of official Beyonders after the wilderness completely vanished, Lumion didn't tempt fate and consumed half a vial. Soon, he felt his body rapidly regenerating. At this moment, the wilderness teetered on the edge of collapse. The streets had returned to their original positions, and many people had already rushed in. Franca surveyed her surroundings and spoke swiftly. "Can you still move? We must leave this place swiftly."
All right.
Lumion rose to his feet. He took a couple of steps to the side, intending to retrieve the charred tree trunk that had been part of the Tree of Shadow before departing. Just as Lumion grasped the trunk, something caught his peripheral vision. Within the depression left behind by the Tree of Shadow submersion, a hazy and translucent creature darted past. Lumion's pupils dilated, struggling to believe what he had witnessed. He yearned for a clear view. It was a diaphanous, indistinct figure resembling a lizard. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the elf he had encountered in his dream. It was the very creature that had emerged from Aurora's mouth. Chapter 262 Review. Lumion had always held the belief that the lizard-like elf he saw was merely a figment of his dreaming mind. Symbols and metaphors held a deeper significance than the tangible reality. Yet now, before his very eyes, the diaphanous and elusive lizard-like creature revealed itself in all its existence. It was undeniably real. Moreover, it had appeared in Permitha, emerging from the deep chasm left by the Tree of Shadow, a most peculiar event involving formidable powers. Could it be that the lizard crawling out of Aurora's mouth was not a fabrication? What did it symbolize, and what were its intentions? Lumion's brow furrowed as he contorted his expression, experiencing a mix of pain, shock, confusion, and withdrawal. This agitation stirred something within Lumion, making him feel that he could regain some of his memories and determine their authenticity. Yet, this time, the scenes didn't flicker through his mind as they did during psychiatric treatments or after hearing Madame Puali's words. The dream still lingered in his memory. In that moment, Termaboros's resonant voice echoed in Lumion's ears. "Do you truly believe that I am responsible for all the anomalies and misfortunes surrounding you? Do you think you can escape Susanna Mattis, who is nearly a demigod with a backup plan, by relying solely on the efforts of the Sealed Me and a Sequence 7 Beyonder like yourself? Do you believe that Susanna Mattis' failure is solely due to her being an evil spirit, extremism, impatience, and lack of preparation before the ritual? Is there no other underlying reason? These words overlapped and resounded in Lumien's mind, all owing him to grasp their meaning within a short span of time. Lumien was taken aback, feeling as if he had been plunged into an icy lake, experiencing the transition from early summer to winter. He blurted out, "Then what is it?" Termaboros remained silent, as if sensing and comprehending something. In an instant, Lumien's joy surged. He felt the heavy burden on his shoulders dissipate significantly. Does this mean that Aurora truly fell under the control of that peculiar lizard-like creature? Was that why she remained oblivious to any abnormality when awake, seeking assistance from the outside world alongside me? No, perhaps she sensed that something was amiss. The correct interpretation of the letter's order should be, "We are getting weirder. The people around us need help as soon as possible." Franca nudged Lumien. "Why are you lost in thought? Hurry, let us leave this place swiftly. The official Beyonders and clergymen have arrived." Lumien shook off his daze and dashed with Franca to the far end of Rue Anarchy, his singed clothes clinging to his body, along with the tree trunk originating from the Tree of Shadow, not Susanna's later creation. During this process, two revelations suddenly dawned upon him. As an angel of inevitability, Termaboros also displayed an astute understanding of various matters. It is inconceivable for him to remain oblivious to Susanna Mattis offering him as a sacrifice to the Mother Tree of Desire with me as the primary vessel without unsealing the seal. He is no novice to the mystical world like me. Therefore, he never anticipated the outcome of Susanna Mattis breaking the seal from the very beginning. He made those claims purely as a bluff, coercing me to seek his aid and agree to certain unequal terms, creating an opportunity for him to truly escape. What he didn't foresee was my choice to deceive Susanna Mattis, compelling him to provide me assistance based on the information she provided. No, he must have considered this possibility, but he had nothing to lose by attempting it. What if I had not devised a swift solution at that critical moment? Damn it, his intentions are far too sinister. I could have fallen victim to his deception with the slightest carelessness. Likewise, Susanna Mattis is no paragon of honesty. Since she sought guidance from the Mother Tree of Desire and acknowledged the possibility of an angel being sealed within me, why wouldn't she contemplate the potential transmission of power through the seal? Subsequently, she prayed for power capable of withstanding the influence of Termaboros' leaked power, or even surpassing it. I failed to perceive it then, and came dangerously close to corruption despite being distant. Had I not escaped the Tree of Shadow in the nick of time, I would have succumbed to corruption. Why didn't Susanna Mattis seek assistance right from the start? Could it be that corruption poses a threat to her as well? Indeed, despite unforeseen circumstances during the Cordu ritual, the Padre, as the host of the sacrificial ceremony, was shielded by the power of inevitability. He did not transform into a monstrous entity or merge into the three-headed giant like the others and successfully escaped. Susanna Mattis also planned on relying on the protection of the ritual to resist corruption. Hence, she bought time, awaiting the completion of the ritual's preparations. She did not target and control me initially because she knew that pushing too hard would prompt Termaboros to intervene prematurely, introducing too many uncertainties. Thus, she endeavored to create an illusion for me, fostering the belief that resistance and escape were within reach. Only when I broached the subject of the angel did she stall for time, stringing together a series of seemingly revealing words. She concealed her true trump card, biding her time for me to make the wrong choice with Termaboros' aid and fall into her prearranged trap. Although she did not anticipate the attack from the Montsurus ghost, had it not been for an external intervention exploiting the crack created by the ghost, I would have remained trapped within the Tree of Shadow's depths. Moreover, she was on the verge of officially activating the ritual and gaining protection. Damn it! Beautiful actors truly possess the knack for deceiving others. As Lumien and Franca sprinted ahead, their surroundings suddenly transformed into a surreal spectacle. Vibrant layers of colors intertwined with indescribable, fantastical creatures. His head spun, and his vision became hazy. When his sight cleared, Rue Anarchy was nowhere in sight, and the vibrant palette had vanished. Instead, he found himself standing on a verdant hillside, facing Madame Magician, adorned in an orange dress. She's here too. Lumien glanced around but couldn't spot Franca. As if sensing his unspoken question, Madame Magician smiled and spoke. The Two of Cups departed with her major arcana card to attend to some matters. The Two of Cups. Lumien was perplexed. That's Franca. She is one of us. Her code name is Two of Cups, just as you are the Seven of Wands, Madame Magician casually explained. You have officially joined our ranks. Speak to the Two of Cups later, and have her introduce our organization. I won't say much. Not only is Franca a member of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, but she is also part of the secret organization utilizing tarot card codenames. Lumion felt a mix of surprise and elation. This meant that he and Franca were true comrades. Madame Magician scrutinized Lumion's charred countenance and fragmented attire. From somewhere, she produced a simple brown suit tailored for a man and tossed it to him. Change into this later. While it's not particularly scandalous for Triarians to roam the streets nude, one mustn't entirely succumb to the surroundings. You must maintain your true self. Only then can you resist the potion's corruption and minimize the risk of losing control. Lumion caught the clothes, and Madame Magician pondered for a moment before speaking. Tell me in detail what has transpired recently. Although I knew you would encounter followers of the evil gods and become entangled with them, I did not anticipate you getting embroiled in such weighty matters directly. Lumion recounted the events, starting from his arrival in Trier to his use of the summoning dance to lure Susanna Mattis. He focused on the sacrificial ritual, Termaboros' involvement, and the enigmatic lizard-like creature. As Madame Magician listened, her expression grew solemn. Once Lumion finished speaking, she nodded slightly and said, "This is highly abnormal. Both Termaboros and that elf are far from ordinary." She gazed at Lumion, speaking in a direct manner. It wasn't Termaboros who aided you in enhancing Fallen Mercury's abilities within the Tree of Shadow and allowed the Montsurus ghost to arrive early. Not him. Lumion had speculated the issues that Madame Magician might uncover, but he never expected her to address this matter so clearly. If not Termaboros, then who else could it be? Moreover, the subsequent changes only occurred after the compromise of the inevitable angel. I don't have the answers either. Madame Magician shook her head slowly. What I can affirm is that the seal of that great existence wouldn't allow Termaboros to unleash such power. If that were possible, he would have long manipulated you to assist him in breaking the seal. Observing Lumion's perplexed expression, Madame Magician continued, all Termaboros can do is influence your judgment and choices. After all, he is sealed within you, and your fates are intertwined to a certain extent. To put it simply, concerning Charlie's situation, Termaboros couldn't expedite Susanna Mattis' recovery. He couldn't dictate when or how she planned to find Charlie. He could merely utilize the situation to instill in you the intention of employing the luck transference spell to alter Charlie's fate and augment the corresponding likelihood. From this standpoint, do you believe he possesses the capability to enhance Fallen Mercury's abilities and allow the timely arrival of the Montsurus ghost? However, it is plausible for him to aid you in shouldering the burden of the past scenes within the Tree of Shadow. Hence, I have consistently advised you to seek my counsel beforehand on critical and perilous matters rather than making decisions on your own. Lumion's heart surged like a tumultuous ocean. He recollected the incident where Rentis took Charlie underground and realized that Madame Magician's words held truth. Charlie's gruesome plight and destiny stemmed from two factors. Firstly, the threat posed by the Bliss Society through Rentis, and secondly, Lumion's own choice at the crossroads of fate. Thus, once Rentis was slain by their hands, Charlie's fortune merely improved marginally. Only when Lumion made the correct decision did everything revert to normalcy. There were no indications of Termaboros' influence. If he could sway Charlie's path in the same manner he manipulated the Montsurus ghost, Lumion would have fallen victim long ago. Moreover, why would Susanna Mattis entertain the idea of capturing me alive, knowing that I can receive indirect assistance from an angel after she departed from the Tree of Shadow and was in a weakened state, despite being aware of Termaboros' limited influences? Unless Susanna Mattis, who possesses a trace of godhood due to the Tree of Shadow, had already deduced that Termaboros was impotent in exerting influence and remained tightly sealed following the internal conflict within the Tree of Shadow. There must be another origin to this quandary, and that origin did not depart alongside her. Damn it. I had presumed that even if my judgment faltered or the fate exchange prolonged, Termaboros would never allow Susanna Mattis to capture me alive, as it would render him a sacrificial pawn. Little did I know he lacked the capability entirely. Lumion postulated, obtaining a more rational explanation for the recent turn of events. What exactly happened? He inquired, a tinge of anguish and anger coloring his tone. Madame Magician pondered for a few seconds before responding. Taking into account those misfortunes, I suspect that Termaboros has allies in the outside world. In other words, there may be a Beyonder lurking around you who possesses the ability to influence fate. He secretly accomplished tasks in accordance with the ideas transmitted by Termaboros, but he did so with subtlety to avoid exposure. A word suddenly flashed across Lumion's mind. Sufferer. In his dream, after entering the underground altar with Ryan's team, they had become tainted by the aura of a sufferer. As for the owl and the other him, within the Warlock's tomb, prior to their unveiling, they always gave him the impression that they were the root of the problem and the mastermind behind it all. Could these be symbolic as well? Chapter 263 Choice. Lumian had always believed that his dream self represented his darker side, a twisted persona born from the corruption of inevitability. But now, it seemed there was more to it. There was no problem with his understanding of his own essence, but was he, along with the owl hidden in the warlock's tomb, also serving as a symbol? A representation of the puppet master behind the scenes, the true orchestrator of the lizard-like creature and the grand ritual in Cordu? And now, he was lurking in the shadows, attempting to collaborate with Termaboros in order to break free from the seal. However, Termaboros' attitude towards the lizard-like creature seemed to suggest otherwise. Lumian fell silent for a few seconds before sharing his speculations in detail with Madame Magician. The magician listened attentively, pondering for a moment before speaking. I initially believed that by undergoing progressive psychiatric treatment and recalling forgotten events one by one, the truth of Cordu Village would become clear to you. It wouldn't be any different from what I already know. But hearing what you've just said, I suspect that some of the symbols and metaphors in your dreams hold deeper, hidden secrets. But regardless, those symbols and metaphors are projections from my actual experiences. It's impossible that I still can't decipher them after regaining my memories, right? Lumian objected. Madame Magician smiled and replied, that might not be the case. Seeing Lumian's confusion, she explained simply, on the one hand, you may not have directly experienced those events, but your spirit and subconscious sense danger and abnormalities, projecting them into your dreams with symbolic elements. On the other hand, Termaboros is sealed within you. Your fate is intertwined with his. Your subconscious might have detected something unusual through this connection. Lumian grasped Madame Magician's meaning to some extent and pondered for a moment. After completing the full psychiatric treatment, can Madame Susie directly awaken my subconscious and inquire about the meaning of the different symbols? It's extremely risky. When the time comes, we'll have to rely on the joint opinion of the two psychiatrists to decide if it's worth attempting, Madame Magician replied thoughtfully. But that's a long way off. Before then, I can assist you in finding beyond or skilled in decrypting symbolism to see if we can accurately interpret it without relying solely on your subconscious. Would you like that? All right, Lumian agreed eagerly. Then, he asked with concern, what about the potential Termaboros ally lurking nearby? Are we not going to do anything about them? Madame Magician remained calm as she answered, now that we have sensed this possibility, I don't think they will risk staying close to you. Of course, I will continue to keep watch. She then inquired, do you plan to continue the mission assigned to you by the Aurora Order? Many people probably witnessed you charging toward the Tree of Shadow. This will raise Gardner Martin's suspicions. If you don't want to take the risk, inform Mr. K about it. He will likely be delighted that you've slain a fallen tree spirit and thwarted the Bliss Society's plan. He can assign you a new mission. If you wish to proceed, I can arrange for someone to blur the memories of those who saw you. In any case, it's normal for your exact appearance and physical characteristics not to be clearly discerned in that environment. Without hesitation, Lumian declared, I wish to proceed. Gardner Martin, a Sequence 6 or Sequence 5 of the Hunter Pathway, commanded a formidable group of hunters. If Lumian continued to interact with him and joined the Iron and Blood Cross Order, there was a high chance of acquiring the potion formulas and main ingredients after Pyromaniac. Through these experiences, Lumian Ha-D gained a profound understanding of the disparities between sequences, the terror of powerful individuals, and his own limitations. He felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. It was a sharp contrast to his initial nonchalance upon arriving in Trier, where he sought hope amidst confusion. Only by becoming strong enough could he withstand misfortune and unveil the truth behind the catastrophe in the perilous world of mysticism. Only then could he discern whether various propositions using resurrection as bait concealed sinister intentions. Madame Magician nodded slightly, granting Lumian's request. Prompted by their previous conversation, Lumian inquired with curiosity, has the Tree of Shadow been dealt with? How could that be? Madame Magician scoffed. Even if both churches requested divine intervention, the Tree of Shadow would remain unresolved. Haha, it's not impossible, but the price is exorbitant, deterring anyone from paying it. What sort of price? Lumian pressed further. As if taking a leisurely stroll, Madame Magician moved 2 steps to the side of the hill. After being nourished and exerting influence for over 1,000 years, the Tree of Shadow has become one with Trier. It's akin to its shadow, its dark aspect. Unless we obliterate the entire city and exterminate every inhabitant, not even a true deity could fully eradicate it. Of course, we could relocate Trier elsewhere and resettle its entire population. Then, after 5 to 6 years, when the Tree of Shadow has weakened due to the loss of nourishment, we could uproot it. However, by doing so, the other perils lurking beneath Trier would become uncontrollable. There are other dangers? Lumian furrowed his brow. Isn't the underground of Trier too daunting? Perplexed, he asked, why wasn't the Tree of Shadow destroyed when it was first planted? Madame Magician chuckled. Well, Wasn't it due to the urgency of constructing the city and countering certain underground threats? They failed to notice someone secretly planting the Tree of Shadow. She didn't divulge details about the dangers, implying that Lumion didn't need to know them at present. Lumion keenly sensed this and sealed his lips. Madame Magician looked at him and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Are you unhappy that I sent you directly to Trier and involved you in a series of perilous affairs without providing corresponding assistance? No, Lumion replied, puzzled by Madame Magician's question. From his perspective, accepting missions, completing tasks, and reaping rewards seemed fair enough. And throughout this process, Madame Magician would offer guidance through letters. Apart from the past few years of adoption, Lumion had long grown accustomed to not relying entirely on others and making full use of the various resources at his disposal to achieve his goals. Didn't you see the major arcana card summoned by the Two of Cups? It happened because she was coincidentally in Trier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so effortless and effective. She paused for a moment before continuing. If I were to treat you as an extension of my eyes and hands, a loyal subordinate devoid of your own will, I could allow you to recite my name and provide ample assistance to ensure your safety most of the time. However, you chose the hunter pathway. It's a path that demands combat and a strong sense of self. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot become a qualified hunter. It's immensely challenging for a hunter who always fights within their comfort zones with a patron to attain godhood and become a saint. In due time, they will have to invest more time and pay a higher price to compensate for their present deficiencies. What kind of person do you aspire to be? Lumion fell silent for a moment before responding. I want to be the one who makes those scoundrels tremble. His answer was unequivocal. Madame Magician nodded in satisfaction. Of course, that doesn't mean I won't care about you. I will still reply to your letters, provide my opinions, and even extend assistance upon request. However, I don't want you to feel perpetually shielded. Lumion nodded, signifying his understanding. He recalled Susanna Mattis' swift recitation of certain words to seek high-level assistance. Combining that with the keywords mentioned by Madame Magician, he spoke thoughtfully. Can reciting the honorific name of a specific entity draw their attention and receive corresponding aid through prayer? Yes, the magician nodded subtly. However, it requires the sufficient goodwill of the other party. Once you reach a certain stage, I will also disclose my name to you. Yes, you are aware of Mr. Fool's honorific name, but without a ritual, simply reciting it will be difficult to elicit an effective response. It may even have adverse consequences. This is because Mr. Fool is contending with an ancient deity. The outcome will determine the fate of us all, and whether this world can survive the apocalypse. Mr. Fool? The abbreviation for that mighty existence is the Fool? Truly befitting of a secret organization that employs tarot cards as their codenames. When Lumion heard of the Fool, he instinctively connected it to the tarot cards he encountered daily, rather than associating it with the honorific name. It seemed more like a description. Madame Magician changed the subject and glanced at the tree trunk in Lumion's hand. This is a valuable item. Attacks without godhood cannot harm it, and upon striking a target, it may trigger a particular desire. If you acquire Beyonder characteristics that align with it, you can find a way to employ a saint-level artisan to combine them, turning it into a mystical item. You shouldn't carry it with you at all times, though. Otherwise, your desires will gradually spiral out of control. It poses great danger for Beyonders, who consume potions. Just as she finished speaking, Madame Magician turned her head slightly,
as if listening to something.
Then, she addressed Lumion. That will be all for today. In the blink of an eye, Lumion's vision filled with a blend of vibrant colors and ethereal, indescribable creatures. In the next moment, Rue Anarchy appeared before him, riddled with cracks. Madame Magician had vanished, leaving Lumion bewildered as he hastily donned the clothes and pants he held in his hands. His attention was then drawn to Franca, standing not far away. Simultaneously, the two of them exchanged smiles. Before they could convey their shared sense of being part of the same secret organization, Jenna emerged from the alley shadows, dressed in a grayish-blue gown. Lumion and Franca instinctively went on guard. Jenna winced, gripping her wounded ribs, yet expressed joy. Damn it. You guys are all right. She appears genuine. Franca mumbled and approached her, concern etched on her face. What happened to you? Why are you injured? Jenna cast nervous glances around and lowered her voice. I assassinated Hugues Artois and ended up getting shot. Damn it. You succeeded? And you managed to escape? Franca exclaimed, taken aback. Even she didn't believe she could pull off such a feat. What was this called? This was the embodiment of a true assassin. Lumion noticed a few passers-by en route Anarchy, so he interrupted Jenna. We can discuss it once we reach Aubert's du Coq d'Or. I'll extract the bullet and treat your wounds. I still have half a vial of healing agent. Franca chimed in happily. She supported Jenna and, following the shadows along the roadside, They made their way back to Aubaire's du Coq d'Or. As they neared their destination, they encountered Anthony Reed, the information broker. Lumian chuckled derisively. I thought you'd have escaped. I still have some unfinished business in the market district, Anthony Reed replied vaguely. The four of them took a few more steps and laid their eyes upon the beige 5-story building. Aubaire's du Coq d'Or leaned a little more than before. Cracks marred its walls, intertwined with withering vines and branches. As the remaining tenants had yet to return, it exuded an indescribable dilapidation and silence. It had been some time since the catastrophe. Amidst the crowd, a young man dressed plainly disembarked from the steam locomotive, carrying an old suitcase. He left the platform behind and strolled all the way to Rue Anarchy. There, he laid eyes upon the beige 5-story building, its surface adorned with streaks of vibrant red paint. Aubaire's du Coq d'Or, he murmured, reciting the name of the establishment. He reached into his pocket, feeling the banknotes and coins, realizing it was likely within his means. To his surprise, Aubaire's du Coq d'Or was much cleaner than he had envisioned. While certain areas were plastered with outdated newspapers and cheap pink paper, there were no signs of the ubiquitous bedbugs, repugnant phlegm, or various types of rubbish. After renting room 302 for 15 Vol d'Or, the young man climbed the stairs with his suitcase, feeling content. It's even more affordable than I thought. A clean motel like this costs only 15 Vol d'Or per month. Once he had stowed away his suitcase in the cramped room, he decided to treat himself to a drink using the money he had saved. In the capital of joy, one had to play the part. He made his way to the underground bar, immediately engulfed by the lively clamor as he stepped inside. A man in a shirt and bow tie, beer in hand, flailed his short arms, energetically expounding to the people around him. Others reveled, singing and dancing, refusing to be subdued. At the bar counter, a few patrons sat with an intriguing contraption. Curiosity piqued, the young man approached, examining the rubber hose and glass canister of the device. He asked with fascination, "What is this?" A handsome customer with blonde hair streaked with black turned his body and responded with a bright smile. It's called the idiot instrument that tests an individual's intelligence. Or you could say that it measures a person's foolishness. Chapter 264 Secret Organization. Volume opening. Everyone is a hunter, and everyone is prey. Deputy Director of Lone Kingdoms MI9 spotted in the crossfire of Market District terror. Fiery debate at National Convention. Eternal Blazing Sun Church's role in Hugues Artois assassination. Shocking malpractice. Negotiating the limits. Two churches in talks over parliamentary immunity restrictions. No oath, no immunity, debating the rights of unsworn members. National Convention, or Heretic Haven? Hugues Artois shielding heretics behind Market District terrorism. The headlines from different newspapers stood out, capturing Jenna's attention under the blazing afternoon sun. She scanned the newspaper's headlines, witnessing the fervent debate taking place from different angles. Jenna's gaze eventually settled on the wanted posters adorning the newsstand side.
Guillaume Binet.
Pualis de Roquefort. Lumian Lee. Celia Bello. Jenna stared at her own poster, finding it peculiarly enchanting. The portrait displayed bore no resemblance to her. Her features were almost reversed, except for her undeniable beauty. Even her brother Julian would fail to recognize her as his sister, let alone any bounty hunters. And so, Jenna continued her studies at the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage, Pigeons by day, and entertained audiences with her voice at the Salle de Balbrise by night, making ends meet. Her life remained unchanged, just as it had been. If it weren't for the daily newspaper debates surrounding Hugues Artois' demise and the ensuing conflicts, Jenna would have doubted whether her act of assassinating him was merely a dream born out of emotional turmoil. Based on Franca's findings and her own speculations, the official Beyonders seemed to appreciate Jenna's elimination of Hugues Artois. They believed she had made a significant contribution in eradicating a group of heretics. Had it not been for the pressure from the National Convention and the various restrictions in place, they might have even considered honoring Jenna with a medal. Hence, they intentionally spread misleading information, crafting a wanted poster that deviated from reality. They employed an investigation as a pretext to aid Jenna's brother, Julian, in purging the malicious powers that had destabilized his emotions. They cured his latent psychological illness and provided him with a legitimate occupation as a fitter, all under the guise of humanitarianism and support for believers. For Jenna, aside from the necessity to avoid her neighbors whenever she encountered Julian, her life remained relatively unhindered. She pursued her studies in theater acting and transformed into showy diva whenever the need arose. Drawing from Franca's experience, if Jenna lingered in the Market District for a few more days, the purifiers of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church would likely approach her, sharing common knowledge and taboos to prevent any accidental disasters caused by her wild Beyonder powers. They might even attempt to recruit her as an informant. If it were a Beyonder from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, they might choose to observe her covertly, trailing her steps and uncovering the source of her beyonder characteristic. Depending on the circumstances, they would determine whether to apprehend her immediately and transform her into an informant or play the long game to capture more significant players. The Purifiers, on the other hand, would likely adopt a more transparent approach, considering Jenna's substantial assistance in their cause. Jenna paid little mind to these matters. If the official Beyonder sought her capture, she would flee. If they wished to recruit her as an informant, she would comply. And if they disregarded her altogether, she would continue working to repay her debts and save for next year's tuition. Retracting her gaze, Jenna, dressed in a grayish-white gown, stepped out of Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. She turned towards Rue de Blouses Blanches, seeking some rest before adorning her face with smoky and decadent makeup, preparing to become the captivating showy diva at the Salle de Bal Brise.
Appartement 601, 3 rue des Blouses Blanches.
Franca, clad in a blouse, light-colored breeches, and wooden slippers, warmly greeted Lumion.
Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage à Pigeons prouve mort profitable d'un anticipated.
At the Heretics Estate charity auction for the post-disaster reconstruction, Gardner Martin had acquired Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons for 50,000 Vril d'Or and entrusted its management to Franca. Most of the profits were left in her hands as his mistress. During the auction, he had also secured Aubaird's du Coq d'Or for 2,000 Vril d'Or. Occasionally, he dispatched individuals to conduct peculiar investigations, as if seeking to uncover the TR. Behind the disaster. Lumion undoubtedly took charge of the daily operations. As the weather warmed, Lumion embraced the change by donning a light brown pair of trousers, a crisp white shirt, and a black waistcoat. He didn't bother with a coat. Rather than inquire about the profits of Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, Lumion surveyed the surroundings and posed a question. I wish to know more about the secret organization we've joined. He had initially assumed Franca would inform him at an opportune moment. However, after waiting for several days, it seemed Franca had forgotten about the matter, leaving Lumion no choice but to seek answers himself. Franca was taken aback, her surprise evident as she blurted out, "You don't know? You joined without any knowledge of the organization?" Had it not been for Madame Judgment's confirmation that Lumion was a member, Franca would have suspected he was bluffing and hadn't actually joined. Lumion explained sincerely, "I was on probation before, and after passing the assessment, my Major Arcana card left it to you to reveal the details." Franca accepted the explanation, recalling her own limited knowledge during her early days with the organization. She settled back into the recliner, crossing her legs and straightening her posture. "We are all members of the Tarot Club." Tarot Club. Upon hearing the name, Lumion, already seated on the opposite sofa, showed no surprise. After all, members of this clandestine group adopted tarot cards as their code names. The core members were associated with the major arcana cards, while ordinary members bore the minor arcana cards. Franca's face gradually lit up with pride. "Our Tarot Club is the most exceptional secret organization in the entire world. One could even argue it is among the most powerful. That's because our leader is a supreme entity standing at the apex of all deities. In other secret organizations, the deities they serve merely watch over and provide divine insight. They do not actively participate. However, before Mr. Fool descended into a deep slumber, he regularly convened gatherings in his divine kingdom for the major arcana cardholders. What do we call it? A true divine council. Other churches may have so-called divine councils, but at best, they are meetings held under the watchful gaze of a deity. It is not a gathering conducted in the presence of a deity with a deity's direct involvement." Franca pressed a hand to her chest and offered a slight bow. Praise the Fool. Lumion had contemplated the Tarot Club's potential. After all, Madame Magician exuded an air of mystery and power. Yet, he never anticipated that the great existence she spoke of would be the leader of the Tarot Club. This shattered his preconceived notions of deities. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his thoughts. Is Mr. Fool called the Fool because he holds the Fool card from the Major Arcana? So he, too, is a member of the Tarot Club? That is partly the reason, Franca replied after a brief pause. However, no one can confirm it. I suspect it is because the Fool is one of the many honorific names bestowed upon Mr. Fool. Hence, when establishing the secret organization, he chose the name Tarot Club and assigned different tarot cards to each member. But can we really address him directly as Mr. Fool? Lumion questioned, finding it somewhat blasphemous or disrespectful to refer to a deity using the honorific Mr. It seemed too ordinary and lacked the necessary sanctity. Franca smiled and assured him, there is no issue. It is said that Mr. Fool himself quite enjoys this form of address. Seeing that Lumion had no further inquiries, Franca continued. In many ritualistic magics, if you are unable to find a suitable recipient for your prayers, you can seek aid from Mr. Fool. Although the process may differ from your expectations, it will invariably lead to the desired outcome in a wondrous manner. The only caveat is that Mr. Fool is in a deep slumber, and we must not disturb him too often. According to my Major Arcana card, we should not do so more than once a month unless absolutely necessary. Reciting his honorific name alone will not draw attention or assistance. In fact, it may result in failure and pose a certain risk. The power inadvertently released by a slumbering deity is capable of obliterating us countless times over. Thus, we must perform a ritual to ensure our safety. Madam Magician had mentioned this before, but as per her explanation, Mr. Fool's slumber holds more significance than mere sleep. Franca seems unaware of the details. Lumion contemplated this as he asked thoughtfully, "What kind of deity is Mr. Fool?" Franca cleared her throat and replied, "My lecture wouldn't do it justice. Haha, I don't remember all that much. I suggest you visit Mr. Fool's cathedral and listen to the bishop's sermons." Mr. Fool's cathedral? Lumion exclaimed in surprise. Was there a cathedral dedicated to Mr. Fool in Trier? Weren't there only 2 churches in Intis? Franca explained, Mr. Fool's church primarily resides in the Rorstad archipelago of the Sonia Sea and some locations in the southern continent. However, due to the beliefs of many merchants, sailors, bounty hunters, and treasure seekers at sea, we often encounter followers of Mr. Fool at Lavini Docks in the Square district. Later, for certain reasons, the 2 churches agreed to construct a small cathedral there for Mr. Fool's church, allowing passing sea merchants to offer their prayers. However, proselytizing or preaching outside the cathedral is strictly prohibited. Most Trierians are unaware of its existence. The Square district lay on the north bank of the Srenzo River, west of Trier. Lavini Docks bustled with various goods arriving from numerous seaside ports. Sea merchants frequently passed through, while sailors sought to experience the vibrancy and prosperity of Trier. To the west of Lavini Docks stood Trocadero town, renowned for its Trocadero liquor. Lumion nodded and said, "I shall find time to visit and listen." With that settled, he asked curiously, "What is the connection between Mr. Fool's church and our tarot club?" Chapter 265, The Major Arcana Cards. Franca, sitting cross-legged in the recliner, had long pondered over this question. After careful consideration, a smile curved on her lips as she spoke. Mr. Fool's church is akin to an independent subsidiary of our tarot club. Observing Lumion's bewilderment, she went on to explain, "Each of our tarot club's major arcana cards represents an influential figure in the world, be it in reality or mysticism. I suspect that the Pope of the Fool's church is one such figure. As for the other major arcana cards, they may lead different organizations. While these organizations might not believe in Mr. Fool, they can provide assistance to certain operations of the Tarot Club. To put it simply, the Tarot Club is the highest governing body directly overseen by Mr. Fool. Each holder of a major arcana card possesses a distinguished status and their own sphere of influence. And one such holder is the Fool's Church," Franca elaborated. Lumion grasped Franca's meaning roughly and inquired, "How many major arcana cards do we have?" Franca shook her head and replied, "I cannot provide an exact number, as the identities of the major arcana card holders are kept confidential. The only card we interact with the most is the major arcana card, to which we are subordinate." "Well, mine is Madam Judgment." "Mine is Madam Magician," Lumion added. Franca chuckled. "It seems that these 2 cards often appear together." "Yes, our tarot club has a habit of scattering the entire deck of tarot cards at the scene after completing a task. We also place the card that represents us in the most prominent position." "Isn't that wasteful?" Lumion interrupted Franca. "What harm is there in using a deck of tarot cards? Don't you find such actions cool?" Franca muttered. "You can leave the card that represents you, but what use is a deck without one? You'll have to buy a new one next time. If you visit the factory and customize a large number of tarot cards with just one card, you'll become an easy target." "I can draw it myself," Lumion proposed, already formulating a solution. While he couldn't replicate the printed quality, he could capture the main characteristics of the 7 of Wands. Franca fell silent for a moment, then said, "Wouldn't something you draw have a mystical connection? Wouldn't you have to expend energy to counter divination?" "Sigh, we don't have to scatter them every time. We don't have to scatter them when working with non-tarot club members. We don't have to scatter them during stealth missions, such as the one we're on now. And we don't have to scatter them when we're under suspicion." Damn it. How do we get off track? What I wanted to convey is that due to the Tarot Sea Loop's customs and traditions, I've learned from various newspapers and mystical gatherings about the more active major arcana cards. Madam Justice has appeared multiple times on the mid-seashore coast, in Trier and Backland. Mr. Hanged Man has made appearances at sea. We have Madam Hermit and Mr. Sun, as well as Mr. Moon and Mr. Star from the southern continent. As for any other major arcana card holders, I'm unaware. Madam Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Sun, Madam Hermit, Mr. Star, Mr. Moon. Lumion realized that the names possessed an air of mystery and sophistication, unlike the mundane-sounding 7 of Wands and 2 of Cups. After pondering for a while, He recognized a crucial point mentioned by Franca. Madame Justice had been seen in Midseashire, Trier, and Backlund. Apart from Madame Judgment and Madame Magician, this was the only major arcana card with confirmed sightings in Trier. Lumion distinctly recalled that Madame Susie had mentioned the possibility of people from the West Midseashire coast being beyonders of the spectator pathway. This implied that she had a good understanding of the West Midseashire coast. Considering that she and the other psychiatrists were in Trier, their areas of activity overlapped by at least 2/3 with Madame Justice's. Furthermore, when Madame Magician mentioned that the two psychiatrists were equals and that his psychological problem involved matters at a higher level, Lumion suspected that one of them was Madame Justice. Based on the fact that both Madame Magician and Madame Judgment preferred to address themselves with tarot cards and conceal their true names, it was more likely that the enigmatic lady sitting across from him was the holder of the major arcana card, Justice. Susie, on the other hand, seemed to be her subordinate minor arcana card. With these thoughts in mind, Lumion glanced at Franca, who had adjusted her sitting position, and spoke. Were you planning to find a genuine psychiatrist for Jenna's brother from within our tarot club? Franca, confused by Lumion's sudden change of topic, was taken aback. No, I intended to approach members of the curly-haired baboons research society. I try my best not to contact my major arcana, Madame Judgment, unless it's a particularly critical or serious matter. Although she always appears composed and willing to help. Do you know? She's a true demigod and a prominent figure with godlike status. I can't burden her with trivial matters frequently. She says she doesn't mind, but who knows if she's truly honest. Each insignificant problem might decrease her favor towards me. When her favorability drops to a certain extent, a demigod has numerous ways to make your life unbearable. Besides, you won't even know why it's happening. I usually handle things on my own. If that fails, I turn to Gardner Martin or the members of the Research Society. And if that doesn't work, I consider reaching out to Madame Judgment. Lumion shared the same sentiment. But he had the excuse of reporting the mission situation and suppressing Termaboros' influence. He could write to Madame Magician from time to time to gather information. In any case, he was already in the process of writing a letter. There was no harm in asking. Observing that Franca's psychiatrist wasn't the same as his own, Lumion didn't mention Susie. He nodded gently and replied, "Same here." Franca glanced around and lowered her voice. However, don't hesitate to seek help when you need it. The resources and influence wielded by major arcana card holders exceed your imagination. What you find difficult can be resolved with a mere command or thought. Wasn't my mystical item, the Ring of Punishment, incredibly powerful? Madame Judgment granted it to me directly upon my request. She even allowed me to owe an equivalent exchange for a period of time. I see how you obtained the Pyromaniac potion formula and its main ingredient so quickly. You're not wrong. Lumion smiled, conveying to Franca that she had hit the mark. He believed that if he could acquire Beyonder characteristics that complemented the Shadow Branch, he could genuinely seek the help of Madame Magician in finding a saint-level artisan to craft the corresponding mystical item. Compared to him, who was only a Sequence 7, Madame Magician, already a demigod, was more likely to be acquainted with a high-level artisan. Franca exhaled and continued the conversation. Every bearer of a major arcana card is a demigod, with a high probability of being a saint. At the very least, the more active ones don't seem to be at the level of grounded angels. However, Madame Judgment told me that the Tarot Club has more than one angel. At least 8 saints, and more than one angel? They're even stronger than the Aurora Order. Truly befitting the most extraordinary secret organization. Lumion sighed, wondering if the Tarot Club's core members were exaggerating to instill a stronger sense of belonging among their subordinates. With a yearning expression, Franca added, "My current dream is to progress step by step to Sequence 5, then advance to Sequence 4 of the Hunter Pathway and become a demigod. That would grant me the right to obtain a major arcana card. Not only would it mean greater strength and a sense of security, but it would also allow me to participate in the Divine Council and ask Mr. Fool about things once he awakens." According to Madame Magician, obtaining a major arcana card isn't dependent on advancing to Sequence 4 and becoming a demigod. Lumion dealt Franca a blow to prevent her from having overly high expectations. However, Franca didn't mind at all. She smiled and said, "In any case, my question will have to wait until Mr. Fool wakes up. When the time comes, demigods will undoubtedly be more qualified than other members to obtain a major arcana card." At this point, she looked at Lumion and continued, "Apart from us, there are 4 more minor arcana cards active. In Trier. In total, there are 23 cards in the world, but there might be fewer. Many Beyonders find it fashionable to scatter tarot cards at the scene of an incident and intentionally imitate us. They might do it to misdirect the official Beyonders investigation. In Trier, the most renowned card is the Knight of Swords. At the beginning of the year, He detonated a warehouse belonging to the Southern Continent's terrorist organization, the Rose School of Thought. The warehouse concealed a significant amount of explosives, and non-human remains were found at the scene. Lumian listened attentively to Franca's account, gaining a better understanding of the Tarot Club and the major arcana and minor arcana cards. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked, "Do minor arcana cards have gatherings in the world of mysticism?" "No." Franca shook her head again. "Unless we meet in person, like we have, we can only communicate through our respective major arcana cards." Yes, regular gatherings do take place between major arcana cards in Mr. Fool's Divine Kingdom. However, Madame Judgment mentioned once that in urgent situations, with the assistance of our major arcana, we can communicate in a way that transcends reality, but such occurrences are rare. Lumian had no further questions. After chatting for a while, he heard Jenna's footsteps ascending the stairs. He stood up, preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" Franca asked, puzzled. At this hour, there was nothing for him to do in Salle de Balbrise, so he might as well stay and play Fighting Evil, the game Emperor Roselle had invented. Lumian smiled, a mix of emotions in his expression. To the catacombs. The ashes of the lunatic Flaming and the Roar couple were finally being laid to rest in the catacombs. Chapter 266 Catacombs. Outside the police headquarters in the bustling market district, Lumian, donning the enigmatic prying glasses, climbed aboard the carriage adorned with painted irises. Two ordinary constables, clad in black uniforms, occupied the seats opposite, their feet resting beside three somber urns. The names of the departed flickered in fluorescent ink. Taking his place across from them before the carriage slowly steered forward, Lumian caught the older constable's inquisitive gaze. "What brings you here? What's your connection to these departed souls?" He remembered that two of the deceased had neither kin nor friends, and the remaining one had distant relatives who trembled at the mere mention of the name Flaming. Not only were they unwilling to come and collect the ashes and relics, but they also reluctantly admitted that they were related by blood or marriage. Lumian responded calmly, "I'm their landlord," in a manner of speaking. "Just the landlord?" The older constable appeared skeptical. "Officer, a landlord is a person too. They can feel for others." Lumian chuckled. "I've shared a drink or had a chat with them. Accompanying their remains into the catacombs isn't a big deal." The younger constable feigned disinterest, gazing out the window, while the older constable exuded an air of familiarity. "Youth suits you well. But in the motel or apartment business in the market district, you must guard against developing attachments to tenants. Otherwise, you'll either be deceived or heartbroken. After a few more such experiences, your enthusiasm for others will wane." Lumian offered a perfunctory reply, and the constable broached another subject. "We still have Flaming's belongings. His kin refused to collect them. Would you like them? If not, we'll handle it ourselves." "I'll take a look when I return from the catacombs," Lumian replied nonchalantly. During the journey from the market district to the Place du Purgatory in Quartier de l'Observatoire, the older constable chatted away, alternating between engaging Lumian and attempting to draw his colleague into conversation. His chatter seemed ceaseless. Finally reaching their destination, Lumian disembarked from the carriage, cradling Roar's ashes in his arms. Despite his outgoing nature, Lumian felt a newfound relief, as if his ears had been granted respite. The catacomb administrator, whom Lumian had encountered before, awaited their arrival. In his mid-30s, of average build, with curly brown hair, a thick beard and slightly upturned eyes, he sported yellow pants, a white shirt, and a blue vest. "Kendall, why is it you again?" the older constable greeted him warmly. Kendall held an unlit carbide lamp and smiled. "Robert, I heard you were coming, so I made sure to delay my other duties and be here for you." As Kendall spoke, he scrutinized Lumian and emphasized, "You didn't forget to bring the white candles, did you?" "That will be the last thing I forget." Robert, clutching Flaming's urn, fumbled in his pocket and retrieved 3 white candles. He tossed one to his colleague and another to Lumian. With everything in order, Kendall ignited the carbide lamp and turned around, leading them deeper into the darkness, down the stone staircase comprising 138 steps. Along the way, they passed a heavy wooden door engraved with 2 imposing sacred emblems and traversed a hushed corridor where even the sound of their breaths seemed amplified. Lumian was no stranger to such a foreboding atmosphere, but the young constable displayed signs of nervousness. He clutched Madame Michel's urn tightly, seeking solace. After traversing a broad avenue, illuminated by gas street lamps, the quartet arrived at the catacombs entrance. The natural cavern, subsequently modified, stood silently in the dim, yellow glow. Skulls, skeletal arms, sunflowers, and reliefs depicting steam elements adorned both sides. Beyond them, an impenetrable darkness loomed. Etched on the lintel were 2 inscriptions in incision. "Halt! The Death Empire lies ahead." Although Lumian had witnessed this sight before, he still felt a profound sense of reverence.
Ah non.
Like his previous curiosity and confusion, he now keenly grasped the gravity conveyed by these warnings and the surrounding environment. Beneath Tryer's surface lurked countless perils capable of obliterating the entire city and even Intis itself. These dangers included, but were not limited to, Tryer, the Tree of Shadow, and invisible flames from the Fourth Epoch. The catacombs, situated here, were unlikely to be innocuous. According to Ostatrol, a secret suppliant, visitors who descended into the catacombs with lit white candles invoked the protection of a concealed entity, akin to a ritual. Lumian couldn't help but suspect that opening such a place to the public served to suppress some subterranean peril, much like the new city erected upon Trier in the Fourth Epoch. Kendall turned to Lumian and the others. It's time to light the candles. We must ensure they don't go out before we leave the catacombs. If we happen to get separated, don't panic.
Look for a road sign.
If you can't find one, follow the black line above you until you reach the exit. With Kendall holding the carbide lamp, Lumian and the two others ignited their white candles, casting a soft yellowish glow. As the 4 candles flickered gently, Kendall extinguished the carbide lamp and led the way through the boulder gate, entering the realm of the Death Empire. Lumian followed closely behind, clutching the urn in one hand and the white candle in the other. Suddenly, a chill swept over him, sending shivers down his spine. But the cold didn't originate from his surroundings. It emanated from deep within his heart, causing his hair to stand on end. Simultaneously, Lumian felt eyes fixed upon him, their gazes piercing his soul. Using the flame of his candle, he looked to his right and saw pits carved into the stone wall, each one containing a ghastly skeletal corpse. The hollow-eyed skulls stared at him lifelessly, devoid of emotion. Lumian didn't avert his gaze as he carefully observed the corpses. He realized that the eerie sensation of being watched didn't stem from them, yet the feeling remained. An instinctive urge to activate his spirit vision surged within him, but he had changed since arriving in Trier. He had encountered enough to know that many warnings were inscribed with blood and tears by those who came before him. I shouldn't look at what I shouldn't. Since it poses no danger to me, there's no need to search for the source of this abnormality. Lumian silently muttered, turning his attention to the police officers beside him. They seemed oblivious to any anomaly and continued following the tomb administrator, Kendall, as if everything was normal. This made Lumian suspect that the experience was a result of the qualitative change in his spirituality after his advancement to pyromaniac. It's good that you can't feel it. Lumian couldn't help but sigh. Under the weight of countless gazes, his skin erupted in goosebumps. He cautiously looked up and saw a thick black line painted on the top of the tomb, with an arrow pointing toward the exit. As he advanced, Lumian noticed that both sides of the path were lined with bones. Some were nestled in pits along the stone walls, others were piled by the roadside, and some were covered by tattered garments. Some lay bare, stripped of all burial items, their skulls coated in a layer of dark green mold. The air carried a diluted scent of decay. The catacombs were divided into multiple chambers, each designated by name, ensuring visitors could locate specific remains. Lumian and his companions followed Kendall through the narrow passage between the tomb chapel and the tomb memorial pillar. Ahead, they saw dozens of yellowish candles. At times, the flames clustered together like fireflies in the night, while other times they formed a river of dim starlight. Lumian glanced around casually and spotted a bride, her face veiled in white, adorned in a sanctified gown. Beside her stood a groom in a black tailcoat, a floral handkerchief adorning his chest pocket. Surrounding them were 30 to 40 youths, holding lit white candles and laughing merrily. What's happening? Lumian couldn't hide his confusion. Kendall scoffed and explained, it's part of a wedding ceremony. Since last year, newlyweds have been bringing young guests into the catacombs, crossing paths with the deceased. It's become a popular tradition in Trier. Young folks are always daring, taking pride in their courage, and delighting in scaring others. I've seen guests purposely pick up skeletal hands and pat the bride and groom on the shoulder, nearly causing them to faint in fear. Oh, you Trierians? Lumian shook his head in amusement. It didn't take long for the 4 of them to reach their destination, the Tomb of Lights. In the center stood a black pedestal, atop which an obelisk painted white bore the emblem of the sun. At its peak rested an ancient, extinguished oil lamp. The walls and floor were filled with bones, urns, and countless tear bottles. Upon entering, Lumian realized a problem. Where are Flaming's relatives? He had wanted Flaming to rest alongside his children, wife, and parents. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lumian suddenly understood why Flaming hadn't specified the location of his kin's remains. He felt guilty and self-reproachful. Flaming desired to be with his family, yet he didn't dare approach them. He intended to stay in the same chamber and watch over them from a distance. An indescribable sorrow enveloped Lumion as he stood silently, choosing to honor Flaming's final wish. He found an empty spot and gently placed the urn of the troubled soul. Once Robert and the others had arranged the urns of the Roar couple, the four of them offered simultaneous prayer, either uttering praise the sun or by steam. On their way back, they encountered the newlyweds and their young entourage. As Lumion brushed past them, he noticed a young couple in the group. Seizing the moment when the tomb administrator's attention waned, they impulsively attempted to blow out the white candle in their hands, curious to see what would happen. Whoosh! They had indeed done it. The two yellowish flames were extinguished. In that instant, Lumion's mind turned adrift. Quickly regaining his composure, he realized the young couple had vanished without a trace. They're gone. Lumion's eyes widened as he tried to comprehend the situation. A few seconds later, he accepted the undeniable truth. The young couple had truly vanished. Lumion then shifted his gaze back to the entourage. Whether it was the newlyweds leading the way, the attending guests, or those at the rear, no one seemed to notice anyone missing. They continued to smile, joke, and move forward. Chapter 267 remains. For a moment, Lumion thought he must be seeing things. There was no sign of the couple, nor any attempt to put out the candle flames. If Lumion hadn't witnessed it himself and been well aware of the dangers lurking in underground Trier, he might have questioned whether the problem was with his own mind rather than searching for any trace of the couple's existence. The people behind the couple hastened their steps and caught up to the person in front, closing the sudden gap in the procession. They showed no surprise, fear, or confusion. Everything appeared normal. Lumion, already aware of the countless unseen gazes fixed upon him, felt the goosebumps on his skin intensify. Subconsciously, he glanced at Kendall, the tomb administrator, who led the way with two police officers, to gauge his reaction to the recent events. Clad in yellow trousers and a blue vest, Kendall held an extinguished carbide lamp in one hand and a quietly burning white candle in the other. He walked directly toward the exit of the catacombs, seemingly oblivious to the strange happenings surrounding the entourage. Suddenly, Kendall turned around and met Lumion's gaze. "Is something the matter?" Kendall's deep voice reverberated through the passageway, echoing in the nearby skull chambers. Lumion maintained a composed demeanor and replied calmly, "I'm afraid I might get lost." Kendall nodded almost imperceptibly. "Then I'll slow down." He continued toward the exit, deliberately reducing his pace. He staggered slightly, remaining silent, resembling a zombie from a horror novel. Lumion held the flickering yellow candle and passed by the laughing wedding party participants, who occasionally made eye contact with the white skulls. Thoughts raced through his mind. They truly didn't notice that someone was missing. When they leave the catacombs, will the families of the man and woman discover their absence? I've always wondered. The catacombs are open to the public, and university students often take risks and dance among the bones. Are there truly no issues? Even visitors guided by the catacomb administrators disobey the warnings, let alone youngsters who venture in with a solitary white candle. Initially, I believed there were safety measures or that accidents were infrequent enough not to deter those individuals. Now, it seems to be a different matter altogether. Lumion suspected that not only would the body of the person consumed by the catacombs vanish, but even the memory of their existence would be erased from the minds of friends and relatives. Why can I remember them? Could it be because Termaboros is sealed within me, connecting my fate to his to some extent? Why do the government and the two churches continue to open such a perilous place to the public? Do the catacombs require a constant flow of living people to keep something suppressed? Are those who disregard the warnings deemed necessary sacrifices? The more Lumion dwelled on it, the more his hair stood on end. He forced himself not to delve further into the analysis. Without sufficient information, he couldn't explore the matter any deeper. Regardless, there was nothing worth investigating within the catacombs. Visiting occasionally posed no threat as long as he adhered to the rules. Once they entered the catacombs, the talkative police officer, Robert, fell silent, clearly uncomfortable in the environment. With his silence, the conversation ceased. In an indescribable silence, the quartet retraced their steps to the natural entrance adorned with intricate reliefs and emerged back into the open. As soon as Lumion crossed the threshold, he sensed the countless invisible gazes vanish. The chill in his body dissipated, and his skin quickly returned to normal. Phew, Robert exhaled deeply. I always feel uneasy whenever I'm in the catacombs. Kendall, how can you go in more than 10 times a day and still be so cheerful? Kendall chuckled and replied, Do you think we remain unaffected? If we're not on night duty, those with families rush to find their wives. If not, they head to places like Rue de la Muraille and bask in the warmth of others. To be honest, after spending so much time here, I feel as if I'm slowly turning into a corpse. As they conversed, Kendall lit the carbide lamp and extinguished the candle in his hand. Returning to the surface, Robert glanced at the police headquarters carriage parked outside the entrance building and sheepishly smiled at his colleague and Lumion. That prolonged discomfort makes me need to use the loo. Wait for me. I'll go to the restroom first. With that, he headed toward the two-story building, painted a muddy gray, which served as the ticket office for the catacombs. Lumion gazed at the stone-engraved dome and positioned himself by a pillar at the edge, absent-mindedly observing the pedestrians on Place du Purgatoire. The other police officer boarded the carriage and settled into wait. At that moment, Lumion felt a sudden chill. It resembled the sensation he experienced upon entering the catacombs, though not as intense. Instinctively, he warily turned around and saw Ken Dahl, the tomb administrator, standing behind him, wearing an expressionless face. "What's the matter?" Lumion calmly inquired. Kendall, with his thick brown beard, spoke in a deep voice. "What were you looking at?" Lumion's heart sank as he responded with a mixture of sincerity and pretense. "Which aspect are you referring to?" "When we passed by that group of people on our way back." Kendall's tone remained neutral. Lumion acted as though a light bulb had switched on. "I find the concept of a wedding among the dead quite intriguing." They seemed unafraid and were enjoying themselves. Kendall scrutinized him for a couple of seconds before nodding. "Don't imitate them." With that, the tomb administrator carried the unlit carbide lamp and made his way toward the muddy gray building that housed them. Before long, Police Officer Robert jogged back, and the carriage departed for Le Marché du Quartier du Gentleman. In the evidence room deep within the corridor on the first floor of the Market District's police headquarters, Robert led Lumion to a wooden frame divided into multiple compartments and pointed to one of them. "Here, Flaming's belongings." Among the items, there was a dark suitcase, a fountain pen, paper, an ink bottle, and several large books crammed inside. Lumion pulled out one of the books and quickly skimmed through its pages. He realized it was a mineralogy textbook focusing on Trier's underground rock formations. As an unschooled youth, the content proved challenging, with numerous unfamiliar words that were exclusive to mineralogy. The other books were also mineralogy texts, some containing basic teaching materials while others comprised complex collections of papers. Confirming this, Lumion retrieved the suitcase, placed it on the floor, and opened it. Inside, along with 2 sets of clothes and daily essentials, the suitcase was filled with small grayish-white cloth bags. Each bag had a different name written on it with a fountain pen. Flower, sedge, sheep. These are the names Flaming mentioned, referring to the various rock strata beneath Trier. Could these bags contain corresponding mineral specimens? Lumion briefly recollected Flaming's words and formed a rough idea of what the cloth bags contained. Despite his madness, Flaming hadn't forgotten to bring along his research subjects. But all of this held little significance for Lumion, and he began contemplating letting the police headquarters handle them. Just then, Termaboros's magnificent voice resonated in his ears. The cloth bag on the far right. "Oh, so a loser like you is finally speaking up again?" Lumion's initial reaction was to mock Termaboros. However, he turned his gaze toward the cloth bag hinted at by the inevitability angel, feeling a mix of surprise and suspicion. The cloth bag rested on the far right side of the suitcase, sandwiched between Flaming's socks and his razor. Dark blue ink formed a combination of terms on its surface. Earth. Blood. Earth. Blood. Lumion, crouching beside the suitcase, silently muttered as he calmly picked up the cloth bag in front of the police officer, Robert, and opened it. Inside the bag was a brown rock pockmarked with potholes. Each depression contained dark red speckles, resembling blood seeping from the earth. For some reason, just looking at it filled Lumion with a sense of frustration. He refrained from touching the mineral specimen with his bare hands. Instead, he securely tied the cloth bag and placed it back in the suitcase. He swiftly skimmed through the book detailing the materials found in Trier's underground rock formations, searching for answers. With a clear target in mind, he quickly discovered the answer. Earth blood rock stratum lies between 55 and 56 meters underground in Trier and has a thickness of approximately 0.76 meters. This is the deepest mineral we can gather. Beyond lies the forbidden Ancient Ruins Reserve. Beside this textbook description, Flaming's familiar handwriting jotted a few words. A small number of ores within the Earth blood rock stratum are more peculiar than the others. They are suspected to contain volatile toxins that can induce irritability and lead to a mental illness, known as mania. A researcher suddenly went berserk and slashed his colleague. To handle specific mineral specimens from the Earth blood rock stratum, one must wear corresponding protective gear. Earth blood is a rock stratum near 4th Epoch Trier? It's undeniably peculiar. No wonder Termaboros made me pay attention. As Lumion pondered, Robert urged, "Do you want them or not? Make a decision quickly." "Yes," Lumion responded, rising to his feet. Even though he only desired the mineral specimen from the Earth blood rock stratum and the mineralogy textbook detailing Trier's underground rocks, he signed and took possession of all of Flaming's belongings to avoid arousing suspicion. Upon returning to room 207 of Aubaird's du Coq d'Or, Lumian neglected to wash off his enigmatic makeup. He whispered to Termaboros, "What makes this mineral specimen so special?" Termaboros' voice echoed in Lumien's ears once more. "Don't tell me you think it's normal for the Montsurus ghost to spare Flaming?" Chapter 268, Possible Encounters. Upon hearing Termaboros' question, Lumian felt a jolt of alarm. He had never suspected that there might be something amiss with Flaming's prolonged stay at Aubaird's du Coq d'Or, evading the clutches of the Montsurus ghost. From Lumien's perspective, Flaming's immediate family and wife had already met their demise, and it was only a matter of time before he met a similar fate. The archives at Psychic's headquarters revealed instances where victims had been slain by the Montsurus ghost up to 11 months after encountering it. While Flaming's circumstances were rare, they were not unprecedented. In an instant, Lumien's mind seized upon an intriguing detail. The previous victims had all met their end within the same year of their encounter, whereas Flaming had crossed paths with the ghost last year. He had even sought the sanctuary of the clergy during the New Year festivities. Although less than a year had passed since Flaming's encounter with the Montsurus ghost and his subsequent suicide, it was an unprecedented delay compared to the other cases. Could this Earth blood ore be responsible for protecting Flaming, causing the Montsurus ghost to repeatedly postpone its actions and disrupt its usual patterns? Lumian asked Termaboros, his voice hushed, seeking confirmation. Termaboros was a true angel, devoid of power due to a perfect seal but possessing remarkable insight, knowledge, and level made him capable of deciphering many matters. Termaboros replied in a majestic voice, "It instills fear and repulsion in the Montsurus ghost, but it holds no power of its own. For you, this could be a crucial key." A key? Lumian swiftly made numerous connections. The key to a hidden chamber in 4th Epoch Trier? Termaboros responded in an unusually deep voice, "You will inevitably enter 4th Epoch Trier. It is where your destiny, both treacherous and serendipitous, awaits you. Rather than remaining passive, it would be wiser to explore proactively, leveraging the insights gained from each venture to better prepare yourself." "Aren't you revealing your intentions too quickly?" Lumian couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you trying to hasten my demise? So that you may utilize the unique underground environment to block the signal of the collapsing seal and ensure your own safe escape?" Given that the Tree of Shadow hadn't taken root in 4th Epoch Trier, Lumian held no interest in venturing underground. Without awaiting Termaboros' response, he left the room and made his way to the nearest washroom, eager to wash off the mystical makeup that concealed his true identity. Having eliminated the latent threat, Lumian settled at a wooden table and began to write. It was clear that both Flaming and the Earth blood ore were extraordinary cases. He couldn't simply follow Termaboros' directives. Consulting Madame Magician was imperative. If he lacked knowledge and blindly believed the words of an angel tied to an evil deity, he would inevitably suffer dire consequences, even risking his life. Termaboros' voice resonated once more. "Can you truly trust this magician, this tarot club, as they claim? They sealed me within your body instead of seeking my eradication. I fear they have ulterior motives, intending to exploit you for their nefarious purposes. They cast you into Trier, the very heart of the storm, yet they displayed no concern nor made any inquiries about your well-being. Don't you find this suspicious? It cannot be explained away as mere training." Lumian beamed and said with a sigh, "Have you never deceived or manipulated others in the past, relying solely on your status and abilities to achieve your goals? Would you like me to purchase a copy of The Art of Persuasion and read it aloud daily for your instruction? Allow me to enlighten you. Such tricks wouldn't have ensnared me during my early teenage years. I am well aware of those I can depend on, my true friends, my adversaries, and those I must remain wary of." Termaboros fell silent, seemingly contemplating whether to acquire the art of rhetoric. Lumian swiftly penned a letter to Madame Magician, detailing the recent developments, and entrusted it, along with the Earth blood ore, to the puppet messenger he had summoned. In due time, a reply arrived from Madame Magician, who returned the mineral specimen. "I'm relieved to see that you remained cautious and didn't fully trust Termaboros' words. However, there is some truth to what he said. The ore lacks inherent power, but it carries remnants of unknown auras and characteristics, mostly dissipated. It won't aid you directly, but it seems destined to bring about encounters in the future, which could be either beneficial or detrimental. Its current state is highly chaotic, making it difficult to provide an accurate interpretation. What Termaboros intentionally misled you about is that the fortuitous encounter he spoke of might not necessarily occur in 4th Epoch Trier, but somewhere underground. If, in the future, you wish to explore the potential encounters and are prepared to take risks, carry it with you whenever you venture into underground Trier. Alternatively, if you wish to avoid the risk, keep it safely stored in your room. The symbolic elements I mentioned previously have already begun to unfold. A friend of mine mentioned that he possesses great proficiency in deciphering such matters. Once he completes his current tasks, I will arrange for you to meet him. Suddenly, a blaze erupted from Lumien's hand, reducing the letter to ashes. Contemplating the words of both Madame Magician and Termaboros, Lumien couldn't help but believe that the Earth Blood or before him could trigger some kind of mutation within Underground Trier. It could lead to a fortuitous encounter or even claim his life. For now, it's best not to take unnecessary risks, Lumien thought, aware of his current strengths. As a Sequence 7 pyromaniac, he had overcome any deficiencies in both close-quarters combat and long-range attacks, excelling in hand-to-hand combat and spellcasting. He had surpassed the limitations of an ordinary individual. However, hunters leaned more towards conventional battles and lacked the peculiar abilities and methods to deal with the peculiarities of Underground Trier. Lumien decided to wait until he had fully digested the pyromaniac potion and obtained the contractee boon. Then he would consider carrying the Earth Blood, or based on the information he had gathered about Underground Trier. It would be even better if he could transform the Shadow Branch into a mystical item before that. Suppressing his thoughts, Lumien took the mineral specum to Rue de Blas's Blanches and concealed it in his safe house. Before the afternoon sun waned, he delved into Aurora's grimoire, meticulously studying its contents alongside Franca's teachings and his own experiences with fire spells, searching for any potential issues. After more than an hour, Lumien stumbled upon a section about summoning creatures from the spirit world and forging contracts. His mind immediately turned to white paper, Aurora's contracted creature. The fragile spirit entity possessed the ability to withstand a specific ability of the contractor. I wonder if the contract between Aurora and white paper has been severed. According to the notebook, aside from the designated ritual, the contract can only be broken if one of the parties is completely deceased. Regrettably, contracted creatures can only be summoned by the contractor and not by others like a messenger. Otherwise, I could utilize white paper to determine if Aurora is truly deceased. Is it possible that Aurora left behind any information with white paper? Lost in thought, Lumien's mind shifted to another matter that had previously escaped his notice. Considering that Aurora occasionally gained clarity and assisted him in cutting up the lever blue, reassembling letters, and seeking aid from the authorities, and since her initial response in the dream was to summon the messenger of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society's vice president, Hella, to seek her counsel, why didn't she occasionally summon the messenger when she was lucid and inform Madame Hella about her predicament? In Madame Hella's earliest response to me, she clearly seemed unaware of the situation. What prevented Aurora from making such an attempt? Or could it be that she did summon a messenger, and Hella is concealing it? Lumien narrowed his eyes. Without the accompanying memories, he couldn't discern the source of the problem. For now, he wasn't overly suspicious of Hella, believing there must be another explanation. It was worth noting that Hella's messenger knew Lumien's exact location. If the woman was truly entangled in Corda's affairs and played a dishonorable role, she would undoubtedly wish to eliminate the final survivor, without leaving any loose ends. Yet, all this time, she not only refrained from making any substantial moves but also kindly provided knowledge and suggestions. For a moment, Lumien considered writing down his questions and sending them to Hella to gauge her response. However, he restrained himself, fearing that it might expose the king's new clothes and lead to unfavorable outcomes. He decided to first have a conversation with Franca and gather opinions from her teammates in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society and the Tarot Club regarding Hella's trustworthiness. If Franca believed Hella to be reliable and had shared information about the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society with her Major Arcana card, Lumien would request Madame Magician to keep a watch. Full eye before sending inquiries to Hella. He forced himself to regain composure and resumed studying Aurora's grimoire. Only when evening arrived did he leave Rue de Blas's Blanches, making his way onto Avenue du Marquet and entering his salle de bal brise. Good evening, boss. Greetings echoed from all directions as Lumien nodded in acknowledgement and led Louis and Sarkota to the second floor. Before he could settle in at the cafe, René, the dance hall manager, approached him. The slender middle-aged man pressed a hand to his chest and bowed respectfully. Monsieur Seal, Monsieur Martin requests your presence at Rue de Fontaines tomorrow at 10 a.m. Boss wants to see me? Lumien was both surprised and delighted. He was taken aback that Gardner Martin had sent for him despite the recent lack of incidents. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy at the prospect of further interaction with Gardner Martin and the opportunity to gain his trust to join the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Chapter 260, Nine Islander. All right. Lumien nodded at manager René. Lumien dabbed his mouth with a napkin and rose to his feet. He strolled towards one of the cafe's balconies, casting his eyes over the nocturnal scenery of Avenue du Marquet. The gas street lamps cast a soft, golden glow, illuminating the carriages and pedestrians that traversed the road. At that moment, people streamed into Salle de Bal Brise one after another, joining the revelry within. To be honest, Lumian preferred the cozy atmosphere of the basement bar at Auberge du Coq d'Or to this place. It allowed him to unwind and find enjoyment. From his perspective, the patrons of Salle de Bal Brise were excessively self-indulgent. They cared little for their families or their futures. All they sought was a night of revelry, drowning themselves in alcohol, beauty, dance, and uproar. In contrast, the regulars at the basement bar were mostly tenants of Auberge du Coq d'Or. They would return around 9 or 10 p.m. and had to be in bed by 1 a.m. They drank, sang, boasted, and frolicked, making the most of those fleeting 2 to 3 hours to find their own slice of joy. Only then did they gather the courage to face the arduous tasks of the following day and embrace the promise of a new dawn. It was akin to kerosene lamps that required regular refueling to continue casting their light. Lumian surveyed Avenue du Marquet for a few minutes before his attention was abruptly drawn to a familiar figure. There stood Charlie, adorned in a white shirt and blue waistcoat, embroiled in a street brawl, his formal coat casually slung over his arm. "Now we're talking," Lumian smiled, a touch of nostalgia and sentimentality washing over him as he used an expression that had recently gained popularity. Pressing his right hand against the balcony, Lumian gracefully leaped from the second floor, landing nimbly at the edge of Avenue du Marquet. With a few brisk strides, he reached the scene of Charlie's altercation. He made no move to intervene or assist Charlie. Instead, he observed the fight with keen interest. The other party engaged in this scuffle with Charlie was a slender young man in his mid-20s, possessed of dark skin and sunken eyes. His lips were thick, and his slightly curly black hair marked him as a descendant of the Fog Sea Islander lineage. However, compared to his fellow islanders, he appeared somewhat more presentable.
Cheat.
"You damn cheat," Charlie spat out, his curses interwoven with their tussle. The islander, donning a blue shirt with a fountain pen tucked in his breast pocket, deftly dodged Charlie's onslaught while offering an explanation. "I didn't want this to happen either. I, too, fell victim to deceit." Dogs hit. Charlie's kick missed its mark. The two engaged in their amateurish scuffle until their breath grew ragged. Simultaneously, they slowed their movements and eventually ceased their struggle. Only then did Charlie notice Lumian standing beside him, observing the brawl with a smile. "Seal, it's Monette. That's Swindler. The one who conned me out of 10 Vril d'Or, nearly leaving me to starve." Charlie's face lit up as he eagerly revealed the identity of his islander adversary. "Praise the sun for granting me this encounter." The islander, whom Charlie deemed deserving of a dire fate, Lumian chuckled to himself. "You're partly to blame as well. Haven't you heard the saying? Never trust an islander." "I thought we were friends," Charlie muttered, his frustration evident. "How could you be so naïve and easily swayed? You two possess a certain knack for mischief. People like you can be easily ensnared by scheming individuals, falling into their traps without gaining either the affection or the riches you desire." "Ah, you've already fallen victim," Lumian chastised, shifting his gaze towards the islander named Monette. Monette responded with an obsequious smile. "I genuinely intended to help Charlie find employment, but I, too, fell prey to his scam and lost all my money. I couldn't face Charlie, so I secretly departed from Auberge du Coq d'Or." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a stack of banknotes, counting 3 5 Vril d'Or bills. He handed them over to Charlie. "I returned to the market district to find you and return your money, along with interest." Charlie's emotions eased considerably as he verified the authenticity of the 3 banknotes under the glow of the street lamps. He asked, still somewhat suspicious, "Are you someone who gets scammed easily?" Ever since Charlie had encountered Monette until his departure, he had only witnessed him conning others. He had never seen him on the receiving end of such deals. True to his islander identity, Monette sheepishly smiled and replied, "Not only was I swindled once, but I fell for it a second time. The first instance, I encountered a group of people who claimed that Salle de Bal Unique in Quartier de l'Observatoire wanted to expand, and were offering shares for sale. Each lot cost a mere 200 Vril d'Or. You all know how lucrative the dance hall is. I couldn't resist dipping into my savings, but the share subscription certificate I received turned out to be counterfeit. I confronted them, only to be swindled once more."
Salle de bal unique.
Lumian's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The bankrupt merchant, Fitz, residing in room 401 of Auberge du Coq d'Or, had previously been duped out of 100,000 Vril d'Or by the owner of Salle de Bal Unique, Timmins. Fitz had sought Lumian's aid in recovering the sum, but Lumian had investigated and consulted several sources. He found the dance hall's practices dubious, possessing a formidable network. They appeared to wield considerable power, causing Lumian to abandon the commission. Now, he had encountered another victim of Salle de Bal Unique. "You were swindled by them once before. How did you fall for it a second time?" Charlie couldn't fathom such foolishness. Monette cleared his throat twice. They openly confessed to being a group of swindlers and refused to return the money. They even said that reporting them to the authorities would be futile. Impressed by my skills, they asked if I was willing to learn the art of deception from them, allowing me to recoup my losses. In the end, they merely taught me what I already knew. They only gave me something else. What was it? Charlie was always a curious one. In the blink of an eye, Monette retrieved a transparent monocle from his pocket. He smoothly placed it into his right eye socket. For some reason, Lumian sensed an inexplicable change in Monette as soon as he wore the monocle. It was as if he had transformed into a different character altogether. The corners of Monette's mouth curled slightly as he positioned the monocle over his right eye. He glanced at Charlie first, then turned his gaze towards Lumian. His eyes shifted from Lumian's face to his chest and hands. Lumian felt a subtle unease, but he detected no immediate danger. Monette smiled and said, "Are you Seal, the mastermind behind the idiot instrument?" "Yes." Lumian did not deny it and remained silently cautious. Monette adjusted the monocle on his right eye. "Quite adept at pulling pranks, I must say. Would you like this monocle? It's of no use to me. I could exchange it for some cash. With it, you can disguise yourself as a member of Salle de Bal Unique and earn a good amount of money there." "Do I look like a fool to you?" Lumian promptly rejected Monette's suggestion without hesitation. "I have no interest in donning monocles." He had always been skeptical of the peculiar rules of Salle de Bal Unique, keeping his guard up. Disappointed, Monette redirected his gaze, removed the monocle, and turned to Charlie. "I've given you the money and the interest. If you ever need anything in the future, come find me at Salle de Bal Unique." Charlie scoffed dismissively. He still harbored suspicions that Monette had intended to scam him in the past. After the islander left Avenue du Marquet, Lumian turned to Charlie. "Remember to keep your distance from that fellow. Otherwise, you might end up encountering the same situation with Susanna Mattis." The latter part of his statement was a fabrication, primarily to instill fear in Charlie and ensure he took the advice seriously. Charlie was instantly alarmed. Without questioning further, he hastily nodded and replied, All right. At midnight, Lumian and Jenna, the latter wearing a sparkling red dress, exited Salle de Bal Brise and made their way towards Rue de Blouses Blanches. Jenna did not inquire about the reason for their route. After a moment of silence, she spoke up. "Have you ever felt like nothing matters? Lost and devoid of motivation?" "Definitely," Lumian replied casually, his gaze fixed on the street ahead. "In such moments, you must rediscover the meaning of life and determine what truly matters to you." Jenna fell silent once more. After a while, she asked, "Have you ever experienced something akin to an illusion shattering within you? A mysterious cosmos materializing, adorned with stars of varying sizes?" "No," Lumian replied after a brief pause. He had experienced the sensation of illusory objects abruptly disintegrating. It occurred every time the potion was completely digested. However, he knew nothing of the mysterious cosmos or the glimmering stars of different magnitudes. Jenna remained silent, deep in thought about the implications of this phenomenon or contemplating other matters. Soon enough, they arrived at apartment 601, 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches. Franco was already back and regarded them warily as they entered side by side. Before she could inquire, Jenna brought up the topic of the shattered illusions and the appearance of the mysterious cosmos. Franco was taken aback, but spoke joyfully. "Your assassin potion has been fully digested." Assassinating a parliament member in public and under heavy security certainly facilitated the digestion process. "Is this a sign of potion digestion?" Lumian couldn't hide his surprise and perplexity. "Why do I experience only the first half and not the second?" Franco scrutinized him suspiciously. "You've never experienced it before? How did you advance then?" "Not only is the seal on me restraining Termaboros, but it also restricts some of my mystical senses?" "That's right. The seal resides within me. It's impossible for it to have zero impact." Lumian formed a vague hypothesis and casually brushed it off. It wasn't as pronounced. Franca, more concerned about her female companion, did not press the matter further and curiously asked Jenna, "So, have you managed to summarize the principles of acting?" "Acting principles?" Jenna pondered for a moment. "After the assassination, I learned many principles. Yes, assassination is a matter of risking one's life. It is the ultimate form of punishment, a calamity for those. Se crímenes." Enthusiastically delving into the acting method and discussing acting principles with Jenna, Franca suddenly remembered Lumien's presence. What's the matter?" She glanced at her male companion, who had settled onto the sofa. Lumien met her gaze and indicated that they needed to speak privately. Jenna instantly understood, excused herself to change clothes, and retreated into the guest bedroom. Lumien lowered his voice and addressed Franca. "What do you make of Hela? What kind of person do you think she is?" Chapter 270 Agreement.
Madame Hela.
"How do you know her?" Franca's immediate reaction was one of surprise and astonishment. She quickly remembered that Lumien's sister, Muggle, was also a member of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. She hastily added, "Did your sister mention Madame Hella to you?" Not only did she mention her, but she also gave me the incantation to summon Madame Hella's messenger. Did she suggest seeking help from Madame Hella when you face trouble? Franca speculated. Are you planning to summon Madame Hella's messenger and ask if she can be trusted? Sort of, Lumien affirmed. I've already established a connection with Madame Hella and summoned her messenger, but today I realized that some of my sister's actions during the disaster in Cordu were unusual. It seems to be connected to Madame Hella. I don't know if I should question her directly. Observing that Lumien hadn't provided further details about the disaster in Cordu or Aurora's abnormal behavior, Franca understood why and refrained from prying. She pondered and replied,
Personally, I trust Madame Hella.
Damn it, you've established a connection with her without even telling me. Well, she's one of the most advanced members of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society on the Paths of the Divine. There are suspicions that she belongs to the Corpse Collector pathway. Not only does she willingly share her knowledge and experience with us, but she also offers assistance whenever possible. The items she trades are only slightly more expensive than their cost price. To many of us, including your sister and me, Madame Hella is like a dependable older sister. She has rescued us from helplessness, anxiety, and indecision. We trust her implicitly. Understood. Lumien sighed with relief. I'll have an honest conversation with Madame Hella to uncover the true cause of the problem. At this point, he changed the subject. Does your Major Arcana card know about the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society? I haven't mentioned it to her directly. All I said was that I joined a secret organization that provides mutual assistance. However, she seems to be aware of the Research Society situation. Franca lowered her voice unconsciously. I suspect I'm not the only member of the Tarot Club in the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. With his lingering doubts cleared, Lumien turned around, smiling, and waved his hand. I'm going to summon Madame Hella's messenger. Hey, it's still early. Want to play Fighting Evil for a couple of hours before heading back? Franca, who wasn't fond of going to bed early, tried to find some entertainment. Lumien rejected her, without hesitation. When he returned to room 207 of Aubaird's du Coq d'Or, Lumien didn't rush to summon Hella's messenger. Instead, he unfolded a piece of paper and wrote to Madame Magician once again. He briefly mentioned the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society and informed the demigod that Aurora was willing to seek help anonymously from the authorities when she was lucid. However, she hadn't summoned Hella's messenger for advice, which didn't align with her behavior in Lumien's dream. He didn't know if Aurora was under another restriction or if there was an issue with Hella. Before long, Madame Magician replied with a simple line. Based on the information we have, Hella is trustworthy. Phew. Lumien relaxed and began writing a letter to Madame Hella. In the letter, he candidly pointed out Aurora's abnormality and asked if she had missed receiving any letters. Skilled in the process, Lumien made slight adjustments to the altar and changed the ingredients. He swiftly summoned a human skull that appeared to be made of pure silver. As he gazed at the pale white flames silently burning in the skull's eye sockets, pyromaniac Lumien felt a greater sense of danger emanating from it than ever before. It was no less intense than the feeling he got from Madame Magician's puppet messenger. The pure silver skull clamped onto the letter and vanished into the dense darkness around it. Lumien didn't rush to tidy up the altar. He patiently waited. As time ticked by, a letter suddenly materialized on the wooden table in front of him, and he hadn't sensed its arrival until the end. Of course, this was a significant improvement from before. Previously, he only noticed it after the pure silver skull had placed the letter. Lumien unfolded the letter and swiftly scanned it under the glow of the 2 yellow candles on the altar. I haven't received any letters from Muggle since February of this year. I understand that a one-sided story lacks credibility, but if you carefully consider it, you should find some details that support this matter. I suspect that some force had influenced Muggle, causing her to refrain from seeking help from me for some reason. In fact, if she had written to me before the catastrophe completely unfolded, I could have arrived earlier than the official Beyonders. I might have been able to save Muggle and prevent the catastrophe. Often, letters and exchanges fail to inspire insights, making it difficult for us to engage in broader and more profound discussions. I will be in Trier in the coming days. If you are willing, we can arrange a time and place to meet and discuss your sister's encounter and the disaster in Cordu in detail. Perhaps, then, I can offer you useful suggestions. Lumien pondered for a few seconds before recalling a detail from his dream. Aurora had attempted to summon Hella's messenger, but ultimately refrained from doing so. She was afraid of triggering a loop that would cause Cordu to restart frequently. This likely meant that she had given up summoning Hella's messenger in reality, or that she had tried but failed for some reason. After realizing this, Lumien replied to Hella's suggestion. No problem. We'll arrange a time and place when you arrive in Trier. After sending the letter, concluding the ritual, and tidying up the altar, Lumion realized it was getting late. He quickly washed up, lay on the bed, and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Lumion awoke naturally to the resonating sound of the cathedral bell. After visiting the washroom, he embarked on his usual morning jog along familiar streets like Rue Anarchy and Avenue du Marquet, fully energizing his body. During his routine, he discovered an empty space in the square outside Église Saint-Robert and spent nearly an hour practicing combat techniques. Returning to Aubert's du Coq d'Or, Lumion enjoyed a meatloaf breakfast while sipping a whiskey sour. On his way, he passed the Suet steam locomotive station, where new vendors were already selling photos of Street Ma, Tres d'Ateliers. Lumion scanned the scene and caught sight of Baron Bergnays. The Savoy mob leader, adorned with a diamond ring and smoking a mahogany pipe, appeared gentlemanly with his half-top hat and the absence of any accompanying thugs. Holding a 7- or 8-year-old child, he made his way from the steam locomotive station towards a carriage parked by the roadside. The child donned a caramel coat with brass buttons, a black and white checkered shirt, and a linen coat. His black strapless leather shoes and white socks paired with a dark red school bag that appeared somewhat heavy and solid. With yellow hair, brown eyes, and a sturdy physique, the child had noticeable baby fat on his face and exuded an air of simplicity and honesty. Baron Bergnays' child? He usually resides in other provinces and visits Trier for summer vacations? No wonder they don't seem too familiar, Lumion muttered to himself, redirecting his gaze and continuing his stroll. 11 Rue de Fontaines, within Gardner Martin's grayish-white 3-story villa. Lumion arrived in the exclusive carriage of Salle de Balbrise. He passed through the hall adorned with weapons and armor, arriving at a room filled with bookshelves. Gardner Martin, displaying his amiable disposition, deep facial features, and brownish-red eyes, sat in an armchair at the back of the study. Standing before him were the short, Rat Christo, with his gray-black hair, dark blue eyes and mustache, and the towering, giant Simon, measuring over 1.9 meters, his light yellow hair closely cropped, clad in an unusually tight black suit. Sensing Lumion's entrance into the study, Giant Simon and Rat Christo turned to regard their colleague. Giant Simon's eyes displayed caution and defiance as he instinctively raised his head. He believed that Seal, who had defeated Hammer 8, shouldn't be underestimated. However, he also believed that he himself was unquestionably stronger than that fool and might not lose to Seal. Rat Christo showed no evident emotions, but the right pocket of his dark brown shirt suddenly stirred, as if something alive resided within. Christo slipped his right hand into his pocket, his expression abruptly changing. His gaze upon Lumion grew intense with fear, and he couldn't help but smile obsequiously. Lumion felt a tad uneasy. After pondering for a moment, he suspected that Rat Christo had used an item in his pocket to see that Lumion had advanced to sequence 7 and become a pyromaniac. In contrast, Giant Simon clearly lacked such intuition, failing to notice the subtle shifts in his colleague. "Good morning, boss," Lumion energetically greeted Gardner Martin. A few days ago, he had informed the boss of the Savoy mob that he had consumed the potion and advanced to pyromaniac. Gardner Martin nodded slightly, shifting his gaze from Lumion's face to Rat Christo and Giant Simon. After nearly 10 seconds, he spoke in a low voice. "I have a mission for all of you. At precisely noon, retrieve something from underground Trier and bring it to Rue de Fontaines." Mission? Lumion's eyebrows twitched, sensing a potential trap. As a new beyonder to the Savoy mob, trust between him and Gardner Martin was still lacking. Why would he be assigned such a crucial and confidential task? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lumion had two conjectures. Either he was mere cannon fodder or this was a test. Chapter 270, 1 Acting. With this in mind, Lumion's gaze automatically drifted over Rat Christo and Giant Simon, taking them in. He sensed that the chances of them becoming expendable pawns were slim. Potion-consuming beyonders, unlike the blessed relying on divine favors from evil gods, were a rarity. They couldn't be simply stockpiled at will. Firstly, the ingredients required were specific, and secondly, ample time was needed. At the mid-sequence, luck and mastery of the acting method played a role. If he were to use them as mere pawns in this mission, the likelihood of reclaiming the beyonder characteristics would be greatly diminished. It constituted a substantial portion of Gardner Martin's control over the underground world in the Market District. As a member of the secretive organization, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, Gardner Martin could indeed bear such a loss, but he wouldn't make such a colossal sacrifice for something insignificant. And if the mission was of sufficient importance, sending only one sequence 7 and 2 sequence 8 beyonders was clearly inadequate. Shouldn't Gardner Martin be concerned about failure? With this realization, Lumion swiftly revised his conjecture. Either this was a preliminary test, a LOAR, ISK mission designed to assess him, regardless of whether Rat Christo and Giant Simon were aware of it, or it was indeed a crucial and perilous operation. While using them as pawns, there would be powerhouses present as a safety net. This was also a test. With this in mind, Lumien's initial reaction was to gaze at Gardner Martin and accept the mission, projecting an image of an ambitious young man striving to climb the ranks. If it was the first possibility, this was his best chance to prove himself. If it was the second possibility, Lumien still had Mr. K's finger quietly nestled in his pocket as a trump card. When the time came, if he needed to divulge his affiliation with the Aurora Order to ensure his survival, he could abandon the Iron and Blood Cross Order's mission. As long as he remained alive, he could await another opportunity. After the catastrophe caused by the Tree of Shadow, Lumien visited Psychic's headquarters and met Mr. K before Gardner Martin could conduct an investigation. He concealed his experience with the Tree of Shadow, merely mentioning that something had occurred in the Market District, trapping them in a peculiar wilderness. Then the brownish-green tree descended, and Susanna Mattis appeared, draining everyone's energy. To combat the fallen tree spirit, he used the finger to fashion a robust defensive flesh robe, but he didn't receive additional assistance. Later, with the aid of the tree's further descent, Susanna Mattis' weakened state, and the involvement of the other two present Beyonders, he barely overcame the enemy and vanquished her using his pyromaniac abilities and the fallen Mercury from Cordu. He spoke the truth, albeit blurring the sequence of events, time, and location, as well as omitting a few details. The logic remained intact. Mr. K harbored no suspicions after hearing the account. Instead, he sighed and cautioned Lumien not to overly rely on the finger, since there were multiple ways to sever the mystical connection between him and it. Satisfied with Lumien's advancement to pyromaniac with Gardner Martin's assistance, Mr. K plucked another finger for him. This led Lumien to believe that, as long as he didn't encounter extraordinary environments like Permitha or the Tree of Shadow and wasn't entangled in the perilous affair of confronting a godlike entity head-on, with Mr. K's finger, even if he couldn't completely reverse the situation, he still had a high chance of escape. Just as Lumien was about to express his stance to the boss, he suddenly sensed that he shouldn't push his acting too far. That was what Jenna would occasionally say. According to Franca, boss is at least a sequence, 6 conspire. I can't underestimate his intelligence and discernment. My background is undeniably evident. I'm young and hail from the countryside. I was once entangled in a Beyonder catastrophe and lacked knowledge. I wanted to change my fate, but I've spent a considerable time in the Market District, openly and covertly accomplishing much. Even with what the boss only knows, it should be enough for him to perceive that I'm not an ignorant country bumpkin who acts rashly and mercilessly. Based on today's incident, the impression the boss has of me should be someone capable of detecting mission abnormalities and potential dangers. Simply agreeing without reason or observation would only raise suspicions of ulterior motives or reliance on something. That would be troublesome. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Lumien's mind. He immediately shifted his gaze to Giant Simon and Rat Christo, eagerly awaiting their reactions and attitudes toward the mission. It remained unclear whether Rat Christo was recalling the incident involving the mirror person or his brother's demise due to it. His expression grew nasty, tainted with fear and apprehension. Doubt and wariness flickered across Giant Simon's face, yet he didn't voice any objections. After a few seconds, they nearly spoke simultaneously. Yes, boss. Observing this, Lumien deliberately hesitated before continuing. Yes, boss. With keen eyes, Gardner Martin observed Lumien, Christo, and Simon, assessing their expressions and demeanors. After their unanimous agreement, the boss of the Savoy mob grinned with satisfaction and said, I shall now disclose the mission details. He reached into a drawer and retrieved a scroll made of faux goatskin, laying it out on the desk before them. Approaching, Lumien and his companions beheld a map revealing a section of underground Trier. The map measured a meter in length and 50 centimeters in width. The upper level depicted the underground Trier, formed by the municipal department through the excavation of various tunnels and reinforcement of the quarry cave. It corresponded to the streets and squares above ground.
The map focused solely on the underground area of Quartier du Marché, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, Quartier du Jardin Botanique, and Quartier de l'Observatoire.
However, it was intricately detailed, as if copied from the original by infiltrating the municipal department. Lumien could clearly discern extensions on both sides, although the drawing did not continue. In the middle of the map lay quarry caves, ancient catacombs, and underground river tributaries, scattered in a haphazard manner and connected to the upper level through visible or concealed tunnels. This portion contained numerous gaps and omissions. Beside these areas were inscriptions such as to be investigated, to be explored, and to be searched. The lower levels of the map encompassed collapsed mines and more missing information, as if veiled in a shroud of fog. Even the Iron and Blood Cross Order, a secret organization, lacked comprehensive knowledge. Numerous passageways extended downward from this level, but the map did not indicate their connections. Fourth Epoch Trier? The place referred to as the ancient ruins reserved by the authorities? It's evident that this map is a copy of a more comprehensive one. A complete version includes Fourth Epoch Trier. The Iron and Blood Cross Order possesses extensive knowledge of the underground. Lumian speculated as he committed the incomplete map to memory. After his three subordinates had taken a cursory glance at the map, Gardner Martin pointed to a location and said, "This is your destination." It marked a collapsed mine, yet there remained some open space. Situated at the lowest level of the map, it was near Fourth Epoch Trier. Above it, corresponding to Avenue Selbu, Rue de Mauvais Enfants, and Place de la Forêt, lay the intersection between Quartier de l'Observatoire and Quartier du Jardin Botanique. It's called the Albert Mines, Gardner Martin introduced. To reach it, you must traverse two privately bored tunnels. It remains unknown to the authorities and most people who travel underground. As he spoke, Gardner Martin traced the tunnel with his finger and instructed Lumian, Christo, and Simon on the correct entrance. Finally, he sighed with a tinge of emotion and added, 6 years ago, Albert Goncourt, the leader of the rebellion and the mastermind behind the uprising, relied on this mine, which he discovered and named, to elude the army, police, and official beyonders who were searching the underground. He survived. 6 years ago. Rebellion. Uprising. Lumian instantly recalled what he had witnessed and heard. During the war with the Lone Kingdom, prices in Trier skyrocketed, leaving people in despair due to the exorbitant cost of food. This triggered a massive protest that swept through the city, resulting in various conflicts. From Gardner Martin's words, it was evident that the protest wasn't purely spontaneous. Someone had planned and guided it. Was the Iron and Blood Cross Order also involved? Lumian continued to gaze at the map, lost in thought. Concluding his explanation, Gardner Martin said, "Your task is to reach the Albert Mines before noon and await the arrival of a trader who will hand you a box. You need not give him anything, nor do you need to communicate with him verbally. On your return journey, you must not open that box, as doing so would expose you to immeasurable danger. As long as you strictly follow my instructions, the mission poses minimal risk. While you may encounter peculiar phenomena concealed underground or face beyonder monsters, good teamwork will resolve those challenges." After providing them with additional guidance, Lumian, Christo, and Simon each took a carbide lamp and departed from 11 Rue de Fontaines, making their way to the nearest entrance to underground Trier. Casting a final glance at the now out-of-sight grayish-white villa, Lumian considered the impression Gardner Martin had of him. With a smile, he casually inquired of Rat Christo and Giant Simon, "Have you undertaken similar missions before?" Rat Christo fell silent for a few seconds before ANS. "Whirring, thrice." "Once." Giant Simon replied in a slightly buzzing voice. "Well, the fact that you're still alive suggests that such missions aren't too perilous." Rat Christo remained silent, as though he had fallen into a grim recollection. Giant Simon reassured himself, echoing Lumian's words. "You're right. Perhaps this is a test from the boss. Those who pass may have an opportunity to advance further. And what about those who fail? Do they perish on the spot?" Chapter 270, Too Charismatic Artist. Giant Simon found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to find the right words. After a few seconds of contemplation, he finally spoke up. "Are you out of your mind? If you fail, the worst outcome would be missing an opportunity." Rat Christo chimed in. "If the mission is truly important, the boss wouldn't hesitate to handle it personally. He wouldn't send us. And if it's not a significant task, the risk won't be too high." This train of thought mirrored Lumian's initial concerns. Lumian glanced towards the nearby entrance of underground Trier, intentionally wearing a smile. "Perhaps we are merely bait in this scenario? For instance, the boss suspects that a faction is secretly watching us, so he has deliberately devised this mission. If everything goes smoothly without any abnormalities, he can deactivate the alarm and consider it a test. However, if he does catch something, he can follow the trail of clues to uncover the truth and eliminate any hidden dangers. As for us being the bait and potentially getting caught, it's not his concern. As long as we ultimately achieve his goal, losing a few low-sequence beyonders falls within his level of tolerance." Rat Christo's face turned pale upon hearing these words, while Giant Simon fell into silence. Although they lacked experience with mysticism, their years as mobsters and leaders had honed their basic analytical skills. They couldn't help but admit that Seal's theory made sense. This naturally brought about a deep sense of fear for their lives. Especially for Christo, memories of his brother Erkin's death and the pained expressions of his wife and children flooded his mind. If it weren't for the boss assigning him another task and excluding him from the smuggling operation, he might have been replaced by the so-called mirror people and met a tragic end somewhere underground. And as for his wife, his dogs, and the other animals he cared for, the mirror person would have had the opportunity to enjoy them for a while. With these thoughts weighing on their minds, the three of them ignited their carbide lamps and descended the steel stairs in silence. Christo scanned the dark tunnel with the bluish-yellow light, his voice trembling as he spoke. The boss wouldn't purposefully send us to our deaths. Even as low-sequence Beyonders, we still have our uses. If we perish underground, it might take the boss half a year, or even a whole year to groom a red plasmoman. The Mirror People incident came to his mind, the boss's request for him to undertake a different task being a clear attempt to protect him without revealing anything. Everything comes at a price. Perhaps the stakes involved this time are more valuable than the three of us combined. Lumion held the carbide lamp emitting a yellowish glow, walking steadily through the dark and slightly damp passageway. He sneered and said, I hope this mission won't be as perilous as the boss claims, but we can't afford to be naive. We must prepare for the worst. Noting Seal's significant improvement, Christo couldn't help but ask, what should we do? From his perspective, Seal was the most reliable person in this mission, a lifeline in critical moments. Surprised by Christo's sudden timidity, Giant Simon turned towards him. When did the rat become so fearful? As a leader under the boss, why would he choose to display weakness and worry in front of Seal? Where is his pride and self-esteem? Wasn't he afraid that Seal would overshadow him and encroach upon his smuggling business? This was precisely the effect Lumion intended. He genuinely spoke up. The boss has helped me multiple times, and I'm more than willing to carry out missions for him. However, the risk involved should not be excessively high, leaving us with only the option of death. Damn it, I haven't lived long enough. That's why my stance is to attempt the mission if possible. If it becomes too dangerous, I won't hesitate to abandon it and ensure my own survival. This might require the three of us to let down our guard against each other and cooperate fully to overcome any hidden threats. Such an attitude struck a chord with Christo and Simon, prompting visible or imperceptible nods from them. No one was entirely selfless. Taking a calculated risk for the boss was already a testament to their loyalty. Accepting this attitude and genuinely cooperating to resist danger seemed to be the only viable choice, at least on the surface. How should we collaborate? Christo swiftly made up his mind. He didn't want another Mirror People incident. Lumion smirked once more. First and foremost, we must understand each other's abilities so that we can complement one another more effectively. Christo pondered for a moment before speaking up. I'm a beast tamer, a sequence 8 of the apothecary pathway. I can directly confront and communicate with various beasts to a certain extent. I have the ability to gradually tame them and make them my assistants. I'm also skilled in treating illnesses and providing comprehensive medical care. At that moment, he couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at Seal, as if hinting at his need for a remedy to improve his performance in bed and replenish his physical stamina. Word had gotten around about Seal being quite a libertine. Not only was he involved with Jenna, Red Boots' mistress, but he had also been linked to nearly 10 dancers. He had arranged for them to receive acting lessons at Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons, allowing them to earn money without having to accompany customers. An apothecary? If only I had known that rat Christo was an apothecary, I would have gotten him to give plenty of medicine to Jenna's mother. She would have made a quick recovery and returned home that very night. Lumion silently sighed and nodded approvingly in the flickering light of the carbide lamp. The more Giant Simon listened, the more astonished he became. He began to suspect that rat Christo had lost his mind by divulging the secrets of a sequence. Until now, apart from Gardner Martin, nobody knew Christo's sequence or the pathway he belonged to. After all, there were plenty of people in Trier who had a fondness for pets. Some even had a large number of them or formed intimate relationships with animals, as occasionally seen in the newspapers. In a flash, an idea struck Simon. Rat Christo was in charge of the smuggling business and had completed most of the boss's secret missions. Perhaps he knew something and had become pessimistic about this operation, hence his sincere cooperation with Seal. Christo let out a sigh and continued. I've been unlucky. I haven't managed to tame a genuine Beyonder creature yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be powerless against mid-sequence Beyonders, even if I encountered them. This mission was sudden, and we didn't have time to prepare. I only brought a few companions with me. Is he afraid that we won't die quickly enough? As he spoke, he raised his right hand. A colorful snake-like creature with a triangular head emerged from his sleeve. Soon after, Christo had the snake retreat back into his sleeve. He reached into his pocket and produced a palm-sized rat. This rat was different from the ordinary kind. Its fur was pale white and distinct, with eyes as bright as rubies. This is Taffy. It's a unique creature I discovered underground during my smuggling days. It can't be used as the main ingredient for any potion, but it has the ability to sense hidden dangers, Christo briefly introduced. It can also sense the approximate strength of others, right? Lumion asked thoughtfully. Christo looked at Lumion with surprise and hesitated for a moment before replying, yes. Recognizing that Christo had already divulged enough information, Lumion didn't press further, despite suspecting that he possessed other abilities or other animal companions. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Giant Simon. Simon hesitated for a moment, recalling his earlier speculation. In a muffled voice, he said, I'm a Sequence 8 pugilist of the warrior pathway. Like Hammer, 8, I excel in face-to-face combat and various fighting techniques. I carry a gun, a dagger, a bayonet, and boxing gloves. His explanation was brief, as pugilists didn't possess any extraordinary abilities. No mystical item? That's true. It's indeed challenging for mobsters groomed by secret organizations to acquire such items. Lumion chuckled to himself. You're stronger than Hammer, 8 because you're intelligent and can read the situation clearly. These words left Simon unsure whether to feel angered or proud. Holding the carbide lamp, he looked at Lumion and said, What about you? Which Sequence 8 pathway are you from? Hunter. Since they were working together, Seal couldn't keep his sequence a secret. Lumion smiled, raising his right hand in front of him. Silently, a crimson flame emerged from his palm and hung in the air, burning silently. You're a pyromaniac? Simon exclaimed in surprise. Among Trier's mystical circles, the most common information concerned mid-sequence beyonders of the Hunter pathway, especially those below Sequence 6. Lumion didn't respond, opting to maintain his smile instead. Simon suddenly understood why Rat Christo's attitude towards Seal had undergone such a drastic change, and why he appeared to seek his assistance. Sequence 7 was the starting point for mid-sequence beyonders. Compared to low-sequence beyonders like themselves, their strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. They were countless times more powerful. With his attention now diverted from the pocket of Rat Christo, Simon asked Lumion in surprise and suspicion, Does the boss know that you've advanced to Sequence 7? The boss provided me with the necessary supplementary ingredients, Lumion truthfully replied, dissipating the crimson flame in his palm under the yellowish glow of the lamp. What? Simon's pupils dilated. Lumion looked around and continued, That's why, if I can complete this mission, I will do everything in my power to see it through. With those words, he pulled out an iron-colored canister and tossed it to Simon. This is scorpion poison that I obtained from Hammer, 8. You can apply it to your weapon. Increasing your strength will increase our chances of survival. Simon caught the canister, momentarily taken aback. Though Seal disgusted him and they were at odds, his knowledge, intelligence, strength, and approach to things made him seem reliable. Unconsciously, he found himself listening to him and following his lead. Lumion, who was walking ahead without turning back, let out a sigh of relief. He had exaggerated the risks and instilled fear to dampen the spirits of Rat Christo and Simon, plunging them into a state of worry. Then, by revealing his own strength, offering convincing suggestions, and providing small favors, he would establish himself as the team's leader. Only then could he fully harness the team's combined strength without exposing his hidden trump cards and effectively combat any potential threats. Chapter 273 Traitor. Holding the carbide lamp aloft, Giant Simon trailed behind Lumion for a few steps, his keen eyes picking up on the inconsistencies in Lumion's words. Seal, the boss knows you've turned into a pyromaniac. He won't just toss you aside recklessly, will he? Lumion gazed ahead at the tunnel bathed in the yellowish glow, a smile playing on his lips as he posed a question without turning around. How long have I been with the Savoy mob? Both Giant Simon and Rat Christo had a moment of enlightenment and found themselves in agreement with Lumion's explanation. It was true that Lumion, a beyonder with a dubious past who had recently joined the mob, had brought with him a crucial ingredient for a potion. Such a person couldn't be trusted right off the bat. They had to undergo a series of tests in the form of missions. And if Lumion were to meet his demise during one of these missions, it would simply be chalked up to his ill luck. Losing a foreign beyonder was far less painful for the boss than losing a subordinate he had meticulously groomed. The two leaders of the Savoy mob hesitated no longer. They cautiously followed Lumion, maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 steps. It was a familiar arrangement, much like when they traveled with a few mobsters stationed at similar positions behind them. In the midst of their journey, Giant Simon donned gloves and applied a small amount of scorpion poison to his dagger, bayonet, and boxing gloves. He then returned the canister to Lumion. The trio descended into the tunnel marked on the map. Despite their soft steps, the special environment caused their footfalls to echo faintly in the dark, eerily silent underground. Nearly 45 minutes later, they passed through the area marked as an ancient tomb and arrived at the entrance of a concealed passageway. It led to an abandoned quarry cave that had lain dormant for ages. The ground was uneven, covered in moss. In the distance, the sound of an underground river could be heard, occasionally accompanied by the rumbling of a steam subway passing by. Lumion observed for a moment, clenching the ring of the carbide lamp between his teeth. With both hands, he grasped a protruding stone wall and climbed to the cave's summit. Then, extending his right hand, he pushed an apparently ordinary stone behind him, wedging it between the side wall and the cave roof. A pitch-black hole materialized, allowing someone as tall as Simon to bend over and crawl through. The hidden tunnel had been fashioned using a long-forgotten ventilation system that already existed in a nearby quarry. The three of them hunched over and strode deeper into the underground tunnel. Gradually, the sounds of the underground river and the steam subway faded away. Apart from their own breathing and footsteps, the surroundings were silent as a tomb. After nearly half an hour, Lumian and his companions followed the markings on the map and leaped from an exit, emerging into an already existing underground cave. From high above, stalactites dangled like the menacing teeth of a terrifying beast lurking in the darkness. Lumian didn't rush to enter another hidden tunnel at the cave's base. Instead, he turned to Giant Simon and Rat Chris, two who had accumulated a fair amount of dust on their heads. Wearing a grave expression, he spoke. Before we proceed, let's confirm something to avoid any mishaps. We won't have time for verbal communication. All right. Both Rat Christo and Giant Simon accepted Lumian's words without question. With a subtle nod, Lumian replied, "Firstly, from the moment we enter the second tunnel until we return here, no one is allowed to speak. Make use of physical gestures as much as possible. If that's not feasible, you must obtain my permission before uttering a word." This precautionary measure stemmed from Gardner Martin's advice regarding the lack of need for communication with the traitor. Lumian had expanded its scope and made it absolute to prevent any potential mishaps. Christo and Simon recalled the boss's counsel and nodded in agreement. Observing their response, Lumian pressed on. "Secondly, no matter what anomalies occur, unless something attacks both of you, stay calm and act in accordance with my lead. Thirdly, I won't force you, but if you wish to survive, it's best to heed my instructions." These two requests were met with resistance from Rat Christo and Giant Simon. They would be entrusting their safety to Lumian's intelligence, skills, reactions, and knowledge. It was a departure from their usual reliance on their own wild Beyonder instincts. After a few seconds of hesitation, Rat Christo forced a smile, recollecting Seal's strength and previous performances. "I'll follow your arrangements, but if you fail to react in time and Taffy warns me of danger, I'll take matters into my own hands. Damn it, the longer I've been in this smuggling business, the more I dread Trier's underground." Giant Simon chimed in, "I'm with you on that, Rat." Lumian felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully tamed the two Beyonders who also served as leaders in the Savoy mob. He didn't push further, and simply nodded in agreement. "No problem. Fourthly, I will be the one to make contact with the traitor later and retrieve the box the boss desires." Upon hearing this, Rat Christo and Giant Simon looked at Lumian as if they were seeing Seal in a new light. They had expected the pyromaniac to leverage his strength and authority to assign one of them to interact with the traitor and handle the riskiest part of the mission. Alternatively, they thought Lumian might suggest drawing lots to determine who would handle the task. To their surprise, Lumian volunteered to take on the responsibility himself. Seal is quite fair. Giant Simon couldn't help but sigh. He knew he wouldn't be able to do the same if he were in Lumian's position. This realization made both Rat Christo and Giant Simon less resistant to following Lumian's instructions. Though the lighting was dim, Lumian managed to observe his two colleagues' reactions. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "If it weren't for the fact that you two Beyonders lack mystic, knowledge and might cause trouble during the box exchange, I wouldn't be taking such a risk myself." Lumian sighed from the depths of his heart. Sometimes, weakness could be an advantage. Emphasizing that they were to maintain silence, Lumian picked up the carbide lamp and made his way to the bottom of the cave. He gestured for Giant Simon to embrace a rock about half his height and move it aside. The rock was incredibly heavy, posing a challenge even for Simon's strength. It took him some time to shift it, revealing the deep entrance to the hidden tunnel. The tunnel wasn't particularly long, and it took them only 7 to 8 minutes to crouch down and make their way through. They arrived at a mineral cave that had suffered significant collapse, leaving only a limited space. This was their destination, the Albert Mines. Lumian surveyed the cluttered gray-black stones and turned to Giant Simon, who was dressed in a black formal suit.
He pointed at his chest.
Understanding the unspoken request, Simon produced an iron-gray pocket watch and opened it with a snap. The dial revealed numerous tightly clenched gears, exuding a sophisticated yet cold mechanical beauty. Giant Simon held up his pocket watch, showing it to Lumian and Rat Christo, indicating that there were still over 10 minutes until the designated time of the transaction, noon. Lumian nodded and remained silent, patiently awaiting the appointed hour. After a while, he subtly turned his head, listening intently for any signs of movement around them. He sensed an unusual sound emanating from underground, as if a multitude of people were screaming, roaring, and fighting. Beneath the illumination of the carbide lamp, Lumion glanced at Simon and Christo, noticing their similar reactions, as if they too had caught wind of the commotion. Observing Simon and Christo's gazes fixed on him, Lumion lowered his right hand, signaling them to refrain from being affected. Intermittently, they could hear peculiar movements. The three of them stood at the edge of the Albert mines, silently waiting. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the other side of the mine, as if someone in leather shoes was approaching from an unusually quiet tunnel dozens of meters away. Is that the traitor? Lumion mused, casting his thoughtful gaze in that direction. The footsteps paused and then resumed, resonating through the Albert mines. When they were merely a few meters away from the entrance, they mysteriously ceased altogether. After a brief wait, Lumion and his companions spotted a figure emerging from the opposite mine entrance. It was a man over 1.8 meters tall, donning a white shirt, yellow vest, black formal suit, and dark pants. He clutched a small brown leather suitcase in his hand. The man wore a silk top hat pulled low, casting a shadow over his face. However, Lumion's hunter eyesight allowed him to discern the man's appearance with the aid of the 3 carbide lamps. The man had short auburn hair, brownish-red eyes, slightly unkempt and thick beard, and thick eyebrows. He resembled a starved male bear, exaggeratedly thin. The collar of his shirt was tightly fastened, as if he dreaded the cold. Lumion held the carbide lamp and was about to approach the man. But then, Christo tugged at his arm. When Lumion turned his head, Christo anxiously and fearfully pointed at his right pocket. Does this mean that Taffy, the peculiar rat, has issued a warning of danger? But judging from Christo's behavior, the threat hasn't materialized yet and is still manageable. Otherwise, he would have already turned and fled. Lumion interpreted the signs and nodded at Christo, indicating that he would proceed with caution. Christo didn't stop him. He watched Lumion with concern as he advanced toward the traitor. As he closed the distance, Lumion's gaze carefully assessed the man's physique, analyzing every detail. His clothes are slightly oversized, as though they don't quite fit him. He seems fearful of something, yet his eyes hold anger and hatred. His hands don't extend beyond his sleeves, and they're concealed within, including the handle of the suitcase. His feet. Lumion's pupils dilated as he noticed that the traitor wasn't wearing shoes, but rather a pair of gray socks. This contradicted the sound of leather shoes they had just heard. Could it be that the footsteps didn't belong to him but someone else? Lumion grew increasingly vigilant. With limited space remaining in the Albert mines, he swiftly arrived in front of the traitor. The man, resembling a starved bear, chuckled and inquired with a hint of amusement. Did Gardner Martin send you? Was he scared out of his wits after receiving a message from his companion, who went underground to search for the entrance to the 4th Epoch Trier, months after disappearing, claiming to possess an important item to deliver to him? Chapter 270, For Escape. The entrance to 4th Epoch Trier? The Iron and Blood Cross Order is hunting for it. This person reappeared after vanishing for months? Lumion's mind raced upon hearing the traitor's words. He kept in mind the warning not to speak, and tried his best not to. Leaning forward slightly, he extended his right hand to receive the small brown leather suitcase. The man, resembling a starved bear, didn't refuse and chuckled. If I were Gardner Martin, I'd pray I never find out what's in this box. What does this mean? Lumion wondered as his palm touched the suitcase. At that moment, his eyes narrowed as he noticed the traitor's right palm was absent from the suitcase's handle, floating as if held by an invisible force. Following the handle, Lumion saw there was no arm in the sleeve. It was empty, supported by something invisible. No arm. His heart tightened as he glanced up at the traitor. His brownish-red eyes, accentuated by his thick beard and eyebrows, were as cold as a wild beast's, filled with undisguised hatred and fear. Various thoughts raced through Lumion's mind as he forced himself to control his reaction. He calmly took the suitcase, not inquiring or observing. He didn't instinctively defend or attack, as if he hadn't noticed anything. The traitor's emotions seemed to shift slightly, and his laughter carried a hint of sorrow. Tell Gardner Martin that it won't be long before he goes underground too. All the pain and torture I've endured, he too will experience them. Lumion didn't say a word. He picked up the small suitcase and was about to turn around and leave the Albert mines with giant Simon and rat Christo. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the other entrance behind the traitor. Compared to earlier, it became much clearer, almost within arm's reach. Lumion felt more certain now. He could hear the distinct sound of leather shoes approaching from the silent tunnel. In an instant, a figure emerged before Lumion, Christo, and Simon. It was a man, completely naked, his head missing, blood oozing from the neck wound. He wore only dark blue shorts and strapless black leather shoes. With 2 swift steps, the headless monster reached the traitor from behind, stretching out its hands, seizing his head, and yanking it upwards. Save me! Save me! cried the traitor, unable to hide his panic and fear. Almost simultaneously, his entire head was lifted, exposing a blood-stained spine dangling below. The spine was unusually long, swaying gently like a tail. Silently, the traitor's shirt, vest, pants, and formal attire lost support and collapsed to the ground. He had no body left, only his head connected to the bloody spine. Save me! Save me! The traitor struggled with all his might, but the headless monster held him tightly, seemingly attempting to stuff him into its empty neck. Although Lumion had encountered many terrifying and warped creatures in Cordu, this was the first time he had come across something so bizarre and terrifying. Without hesitation, he turned around and dashed towards the entrance of the hidden tunnel, ignoring the traitor's pleas for help. Giant Simon and Rat Christo, who had been frightened from the very start, finally lost control. Like cyclists hearing the starting signal, they bent down and hurried into the tunnel. Lumion caught up with them in a few strides, the echoing voice of the Albert Mines haunting their trail. Save me! Save me! If I die, you guys can forget about living. Help! With their carbide lamps in hand, the trio silently made their way through the hidden tunnel, their hearts constricting at the screams left behind. A few minutes passed, and the shrill cries suddenly ceased, leaving an eerie silence that enveloped the Albert Mines. Then, the echoing sound of tapping leather shoes reverberated through the hidden tunnel. Rat Christo, being the shortest, found it easiest to keep his back bent as he moved forward. In a state of fear, he frantically pointed at his pocket with his right hand, as if he had undead itself. Has that peculiar rat given us a perilous warning? Lumion glanced at Christo's left chest and nodded reassuringly, indicating that he would cover their rear. All they needed to do was run with all their might. As the tapping sounds drew nearer, Lumion and the others grew tense. Though they had to bend their backs to navigate the concealed tunnel, it only slightly reduced their escape speed. After all, they were skilled beyonders, their physical abilities notably enhanced. With each passing moment, Lumion felt a chill down his spine. Just as the sound of the leather shoes approached to within a few meters, the trio finally reached the tunnel exit and burrowed out. Seeing Giant Simon about to flee on his own, Lumion, who had already returned to their agreed position, could no longer stay silent. He lowered his voice and growled, "Block the door." As he spoke, he turned around and abandoned the carbide lamp and small suitcase, attempting to push the heavy rock beside the exit. Giant Simon subconsciously ignored Lumion's command, but his heart still trembled from the low shout. Throughout their journey, he had grown accustomed to following his instructions, as if it were the only way to ensure his survival. He found himself caught in a dilemma. After a brief moment of hesitation, Giant Simon suspected that if he ran away and left Seal to fend for himself against the monster, Seal might very well attack him and kill him as a deserter once he survived the attack. Rat Christo had similar thoughts, but he believed that if they both didn't help, Seal wouldn't waste time blocking the tunnel exit. When the time came, whoever ran the slowest would become the monster's first target, buying enough time for the other two to escape. After evaluating each other's pathway characteristics and sequences, Christo realized he was definitely the slowest. Moreover, he couldn't injure Giant Simon and Lion Seal in a short period of time, meaning he couldn't slow them down and overtake them. Without hesitation, he stopped fleeing and returned to the tunnel exit, assisting Lumion in pushing the stone to block the door. Taking a cue from the rat, Giant Simon chose to obey and turned around. Together, in just a few seconds, the trio secured the entrance to the hidden tunnel. The sound of footsteps faded into nothingness. Simultaneously, Rat Christo couldn't contain his surprise and delight, exclaiming, "Everything's fine now." There was no more visible movement in his pocket, where the rat named Taffy resided. Lumion didn't share Christo's exuberance. He picked up the carbide lamp and small suitcase, speaking in a deep voice, "Let's talk when we get back to the first underground level." Giant Simon and Rat Christo's relaxed minds tensed up once more. Instinctively, they followed Lumion up the rock wall and turned into another hidden tunnel. Along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks, but being underground they were surrounded by either complete silence or occasional strange sounds. After their recent fright, the environment was far from pleasant for them. If Lumion hadn't remained calm and composed, Giant Simon and Rat Christo might have resorted to drastic measures. Upon returning to the area corresponding to the streets and squares above ground, Rat Christo reached into his pocket to comfort Taffy and let out a long sigh. "When I saw that monster, I thought we were going to die right there." Though he and Simon had killed over 10 people, interacted with other Beyonders, and even fought them, they had never encountered a monster like the Headless One before. It was an abnormal horror they had never experienced. This was even scarier than the horror stories they had heard in their youth. Didn't the boss say that there won't be much risk if we don't communicate or open the box? However, in such a situation, most people couldn't stay calm. Giant, Simon, and Rat Christo gained a newfound appreciation for Seal's mental fortitude. Thanks to the shock brought about by the traitor and the headless monster, Lumion and his companions weren't interested in what lay inside the box. They hurriedly left the underground and returned to 11 Rue de Fontaines, where they met Gardner Martin in the study. Gardner Martin took the small suitcase and examined it casually. He smiled and said, "Very good.
You've all done well.
I'll reward you later." After praising them, the Savoy mob boss looked at Lumion and nodded gently. "I have a message for you. If you wish to progress further on the Hunter pathway, you must remember this sentence. The demon is our friend, and hell is someone else's. The demon is our friend, and hell is someone else's." Lumion couldn't fully grasp the true meaning of this sentence, but Gardner Martin didn't provide further explanation. As his 3 subordinates left the study, Gardner Martin turned to the door connecting to the activity room. The door creaked open, and a man in a half-top hat, white shirt, yellow vest, black suit, and dark pants approached. He had short auburn hair, brownish-red eyes, a thick, messy beard, and thick eyebrows, resembling a starving bear. He was the traitor who had given the small suitcase to Lumion and the others and been dragged back by the headless monster. "Olsen, any thoughts on him?" Gardner Martin inquired. The traitor addressed as Olsen replied with a smile. Simple background, clear origins, smart, bold, and decisive. He could bring together a few people who were originally unrelated into a team in a short period of time. Isn't that what you want? As for loyalty, that's the least of my worries. When the time comes, even if he's not loyal, he'll become loyal. Gardner Martin nodded slightly. Observe him for a while longer and see who he interacts with. After discussing this topic, Gardner Martin looked at the small suitcase on the table and asked curiously, "What's inside?" "Like I said, you'd better pray you never find out." The traitor known as Olsen smiled, picked up the suitcase, and left the study. After taking a few steps in the hall, he suddenly found his head a little tilted. He raised his hands, held his head, and straightened it with a snap. Chapter 275 Poaching. In the carriage heading back to the market district, Lumion stared out the window, reflecting on Gardner Martin's actions after completing the mission. He felt that the Savoy mob's boss didn't seem too concerned about the suitcase they risked their lives for. The boss merely glanced at it casually and placed it on the desk. Was it really some kind of test? The Iron and Blood Cross Order possesses information about the spine-dangling head and headless monster. As long as I stick to the prescribed procedure and don't act independently, they won't really come after me. But the boss used to be a conspirer. Perhaps he just wanted us to see the suitcase, but it might not reveal his true intentions. Regardless, the head-only traitor and the headless humanoid monster are real. What do they symbolize? Can I trust the words of the former? He disappeared for months searching for the entrance to Fourth Epoch Trier and experienced terrifying events. His head and body got separated, and both gained consciousness. When boss said, "The demon is our friend, and hell is someone else's," it felt like he was warning me not to trust others easily. Did he mention this because he was satisfied with my performance on the mission? Has he sent someone to secretly follow and observe us in detail? Or maybe Giant Simon or Rat Christo are not as scared as they seem, and one of them is secretly working as a spy for the boss. Since the boss didn't keep me here, the audit isn't over yet. Could someone be tailing this carriage and lurking in the shadows? Haha, Mr. K and his subordinates love doing this too. It'd be amusing if they ran into each other. In the carriage, Rat Christo and Giant Simon, who were using the Salle de Balbrise's carriage to return to the market district, grew a bit uneasy as Lumion remained silent and gazed out of the window. After 5 minutes of indescribable silence, Christo forced a smile and asked, "Seal, what are you looking at?" "It's too cramped," Lumion sighed, disregarding the question. Christo and Simon exchanged glances, thinking that Seal might be mocking them for taking up space in the carriage. After hesitating for a moment, Christo decided to share his intentions. He lowered his voice and said, "Seal, I want to use this opportunity to talk to you. Damn it, I didn't expect Simon to join us. Son of a sow, I was the one who suggested borrowing the carriage in the first place." "Giant," Simon retorted. Ignoring him, Christo continued, "Seal, this mission has allowed me to reacquaint myself with you. Apart from boss, you are the most intelligent, powerful, and calmest beyonder around me." "The calmest? You haven't seen me when I'm impulsive," Lumion teased, deliberately provoking. "Is that so? Am I more intelligent than Brignaise and stronger than Franca?" Rat Christo was at a loss for words. After a few seconds, he said, Well, what I mean is, in the future, when the boss assigns me secret missions, I want your help to analyze and figure out what to do. I don't want to be flustered when facing a similar monster next time." "Oh, Intel has come knocking on my door?" Lumion smiled and replied, "I don't mind helping, but aren't you afraid the boss will be angry if he finds out?" Christo glanced at Lumion, then at Giant Simon beside him, and his tone turned cold. "If you keep quiet and we keep quiet, the boss won't find out. Simon's eyelids twitched, and he added, "My thoughts align with Rat's." He didn't want to die on the next secret mission either. Lumian pondered for a moment and grinned. "All right, I can assist, but I can't guarantee I'll uncover the truth or find a way to avoid danger based solely on your descriptions. Also, I might make some small requests." "No problem," Rat Christo agreed, without hesitation. Today's encounter alone wouldn't have pushed him to this state. He had just escaped the Mirror People incident, and his nerves were on edge. Giant Simon also expressed his agreement. Then, he looked at Lumian and cursed himself softly. He cleared his throat and said, "Seal, my big bro, I apologize. I wasn't too friendly before, and I even encouraged you to deal with Red Boots when you were new to the Savoy mob and knew little about us. I'm a rough and unrefined guy. I can't say pleasant words, but I hope you can accept my apology. In the future, I, Simon, will follow your lead." Wow, you've grasped the situation so quickly, and you're so humble. This fellow is quite a talent. Lumian pretended to be nonchalant and replied, "I've already forgotten about the past. Besides, have I targeted you or sought revenge recently?" With that said, Lumian added inwardly, "Well, it's mostly because I'm too busy to bother with a mere mob leader like you." Simon breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that Seal wasn't too petty. Lumian smiled and questioned, "Why do you call me Big Bro? I'm much younger than you." Simon smiled sheepishly. "You're already a Sequence 7. In terms of strength, I should call you Big Bro." Lumian couldn't help but jest. "If you stick to addressing someone by their sequence, will you have to call me Uncle once I reach Sequence 6? Simon hesitated for a moment before clearing his throat. "If you wish." Damn it, isn't this guy too shameless? Is he like this even when talking to the boss privately? Rat Christo turned his head in surprise and looked at the burly man, who stood more than 1.9 meters tall, as though this was the first time he had met this giant. Simon continued, "But I believe I'll reach Sequence 7 before you hit Sequence 6. You must have just become a pyromaniac. It might take years even, decades, to fully master the power of flames and withstand the next potion." He was implying, "Haha, I was just joking. Perhaps we'll both be Sequence 7 soon, and you'll still be my big bro." Upon hearing this, Lumien's mind wandered back to the moment he had used invisible flames to burn Susanna Mattis to death, feeling the potion digesting a little inside him. However, he couldn't be sure as he hadn't yet completed the first acting principle, making the degree of digestion unclear. Combining past experiences and recent events in the Market District, Lumian sensed that the first acting principle was close to being revealed, but it always fell short. His thoughts lacked clarity, and he had a feeling that he needed to wait for the right opportunity. His mind then shifted to Gardner Martin's possible covert observations and subsequent tests. As a result, Lumian decided to postpone his plans to attend Mr. Fool's Bishop's preaching at Lavini Dock in the Square District the day after tomorrow. He felt it would be better to wait until he passed the test and officially joined the Iron and Blood Cross Order. But what about my psychiatric treatment scheduled for tomorrow afternoon? Should I still go? I believe my mental state and emotional control have improved over the past few days, but I'll need the two ladies to confirm it. Yes, they always use psychological invisibility. Madam Justice is a true demigod, so it's unlikely for Gardner Martin or his subordinates to see her. As a hunter, it's normal for me to have an interest in studying plants. After visiting the botanical garden, I'll have a coffee and take a break. No one can accuse me of anything. Lumian made a quick decision to continue the psychiatric treatment the next day. However, before heading to Mason's Cafe, he planned to spend 2 to 3 hours exploring the nearby botanical garden. Once the carriage stopped at Salle de Balbrise, Lumian went upstairs to enjoy a cup of coffee while watching Giant, Simon, and Rat Christo leave Avenue du Marquet. Around 4 p.m., he put on a dark, wide-brimmed round hat and left the dance hall. His destination was Franca's place at Rue de Blasses Blanches to discuss the peculiar mission and Gardner Martin's behavior in the afternoon. As Lumian strolled along Avenue du Marquet, a sudden thought struck him. If Boss is indeed sending someone to watch my actions during this period, he might think I'm having an affair with Franca if I frequent her apartment on Rue de Blasses Blanches. But maybe as a Triarian he wouldn't mind? Right, there's already a rumor about me having an affair with Jenna. I'm going to Rue de Blasses Blanches to find Jenna, not Franca. He won't be suspicious. Lumian calmed himself and arrived at 3 Rue de Blasses Blanches. He knocked on the door of room 601. Franca, who was wearing her usual blouse and light-colored pants, snapped, "Why are you here again?" At that moment, Lumian noticed peculiar drawings on her face. A turd on the left side, and a dark green turtle on the right. Lost at cards? Lumian raised an eyebrow. Franca had mentioned playing cards with Jenna and her dancers, involving strange punishments without money being at stake. Franca glanced back and lowered her voice. "Jenna has been in a bad mood lately. I'm trying to find a way to cheer her up." Lumian followed her gaze and noticed that Jenna's face was also decorated with strange drawings, moles, and a pig's mouth. The lead dancer had similar marks. In that case, I'll wait for you to finish, Lumian said as he entered the living room. Assuming Seal was there for Jenna, the lead dancer hurriedly got up, washed her face, and left apartment 601. Being in a better mood, Jenna teasingly asked Lumian, "Are you here for me or Franca?" That came out wrong. Lumian replied honestly, "Boss assigned me a strange mission, and I want to consult Franca." Curious, Franca asked, "What mission is it?" Lumian briefly recounted the noon encounter, including how he managed to keep Rat Christo and Giant Simon in check, making them follow his instructions. Both Franca and Jenna were scared by the head-only traitor and the headless monster, and they fell into silence for a moment. After a few seconds, Franca clenched her teeth and said, "Gardner Martin, that son of a bitch." "What's wrong?" Jenna didn't understand why Franca suddenly cursed the boss. Franca explained vaguely, "I suspect this mission is Gardner Martin's way of testing Seal. He wants to see if Seal is fit to enter the core group. Damn it, fucking hell, I've been with him for so long, and he still doesn't trust me. He doesn't even want to test me." Chapter 276, The Disappointed Susie. Jenna, who had no experience in relationships and was clueless about the truth, didn't know how to respond to Franca's complaint. Lumian roughly understood Franca's anger and disappointment. "We're all here to infiltrate the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Why is the test scheduled just a month after you're joining? I've been here for nearly a year, and I'm almost giving birth to Gardner Martin's child, yet there's still no progress. This makes me look like a failure." After carefully considering Franca's thoughts, Lumian replied earnestly, "This might not be an opportunity, but a danger. The fact that they want to audit me so quickly suggests they might see me as expendable. Or perhaps my Beyonder pathway is just right and could be useful for something recent." Jenna found Lumian's explanation reasonable and quickly advised Franca, "Maybe the boss didn't audit you because he cares for you and doesn't want you involved in dangerous matters." Franca's expression turned odd. That's not right. This made her feel guilty for deceiving others. When Madame Judgment arranged for her to be an undercover agent in the Savoy mob and wait for an opportunity to join the Iron and Blood Cross Order, she had been explicitly instructed not to sacrifice herself. Why seducing the target? The Tarot Club didn't engage in such tactics. Later, as a witch, she wanted to experience a romantic relationship with a man, and Gardner Martin happened to be interested, so they became lovers. From Franca's perspective, this was a pure, joy-sharing relationship that didn't involve any emotional aspects. They wouldn't have real expectations of each other. After the mission was completed, they would part ways without hesitation and continue with their exciting lives. Of course, at that time, the Iron and Blood Cross Order might have already suffered a setback. It remained unknown if Gardner Martin could continue with his exciting life. If Franca had enough strength, she would have rehearsed the scene of a cold assassin killing her lover. After a few seconds, Franca exclaimed, "Impossible, impossible. That guy is very chauvinistic and discriminates against women. Him not auditing me must be because he thinks that a woman should just manage the dancers well and have the ability to protect herself. She should just bear a child sometime later. She doesn't need to be qualified to join the core group." Damn it. Did I fail because of my gender? What she didn't want to admit was that the undercover mission had likely failed because she took a chance, which led her to form a stronger bond with Gardner Martin. Cannon fodder didn't matter if they were male or female. It didn't matter if the expendables of a secret organization were male or female either. Jenna and Lumian exchanged glances and pursed their lips. Then, they turned to Franca and asked curiously, "How can you tell that the mission is a test?" Those two monsters were undoubtedly terrifying and dangerous. Jenna didn't think she was as foolish as Lumian had teased her, but she knew she lacked experience in mysticism and playing these kinds of games. Subconsciously, she yearned to learn more. Franca smiled again and said confidently, "I deduced it from the whole process and final outcome. Think about it. Does this matter really require Seal, Simon, and Christo's involvement? Find a couple of core members who understand the situation roughly. Follow the procedures and precautions, and you can escape the monsters and retrieve the box successfully. Moreover, there's no need to worry about leaks or give them any special reminders. No matter how dangerous the darkness around us seems, the fact that nothing happened this time suggests that there's a way and people to resist them. If someone else were to go, they could still complete the transaction." Jenna pondered Franca's analysis for a while and exclaimed in admiration, "That's true. Damn it. Why didn't I think of that just now?" Hearing this, Franca and Lumian exchanged smug and pleased glances. The fact that Jenna could curse meant she was gradually feeling better. Lumian had also considered this before concluding that the boss was auditing him. So it was very likely that there were observers around him during this period. After some thought, Lumian asked Franca, "Do you know what those two monsters are?" They lurked underground and were suspected to be related to Fourth Epoch Trier. Lumian might have to venture underground in the future using Earth blood mineral. Knowing about the terrifying monsters he might encounter would help in his preparations. Franca appeared thoughtful. After a while, she said uncertainly, "Neither I nor anyone I know has encountered such monsters, but I've heard rumors from sailors. On the Sonia Sea, there's a port called Bansi. Once, a humanoid monster with a spine and no head appeared there. It sounds quite similar to what you described, but the port is now abandoned, likely due to damage caused by a high-level power." Bansi? Lumion wasn't unfamiliar with the term. Madame Magician had used it once to illustrate Corda's likely fate. It had been severely corrupted and directly destroyed by the church, leaving a deep impression on Lumion. After chatting for a while, Lumion and Jenna returned to Salle de Balbrise. Jenna had changed into a beige fluffy short dress and transformed into showy diva. Late at night, upon returning to room 207 of Aubaire's du Coq d'Or, Lumion drew the curtains and unfolded a piece of letter paper. He penned down his encounter, thoughts, and Franca's analysis, preparing to send it to Madame Magician. Shortly after, he arranged the altar, creating a wall of spirituality, and summoned the arm-height puppet messenger. In the faint blue candlelight, Lumion gazed at the pale white spirit world creature in a light gold dress, with light blue eyes and pure golden hair. A sudden idea struck him, and he asked thoughtfully, "Is there someone monitoring me nearby?" The messenger spoke in an ethereal and illusory manner. "Yes, there really is." Lumion wasn't surprised and pressed further. "Can he or they discover that I'm summoning you?" The messenger's eyes flickered as she replied disdainfully, "They're not worthy." Relieved, Lumion thanked Miss Messenger and watched her vanish into the candlelight with the letter. Before long, a neatly folded reply appeared on the desk in room 207. Lumion skillfully opened it and began reading. "It's not a good thing to be chosen so quickly and be tested. From now on, especially after becoming an official member, you have to be more careful. Once you're assigned a mission and feel that things aren't simple, something that even Mr. K might not be able to handle, find an opportunity to summon my messenger and inform me. The two monsters you encountered are indeed similar to those in Bansi, but they are quite different. They seem to have their own consciousness. As for what abilities and characteristics they can display, since Bansi Harbor has already been destroyed, I can't give you any useful information. I believe most of what the head said is true. What it didn't say was that it and its body might have entered 4th Epoch Trier during the he was missing. There's a high chance they possess a method to enter 4th Epoch Trier. You need to pay special attention to this matter. By the way, the sequence after Om's monk is a contractee. You need to sign a contract with different creatures and obtain one of their abilities. When the time comes, don't be in a hurry to choose. Write a letter and tell me that you already have the corresponding power. I can give you a pile of information on spirit world creatures for you to choose from. I have significant knowledge in this area. I'll also give you a copy of sites in the spirit world." Madame Magician truly possesses a deep understanding of the spirit world. Lumion gleefully crumpled the letter and watched it fuse with the crimson flames. On the sunny Sunday afternoon, Lumion satisfied his hunger and hopped into a public carriage headed for Trier's botanical garden. After buying tickets, he leisurely strolled through the vibrant flora. He marveled at the sight of many plants he had only encountered in books, newspapers, and magazines, including the Donningsman tree, which the Antitians mocked as Lone's national tree. These trees originally thrived in the rainforests of the southern continent. Legend had it that the sap from these trees could promote hair growth, a tempting prospect for many Loenians lacking significant hair volume. Around 3:30 p.m., Lumion made his way to Mason Café and settled into Booth D. He ordered a cup of Ream espresso, eagerly anticipating the arrival of psychiatrist Madame Susie. Before long, he heard a familiar, gentle female voice. Without turning around, Lumion smiled and replied, "Good afternoon, Madame Susie." Susie commented, sounding surprised, "Your mental state seems better than I expected." Lumion smiled wryly. "Perhaps it's thanks to my previous treatment that I've regained some inner strength. As the saying goes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger." Susie expressed her curiosity, asking in a conversational tone, "I wonder if you're willing to share your experiences?" Lumion pondered for a moment before looking ahead and muttering to himself, "Are you in the same organization as Madame Magician?" "Yes," Susie confirmed. Relaxing, Lumion leaned back on the sofa, sipped his espresso, and began recounting his ordeal. From capturing Louis Lund to taking down Susanna Mattis and saving the lives of most people involved in Prometha, he concluded, "Since that day, my mental state has significantly improved. It's like a fire still burning within my heart." Susie responded gently, "Sometimes, life itself plays the role of a psychiatrist. Those experiences indeed triggered your inner strength and improved your condition. However, it also requires resilience and a suitable personality. Otherwise, one might easily descend into a state of collapse, despair, self-blame, and abandonment. And this vulnerability might be exploited by the angel sealed within you." At this point, Susie's Motions were complicated. She added with a hint of disappointment, "Your remarkable progress has rendered the treatment plan I prepared for today useless." Chapter 270, 7 Guidance. Susie's words elicited a chuckle from Lumian. "Isn't that a good thing?" Susie replied, smiling, "That's a good thing. One of the happiest moments for every psychiatrist is to see their patient gradually emerge from their trauma." Lumian probed, "Can we move on to the next stage of treatment?" "Let's have a chat first. I'll assess your mental state." Susie's voice was gentle, and her demeanor remained calm. "About what?" Lumian had already shared most of his recent experiences. Susie verbally ruminated for a few seconds before responding, "We can talk about what else you're confused or troubled about." Lumian fell silent momentarily before continuing, "Am I really the unlucky one? Will I bring disaster to the people around me?" This time, it wasn't Susie who answered, but the other lady. She said with a soothing chuckle, "If disaster is the inevitable fate of those around us, it isn't your fault. If it comes because of you and fate turns sour, it just means that destiny isn't set in stone. The entity sealed inside you by Mr. Fool isn't the entity named Inevitability, just an angel from the same realm. He can't use his powers and can only rely on others, so he can't determine a changed fate." "So, you're saying I had a chance to change their fates, but I blew it all?" Lumian sipped his espresso, his voice unconsciously deepening. The woman maintained her tone. "First, we gotta be sure that the person who messed with their fate and caused their doom is the companion of that inevitability angel lurking around you. He came for the seal and Termaboros. It's got nothing to do with you. Your only issue is that you didn't do good enough, but nobody can guarantee perfection in everything." At this point, the woman spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. "I get your feelings. Over the years, I've tried my best to do many things, but many of them failed. I even ended up hurting others despite my good intentions. It hit me hard and made me feel real guilty. I felt like running away and never coming back. Thankfully, during that time, I managed to achieve a lot. I helped people, stopped disasters, and rooted out corruption. That gave me confidence and motivation, strengthening my beliefs and ideas. Later, whenever I felt confident and positive about what I wanted to do, I'd remember my mistakes and failures. It would remind me not to be careless, not to be biased, and not to underestimate anyone. Likewise, when setbacks and guilt hit me, I'd remember the people I helped and the disasters I prevented. It reminded me that I'm not all bad, and my beliefs and ideas have a positive side. Our past experiences are both a burden and a source of strength, motivation, and growth." Lumian listened intently, finally facing the guilt in his heart and not suppressing it in. "And more. Maybe some tragedies could have been avoided if I knew more about mysticism. It is my problem, but I'm not the one causing the disaster. I just haven't done a good enough job. I need to fix this weakness. I gotta strive to improve and be more careful in the future. I can genuinely save those who want help and bring disaster to those bastards who intentionally cause harm." As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian recalled the peddlers, pedestrians, and tenants who had fallen from the Tree of Shadow. He remembered how he had watched with a smile. Phew, he let out a slow breath, leaning back against the sofa. "I feel much better now." He scoffed and said, "The person who helped Termaboros and messed with my fate and the people around me couldn't have guessed that the pain he caused didn't break me, make me despair, or give up. Instead, it led me to get excellent psychiatric treatment, improving my mental state significantly. I really want to find him and thank him in person." The lady chuckled. "That's why I keep telling Susie that psychiatric treatment is tricky and subtle. If you're not careful, it could lead to the opposite outcome. You can't just be fearless because you're a beyonder. Let me remind you of something. We can't assume the target's current intentions solely based on their original image and goals without sufficient evidence." Lumian didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" The lady explained in a gentle voice. "Many people are deceived because they always assume the other person remains the same, believing that their personalities and thoughts won't change due to the environment, experiences, and circumstances. Take what you just said as an example. Have you considered another possibility? Termaboros' companion might have deliberately brought those misfortunes not to make you collapse, but to stimulate you and awaken the power in your heart, allowing you to break free from your mental cage and regain your mental state. How is that possible?" Lumian responded subconsciously. Could Termaboros' companion be so benevolent? She smiled and replied, "Just because I'm giving an example doesn't mean it's true. But why is that impossible? Perhaps that person initially wanted to cooperate with Termaboros and use various methods to influence your state and create an opportunity for him to escape the seal. However, gradually, he realized that this was an opportunity that could turn him into an angel. As he receives more boons and sees the angelic level door, he can extract Termaboros' power by controlling you. He can even undo the seal and devour him while he is weak. And to increase the probability of success, he has to ensure that you're in good condition. You can extract Termaboros's power time and time again, weakening him. How is it? Does he have a motive to help you improve your mental state? Lumion fell silent. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that from a human's perspective, this was an undeniable possibility. After a few seconds, he retorted, is that person not afraid of angering the entity known as inevitability? The power from boons is definitely more influenced by the higher-ups. They are proud to carry out their will, and wouldn't have any blasphemous thoughts. The woman in psychological invisibility laughed meaningfully and said, the being known as inevitability desires an obedient angel to descend upon this land. Whether it's Termaboros or another bestower, I reckon he holds no particular preference or inclination. That's true. If someone devours Termaboros, they might become an angel of the inevitability domain. Perhaps this is what inevitability expects. If Termaboros can make it here, so be it. If he fails and faces a seal or purification, other bestowers will seek a way to devour his relic and become an angel. Ultimately, an angel in service of inevitability will emerge on Earth. But the identity of this angel is not crucial. Lumion pondered as he nodded gently. Suddenly, a wave of inspiration washed over Lumion. He considered the lady who was suspected of wielding the justice card. Was she not only using this opportunity to teach him, but also conveying these words to Termaboros? Could she be creating a rift between Termaboros and inevitability, making him distrust his companion? If I can think of this possibility, surely Termaboros can as well. He could have figured this out, but since his companion has been discovered, he wouldn't dare to show himself for a long while, nor would he communicate with him. In such times, suspicions would easily grow between them. Once the seed of suspicion took root and flourished, it would prove difficult to uproot in the future. A spectator is truly terrifying. Lumion sighed and said sincerely, I understand. The lady smiled and said, so, we can't assume that people won't change. They can evolve over time. We need to pay close attention to their circumstances and thoughts. Other Beyonders might not need to think so deeply, but your next sequence is a conspire. You have to learn to analyze human nature. Lumion nodded, gaining a fresh perspective on Gardner Martin's teachings. The demon is our friend, and hell is someone else's. Continuing the discussion, he smiled and asked, is it possible that Termaboros's companion intended to help me improve my mental state from the beginning? That's a possibility, Susie replied. But what would be the reason? Why? Lumion inquired. His expression suddenly changed, and he sat up straight, trembling slightly. Maybe, just maybe, she wanted to help me. The lady, suspected to be the holder of the justice card, interrupted gently. Your memories are unlikely lying to you. Lumion let out a long sigh and relaxed against the sofa once more. The lady's voice remained soft as she continued. However, in the world of mysticism, there are cases where a person's death might not be either true and. The world of mysticism holds too many mysteries. Once, I encountered a follower of an evil god. He suddenly died just as I was about to eliminate him. It felt too coincidental, so I examined his corpse, his fate, and various mystical connections. Everything seemed in order. He was truly dead, and his family and friends believed so as well. Later, when I was eradicating a subsidiary branch of an evil god cult, I came across him again. He had assumed a new identity with a new fate and mystical connection. This time, he met his final end. From him, I learned the sequence name of an evil god pathway, deceased. They can use death to escape their original fate. This is similar to the substitution spell, but it seems simpler and lacks prerequisites. Moreover, after the substitute's demise, the original identity and fate appear irretrievable. Lumion pondered on this, recalling a ritualistic magic that came with Om's monk. Chapter 278 Consultation. The lady believed to hold the justice card fell silent, and it was Susie who spoke up. Your mental state has improved significantly. If you'd like, I can guide you back into the dream to awaken those forgotten memories. No problem. Lumion leaned against the sofa and closed his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he dozed off. He found himself in Cordu, bathed in sunlight amidst the mountains, surrounded by turquoise alpine pastures. White-gray sheep roamed like clouds, creating a painting-like scene. The events unfolded like an art exhibition. Lumion alternated between experiencing them firsthand and observing as a bystander, his thoughts deeply immersed in the unfolding drama. As the events progressed, the weather mirrored Lumion's mood, turning increasingly gray and devoid of sunlight. Occasionally, the fog lifted, revealing an azure sky. These memories confirmed Lumion's suspicions. An anomaly had been brewing in the village from May to June of last year. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but by the end of the year, he realized the seriousness of the issue. Aurora didn't take his concerns seriously, dismissing them without investigation. He later discovered skeletons in Louis Lund's closet and extracted information from him. In the new year, more villagers began revealing certain problems, leading some unaffected ones to sense that something was wrong. As a result, Ava, Raimund, Naroka, and others were silenced. During this process, Lumion stumbled upon Pons Benet and his crew burying a corpse and sought revenge, gravely injuring the villain's lower body. However, he couldn't take on the thugs alone and ultimately failed. Pons Benet almost crippled him, but Aurora arrived just in time to rescue him. Only then did Lumion realize that something was amiss with his sister. She was suspected to be part of the Padres group and held a high status. Most of the time, she appeared cold and indifferent, which was completely different from the sister Lumion knew. Only rarely did she show her true self. Worried for both her and her brother's future, she sought help. However, she never mentioned summoning the messenger of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society's vice president, Hela. The information in Lumion's dream likely came from her soul fragment. What followed matched Madame Puali's account. Aurora stopped her, and Guillaume Benet, the Padre, led a large group of bestowers to attack the administrator's castle, dismantling her setup. She had no choice but to abandon the territory she had built up for a long time and leave Cordu with her remaining subordinates. The only difference was Madame Puali's claim that she had only given birth to one child whose father was the Padre. He eventually perished in the attack. However, Aurora, abreast of inevitability, stated that Madame Puali's had personally given birth to 2 children. One of them vanished after the administrator's castle was destroyed. In the end, it wasn't Aurora who knocked Lumion out and brought him to the altar. It was the deputy padre, Michel Garriga, who also had a lizard-like elf crawl out of him in his dream. Lumion blinked open his eyes, taking deep breaths to steady himself. He had anticipated this moment, but the emotional upheaval still left him reeling. Emerging from the nightmarish life of a street urchin, he had finally found a true, warm home with new friends and boundless joy. Even the villagers' chase and occasional beatings for his pranks couldn't dampen his spirits during those moments of triumph. However, his idyllic life began to unravel as the people around him changed. The constant anomalies he noticed clouded his heart with growing unease and uncertainty. He tried to persuade his friends, Aurora, Raimund, Ava, and others, to leave Cordu and move to Darige, but Aurora always delayed, thwarting his plans. Amidst his fear and disappointment, tragedy struck his friends. To his dismay, he even noticed disturbing signs in his own beloved sister. In that moment, his mind plummeted into a dark abyss, much like when his grandfather had died. He felt terrified, helpless, sorrowful, and in pain. But this time, he also felt a profound sense of despair. Had it not been for the occasional glimmer of hope when Aurora briefly regained her true self, Lumion might not have held on till the end. Even now, recollecting the past few months felt unbearable. It was as if he was trapped in a suffocating cage, surrounded by darkness and misery, unable to escape. It was suffocating, painful, and full of despair. Phew. Taking deep breaths, Lumion gradually regained his composure and offered a bitter smile. Just as I suspected, he hadn't personally experienced the remaining pieces of the puzzle concerning the catastrophe. He needed to decipher the dream symbols or find the Padre Guillaume Benet to obtain the missing information. Susie spoke in a gentle tone. You've shown tremendous resilience and faced your past head-on. It's a sign that your psychological struggles have improved significantly. Now, the rest of the healing process lies in your own hands. If everything goes as planned, we should only have one more psychiatric session. After you find Padre Guillaume Benet and communicate with him, I'll need to evaluate your psychological state once again and conclude the treatment. Thank you, Madame Susie. Thank you. Lumion hesitated before adding, Madame Justice. The woman in psychological invisibility didn't deny it and smiled, saying, just because we have only one session left doesn't mean we won't be in touch again. I might need your assistance with certain matters in the future. Lumion smiled back, saying, I'm only a sequence 7. I doubt I'll be of much help. We should never underestimate anyone, the lady replied with a knowing smile. Besides, different people can have unique impacts on different matters. Lumion nodded and said, no problem. He pondered for a moment before changing the subject. Ladies, after the Cordu disaster, my sister pushed me away and instructed me to take note of her grimoires. Given your understanding of human nature, what might be hidden in her notebook, and where could it be? Though Lumion had studied Aurora's entire grimoire multiple times, he still couldn't grasp many aspects or find anything suspicious. Susie responded promptly. Aurora wouldn't have intentionally left any messages or clues in her grimoires. If there were, she would have told you directly or hinted at it once she regained consciousness. Lumion nodded slowly, accepting her explanation. Aurora could have sought help from Hela's messenger, but she chose not to. Susie continued, I believe there might be something in the notebook that Aurora once considered normal, but later suspected was amiss. So, identifying any abnormalities through superficial observation alone would be challenging. No wonder I've been stumped for so long, Lumian asked anxiously. Then how can I figure out if there's a problem? The holder of the Justice card seemed lost in thought as she spoke. Since you've deduced that the anomaly began in May or June of last year, focus on that particular time frame to find the root of the problem. If the source truly lies with Aurora, she must have encountered something before that period that caused her transformation. So, pay special attention to the grimoires 6 months prior. It's likely to contain something significant that trigger her change. Additionally, the grimoires from the last 3 months might reveal Aurora's true intentions. They are an essential part of the castle in her heart. If you analyze these 2 time periods, you're most likely to find something relevant. January to June last year, and January to March this year. Lumian mentally noted Madame Justice's advice. As Aurora's grimoire spanned over 5 years, narrowing down the suspected content would save Lumian a considerable amount of time and effort. If he focused solely on the notebooks from those 2 periods, his workload would decrease by 90%, enabling him to analyze and consider them more effectively. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lumian expressed his gratitude once again. Thank you, Madame Susie. Thank you, Madame Justice. After their discussion, the psychiatric treatment came to an official close. Lumian finished the remaining espresso and left Mason Cafe, waiting for the public carriage by the roadside. In Trier, dark clouds gathered to the northwest in the distance, while raindrops cascaded down like threads. To the southeast, the sky remained azure, and pure white clouds were tinged with golden light. Let's attend a gathering, Franca said to Jenna. What gathering? Jenna, who hadn't yet put on her smoky makeup, asked with confusion. Franca rarely invited her to such events. A mysticism gathering. Now that you've digested the assassin potion, you should consider advancing to instigator. Attending mysticism gatherings, gathering materials and information, and earning money and supplies are compulsory tasks for every wild beyonder. Advancing? Jenna was bewildered, as the term was unfamiliar to her. Franca clicked her tongue and explained, an important figure told me that the number of evil god believers will increase in the foreseeable future. The same goes for various mysticism-related disasters. If you wish to protect yourself, your brother, and the people you care about, you must progress step by step on the divine paths and grow stronger. Jenna fell silent for a few seconds before finally nodding and saying, Okay, then let's go. Franca smiled again. However, Jenna hesitated for a moment before adding, Should we invite Seal? It seems like he also needs to attend mysticism gatherings. Franca's expression froze. Chapter 279 Deep Valley Cloister. After a moment, Franca forced on a reassuring smile and spoke. Don't worry about him. He's got his own mystical gatherings. Jenna nodded and didn't say much more. With disguises, masks, and a bit of makeup, they left 3 Rue de Blasses Blanches and made their way to Avenue du Marquet. They hopped on Subway Line 2, which connected the bustling market district's Suet steam locomotive station to the elegant Cathedral district's Northern Trier train station. Their destination was Quartier 9, the renowned Quartier de la Maison d'Opera in the northern continent. They arrived at the world's largest and most vibrant arcade, surrounded by department stores and fancy shops. The colorful glass dome above, supported by steel frames, painted the sunlight with a touch of grandeur, showcasing scenes of sacredness and epic tales. To make up for the dimness from the stained glass, new kerosene lamps on the iron-black street lamp poles burned brightly, emitting a dazzling white light. They were called draft lamps that utilized the heat they generated to turn kerosene into steam, spraying it onto the scorching man. Flee around it, creating a bright white light. In terms of illumination, they were far superior to conventional gas street lamps or regular household kerosene lamps, a modification of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Jenna followed Franca into the public washroom in the middle of the Opera House arcade. Each found a stall, changed their clothes, and applied simple makeup to downplay their looks. After that, they headed underground through a nearby entrance. Unlike other districts in Trier, the underground street beneath the Opera House arcade was bustling with people. Cafes, galleries, beer houses, and small shops filled the space, making it feel anything but dark, cold, or confined. Only when they left the area did Jenna find her usual impression of underground Trier. As assassins, they could see in the dark. However, to avoid exposing their sequence abilities to those attending the mysterious gathering, they each held a carbide lamp that cast a bluish-yellow light ahead. Studying Franca's actions closely, Jenna mimicked her and donned a silver metal mask that covered the upper half of her face. Silently, she ventured deeper into the damp tunnel. After walking for a while, Franca pointed to a fork in the road and smiled. There's a legend of ghosts in that direction. What's the legend? Jenna asked, playing along. Franca grinned and replied, They say people in the opera house often hear strange male voices coming from underground. They hired several bounty hunters to investigate, but none of them returned. Didn't the official Beyonders intervene? Jenna inquired, puzzled. They did, but they found nothing. That's because it's a legend we made up. Franca chuckled. Jenna was even more perplexed. Why make up such a legend? For amusement? Franca assured her, smiling, to prevent the people of underground Trier from meddling with our gathering. Jenna finally realized the reason behind it. So, you scared them off and they wouldn't dare come here? No, Franca shook her head with a serious expression. No, it's not about scaring them away. It's about diverting their attention to that area so they don't bother with the surroundings. In simpler terms, it gives the adventurous Trier citizens and university students something to keep them occupied. Having grown up in Trier, Jenna fell silent. After a few seconds, she muttered, Damn it. The Trierians around me are nothing like this. Everyone worked diligently. They just like to go to bars, dance halls, and other places to drink, sing, dance, or vent their emotions by cursing each other after a busy day. People from Trier can be different, Franca said, clicking her tongue and shaking her head. As they talked, they squeezed through a gap and entered a new tunnel, arriving at a quarry cave overgrown with dark green moss. Outside the quarry cave stood a white skeleton, its face hidden behind an iron mask, its eye sockets dark and empty. Jenna, who had never encountered anything related to mysticism before, couldn't help but feel her heart race with fear. Franca raised her hand and greeted, You always send a skeleton. Is all this caution really necessary? Damn it, you even put a mask on the skeleton. What's there to be embarrassed about, she added. The white skeleton spoke with a voice that sounded like metal rubbing against metal. I like a line from the adventure series. That's basic courtesy. With its eye sockets devoid of flames, it looked at Jenna. Who is she? My friend. I brought her here to take a look, Franca simply replied. The skeleton didn't push for more information. It cracked its neck, signaling that they could enter the quarry cave at the back. Inside, Jenna saw many people in various disguises, either sitting on rocks or standing in a corner. Silence enveloped the place. After scanning the area, Jenna lowered her voice and asked Franca, They're letting me in just like that? Isn't this too easy? Aren't they concerned about my trustworthiness or safety? Franca smirked and replied, I trust him, and he trusts me. Is that so? Jenna nodded, but she sensed something strange. How did that skeleton know it was you? Weren't you disguised? He has a special way of recognizing people, Franca vaguely explained. 15 minutes later, more people arrived one after another. By the time the Iron Mask skeleton announced the official commencement of the trade gathering, nearly 20 people had gathered in the quarry cave. Jenna observed the transactions with curiosity, absorbing the new terms as Franca whispered them to her. During this process, she couldn't help but be shocked by the prices of potion formulas, mystical items, Beyonder weapons, and various ingredients. Even the cheapest ones required an entire week's salary as an underground singer. As for the expensive ones, she felt that she had no hope in her life. The last third of the trade gathering focused on commissions. Jenna sat up straight, hoping to find one that could earn her a large sum of money. A man dressed in a black robe, resembling a warlock from horror stories, spoke in a deliberately shrill voice. I have a mission worth 20,000 Vril d'Or. 20,000 Vril d'Or? All eyes in the room turned to the entrustee. Jenna was no exception. She had never seen such a large sum of money in her life. The man glanced around and said, The gatekeeper of the Deep Valley Cloister in the Hill District has been missing for 3 days. I hope you can help me find him or his corpse. I can't verify the authenticity of the clues, so only those who bring him or his corpse back to the Deep Valley Cloister can claim the 20,000 Vril d'Or reward. Alternatively, you can bring him here. The Deep Valley Cloister belonged to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, where ascetic monks devoted themselves to the study of machinery and steam. They didn't marry, have children, or preach. Located in the Hill District, Quartier 19, it was bordered by the Cathedral District of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Cathedral and the Northern Trier train station to the west, and Quartier 20, the Cemetery District, to the east. Seeing no immediate response, the man continued, The authorities have already investigated, but they found nothing. You can all take this commission and investigate Deep Valley Cloister as bounty hunters. Don't worry about suspicion. I'll post notices in bars, dance halls, and beer houses in various districts. I can give it a try. It won't cost me anything if I come up with nothing. At most, it'll take some time for me, making money. Jenna turned to Franca, tempted. Franca nodded, agreeing that they could take on this mission. She was curious about the case, and she wanted Jenna to gain some experience before resorting to dangerous assassinations. If they sensed any danger or discovered something amiss, they could retreat in time. Of course, the high bounty was also appealing. After a brief silence, the participants began asking questions one after another. They wanted to gather enough information before starting their investigations. The entrustees' responses were brief. He informed everyone that the missing cloister's gatekeeper was Pinker, a resident of nearby Deep Valley town in his early 50s. He was a devout believer of the god of steam and machinery, and he had never married. With a fanatical passion for machinery, he became a gatekeeper at Deep Valley Cloister after owning fields. He returned home once a week, spending one day each time, but he didn't disappear at home. One night, while the monks were testing a steam contraption in the courtyard, they spotted Pinker standing at the door of the gatekeeper's hut, watching with interest. But the next morning, he was gone. Jenna took note of the information just like during her acting studies. Before long, the mysticism gathering concluded, and the participants departed in groups. A few nights later, Lumian sat at the bar in Salle de Balbrise, savoring his favorite absinthe and watching Jenna sing and dance. Just then, Louis approached him and whispered in his ear, "Boss, the big boss is here. He's waiting for you at the cafe on the second floor." Boss came personally? Lumian was slightly surprised. Without saying a word, he downed the rest of the green liquid, stood up, and headed towards the stairs. At that moment, Gardner Martin stood near the window, dressed casually in a dark brown jacket and a wide-brimmed hat, as if he had just come from the docks or the depot. He looked at Lumian with his brownish-red eyes for a moment before motioning for the others to leave. Soon, only Gardner Martin and Lumian remained in the cafe. The Savoy mob boss smiled and said, "I've expressed my admiration for you more than once, haven't I?" "Indeed. Thank you, boss." Lumian nodded. Gardner Martin's expression turned serious. "Are you interested in joining my circle? This will allow you to come into contact with more Beyonders, stronger powers, and abundant resources." "Is that all for the audit?" Lumian wondered, not hiding his puzzlement. "What's the price?" Gardner Martin smiled again. "The price is that you might encounter more danger and have to follow orders to complete certain missions. However, as long as you do well, you will definitely progress rapidly. Perhaps in a few years, you can take my position." Lumian pretended to hesitate and pondered for a moment before saying, "I don't have a problem with that." Gardner Martin nodded solemnly. "Before that, you need to undergo a test. Go to 13 Avenue du Marché now, and stay there until the sun rises."
13 Avenue du Marché?
Lumian frowned, doing his best to recall. Finally, he remembered where that was. Ostatrol, the secret suppliant, considered it the most dangerous place in the market district. It was the burned-down building that had yet to be demolished. Chapter 2, 80 the Knocker. As Lumian thought of 13 Avenue du Marché, his first instinct was that Gardner Martin intended to do him harm. The place is abnormal, a mystery even to official Beyonders. "Why are you asking me to spend the night there?" The image of the dark, charred building he had seen through the mystery prying glasses still lingered in his mind, with a blurry face staring back at him through the empty eyes behind a window. It had given him an uneasy feeling, as Ostatrol had warned it was a dangerous place. However, Lumian had no interest in exploring it and wouldn't have triggered any anomalies due to him lacking an adventurous spirit, so he put it aside. Amidst his thoughts, Lumian dismissed the idea that Gardner Martin would set a trap in the charred building to harm him. As a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, a secret organization, a powerful Beyonder likely at Sequence 5 or at minimum a 6, Gardner had other, more direct methods to deal with subordinates with ulterior motives. Simultaneously, Lumian recalled everything he had seen and heard recently. The charred building stood close to Rue de Blouses Blanches. Each time he passed it while going to his safe house from Salle de Balbrise or searching for Franca, he would see vagrants seeking refuge from the rain inside. Never had he witnessed any official Beyonders or patrolling police shooing them away, nor had he heard of any fatalities occurring there. For 3 reasons, Lumian considered the charred building highly perilous. Firstly, Ostatrol's spiritual perception had urged him. Secondly, its existence remained intact, as if some mysterious force prevented its demolition. Thirdly, his experience with the mystery prying glasses had left him with a certain feeling. Combining all these signs, Lumian couldn't help but think there was indeed a problem. And it wasn't some trivial matter either. Though under normal circumstances, these abnormalities were unlikely to be triggered. They required specific conditions. But if there wasn't any trouble, why would Gardner Martin arrange for me to spend the night there? Is it some kind of courage test? That's pointless, Lumian thought to himself. He believed that the most striking impression he left on Gardner Martin and the others was that of his boldness. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lumian stared at Gardner Martin, showing his concern and suspicion.
13 Avenue du Marché?
I've heard there's something strange going on there. If nothing were amiss, what kind of test would it be to send you there for a night? Gardner Martin replied with a smile. As long as your response is flawless, I believe you'll come out of it unscathed. So, this is a test to see how I handle a sudden abnormality without any prior information? Lumian nodded in understanding, but the situation left him even more puzzled. If that's the case, why did Gardner Martin come here in the middle of the night and ask me to go to 13 Avenue du Marché immediately? Couldn't he have waited until daytime for me to do this? Then, he could test my ability to gather information and see who I'll contact. Now, I won't have the chance to summon Madame Magician's messenger and seek her opinion or possible help, allowing me not to face the hidden danger of the charred building alone. But Gardner Martin doesn't know that I can summon a demigod's messenger. That's probably not what he's worried about. If he suspects that I have another faction backing me, he wouldn't have given me a chance to infiltrate the core. In other words, the Iron and Blood Cross Order. He would have already found a way to make me completely disappear. Yes, if he really suspects me, he'll give me ample time to see where I go and who I contact to determine if there's a problem. He must have some hidden motive for making things so urgent. Giving me time to prepare means I might go back on my word. Instead of heading to 13 Avenue du Marquet, I might turn around and sell information about this charred building's possible connection to the Iron and Blood Cross Order to the authorities. But the problem is, even if I manage to stay until the sun rises, I can still go back on my word or betray them. I'll be apprehended right then and there and forced to sign a contract. After careful consideration, Lumian still couldn't decipher Gardner Martin's true intentions. The test was likely just one aspect, but there had to be a hidden motive. The only thing Lumian was sure of was that Gardner Martin wasn't planning to kill him, at least not for the time being. This mission might be life-threatening, but the real danger lay elsewhere. With various thoughts racing through his mind, Lumian finally made up his decision. All right, I'll go now. Gardner Martin grinned. Excellent. If you'd agreed too quickly, it would have disappointed me. One of the most crucial traits for those who join our corps is intelligence and the ability to think. Otherwise, why wouldn't I? Just purchase a few new steam robots from the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Are you suggesting that Franco is smart, but not very much so? She thinks, but not holistically? Lumian couldn't help but criticize inwardly. Of course, he knew that this wasn't the reason why the boss refused to let Franca join the core team. After his inner critique, Lumian responded to Gardner Martin with a smile. I'm looking forward to experiencing the core you've described, boss. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to head downstairs to 13 Avenue du Marquet. Gardner Martin casually called out to him, Don't reveal this to anyone, not even to those sleeping with you like Jenna, who's singing downstairs. All right, Lumian said, though he didn't give it much thought. He had to share this with Franca and Jenna. However, the two of them had been busy investigating the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper and hadn't paid much attention to the affairs of the Savoy mob. After leaving Salle de Balbrise, Lumian touched his left chest. Then, he drew a triangular sacred emblem, as if praying to the God of Steam and Machinery for good luck. There was still water on the ground from the rain. Lumian followed the iron-black street lamps and reached the intersection near Rue de Blouses Blanches at a moderate pace. A pitch-black six-story building stood diagonally in front of him. Many of the walls had collapsed, as if pairs of empty, pitch-black eyes had grown out of the house. At that moment, 2 or 3 tramps were sleeping on the ground floor, devoid of doors or window frames. It was strewn with blackened bricks and charred wood. Lumian stood by the roadside and observed for a while, but he couldn't find the blurry face pressed against the window. Must I wear the mystery prying glasses to see it? Without hesitation, Lumian passed through the filthy doorway and entered the target building. He felt no abnormalities from his body to his soul. Walking around the tramps, Lumian found what appeared to be the activity room. There was a small room inside. The wooden door was charred and wobbly, but it remained intact. Beyond the shattered glass window lay an alley behind Avenue du Marquet. Lumian walked in and carefully closed the wooden door. Then, he sat by the window, ready to climb out of the abnormal building at a moment's notice. Amidst the inevitable torment, time ticked by, and the night deepened. Lumian remained oblivious to any abnormalities. It was so quiet that only the tramp's occasional coughs echoed. Suddenly, he straightened his back. He heard sluggish footsteps. The footsteps drew nearer, knocking on the dilapidated wooden door that couldn't be locked, instantly tainting the quiet night with an uneasy atmosphere. At that moment, Termaboros's magnificent voice echoed in Lumian's mind. Don't respond. Don't respond. Lumian's hair stood on end. Although he couldn't fully trust the inevitability Angel considering the current situation, he chose to look at the door silently after weighing the pros and cons. Knock. 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 The knocks on the door echoed one after another, the intervals long, slow, and heavy. After a while, the person outside finally spoke. Help me. I was the one sleeping outside. Help me, help me. A murderer has barged in. This fabrication is absurd. Lumian calmed his tense nerves by entertaining himself. He didn't respond, acting as though there was no one in the small room. The voice outside grew more intense, but the pace slowed. There was an indistinct, strange pause. He's here. He's here. I'm about to be killed. The next one is you. As soon as he finished speaking, the person knocking on the door suddenly let out a scream. Lumian heard a dull thud. Thud. It was as if someone had fallen to the ground. Then, a heavy object outside the door was slowly dragged further away. Before long, a bone-chilling cutting sound filled the room, accompanied by the sound of gnawing and loud chewing. An image suddenly surfaced in Lumian's mind, a shadowy figure squatted on the ground, dividing a human corpse with an axe and other items. Occasionally, it would pick up an arm and take a few bites. After a while, the similar commotion vanished. There was another knock on Lumian's small room. If you don't, open the door.
I'll come in.
Myself. It was the same person who had asked for help. Lumian gazed at the shaky wooden door and had an idea. As long as I don't respond, the abnormality outside won't be able to open this door and truly threaten me. This door is clearly unlocked and was burned by the fire. It's very fragile, but it can't open it. It doesn't have the ability to open any door. Does it require a response from the person behind the door to establish a connection in the mystical sense? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lumian gained a deeper understanding of the current situation and felt more confident. Knock, knock, knock. Amidst the knocking, the person outside spoke in a staccato manner. I am not lying. I really will. Open the door and come in. I'll give you another 10 seconds. Lumian scoffed, feeling increasingly certain. He wanted to mock the other party in his heart and tell it to open if it had what it took, but he was worried that it would also be considered a response, so he suppressed those thoughts. 3 more knocks separated by a long pause. Suddenly, Lumian heard an inaudible creak. Then, he saw the rickety wooden door slowly pull back, revealing a dark crack. It was opening. Chapter 281 Reflection. As the charred and decrepit wooden door creaked open slowly, Lumian felt a shiver down his spine, like ice water trickling over his scalp. Wasn't it impossible to open the door? Was my guess wrong? If it could open the door, why did it take so long and talk so much?
Just get on with it.
Is there something wrong with its brain? Although Lumian had become a pyromaniac and had experienced various dangerous situations, his heart couldn't help but race at this moment. It felt like a steam locomotive hurtling on tracks and pillowwood. If he weren't worried about Gardner Martin or other members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order lurking nearby, he would have set up an altar then and there, summoning Madam Magician's messenger, or praying to Mr. Fool. Instinctively, Lumian prepared to summon Fire Raven and create a cloak, readying himself for a battle. But Termaboros's warning echoed in his mind once more. Don't respond. This was entirely different from just not opening the door. Lumian couldn't shake the feeling that something fishy was going on. Why would the creature knock on the door, threaten him, and then open it itself? So, he restrained himself, staying silent and staring at the door like a statue. The charred wooden door continued to swing open, and the dark gap gradually widened, enough for one person to pass through. But there was nothing outside the door. The room, far from the window, was engulfed in darkness. The crimson moonlight seeping through the broken glass barely revealed any outlines. Where was the fellow that knocked on the door? Lumian's first instinct was to activate his spirit vision to see if there was an invisible monster. But he held back, afraid that it would count as a response. The wobbly door came to a halt, and nothing emerged from the darkness outside. No wriggling shapes, just silence. Lumian remained motionless in his sitting position, gazing in that direction. This whole situation was incredibly bizarre. He couldn't even target an enemy if he wanted to set them on fire. Silence took over, and time seemed to stand still. Then suddenly, a drop of liquid fell from the ceiling, landing in front of Lumian. His eyelids twitched, and under the crimson moonlight, he saw that it was bright red, resembling blood.
Drip, drip.
Blood dripped, gradually staining a large area red. Lumian couldn't shake the unease that crept over him.
Drip.
Another droplet landed on Lumian's right cheek. It was cold, sticky, and silky. It didn't seem like human blood, but it wasn't tainted by darkness either. The pungent smell of blood filled Lumian's nostrils, making him want to roll to the side, stand up, and leap out of the window instinctively.
Don't respond.
He recalled Termaboros's words once again. Lumian took a deep breath, allowing the viscous liquid that smelled like blood to hit his face and head. Gradually, he felt his body grow heavier. He quickly examined his exposed hands. Cold, viscous blood dripped onto his hands, silently merging into one, as if encasing him in a blood-colored glove. Lumian began to suspect that he was trapped in a mucous blood membrane, making him feel heavier and heavier. Instinctively, he thought about reaching into his pocket to pull out Mr. K's finger. He wanted the Aurora Order Oracle, skilled in blood-related spells, to help him resist this straw. NG mucous blood membrane. Don't respond. This time, the Inevitability Angel's powerful voice echoed in Lumian's mind, instead of him reminding himself of Termaboros's earlier warning. Lumion managed to regain control of himself, but he could feel his body growing heavier, and his breathing became labored. Slowly, the strange blood began to seep into his skin, as if it had a life of its own, determined to enter his body and consume him from the inside out. As the blood infiltrated him, his thoughts grew hazy, and a surge of violent tendencies flooded his mind. The urge to kill and burn everything, this place, Trier, the entire world, overwhelmed him. Damn it! Could Termaboros be using this opportunity to deceive me and use the strange power here to take control and escape the seal? He couldn't help but question the effectiveness of Termaboros's don't respond and the true intentions of the inevitability angel. Despite wanting to resist and break free from the burned-down building, Lumion couldn't shake the feeling that there was something mystical about the abnormality and the creature's persistence in knocking, talking, and asking for permission. If he hadn't harbored those suspicions, he wouldn't have fully trusted Termaboros, an enemy rather than a friend. He wouldn't have endured until now. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lumion decided to hold on a little longer and observe what would happen next. His head felt heavy, and his thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. A grinding sound rang in his ears, and his body seemed to ache from a distant pain. It was as if he was slipping into a semi-conscious state, while someone took the opportunity to dismember him, severing his limbs and tearing his body apart. Then, suddenly, Lumion's consciousness withdrew. It was as if his spirit had separated from his body. He watched himself sitting by the window, covered in blood, with his eyes strangely empty. In front of him squatted a charred figure, brandishing a bloodied axe and hacking at his thigh, splitting the bone in half. Lumion slowly realized that something was amiss. He instinctively looked down and saw that his body remained whole. He was still sitting by the shattered window, but the scene he witnessed was no longer the crumbling, charred wooden door. Instead, he saw a reflection of his surroundings and his own dismemberment by the burnt shadow. Compared to his severed legs and extracted bones, the most striking aspect was his empty, lifeless eyes. After a brief daze, the horrifying and bloody vision disappeared, and the open, dilapidated wooden door returned to his sight. He knew it wasn't an illusion because he felt as if he had surfaced from water, and his entire body relaxed. If I had responded, what would have happened? Would the nightmarish scenes I saw have become real? Would that response have established a mystical connection, allowing those terrifying and almost illusionary encounters to materialize? Lumion exhaled slowly, fear still lingering in his heart. He placed his hand on his left chest, lowered his voice, and chuckled. Termaboros, you truly are remarkable. Indeed, a worthy angel. Even in his sealed state, he easily discerned the essence of the abnormality. Termaboros's voice echoed, overlapping as if from multiple sources. The abnormality here is considered minor. Minor? Lumion couldn't believe it. If you hadn't reminded me not to respond, and if I hadn't been determined enough, something terrible might have occurred. That Gardner Martin, that vile scoundrel, really wants me dead. Termaboros replied in a thunderous voice, you won't die. The abnormality will merely transform you, leading your thoughts to become fanatical about certain things while rejecting others. Lumion pondered the explanation, finding it a bit hard to grasp. Just then, Termaboros added, it's like being conquered, both physically and mentally. Suddenly, realization dawned on Lumion, and he spoke quietly. Gardner Martin wanted me to stay here overnight, so he could use this anomaly to control me and eliminate any potential threats. No wonder he came to Salle de Balbrise so late, and didn't give me time to think. Termaboros confirmed Lumion's suspicion. Have you only just realized how shallow you are? Lumion cursed under his breath and thought to himself, even if he succeeds, I won't be under Gardner Martin's control. I'll be manipulated by the power of this place. Isn't he worried that something might go wrong? The abnormality here is connected to the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Is he not concerned about that? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lumion furrowed his brow and asked Termaboros, since I won't be affected or altered abnormally, will Gardner Martin notice something off about me when I leave tomorrow morning? Termaboros's voice boomed. If such a level of corruption was easily detectable, Gardner Martin and his allies would have been eliminated by the official Beyonders long ago. Unless the source of corruption provides direct information, they can't tell that you're unaffected. As Lumion contemplated the situation, he suddenly realized a hidden truth in Termaboros's words. Gardner Martin and the members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order were already corrupted. They were under someone else's control. The more Lumion thought about it, the more he found it terrifying. After a few seconds, Lumion tried to get more information from Termaboros, asking, when I meet Gardner Martin, how should I display my fanaticism and which beliefs should I reject? Termaboros surprisingly replied, show fanaticism towards war and chaos and reject belief in other deities. Lumion nodded, but another concern arose. Considering the intensity of the recent abnormality, shouldn't everyone who enters and stays here be corrupted? Termoboros clarified, only 2 specific pathways inevitably trigger the abnormality here. The rest require specific actions at precise times before the anomaly will occur. The officials only recognize the latter situation and secretly prevent others from entering this building at those specific times. 2 special pathways, Hunter and Demonis. Lumion could roughly guess. Termoboros didn't deny it. As Lumion recalled the entire incident, he couldn't help but smile, saying, Termoboros, it seems you've truly understood your situation and positioned yourself wisely. Termoboros remained silent this time, providing no response. In the following hours, Lumion encountered 2 more abnormalities. One almost broke his neck, while the other caused an explosion that sent his organs flying. Remembering the words, don't respond, he endured the trials, eventually returning to his unharmed body. Finally, a tinge of reddish gold appeared on the horizon as the sun rose. Lumion stood up, basking in the morning light for a moment before leaving 13 Avenue du Marquet. There, he saw Gardner Martin sitting in a carriage opposite. Their eyes met, and in the next moment, Gardner Martin smiled. Lumion smiled back. Chapter 282 Treacherous. Gardner Martin stepped out of the carriage and warmly embraced Lumion. Oh, his attitude changed instantly. Lumion criticized as he returned the hug. After the embrace, Gardner Martin let go and smiled, declaring, from now on, we're true brothers. True brothers? Can I inherit your estate if you die? Lumion, whose mental state had improved significantly and had successfully passed the difficult test, held back his teasing thoughts. You're still my boss, Lumion said, his habitual loyalty shining through in his words. He thought that while it might have been a bit over the top, the gesture didn't feel insincere or out of place. Gardner Martin laughed. In the future, when there's nobody else around, you can call me CO Sir. CO Sir. Lumion found the title a little strange. The Iron and Blood Cross Order was a secret organization, not an army. Gardner Martin didn't offer any explanation. He just smiled. Come to 11 Rue de Fontaines at 8 p.m. tonight. That's when your initiation ritual will take place. With that, he gave Lumion's shoulder a reassuring pat. Rest well now. Lumion acknowledged his words with a nod and bid farewell to the boss of the Savoy mob. He made his way back to Aubert's du Coq d'Or and drew the curtains of room 207. It was already past 6 a.m., so Lumion didn't need to catch up on sleep. He sat at the wooden table and began writing to Madame Magician. He recounted the previous night's encounter and Termoboros' performance. Finally, he inquired about how to report this matter to Mr. K. Alone, Lumion couldn't avoid the peculiar abnormality in the abandoned building. He needed to explain the situation convincingly to Mr. K without revealing that he possessed the Fool's Seal and an angel from the Inevitability domain. After neatly folding the letter, Lumion set up a ritual and summoned the doll messenger in the light gold dress. The messenger lowered her head and nodded with satisfaction upon seeing the square-shaped letter. As she levitated the letter, she warned Lumion, someone is still monitoring you. Huh. I didn't notice it at all. His tracking, concealment, and observation skills are impressive. Lumion prided himself on being a skilled hunter with strong anti-tracking abilities. Yet, he had failed to detect the presence of the monitors. Mr. K's subordinates? No. If Miss Messenger felt the need to warn me, it couldn't be the Aurora Order. The monitors sent by Gardner Martin must still be lurking, even after passing the test and facing that abnormal corruption last night. I've let my guard down after being informed about my induction, and that's made me vulnerable. Damn, how cunning. Lumion realized he had been too naive and not cautious enough compared to Gardner Martin. If he hadn't pretended to be exhausted from sleep deprivation and torture, drawing the curtains to sleep would have been an obvious red flag. It would have definitely raised suspicion among the monitors. At the same time, Lumion was grateful that Madame Magician's messenger seemed powerful enough not to be detected by the monitors. After sending off the doll messenger, Lumion lay on the bed, waiting for a reply. When it finally arrived, he read the message carefully. As a secret organization with a history spanning 2 to 3 centuries, the Iron and Blood Cross Order doesn't recruit members so readily. The fact that they are allowing new members to be corrupted goes against the test I know of. It appears that the Iron and Blood Cross Order has undergone some negative changes over the years. Don't rush to uncover the reasons behind this just yet. Take it step by step and focus on protecting yourself for now. When Termoboros offered help and warned you, it was likely because he didn't want you to be corrupted or perish outright. That would have an impact on him. At the same time, he probably wants to earn your trust before revealing his true intentions at a critical moment. Always remember that an evil god's angel is a true madman. He will surely bring disaster to you and those around you. Stay vigilant at all times. You must both use him to your advantage and guard against his treachery. As for Mr. K, it's simple. Just explain that you recited that entity's honorific name at a crucial moment, and miraculously, you remained untainted. Don't worry about him verifying the authenticity of your claim with that entity. Devout believers wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, even the entity himself might not be certain if he responded to your prayers. Dubuch, Lumian felt a bit bewildered by the last part. How could a deity not know if he had responded to a specific believer? Isn't that too absurd? In an instant, Lumian recalled something Madame Magician had once told him. If he used anything other than the 3-line honorific name to pray to, Mr. Fool, she couldn't guarantee that the response would be from that great being. It could be very dangerous. Something similar to this situation? Matters involving deities are truly unfathomable, and any mistake could lead to a situation more tragic than death. Could Aurora have faced the same problem? Lumian's thoughts drifted. For the past few days, he had meticulously combed through Aurora's grimoires, copying everything from the 2 highlighted time periods that Madame Justice had pointed out. His plan was to show it to the vice president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, Madame Hella, when the opportunity arose. Franca had already read through the corresponding content and found no suspicious details. The unconventional mysticism knowledge was just ordinary spells that could only be cast by a warlock or beyonder of the corresponding domain. Neither of them could practice it. The only issue they found was that since the beginning of the year, Aurora's grimoires had gained a significant amount of ritualistic knowledge related to sacrificial rituals and secret deeds. These were obtained from the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, but they didn't point to any evil god or hidden existence. They were more basic applications. A crimson flame engulfed the letter, turning it to ash in Lumien's hand. He lay down and pretended to sleep, but his mind was busy contemplating the grimoires and planning his next steps. The most important thing to him was that the 1-month deadline set by the prophecy spell was approaching. Guillaume Benet, the Padre, would appear somewhere in Quartier de la Princesse Rouge, in the Hill District, at the entrance of Deep Valley Cloister. Franca, dressed as a typical bounty hunter with a fake mustache and a top hat, sighed to Jenna. There's really no clue at all. Jenna was disguised in a white shirt, brown vest, dark pants, and black boots, with a brown beret. She had altered her features slightly to look more ordinary, without any moles or smoky makeup. As they gazed at the peculiar iron-black building with steel components and massive chimneys resembling steeples, it felt more like a special factory than the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery Cloister. At that moment, white smoke billowed from the chimneys, accompanied by a loud mechanical roar. It's mainly because those monks don't want to interact with outsiders, Jenna replied, feeling frustrated. For the past few days, they, like other bounty hunters and private detectives, were only allowed to enter the first-floor courtyard. They could only inquire with a new gatekeeper and a few other servants. The ascetic monks only provided a list of relevant personnel statements. Franca diverted her gaze and clicked her tongue. This won't be an easy case. Otherwise, the official Beyonders would have figured it out by now. Since we can't find any clues in the cloister, let's take a look around. All right. Jenna lacked experience in such investigations and was still learning from Franca. They strolled around the cloister in the valley, occasionally encountering other investigators drawn by the high bounty. After about 15 minutes of walking, they came across a mountain wall showing signs of collapse and new trees growing. On the side of the mountain wall, there was a cave sealed by a heavy wooden door. A man in his 40s sat beside it, seeking shelter from the wind and rain. He flipped through old newspapers with comic strips, occasionally chuckling. A brass key hung from his waist. Franca approached and asked in a deliberate hoarse voice, "What's this place?" The plain-looking, slightly ragged man glanced up at Franca's face and frowned a bit. His gaze quickly shifted to Jenna, and he seemed more at ease. "This is the entrance to the Deep Valley Quarry. I'm a gatekeeper." "Why is there a door, and why is it locked?" Jenna had seen a real quarry south of the Market District. "This place is abandoned and could collapse any time. We can't allow anyone daring enough to disturb a sleeping tiger," the gatekeeper of the Deep Valley Quarry explained with a smile. "Is this place not connected to underground Trier?" Franca inquired. The quarry's gatekeeper shook his head. "It's on the verge of complete collapse. How could it be connected? I'm about to lose my job." With that, he looked at Jenna and tried to be friendly. "Do you want some work? I'll pay you to have some fun with me, just once." "You Trierians," Franca tooted and shook her head. Jenna responded with her usual catchphrase, rejecting his proposition.
8 heures du soir, 11 rue des Fontaines.
Lumian followed Gardner Martin's butler, Faustino, across the lawn and through the hall until they reached a windowless room. Inside, there was a dining table, but it didn't resemble a lavish villa restaurant. Instead, it appeared quite plain, almost empty. Lumian glanced around and noticed 3 rows of dishes neatly arranged on the table. The first row held various utensils, the second row contained cups and bottles, and the third row displayed prepared dishes and unlit candles. The setup was meticulously symmetrical, forming 3 parallel lines. Chapter 283 Idea. Gardner Martin's butler, Faustino, didn't leave the room after guiding Lumion in. Instead, he opened his arms with a smile. Welcome, new brother. You're also a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order? Lumion was taken aback at first, but then he accepted it as a matter of fact. A butler, as the master's eyes, ears, and limbs, likely knew many of Gardner Martin's secrets. So it made sense that he either promoted Faustino to be a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, or had a member of the order become his butler. Lumion observed Faustino's slightly gray temples, sunken eyes, and light blue eyes, then embraced him warmly. Faustino, dressed in his butler attire, went to the dining table and pulled out a chair at the west end, saying to Lumion, "Sit here." Lumion nodded and settled down, feeling strangely at home. Of course, thanks to Aurora's education, he had avoided the habit of raising his legs and crossing them at the edge of the dining table. Faustino seated himself beside Lumion and briefly explained, "A few more brothers will come later." 15 minutes later, the rest of the Iron and Blood Cross Order members arrived. Following Faustino's introductions, Lumion embraced each one. They were Vincent Lorraine, representing Gardner Martin in the wrist stock operations, was under 30 years old with a typical Intis look, black hair, blue eyes, refined appearance, and slender figure. He didn't strike Lumion as a beyonder of the hunter pathway as he didn't differ much from ordinary white-collar workers, but that begged the question, how did he survive the vigil? Parsifal, who helped Gardner Martin manage the depot and freight company, appeared as an average middle-aged man with slightly disheveled brown hair and amiable brown eyes when he smiled. However, his emotionless gaze gave Lumion chills, making him wary. Not in charge of specific matters, Albus seemed to operate in the dark and had a hint of red in his hair. His sharp brown eyebrows and eyes made him rather handsome, but he had a less likable appearance. There was also an acquaintance of Lumion's, Blood Palm, Black of the Savoy mob. As the manager of Le Marquis du Quartier du Gentleman, he was dressed formally, had brown hair and blue eyes, and enjoyed a cigar with a warm smile. Lumion had suspected that the Savoy mob had an official member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order secretly monitoring the market district and their activities. However, he hadn't expected it to be Blood Palm Black, who didn't stand out at all. Lumion had initially thought it might be Baron Bergnaise or Rat Christo, but it turned out differently. Strangely, Black bore a resemblance to Gardner Martin. With Faustino and Lumion, there were now 6 members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order present. In the past, Lumion had criticized, isn't it too much for a regional mob like the Savoy mob to have 5 or 6 beyonders? But now, he found it unsurprising. As a secret organization with a long history, it was normal for the Iron and Blood Cross Order to have such influence and heritage. Even its subsidiaries enjoyed abundant resources. After exchanging pleasantries, Butler Faustino introduced the items on the table to Lumion. In the ensuing ritual, the goblets will be our weapons. They can also be used as cannons. Red wine will be ordinary explosives, white wine will be potent explosives, food will be the components, and knives and forks will be sharp swords. Lumion listened quietly, wondering if there was something odd about their thinking. Are they too self-aware? Or is there some mystical significance to this? By the time Faustino finished speaking, Gardner Martin, now wearing his tailcoat and an iron cross medal embedded with ORU by over his chest, entered the room. He stood on the east side of the long dining table, facing the 6 seated members on the west side. With a swoosh, the 5 members, excluding Lumion, stood up in unison. Oh! Lumion inwardly sighed as he rose to his feet. Good evening, CO, sir. Faustino, Black, and the others greeted him in unison. Lumion was slightly slower to respond. Gardner Martin motioned for everyone to take their seats and smiled. We'll officially begin the ritual when the supervisor arrives. Seal, let me tell you what the corps you're about to join represents. Gardner Martin locked eyes with Lumion, his tone growing more serious. We are all members of a secretive organization with a history spanning centuries. It's known as the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Lumion didn't show any intentional surprise or dismay. After all, the name sounded rather ordinary. Albus, the young man with dark red hair sitting at the edge of the dining table, seemed about to speak, but Gardner Martin shot him a stern look. The commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order turned his attention back to Lumion. Nearly 300 years ago, a few influential figures established the Iron and Blood Cross Order. They believed that deities were merely powerful beyonders, and no matter how you look at it, even the weakest beyonder is fundamentally different from ordinary people. Our philosophy is that regardless of how one obtains beyonder powers, they should be recognized and treated with a status above ordinary people. However, the 2 churches and the government only acknowledge the beyonders they nurture. They also insist that supernatural powers should be concealed from ordinary folks as much as possible. This goes against nature and the course of history. We must change it. This also means we have to oppose the government and the two churches, but there's no need to fear. We possess sufficient strength and true demigods. In the future, if the two churches are willing to accept Wild Beyonders and acknowledge their statuses, we might consider cooperating with them. In other words, the ultimate goal is to overthrow the government and establish a country where Beyonders hold positions at all levels. Lumian interpreted Gardner Martin's words from his own perspective. Gardner Martin glanced at the 6 members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order seated opposite him and smiled once more. Our Iron and Blood Cross Order's strength is mainly concentrated in Intis, with over a third of our members based in Trier. As you can see, we have many powerful brothers in the Market District alone, and even more Beyonders under our control. I am the CO, or Commanding Officer, responsible for leading you and handling various matters in the Market District. Above me are several branch presidents, also referred to as Deputy Brigade Commanders. Each of them is a true and powerful demigod. Above the branch presidents is our Iron and Blood Cross Orders P. Resident, also known as the Brigade Commander. He is a mysterious and formidable figure. Below me are NCOs. When we have more than 10 brothers in the Market District, I'll appoint 2 NCOs to assist me in management. NCOs receive additional resources and support. Is this some kind of military game? Lumian guessed from the titles of the different levels within the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Gardner Martin turned his gaze to the door and spoke. Apart from that, we also have many supervisors. Each supervisor acts independently and patrols the areas under the jurisdiction of different commanding officers. In the future, if anything happens to me and I exhibit any abnormalities, you must find the supervisor immediately and report the situation to him. Similarly, if you discover that the supervisor has done something abnormal, inform me immediately. Gardner Martin grinned playfully at Lumian and said, Seal, let me introduce you to Olsen, the supervisor in charge of the Market District. Perplexed, Lumian followed Gardner Martin's finger and looked at the door. In the next moment, a tall, thin man in a blue vest and black suit entered the room. The man had short auburn hair, reddish-brown eyes, thick eyebrows, and a wild beard. He resembled a famished bear. As Lumian recognized Supervisor Olsen, his pupils widened. It was the traitor he, Christo, and Simon had encountered underground. Lumian vividly remembered that he had been nothing but a head and a blood-stained spine. He had been pursued by another headless monster, both of which were extremely dangerous. Yet, here he was, underground, and appearing at Gardner Martin's house. Lumian couldn't help but glance at Olsen's hands, noticing his fair skin and the small suitcase he carried. He has a body again? Has he merged with the headless monster? Lumian's mind raced as he observed Olsen approaching Gardner Martin. He began to suspect that the 2 monsters they had encountered during the transaction were illusions created by Olsen. There was nothing abnormal about him. Since the transaction had been a test, it wasn't surprising that the monster had been fake. But was it not too realistic? Lumian watched with suspicion as Gardner Martin and Olsen each took a goblet and addressed everyone present. Load the explosives. Albus, Parsifal, and the other members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order placed a goblet in front of them and poured alluring red wine into them. So this is how you load explosives? Lumian recalled Faustino's words about goblets being weapons or cannons, and wine being explosives. After filling the cannons with explosives, Gardner Martin called out, Attention! Port arms. In an instant, everyone stood up and placed their right hands on the goblets filled with red wine. Present arms. Gardner Martin gave another command. In unison, he raised the goblet to his chest. Lumian marveled and followed suit, imitating the actions of the other members around him. Chapter 284 Entering the Order. Gardner Martin observed the Iron and Blood Cross Order members opposite him and nodded with satisfaction. Aim. At this command, Faustino and the others raised their goblets to their lips. Is this what aiming means? Lumian almost laughed, but the seriousness of the other Iron and Blood Cross Order members stopped him. He had grasped the essence of the ritual and had an idea of what would happen next. Just then, Gardner Martin issued a new order. Fire. Almost simultaneously, Parsifal, Black, and the others downed a third of the red wine in their goblets. Gardner Martin called out the word again. Lumian lifted his head slightly and downed another third of the red wine. Gardner Martin followed suit. He then continued. Attack. The Iron and Blood Cross Order members present finished the remaining red wine. Gardner Martin removed the goblet from his mouth with a serious expression. Ground arms. As he spoke, he raised the goblet above his eyes, pressed it against his forehead, and then placed it back on the dining table. Vincent Lorraine and the others followed suit. Then, they straightened their backs, slapped their left chests with their right hands, and shouted together, War! 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 As they shouted in unison, Lumian felt a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere, as if it had been filled with enthusiasm, excitement, and passion. The atmosphere infected the Iron and Blood Cross Order members, connecting their hearts and minds, making them feel like true brothers. Even without being influenced by any abnormality or fanatical thoughts, Lumian couldn't help but be affected by the environment and atmosphere. He felt a surge of excitement. He had previously criticized the initiation ritual of the Iron and Blood Cross Order for lacking mystique and not living up to the title of a secret organization. Now, he realized that it was merely different in quality from the Aurora Order. Besides, the more mystical part was the vigil at 13 Avenue du Marquet. Gardner Martin gestured with his right hand, prompting Faustino, Albus, and the others to stop and fall silent. He smiled once again and said, "Let us welcome our new brother, Lumian Lee." This time, he used Lumian's real name, indicating that the Iron and Blood Cross Order knew the members' situations very well. The Iron and Blood Cross Order members, including Supervisor Olson, applauded one after another. Lumian stood up and poured himself a goblet of red wine, which he downed in one gulp as a sign of respect. This fully showcased his characteristics as a regular customer of OL Tavern. "Very good. We're all brothers. There's no need to stand on ceremony," Gardner said as he took a seat. While Faustino distributed plates and cut bread, Gardner smiled and continued, "I've already explained the history and philosophy of our Iron and Blood Cross Order. Now, let's talk about what we want to do." His smile vanished as he grew more serious. "The most important thing we've always been working towards is to overthrow the current government, establish a country ruled by Beyonders, and transform this world. For this, we've been plotting and experimenting. We've established multiple branch organizations to prepare for chaos. Specifically, as for me, I'll use companies and mobs to control dock workers, construction workers, porters, handymen, and laborers in the market district. When necessary, I'll let them take to the streets and use barricades to fight the police and army." Lumian furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "Isn't it said that Beyonders are fundamentally different from ordinary people? Beyonders are superior to ordinary people. Why make controlling and using workers a goal?" He found it ironic that the Iron and Blood Cross Order's philosophy and actions were completely inconsistent. Although this could be considered normal, concepts were concepts and slogans were slogans, and they couldn't be equated to reality. Gardner Martin could always address these matters at a later time. It didn't feel right for his words to contradict himself just seconds later. If he hadn't just joined this secret organization, Lumian's tone would have been even more mocking. "Very perceptive. You've noticed a very important problem. Before this, only Albus suggested it. Everyone else naturally accepted it. Not only is he using ordinary people to create chaos, but he also has other intentions." Lumian turned his head to glance at Albus, who was sitting at the edge of the dining table. He realized that the dark red-haired young man's posture was rather casual. His right leg was crossed, and he kept shaking his ankle. Gardner Martin explained simply, "First, you need to understand something. Why did those deities establish churches and spread their teachings? You probably don't buy the words, God loves the world. If they truly had love, the market district wouldn't be like this, and Intis wouldn't have so many tramps." Lumian agreed with this. He nodded slightly and didn't interrupt the commanding officer. Gardner Martin smiled and said, "We reckon that deities require believers, and we've proven this over the centuries. The more common folk we influence, the greater our resources to strike fear into the hearts of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. This will weaken their support for the current government and boost our chances during the riots. Eventually, it'll become a crucial bargaining chip to make them agree to us, if not outright support us." "They're all just bargaining chips." Lumian's eyes flickered. The people he knew and interacted with were distinct individuals, unique families. Gardner Martin let out a sigh. "If we aim to control more workers and citizens, we need the government and the National Convention to cooperate with us. I've always known what kind of person Hugues Artois is and the forces behind him, but I decided to support his bid for Parliament. I knew he'd inevitably create plenty of chaos in the market district. Being associated with the National Convention and the government, the worse he performed, the more people would flock to our side. Unfortunately, this piece of trash was assassinated just a few days after being elected. So, that's why the Savoy mob supports Hugues Artois. I thought there was an evil god backing you, and the evil gods all support Hugues Artois." Lumian realized. Without Gardner Martin's personal explanation and a proper understanding of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's philosophy, Lumian couldn't possibly fathom the secret organization's true intentions behind supporting Hugues Artois' candidacy for Parliament. Gardner Martin summarized, "Hence, in the market district, we place great importance on docks, depots, warehouses, freight companies, and construction firms. The Savoy mob's purpose is to interact with various individuals and gather crucial information, all while contributing to the organization's funds. Naturally, mobs also serve as a vital tool to control ordinary people. No wonder he poured so many resources into the Savoy mob." Lumion glanced at the intense, blood glove, black, and inwardly mocked him for being better at acting than himself. Haven't you heard the boss's words countless times? Why are you still looking so focused? Look at Albus, constantly eating, drinking, and shaking his leg. After Lumion nodded, Gardner Martin took a sip of red wine and said, "One more thing we're doing is exploring the underground to find the entrance to Fourth Epoch Trier." Lumion couldn't help but glance at the silent supervisor Olsen. The lanky man, looking like a hungry bear, was slicing a medium-rare steak and devouring the juicy meat. Lumion's eyes scanned Olsen's neck several times, but there were no signs of sutures. Could it be that the state of having only his head and spine is just an illusion created by some power? Lumion wondered to himself. However, this was in line with the legend of Banshee Harbor. Either Olsen has a deep understanding of the unforeseen events in Banshee Harbor, or he encountered similar monsters elsewhere. Even if it's an illusion, it can't be something he imagined. It must be based on his experience and knowledge. Madam Magician said most of his words were likely true. She even suspected that he disappeared for a few months because he entered Fourth Epoch Trier. Where did he encounter a monster with only its head and spine? If he already entered Fourth Epoch Trier, why is Gardner Martin still searching for the entrance? Is Madam Magician's suspicion off? Lumion's thoughts raced as he made a series of guesses. Looking at Gardner Martin, he asked in confusion, why search for Fourth Epoch Trier's entrance? To other Beyonders, it's hell and abyss. It's a calamity they can't approach, but to hunters, it represents a massive treasure trove. And our Iron and Blood Crow SS Order is dominated by Beyonders of the Hunter Pathway. A treasure trove? Lumion thought of the Tree of Shadow and the invisible sea of flames that could incinerate a portion of the tree roots. Gardner Martin continued, speaking solemnly. I don't know how much you know about the history of the Fourth Epoch, but I can tell you that in that era, deities once walked the earth, and angels often appeared. It was known as the Age of the Gods. In the northern continent, there were 3 powerful countries during the Age of the Gods, and one of them was the Tudor Empire. Its capital, Trier, had sunk underground. The Tudor Empire's emperor, Alista Tudor, was known as the Blood Emperor. He was a true deity who controlled the Hunter Pathway. He perished in a battle of gods. His remains are in Fourth Epoch Trier. Blood Emperor Tudor's remains? Lumion instantly recalled some of the contents of Aurora's grimoires. Aurora didn't delve deeply into the history of the Fourth Epoch, only having a rough understanding. She mentioned the Solomon Empire, the Trunsois Empire, and the Tudor Empire. She also mentioned titles like the Blood Emperor, the Night Emperor, the Emperor of the Underworld, the Black Emperor, and the War of the Four Emperors. According to Aurora's description, the Blood Emperor was as powerful as a deity. Chapter 285 Maxim. The Blood Emperor's remains, the remains of a deity. Does it hold the Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 0? No wonder the Iron and Blood Cross Order dreams of entering Fourth Epoch Trier. But what's this got to do with me? As a Sequence 7, I don't even dare think about becoming a demigod. Advancing to a Sequence 6 Conspirer is beyond my consideration for now. All I can focus on is digesting the Pyromaniac potion. I've got nothing better to do than contemplate high sequences or deity-related items. Besides, Madam Magician warned that such items always come with negative effects. TSK, negative effects involving godhood can easily kill me. Lumion, with vast knowledge of high-end mysticism, remained unfazed by Gardner Martin's provocation. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he sneered inwardly. Looking at Gardner Martin, he asked innocently, if Fourth Epoch Trier truly contains the remains of the Blood Emperor Tudor, why didn't the Eternal Blazing Sun and God of Steam and Machinery Church take it away instead of leaving it for our Iron and Blood Cross Order? Even if only hunters can enter safely, it's just a matter of time before they nurture a high-sequence hunter with the resources they have. The Fifth Epoch has been around for over 1,300 years. Gardner Martin fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. There are other factors restraining them, but they won't be a problem for us. I'll tell you all the details once we find the entrance to Fourth Epoch Trier. Isn't that just saying? I don't know why, but we have to give it a try? Maybe the boss knows the reason, but he's afraid of scaring us if he reveals it. He can't directly tell the present members that there are many dangers hidden underground that even deities can't resolve, the kind that requires rebuilding a trier above the Fourth Epoch ruins as a seal. That's why the 2 churches won't attempt to enter. Haha, who would dare to go underground when they're not seriously corrupted? Lumion tried his best to control his gaze and posture, so as not to show any air of superiority. Compared to the members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order here, him having a rough understanding of the underground situation and having seen the invisible sea of fire, the Tree of Shadow, and the bizarre catacombs indeed made him qualified to be superior. Of course, he had no idea how well Commanding Officer Gardner Martin and Supervisor Olsen knew about the underground situation. Perhaps the latter, suspected to have entered Fourth Epoch Trier, knew more secrets. Gardner Martin didn't continue discussing the Blood Emperor and the Fourth Epoch. Instead, he turned to Lumian and asked, "Is there anything you need these days?" "Oh, are you about to hand out the membership perks?" Lumian's spirits lifted as he replied with sincerity, "I'm in need of a mystical item with peculiar properties to compensate for my deficiencies in Beyonder powers. And if there are no relevant mystical items available, perhaps you could provide me with the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. I'll try to find an artisan to craft them." He had almost mentioned the term Beyonder characteristics, but quickly changed it to Beyonder ingredients after a pause, feigning embarrassment. Though people often spoke of Beyonder characteristics at Tryer's mysticism gathering, they usually referred to the fusion of two main potion ingredients. Of course, some people had long discovered that Beyonders were also Beyonder creatures, capable of producing ingredients for potion concoction, hinting at the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility. Typically, Lumien's mention of Beyonder characteristics wouldn't attract suspicion or attention, but he needed to be cautious not to arouse suspicion from a conspirer like Gardner Martin. "Heh, you really dare to ask." Albus mocked Lumien, shaking his feet with crossed legs. Even Parsifal, Vincent Lorraine, and the others wore strange expressions. None of them had dared to make such a bold request when they joined the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Undeterred, Lumien sneered back at Albus. "Why not? I'm not like some piece of trash who can't handle a reward. What the organization gives me today, I'll repay tenfold in the future." With a whoosh, Albus lowered his right leg and glared at Lumien with fiery intensity, clearly displeased with his response. The others, except for Faustino who maintained his butler demeanor, also showed discontent. Lumien's snide remark had included them as well. "Enough," Gardner Martin intervened, smiling at Lumien. "As the commanding officer, I muse. To be fair, I can't grant you a mystical item right now, as others will protest. But don't worry, our Iron and Blood Cross Order is not stingy. Once you complete a few missions and accumulate enough merit, I'll provide you with a few mystical items to choose from. Meanwhile, before each mission, suitable mystical items will be temporarily provided to the participating members, ensuring their safety and mission completion." Lumien nodded, accepting the response. He hadn't expected much, but he still made the request in case Gardner Martin was in a generous mood. After a brief consideration, Gardner Martin added, "I'll inform Renee that the advance you received was my reward to you. You'll still get your share from Salle de Balbrise in the future." "Thank you, CO sir." Lumien expressed his joy openly. This meant his membership door gift was 12,000 Vril d'Or, a significant sum. Hence, most of the money he spent on advancing to Pyromaniac came from the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Orders financing. His gratitude was genuine, as he had only contributed less than a third of the expenses himself. Gardner Martin cut into a medium steak, chewing and swallowing before asking, "Any other questions?" Deliberately, Lumien inquired, "How can I quickly master the Pyromaniac potion?" He wanted to see if the acting method was common knowledge within the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Gardner Martin chuckled and replied, "That's an excellent question. To master a potion, you need to start with its name. Get close to it, understand it, and embody it. In addition, I have to tell you a maxim. Flames can both incinerate others and harm yourself." Lumien listened attentively and got a rough idea of the situation. The Iron and Blood Cross Order kept the precise interpretation of the acting method hidden from ordinary members, using vague descriptions, regulations, warnings, and maxims to guide them without revealing everything. This approach allowed ordinary members to avoid certain risks while gradually gaining insights by sticking close to the potion's name. They could speed up their progress but couldn't fully grasp a more suitable acting principle for themselves. In other words, it was easier for them to master the potion than wild Beyonders and advance in shorter periods. However, other than the talented, those who stuck close to the acting requirements couldn't compare to Beyonders who knew the acting method. Lumien suspected that he would only learn the entire acting method once he became an NCO and received greater attention from the Iron and Blood Cross Order. He believed that such a secretive organization spanning centuries must possess the acting method. In contrast, Madam Magician of the Tarot Club had already given him extensive high-end mysticism knowledge, including the acting method. As for Mr. K, Lumien was unsure if he had forgotten to teach the method due to devotion to his prayers and work or if he believed Lumien W. would naturally encounter it at the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and exposing him to this knowledge too early would put him at risk of exposure. Pyromaniac is all about setting fires. Just go to the National Convention building and set it ablaze. You'll master the potion in no time, Albus taunted Lumien, pushing the matter. Lumien scoffed and replied, "I'm a pyromaniac, not an arsonist. Meaningless acts of arson will only harm myself." Albus sneered. "How do you know it's meaningless? Burning is the meaning." Lumien clicked his tongue. "Then why don't I burn your hair too?" After engaging each other for a while in an argumentative manner, Gardner Martin intervened in the conversation, which was becoming increasingly meaningless and close to a personal attack. Lumian shifted the conversation to probe the Iron and Blood Cross Order's knowledge of the underground. I went to the catacombs some time ago and sensed something amiss, but I couldn't figure out what it was. "So, sir, do you know anything about it?" Gardner Martin glanced at Supervisor Olsen beside him and finally replied, "That has nothing to do with our actions. You don't need to know. All I can say is that the danger lurking there is as serious as that in the fourth epic trier." Lumian nodded thoughtfully and continued asking questions while enjoying the delicacies. During the process, he noticed that Vincent Lorraine remained relatively quiet, and Parsifal and Blood Palm Black were amiable but guarded with their words, revealing little valuable information. Faustino seemed to play the role of a butler instead of the secret organization's official member. Only the dark red-haired Albus, despite his malicious and mocking comments, gave Lumian some useful insights. By 10 p.m., the initiation concluded, and Lumian was the last to leave 11 Rue de Fontaines, boarding the carriage belonging to Salle de Balbrise. As the carriage moved, Lumien's heart skipped a beat as he looked up at the seat opposite him. At some point in time, another person had joined him, Supervisor Olsen, who looked like a hungry bear. The traitor, who played the underground monster. Chapter 286 Magic Mirror Divination. Ignoring Lumien's tense state, Olsen spoke in a deep, raspy voice. "As per tradition, I must speak to you in private as supervisor." Lumien let out a relieved breath. "About what?" Olsen placed the brown suitcase beside his left leg. "If you discover anything suspicious about your commanding officer, Gardner Martin, or any abnormal occurrences, report them to me immediately." "That's only right. A spot will be vacated only if something happens to the boss." Lumien thought silently with a hint of mockery before asking, "How do I contact you?" Olsen looked into Lumien's eyes and said, "Leave the information in the basement of 13 Avenue du Marché.
13 Avenue du Marché.
The Iron and Blood Cross Order is indeed linked to the burned-down building. Olsen might have entered fourth epic trier, and is likely seriously corrupted. Does he have a way to exploit the anomaly at 13 Avenue du Marché? Lumien recalled the previous night and felt that Supervisor Olsen was even more mysterious than Commanding Officer Gardner Martin. He suspected that Olsen was secretly monitoring his movements at 13 Avenue du Marché. Gardner Martin was clearly unwilling to enter unless necessary. Combined with the burning of 13 Avenue du Marché over a decade ago, Mr. K had mentioned that the Iron and Blood Cross Order had drifted from the other organizations that believed in that entity in recent years. Madam Magician had mentioned that the current vigil ritual wasn't the Iron and Blood Cross Order's usual test. Lumian vaguely formulated an incomplete sequence of events in his mind. He believed that 13 Avenue du Marché hadn't been burned down by the Iron and Blood Cross Order. However, they had subsequently discovered the secret there and suffered the corresponding corruption, evoking an abnormality. Of course, it could be the other way around. Perhaps some members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order had been corrupted elsewhere, allowing them to grasp the anomaly at 13 Avenue du Marché. All right. Lumian nodded in agreement. As Lumien's mind raced with questions, he turned to Supervisor Olsen, a look of puzzlement on his face. "Was the traitor I saw in the Albert Mines really you? Can your head leave your body and survive autonomously? Or was that an illusion you created?" Olsen let out a husky chuckle before responding, "Coincidentally, as supervisor, I have 3 things to tell you. Firstly, what the eyes see may not be true. Secondly, we will eventually enter the fourth epic's trier. It is an inevitability. And thirdly, don't readily trust in the words of others." Don't readily trust in the words of others. Interesting. Should I believe your first point? What I saw in the Albert Mines was actually real. Haha, it's fine to talk about inevitability in front of me, but will Termoboros tolerate it? Lumian pondered, resisting the urge to place his right hand on his left chest. Seeing Olsen pick up the small brown suitcase again, Lumian couldn't help but ask, "What's in there? Why do you keep carrying it?" Olsen smiled. "If I were you, I'd pray I never find out the answer." With that, Supervisor Olsen opened the carriage door and leaped into the darkness, disappearing instantly, without intentionally concealing himself as he had done when he first arrived. Acting all mysterious, Lumian muttered under his breath. Taking the carriage back to the bustling market district, he resisted the urge to hurry to Aubert's du Coq d'Or or the safe house on Rue de Blouses Blanches to contact Madame Magician's messenger and report his official admission into the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Instead, he made his way to Salle de Balbrise. His concern grew as he suspected that the treacherous members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order might be taking advantage of his relaxed state to continue their final, clandestine surveillance. Although they couldn't locate Madame Magician's messenger, Lumian knew better than to return to room 207 or the safe house at this time. It would surely raise suspicions. Taking a seat at the bar counter, Lumian ordered a glass of kirsch. As he savored the drink, he immersed himself in the lively song and dance happening on the stage. Jenna had the night off, and the performers tonight were two other showy divas and a male underground singer known for his high-energy songs. Hill District, outside the Deep Valley Cloister. Wearing a silver-white half-mask, Jenna regarded Franca, who had donned an assassin's outfit, with concern. What are we going to do tonight? Don't tell me you're thinking of infiltrating the cloister for an investigation? Of course not. Franca denied vehemently. The Deep Valley Cloister is one of the most well-known cloisters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. They have powerful beyonders and hide mysterious artifacts crafted by artisan monks. With our abilities, we'd only be walking into a trap, or worse. Franca couldn't help her mind from wandering. She had heard rumors that though the monks in the cloister were focused on steam and machinery and didn't marry or have children, it didn't mean they refrained from sex with others. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery didn't prohibit such interactions. Some said that some monks would seek out street girls from time to time to relax, while others engaged in affairs with colleagues or men who sold their bodies. There were still a large number of people who had mechanical fetishes or were truly undergoing ascetic training, capable of controlling themselves. Of course, Triarians tended to exaggerate and embellish these rumors with their own ideas. It likely strayed far from the truth. Franca didn't entirely believe it, but she couldn't dismiss it entirely either. She believed that some monks might have such inclinations, but they were likely not the majority. Nonetheless, infiltrating a cloister as a wild beyonder was dangerous. They could be accidentally killed by machinery, used as experimental subjects, or become playthings for a select few monks. The chances of success were slim. In short, whether male or female, anyone below sequence 4 or lacking enough confidence ought to forget about infiltrating the Deep Valley Cloister. Behind her hood, Franca smiled and explained in a good mood, "We scoured the area today, but found no clues. But there's one place we haven't checked." Jenna thought for a moment and asked, "That Deep Valley Quarry?" "That's right," Franca affirmed with a grin. "Tonight, we'll infiltrate it and conduct a search." In truth, she didn't expect they would find anything since the official Beyonders had likely completed their investigations. Franca wanted to guide Jenna through the process and acquaint her with such matters. Okay. Jenna nodded slight.
LY.
Franca saw this as an opportunity to instruct her. Before we officially infiltrate, there's some preparatory work we must do. For assassins, it's about familiarizing themselves with the environment, gathering information, and observing locations and routes. As for witches, they must perform divinations beforehand. With that, Franca took out a palm-sized mirror she always carried. Jenna immediately focused. She had long been intrigued by mirror-related witch abilities. Previously, after she assassinated Hugues Artois and fled to Aubaird's du Coq d'Or, Franca heard that she had left blood at the scene. Franca had swiftly used mirror substitution to sever the mystical connection between Jenna's true self and the spilled blood. Franca surveyed the area and spoke in hushed tones under the cover of evening shadows. When you become a witch, you'll naturally master magic mirror divination and staff divination. Learning other divination methods is easy for witches. The key to successful magic mirror divination is choosing the right entity to pray to. The mystical symbol of the mirror connects you to an unknown being, and their answers can be obtained through this connection. However, if the unknown entity holds malice or is in a state of madness, they may influence the divination or provide a result that traps you, putting you in danger. When the time comes, I'll give you a few relatively safe entities to pray to. These have been verified. Among them, the one with the most accurate divination results will require you to pay a corresponding price. Unless the matter is extremely critical and urgent, I usually avoid praying to him. What price? Jenna's curiosity was piqued. Franca cleared her throat awkwardly and said, "The price could lead to you experiencing social embarrassment or something not as severe, but it will certainly be uncomfortable." She recalled the first time she prayed to that entity for magic mirror divination. In front of Madame Judgment, she was asked, "When you're masturbating, do you occasionally fantasize about certain men and feel tempted to try new experiences?" That question almost made her shatter the intermediary mirror. At the time, she had recently become a witch and still identified fully as a man, even though her body had already transformed into a woman's. It was natural that she would occasionally fantasize, but this revelation made her feel guilty and ashamed. Yet, she was forced to answer honestly in front of a demigod. Even now, Franca couldn't help but cringe at the memory, wanting to bury her head in the sand and avoid any recollection. What was social death? This was it. Franca believed that this incident had affected her when she subsequently approached Gardner Martin to give it a shot. This caused a crack in her psychological defense and make her give up on herself. Embarrassment, social death. Jenna understood the implication behind Franca's words. Though Jenna had her thoughts, she chose not to voice them aloud. Franca provided a brief explanation of magic mirror divination, concluding with a demonstration. She gently caressed the surface of the mirror and recited the name of a safe entity. As an aqueous light shimmered in the mirror, she posed a serious question. Will exploring Trier's Deep Valley Quarry tonight be dangerous? Since it was a question-based divination, the requirements for the statements weren't too stringent. Under Jenna's curious and hopeful gaze, a deep, old voice emanated from the mirror, as if it had emerged from the depths of a river. There is a certain level of danger. Chapter 287 Key. Franca finished the magic mirror divination and then turned to Jenna, giving her interpretation of the answer. Normally, this means it's dangerous, but we can handle it. If we're careful, we should be fine. Jenna asked in surprise. I thought the divination results would be straightforward. Surprisingly, such a brief sentence came with such a long explanation. It's straightforward, Franca emphasized with a smile. If you visit the Divination Club in Quartier de la Cathedral Commemorative and find amateurs, their readings will be even vaguer. It makes it easier for them to interpret any result. Oh, have you never had anyone do divination for you before? Jenna nodded frankly. Performing a divination cost a fortune. Franca looked thoughtful, her eyes darting around. You can subscribe to Psychic, Lotus, Arcane, and Hidden Veil. While they have their problems and errors in specific applications, they offer valuable basic knowledge about mysticism. Ah, right. Seal often buys those magazines. You can, I'll help you borrow them. All right. Jenna had only heard of mysticism magazines but had never bought one. Having obtained satisfactory divination results, the duo, who had observed the route and surroundings during the day, swiftly arrived at the entrance of Deep Valley Quarry under the cover of the night. The gatekeeper, who seemed to be in his 40s, was sleeping in a small hut made of rocks. Wrapped in a dirty, old, and thin felt cloth, he leaned against the mountain wall. Suddenly, a slender, smooth palm reached out from the shadow beside him, covering his mouth with a white handkerchief. The gatekeeper didn't struggle. Within seconds, he went from slumbering to unconsciousness. Franca, wearing a black hood, emerged from the shadows and clicked her tongue, sighing. The Bliss Society sedative is really effective. It saves me a lot of trouble. For this operation, she had borrowed Rentus's sedative from Lumion. Jenna couldn't understand. Couldn't we just knock him out? That would work, Franca explained casually, but that would leave traces. It won't be easy to make it seem like he's still asleep. Many bounty hunters and private detectives are involved in this mission. We shouldn't be the only ones targeting this quarry. So, it's better to be cautious and avoid leaving any loose ends. Jenna, who had lived in Quartier du Jardin Botanique and the Market District for many years, roughly understood Franca's point. She pondered for a moment and asked, Are you worried that the bounty hunters and private detectives will have ill intentions if they find us entering the quarry ahead of them in the dead of night? Franca nodded, satisfied with her response. That's right. Many bounty hunters and private detectives switch to becoming bandits, robbers, and even murderers, depending on the situation and their surroundings. They take risks for money, not for justice. Since there are no leads for this mission and the current environment is suitable, it's in line with their style to steal from their peers and eliminate competition. After all, there's no one else here. Of course, with our strength, we don't have to fear bounty hunters and private detectives. But what if we make a similar mistake in another situation or face something more dangerous? That's why we have to be mindful from the beginning. What Franca didn't say was that, being women, they might likely suffer more. Jenna nodded slowly, agreeing with the reasoning. She had seen criminals kill an old man living alone for just 5 World War. Franca smiled and teased. Did you want me to knock him out to get back at him for asking if you wanted to join the street girl business this morning? Damn it. Am I such a petty person? Jenna couldn't help but curse. Whether it was during her years helping her mother with chores or when she was a local singer in the Market District, she had been asked if she wanted to be involved in the street girl business so many times that she was used to it. She was a little angry, but not too much. To show her magnanimity, Jenna exhaled and said, When you use that sedative on others, it reminds me of what happened to me. She had also been drugged and nearly became a victim that disappeared. Fortunately, she had encountered Lumion. Franca simply acknowledged her words. I understand your feelings. But since you've embarked on the path of the divine and intend to become stronger, you'll have to use various means to deal with your enemies in the future. You can't give up on a better option just because you feel a little repulsed. Jenna knew Franca had a point, but she couldn't help asking, can a beyonder lead a quiet, ordinary life without being drawn into conflicts and battles while protecting loved ones? In the past, maybe it was feasible, but nowadays it's exceedingly challenging. The more you advance, the harder it gets until it's virtually impossible, Franca replied with a sigh. Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying, Could it ever be possible in the distant future, I wonder? Franca glanced at the slumbering gatekeeper and answered, That prominent figure once told me that such a life might be attainable at the end of the 5th epoch and the beginning of the 6th epoch, if there's even a 6th epoch at all. 6th epoch, Those words made Jenna reflect for a few seconds before she burst into laughter at herself. I guess it's just wishful thinking on my part. Achieving that kind of life is simply an illusion. At least it is for me. With superpowers and a history of attempted assassination, I know I'd be unable to stand idly by if my family and friends faced hardship. I'd feel compelled to use my abilities to tackle problems that go beyond what the law and police can handle. Franca nodded in agreement. That's just the way it is. She hadn't simply digested the assassin and instigator potions hoping her attire alone would do the trick, nor had she only encouraged her friends by instigating them. Without much ado, Franca bent down and picked up the brass key from the gatekeeper. There's just one door. Why are there so many keys? Are they all for his house? Franca muttered as she exited the hut and walked toward the entrance of Deep Valley Quarry. She tried each key, one after the other. In the end, she muttered to herself in shock and suspicion. None of it is right. None of them are right. Jenna hadn't expected such a possibility. If not a single key could unlock the entrance to Deep Valley Quarry, what was the point of watching the door? Franca said, partly instructing and partly thinking aloud, perhaps this set of keys is a decoy. The real key must be hidden somewhere else. She then said to Jenna, search the area. I'll take a look at the gatekeeper. Jenna didn't object. With her night vision, she began searching the nearby bushes and crevices starting from the hut. Franca squatted beside the gatekeeper and meticulously searched his body from head to toe. When she reached his crotch, she bent her finger and flicked it firmly. She sneered and whispered, Jenna may not be petty, but I am. After their search, the two of them met at the heavy wooden door, shaking their heads to signal they had found nothing. Franca clicked her tongue and said, there's definitely something wrong with this quarry. That guy is truly a gatekeeper. He's only meant to watch the door but lacks the ability to open it. Are we still going in? Jenna asked hesitantly. I'll give it another shot. Franca extended her right hand to the copper lock embedded in the heavy wooden door. Thick frost emerged from her palm, filling the keyhole. The frost continued to accumulate and compress until it finally solidified into ice. Franca skillfully extracted the ice block, revealing a transparent key. That works? Jenna was surprised and eager to see what happened next. Sensing her gaze, Franca said smugly, I have a friend, you see. I really have a friend. One who's quite skilled at picking locks. We had a conversation about using a witch's power for such purposes. Once she made the ice more solid, Franca inserted it into the keyhole again and twisted it gently. With a click, the heavy wooden door swung open. Franca retracted the ice key and allowed it to melt, erasing all traces. Before venturing into Deep Valley Quarry, the witch hung the brass key back on the gatekeeper's waist and adjusted his posture to make him appear asleep. With that done, Franca fetched a pouch of coins and took out a thick iron-colored ring adorned with tiny spikes. This is the ring of punishment I mentioned before. You'll wear it today. I've already explained how to use it and its taboos. One thing to remember, you can't use it more than 3 times within an hour. Also, take it off immediately after the operation and put it back in this coin bag. All right. Jenna extended her left hand and allowed Franca to put the iron-colored ring on her middle finger, keeping their skin in contact. Franca couldn't contain her inexplicable joy as she adjusted her hood, confidently pushed open the creaky wooden door, and stepped into Deep Valley Quarry. Once Jenna joined her inside, she made sure to close and lock the wooden door behind them. This made it nearly impossible for anyone outside to detect their presence within the quarry. As skilled assassins with night vision, Franca and Jenna didn't rely on carbide lamps, yet they could easily see everything within the tunnel. The passageway was in a state of disrepair, covered in moss, and with cracks running along the stone walls, giving an ominous feeling that any moment, a piece might collapse. A short distance ahead, they noticed an empty hole, no different from the other underground ones they had seen before. For almost half an hour, Jenna and Franca diligently searched the small area, looking for any signs of suspicious activity, but their efforts yielded no results. Something's definitely not right, Franca whispered, her voice barely audible, as they returned to the spot near the tunnel entrance. The complete absence of anything unusual happening made them even more suspicious about the gatekeeper not having the key to unlock the door. Jenna pondered for a moment and then suggested, maybe he's afraid that someone might storm in and cause the mine to collapse, so he decided to keep the key away. A gatekeeper's job is only to intercept, not to open the door. Before Franca could say something, they heard a distinct click. It was the sound of the Deep Valley Quarry's door opening. Franca and Jenna exchanged glances and quickly found cover not far from the exit of the tunnel. The quarry door creaked open, and the soft bluish glow of a carbide lamp spilled out, pushing back the darkness in the tunnel. Franca and Jenna peeked out and caught sight of a man in a gray robe. The man had a white apron wrapped around his waist, a typical garment worn by ancient stonemasons. The hood of his robe rested at the back of his neck, not covering his head. Such attire was commonly associated with ascetics or monks of the god of steam and machinery church. Holding a lit carbide lamp, the monk had dark, short hair. His left eye was a mesmerizing combination of iron gray, gears, screws, and springs, all supporting an emerald green crystalline false eye. Chapter 288 Self-Recommendation. In the city of Trier, prosthetic eyes were not a common sight, but there were still a fair number of people who wore them. But Jenna and Franka had never seen anyone take mechanizing a quarter of their faces for a prosthetic eye to this extent. However, when they recalled that the monk was suspected to be from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, it made sense. Fanatical devotion to machinery was their hallmark. Carrying a carbide lamp and wearing a white apron like a stonemason, the monk entered the tunnel step by step. His emerald green prosthetic eye, surrounded by gears and springs, seemed to possess a life of its own as it rotated left and right, scanning the surroundings. Franka tugged at Jenna, signaling for her not to look towards the tunnel. She was to quickly avert her gaze to avoid detection. The two of them slunk deeper into the shadows, hiding beyond the reach of the carbide lamp's light. The gray-robed, hooded monk from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery advanced slowly, surveying his surroundings as he approached the bottom of Deep Valley Quarry, the area that had collapsed and been buried. Thanks to their assassin abilities and the cover of darkness, Jenna and Franka remained undetected. They waited until the monk was far away before quietly peeking out from their hiding spot, eyes fixed on his back. The monk stopped beside the collapsed area, extending his right palm which glinted with an iron-like metallic sheen, grasping a protrusion on the wall. A grinding sound echoed as if multiple massive gears were slowly rotating and meshing. The stone wall cracked open as metal chains extended out from behind each rock. The rocks bloomed like flowers, revealing a dark cave behind. With the help of the monk's carbide lamp and their eagle-eyed assassin vision, Franka and Jenna could see a thin white fog inside the cave and arms and legs embedded in the rock walls. Human arms and legs. Some were still fresh while others had shriveled, but there were no signs of decay. Jenna and Franka exchanged shocked and fearful looks. As the monk entered the cave and triggered a mechanism, the metal chains relaxed, allowing the rocks to return to their original positions, leaving only faint cracks as signs of the hidden entrance. So that's how it is. I assumed the cracks were from a collapse, so I didn't inspect them. Franka realized why they hadn't noticed anything amiss before. She tugged Jenna's arm and whispered, "Let's get out of here first and come back another time." Having discovered the secret and knowing how to open it, there was no need to confront the monk from the God of Steam and Machinery Church directly. They could return later. Jenna nodded slightly, twirled the ring of punishment on her finger, and crouched down. She followed Franka away from their hiding spot and back through the tunnel to the entrance of Deep Valley Quarry. Seeing Jenna about to open the door, Franka quickly stopped her and whispered, "No hurry." "Why?" Jenna asked, puzzled. Franka straightened instinctively and smiled. "Just because one monk went in doesn't mean he's alone. Perhaps there are two companions outside, guarding against intruders. If we stroll out casually, we might expose ourselves and get attacked. Besides, the gatekeeper could be awake already." Jenna looked a little abashed. "You're right." Franka consoled her immediately. "It's just experience. Now you know better for the future." She took out a palm-sized mirror and handed it to Jenna. "Help me carry this. I'll scout ahead. If I get ambushed, take the chance to hide in the shadows by the door and sneak out with the mirror." Realizing Franka intended to use mirror substitution, Jenna agreed without hesitation. Franka carefully opened the heavy wooden door a crack and peeked out. The only sounds were chirping insects and frogs. All was still otherwise. The door opened wider and Franka slipped out into the darkness beyond the crimson moonlight's reach. Jenna gripped the mirror tightly, tense and ready. After more than 10 seconds, Franka returned and whispered, "It's clear, let's go." Jenna exhaled in relief and darted out, closing the door silently behind them. As they left the quarry, they glanced at the rock-walled hut and saw the gatekeeper still asleep, but in a different posture. From a distance, Franka noticed a red and swollen mark under his ear. "He was knocked out, not drugged," she murmured with a frown. Jenna recalled the cybernetic-eyed monk and pointed at the quarry door. "The one inside did it?" Franka nodded gently. "Very likely. He doesn't want the gatekeeper to know he's here. Poor man, he probably fainted again before the sedative wore off." Jenna smiled. "Or someone else knocked him out before we got here. Someone might have used some other method to knock him out." Franka paused, then sighed sympathetically. "If so, I feel bad for him." Oblivious to each other, every group had dealt with the gatekeeper their own way. As a result, the poor man remained unconscious repeatedly. Wasting no time, Jenna and Franka slipped away under the cover of the night. Lumion returned to the cafe upstairs, ordered a glass of red wine, and sipped it slowly. After a while, Louis came up and whispered, "Boss, some bounty hunters are causing trouble at Salle de Gris mill, demanding a cut of the profits." With the poison spur mob's upper ranks destroyed, some remnants had been arrested, some had fled, some joined other mobs, and some found legitimate work. Their former businesses had been taken over at low prices by various factions. The Savoy mob got the largest share but now lacked manpower. Some industries operated fairly independently. Occasionally, opportunists tried to take advantage of the power vacuum. Lumion cracked his knuckles and grinned. Send word, asking if they want to be my enemies or my dogs. He realized that after becoming a pyromaniac, he had grown more aggressive. Itching for a fight after so long, his hands twitched in anticipation. Furthermore, for someone to dare challenge a dance hall nominally belonging to the Savoy mob, there might be one or two Beyonders among the bounty hunters. Lumion's shadow branch lacked a corresponding Beyonder characteristic. Yes, boss. Louis replied eagerly before hurrying downstairs to send the invitation. Lumion had planned to return to Aubaird's du Coq d'Or to write Madame Magician but now waited patiently. In less than half an hour, Louis returned with a man. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, wearing a cheap suit and black top hat. With brown hair, brown eyes, refined features, and a burly build, he could have been a protagonist of the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage aux Pigeons. Seeing Lumion, the man smiled, doffed his hat, and greeted. Good evening, boss. Who are you? Lumion asked with an amiable smile. The man replied solemnly. Boss, didn't you ask me to be your dog? Momentarily stunned, even the quick-witted Lumion needed a few seconds to respond. He had said it purely to provoke them and see if they would retaliate. After recovering, Lumion chuckled. I told you to be a dog, and you'll really do it? This is my big chance. The man didn't seem ashamed at all, rather honored. I believe following you will let me achieve my true worth. In time, I could even become your godson.
How old are you?
You're more fawning than Giant Simon. Interested, Lumion asked. Why do you think I'll give you a chance? The man didn't answer immediately, but glanced meaningfully at Louis and Sarkota, hinting for them to leave. Unworried about assassination attempts, Lumion had them exit before smiling at the man. Go on. The man cleared his throat. My name is Lugano Toscano, a Beyonder. Which pathway? What sequence? Lumion's eyebrows rose. Lugano forced a smile. I'm a planter, sequence 9. Earth Mother Church's pathway? Lumion nodded thoughtfully. From Faina Potter? No, Riston Province, Lugano replied, smiling. A few years ago, some friends and I became bounty hunters. I got to know a Faina Potter Beyonder and later acquired his belongings when he passed away. A fellow countryman. Did you kill him, or just conveniently profit from his death? Lumion gestured for him to continue. Lugano chuckled. I can now advance to sequence 8, Doctor, but lack funds for the potion ingredients. I've heard of your exploits, boss, and believe you to be a powerful Beyonder. I also know the Savoy mob lacks manpower, so I caused some trouble to meet you. I hope to work for you, help manage your estates, and earn money through hard work. Doctors are useful for ordinary people and Beyonders alike. Chapter 289 Late Night Visitors. Doctor? Lumion recalled the 2 canisters of healing agent obtained from the poison spur mob. Their healing effects were quite impressive indeed. Leaning back in his chair, Lumion gazed intently into Lugano Toscano's eyes, pondering silently for some time. Gradually Lugano grew uneasy, his body tensing up. Finally Lumion smiled. Salle de Gristmill isn't my property. I'm just managing it for the boss. I'm not sure you can handle it, but I'll give you a chance. Lugano visibly relaxed and smiled. Boss, I won't let you down. Lumion raised his voice to call Louis over. From now on, you'll be Lugano's deputy at the gristmill. Manage it together. Is this for real? But why give an untested new recruit such an important post? Before Louis could react, Lumion had already turned to Lugano. You have 2 months. You and your friends will be the dance hall's protectors for now. Take a portion of the profits. Negotiate the details with the manager. He deliberately left the profit distribution vague, especially his own cut. He wanted to see what Lugano would do. Thank you, boss. Lugano's joy was unconcealed. He nearly blurted out, Once I'm a doctor, I'll treat any illness or injury you have. But that felt like cursing misfortune upon Lumion, so he quickly sealed his lips. Watching them leave while discussing the dance hall, Lumion's smile faded. Lugano's fawning and zeal made him suspect ulterior motives, like him with Baron Brignaise and the fake diamond necklace. But Lumion had cowed the Baron by showing his might and madness. The key was proving the value of exploiting him. Lugano was more focused on ingratiation. Of course, he had revealed his usefulness too. That's why Lumion decided to give him Salle de Gristmill for 2 months, to monitor any abnormalities and act quickly if the bounty hunter had hidden motives. Or gain a doctor cheaply, if he was clean. Either way, it wouldn't cost Lumion anything. Salle de Gristmill belonged to the Savoy mob. He would just lose some of his own share. That could be offset by Lugano stabilizing the unruly dance hall. After sitting a while, Lumian left for room 207 at Aubert's du Coq d'Or. Drawing the curtains, he sat at the table and began writing. I've officially joined the Iron Blood Cross Order. The initiation ritual was... I'm puzzled. The order has members clearly not from the Hunter pathway. How did they pass the vigil? Assassins? Or did Gardner confirm their trustworthiness some other way, bypassing corruption? He almost asked about entering 13 Avenue du Marquet at special times, but that was surely monitored by official Beyonders. It was unlikely anyone could approach then. After neatly folding the letter, Lumian summoned the doll messenger on the altar. Wary, he asked, am I still being watched? No. The doll slowly shook her head. Relieved, Lumian scheduled reporting to Mr. K and heading to the Fool's Cathedral for a sermon. After nearly 15 minutes, Madam Magician replied, I once heard from Mr. Fool's oracle that a friend of his was originally in the Iron and Blood Cross Order, but couldn't stand it and fled to sea. I didn't understand at first, but now I see. It's been hard on you. It wasn't so bad. Watching them perform was rather interesting, a study in human diversity. Lumian didn't see an issue with it. Something else concerned him more. When mentioning the oracle, Madam Magician didn't say one of. Lumian suspected Mr. Fool had only a single oracle, meaning the major arcana card holders of the Divine Council weren't considered oracles. Pondering this, Lumian read on. They might be assassins or used another corruption method. Remind the Two of Cups, if accepting the vigil, bring the ancient underground mirror. Other than keeping in mind not to respond, it's best to bring the ancient mirror that provides entry into the underground mirror world. Hunter/Demonist corruption likely differs. It may help. That mirror. Mulling it over, Lumian swiftly burned the letter in crimson flames. Just as he was about to wash up, he sensed something and glanced at the door. A series of knocks promptly came. Who is it? He called. A strained voice answered. Guess who I am. Seated, Lumian looked helplessly at the bedbug-free ceiling. Come in. As expected, it was Franca and Jenna, dressed as assassins. Here to play fighting evil, he joked. Franca scoffed. I don't play cards with sore losers like you. Having tricked many into drinking excessively over card games recently, Lumian had been winning at fighting evil with the ladies and mocking their poor skills. Suspecting cheating, Franca had intensely coached her dancers the past few days. Entering, Franca added, We're here to borrow mysticism magazines. Lumian sneered. Nice try. Why come so late just for that? Is waiting till morning not an option? Jenna doesn't seem the studying type. He smiled. What's really going on? The two gritted their teeth in sync. After Franca shut the door, Jenna glanced around and whispered, Are the walls too thin here? Could neighbors overhear us? Lumian smiled approvingly. You're learning, thinking about eavesdroppers now. Not like before, blabbing recklessly without a care. Before, Franca's suspicious gaze shifted from Jenna to Lumian, then from Lumian to Jenna. Damn it. We didn't discuss anything important. Jenna defended. Why not mention Charlie? He spills secrets immediately. Charlie? Franca's frown faded. It was fine. Others were asleep or gone. That's why I didn't stop him. Lumian stood, ritual dagger in hand. Letting spirituality flow from the blade, he enveloped the room in a wall of spirituality. The singing and rowdiness on the streets and these noises instantly grew distant and muted. Jenna was amazed. Franca pursed her lips and said to Jenna, A basic wall of spirituality ritual. Once you become a witch, you'll naturally master it. At this point, she couldn't help but imagine what Witch Jenna would look like. The two ladies sat side by Lumian's bed and discussed the missing D. Eep Valley Cloister gatekeeper focused on their quarry findings tonight. What's down there? What should we do? Franca returned Lumian's sedative. Lumian smiled at his companion, who wasn't wearing red boots. Don't you have an answer already? With Franca's experience, she surely had a plan by now. Franca smiled awkwardly. Just wanted your thoughts. My thoughts. Lumian joked. Sneak in while the monk's away for that 20,000 vril d'or. Jenna looked around warily. Meaning it's too dangerous to investigate further? Having heard Lumian's mockery countless times now, she could distinguish sarcasm, while meaning teasing and jokes. Right, said Franca. Recalling the client, there seems to be an internal Deep Valley Cloister conflict, someone hiding, someone exposing. Meddling in an Orthodox church's internal conflict is dangerous for any Beyonder. Internal conflict? Jenna was startled. Lumian chuckled. A missing gatekeeper, and some random person offers 20,000 to find him, even just the corpse? And said corpse needs to be carried to the Deep Valley Cloister. Clearly wants someone to see it. Jenna was almost convinced, but she still had a lot of doubts. But the limbs in the cave seemed too sinister for an Orthodox church. Chapter 290, Lavini Docks. Franca deliberated briefly before telling Jenna, when it comes to losing control and madness, Orthodox or wild Beyonder, All are equal. Those monks can become monsters too, or have mental problems and walk the abyss. Jenna grew grave as she listened. It wasn't the first time Franca had said something similar, but without personal experience, the full cruelty and horror of those words never quite sunk in. Seeing the limbs in the dark cave had driven home the visceral reality of losing control and madness. Lumian added meaningfully, "That's why the acting method is so important. But never forget you're only acting. You should know very well being a theater actress. You mustn't lose yourself in a role. Even without being a Beyonder, that path leads to mental issues." Franca and Lumian educated the newcomer one after another. Jenna nodded solemnly. Franca returned to the missing gatekeeper. "My plan is this. Reveal the cave anonymously to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church via my sources. How they handle it is their affair. Even if they suppress it, they'll be vigilant against trouble now. I'll also inform the client and see his reaction. We might get paid for our work." She chose the Eternal Blazing Sun Church over the God of Steam and Machinery Church Beyonders, unsure which side was trustworthy in this internal conflict. "No objections here," Jenna conceded after hearing their advice, shelving her longing for the 20,000 Vril d'Or reward. Franca turned to Lumian. "I've found a buyer for Harvest Sacrifice, but the deal isn't finalized yet. Offer is 10,000 Vril d'Or. I gave you 4,000 already, and can give you another 1,000 in 2 days. Very efficient." Lumian smiled apro.
Vingly.
"Can't tell if that's praise or mockery," Franca muttered. Jenna listened enviously. 10,000 Vril d'Or was casual business for them, while her family struggled to pay 7,000 to 8,000 for the treatment of her mother. This is what it means to be a Beyonder. Her understanding grew clearer. Glancing at the curtains, Lumian didn't get Jenna to leave. "Last night, I completed the test and officially joined the boss's inner circle." "What kind of test?" Still aggrieved, Franca had already vented her anger once, leaving mostly curiosity. Lumian described Gardner's late visit to Salle de Balbrise, how he was requested to stay the night at 13 Avenue du Marquet, and him overcoming the abnormal corruption until sunrise. He concealed Termaboros, portraying himself as intelligent, decisive, perceptive, and steadfast, grasping the crux with just a few details and adhering to the principle of no response despite the influences. Lumian excelled at fabrication. Franca still felt lingering fear and suspicion. "You really didn't waver at all?" Jenna agreed. She would have responded the moment the door opened. Franca might have lasted until her face bled. Lumian chuckled. "I definitely felt some uncertainty, but I trusted my judgment more." Franca sized him up doubtfully. "You really thought of not responding by yourself?" "No," Lumian ended the fiction honestly. The ladies were stunned. Lumian seized the chance to divert attention, smiling. "Don't be daft. A recently graduated mysticism novice like me could never think of that. I got intelligence beforehand, of course. If you do the vigil, remember, do not respond, and take the mirror that provides entry into the underground mirror world. 13 Avenue du Marquet's abnormalities may differ by pathway." Enlightened, Franca grasped his source. She muttered, "No girlfriend for you, with that attitude." She had almost been provoked just now, let alone a real woman. Relieved, Franca thought the rascal seal had no romantic prospects currently. While still irked by the mockery, Jenna also regained confidence. She had thought her intelligence irredeemably inferior to Seal's. Admirably, he had firmly trusted the intelligence, and not wavered. She pursed her lips and said, "I'm seeing more of the mysticism world's horrors." The 13 Avenue du Marquet abnormality was even more terrifying than the Deep Valley Quarry's secret cave scene. By comparison, her underground ordeal with Headsey seemed just a criminal case. There will be more such occurrences in the coming years. Franca seized every chance to motivate Jenna's advancement. Lumian then mentioned his guess that Avenue du Marquet 13 only affected Beyonders of the Hunter and Demonist pathways at specific times. Discussing a while longer, the ladies left with a stack of mysticism magazines, returning to Rue de Blouses Blanches. At 3 p.m. the next day, Lumian, who had been playing the part at Salle de Balbrise all day, arrived at Lavigny Docks in the Square D. District by taking multiple public carriages, ready to hear the full bishop sermon. It was a lively inland river port, teeming with steam ships emitting white fog. Countless dockworkers used various tools and their strength to move crates of goods and stack them on flat surfaces along the tracks. Massive machines towered over the docks, some standing more than 10 to 20 meters tall, made entirely of steel components. Operated by massive steam engines and controlled by technicians, they effortlessly lifted steel crates that would be impossible for humans to move. Lumian observed the chaotic and bustling scene, a mix of spectacular sights and grimy realities. He strolled around the dock, acting like a carefree tourist rather than inquiring about the full cathedral's location from suspicious foreigners. Buildings surrounded the harbor, housing bars, motels, warehouses, beer houses, cafes, restaurants, and dance halls. Street vendors loudly peddled their goods along the paths. Lumian also noticed frosted glass windows with green shutters, indicating licensed brothels. After taking a long detour, Lumian finally arrived at Mr. Fool's Cathedral. It looked like an ordinary four-story house with a bell tower and pointed roof, completely black. Engraved on the outer wall was the familiar mystical symbol, Mr. Fool's symbol, a silvery white symbol composed of an incomplete pupilless eye and a portion of contorted lines. Before entering, Lumian took his time, continuing to explore the area as if he were casually shopping. As a hunter, it was second nature for him to assess his surroundings when he had the chance. After walking for a while, Lumian chose a bar called Sea Breeze to gather information about the Fool Cathedral from merchants, sailors, and locals. The interior of Sea Breeze was decorated like a cabin, with taxidermied fish, rudders, and sail fragments adorning the walls. The air was thick with the scent of liquor and cheap cosmetics. Some sailors sat together, engrossed in a card game, while others were seen in the company of street girls. At the bar counter, a few were enjoying drinks and boasting. Lumian scanned the area and noticed a man who immediately caught his attention. This man sat in an armchair near the bar, exuding an air of arrogance as he casually rested his hands on the chair's back. He occasionally sipped his wheat beer, propping his legs up on the small round table. It wasn't just the man's demeanor that intrigued Lumian, but the way the other sailors behaved around him. They either kept their distance, giving the area a wide berth, or approached with deferential expressions. Even if they were teased by the man, they seemed honored to be in his presence. A significant figure from the sea, perhaps? Lumian speculated silently as he subtly studied the man. The man appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in a linen shirt, a brown vest, dark brown pants, and sturdy black leather boots. His eyebrows and hair were charred yellow, like they had been kissed by flames. His bright, dark blue eyes and facial features hinted at a southern Intis heritage. Feeling Lumian's gaze on him, the man smiled and lifted his wheat beer in a toast. Returning the smile, Lumian made his way to the bar counter, ordering a glass of Lanty Proof, a favorite among pirates and sailors. Taking a sip of the flavorful and potent malt liquor, Lumian couldn't contain his curiosity. He nodded towards the nearby armchair and asked the bartender in a hushed tone, "Who is that?" The bartender's expression turned serious as he responded in a deep voice, "You don't know him?" To him, not recognizing that individual was rather surprising. Chapter 290, important figure. Lumian set his glass down and flashed a smile, speaking in Intisian but with the accent of the Riston province. "I arrived in Trier just 2 days ago. Came to Levine in search of work." Thanks to Aurora's help, he could speak like a local from Trier, shedding his Riston province Dorige accent. Having spent 6 years in Cordoue, he had a knack for learning, imitating, and adapting to new dialects effortlessly. The tired bartender looked around as if he hadn't slept well and spoke cautiously. "That's the famous Blazing Danitz, a significant figure at sea." "I've never heard of him," Lumian replied bluntly. The bartender cleared his throat, reminding Lumian to watch his tone and attitude. "Have you heard about the 6 pirate kings and 9 pirate admirals?" "A little," Lumian honestly admitted. His knowledge about the pirate kings and pirate admirals came from newspapers and adventure novels, and he was aware of Gehrman's Sparrow hunting down a few. He knew that the great adventurer's servant, Du Bois, had once served as a pirate on Vice Admiral Iceberg's ship. He knew of Ailment Maiden or Vice Admiral Ailment, and the frequent change of pirate admirals. As for the pirate kings, they were well established and had held their positions for so long that no one could remember when they first came to power. Realizing Lumian wasn't completely ignorant, the bartender breathed a sigh of relief. That individual used to be a pirate, acknowledged to be stronger than all the pirate admirals, second only to the 6 pirate kings. Quite impressive. Lumian couldn't determine the exact sequences of the pirate admirals and pirate kings, but their survival despite constant pursuit by the authorities showed they weren't weak. Blazing Danitz ranked 7th among the pirates, almost reaching the level of a quasi-pirate king. He was undeniably formidable. A saint? If he's one, the same can be said for the pirate kings. The strongest among Sequence 5s? Lumian quickly grasped the bartender's words. "Used to be. Yes, used to be. He's no longer a pirate or a treasure hunter. Look, there's no wanted poster of him on the wall." The bartender gestured around. "But there's my wanted poster. Thankfully, the bounty is low. It's tucked away in a corner where no one pays attention." Lumian asked curiously, "He can just stop being a pirate because he wants to? Did the authorities cooperate and revoke his wanted poster? Which country or Orthodox church did he surrender to?" The bartender lowered his voice even further. "He's now a member of the Church of the Fool, the envoy of that deity." Mr. Fool's oracle? Perhaps that one and only oracle? Lumian was taken aback. The bartender assumed Lumian wasn't familiar with the Church of the Fool, so he explained, "That's a deity recognized by all Orthodox churches." "Haha, why would a deity choose such a name?" The fool's faith is very popular at sea. Many sea merchants and sailors believe in him. They even pooled money to build the Fool Cathedral in Lavini. The cathedral's bishop is that oracle? Lumion deliberately lowered his voice. No, the bartender shook his head. But Blazing Danitz often comes to Trier. He likes it here. Yes, he's from Intis. There isn't an Intisian who doesn't long for Trier. Just as Lumion was about to say something, the important figure at sea, the oracle of the Fool's Church, Blazing Danitz, finished his remaining wheat beer and stood up, heading towards Sea Breeze's entrance. Almost simultaneously, the sailors, playing cards, drinking, boasting, and making out with street girls, stood up in an unusually orderly fashion. They didn't cause any commotion as they silently and orderly followed Blazing Danitz out of the bar. If he hadn't witnessed the scene, Lumion wouldn't have realized that all the sailors in the bar were subordinates of the Fool's Oracle. Blazing Danitz. From his nickname, he deals with fire. Could he also be from the Hunter Pathway? Lumion sipped his Lanny Proof and chatted with the bartender about the Church of the Fool. What kind of deity is the Fool? The bartender gestured a triangular sacred emblem on his chest and shook his head. I'm not a follower, so how would I know? By steam. Lumion drew a triangular sacred emblem on his chest as well. The bartender glanced at the empty area and said, but the Church of the Fool isn't bad. Even if you're just a tramp, even if you don't believe in the Fool, you can still receive communion after entering their cathedral. If you ask them for help, you might even get a meal with meat and bread and a room to sleep in. Should I join the queue now? Lumion asked with a smile. The bartender shook his head again. No need. They can't leave the cathedral to preach or proselytize. Only the local tramps know they can seek help there, but they only go once in a while because the Church of the Fool is more willing to offer job opportunities to them. After a pleasant chat, and having figured out the schedule of the Fool's Cathedral's bishop's sermons, Lumion finished his Lanny Proof and decided to make the most of the spare time by exploring the nearby streets in detail. He soon noticed that several strategic points were guarded by the mill. Itari, armed with cannons and massive firearms that required water cooling. The government's distrust of these sailors and merchants, who occasionally indulge in piracy around the docks, is evident. Lumion turned away and hurried towards the Fool's Cathedral before darkness fell. The cathedral had a simple layout, devoid of gold embellishments or intricate machinery. The most remarkable aspect was its numerous windows, allowing natural light to illuminate the interior without the need for candles and gas lamps even before nightfall. Like many religious spaces, the walls were adorned with giant murals, although the colors were muted and somber. Using the fading light of dusk, Lumion examined the mural's contents and discovered that it depicted a wilderness where humans struggled to navigate. These humans were unusually tall, almost resembling legendary giants. Some had 3 eyes, while others lacked noses, leaving only 2 dark holes. They looked more like monsters than ordinary people. Despite the pain and despair evident on their faces, their eyes shimmered with hope. Leading these peculiar humans were several distinct and detailed guides. Some had gray hair and carried 2 swords on their backs. Others wielded dark blue sledgehammers emitting a sun-like glow. There were also figures clad in dark black armor with silver-gray curly hair. At the forefront of these guides stood a figure. Dressed in a black trench coat and a half-top hat, the figure walked with a straight back, holding a lantern. Just ahead of the figure was a ball of light, the altar of the Fool's Cathedral, a silver-white sacred emblem emitting a radiant glow under the sunlight. Lumion's attention was drawn to a few stained glass panes. Sculpted in an exaggerated style, angels and saints adorned them. Some were also featured in the murals, while others were not. There were angels with wings and halos, and saints with only halos. Lumion carefully circled the area, observing for over half an hour. Eventually, he found a seat and settled in to wait for the 6 p.m. sermon. As time passed, many people entered the cathedral. Some were dressed as merchants, others as typical sailors. There were also dock workers, visibly exhausted after a long day's work, and a few street girls as well. Amidst the tolling of the bell, the bishop arrived at the altar. His hair and eyes shone with a golden hue. Towering at 2.56 meters tall, he donned a finely tailored black trench coat and a half-top hat, hardly resembling a typical clergyman. With a hearty gesture, the boorish bishop pressed his hand to his chest and called out in a booming voice, "Praise the Fool! Praise the Fool!" echoed the gathered believers, and Lumion enthusiastically joined in. Flipping through the black and silver-patterned Bible in his hand, the bishop spoke with a voice that reverberated through the cathedral. Our Lord is known as the Fool. Across past, present, and future, he reigns supreme over the spirit wa. RLD. He is also the king of yellow and black, who wields good luck. A beacon for all in the pursuit of eternity. He is compassionate, benevolent, and the savior of this world. He allows us to address him as him instead of him. Our Lord resides above both reality and the spirit world. His benevolence extends to heaven and the land. Beside him stand 8 angels. The angel of Mercury is the embodiment of fate, our Lord's most cherished angel. The angel of death has followed our Lord for the longest period of time and is the consul of the underworld. The angel of redemption is our Lord's bugle, once taking on the form of Gehrman Sparrow to deliver his revelations. The angel of life is the crystallization of wisdom itself, the indestructible spirituality that resides in everyone's body. Gehrman Sparrow? That adventurer is an angel of Mr. Fool? Lumion was astonished by the revelation. The giant bishop continued, there's also the angel of retribution beside the Lord's throne. He is the Lord's lightning, the Lord's rage, and the Lord's palm, the judge of all the fallen and the ones who aren't chaste. Next to the angel of retribution is the angel of the Holy Spirit, reigning over all spirits and representing our Lord in controlling the spirit world. In contrast to them, there are the angel of time and the angel of stars. The angel of time was an angel of ancient times. He eventually submitted to our Lord and now strikes the bell of heaven. The angel of stars is a witness, a recorder, the eyes and ears of our Lord. Lumion listened attentively, finding it hard to believe that there were 8 angels by the Fool's divine throne. Wasn't this strength too terrifying? It seemed no different from an Orthodox church. Suddenly, Termoborosa's magnificent voice resounded. Do you believe it? Why not? Lumion replied in a hushed tone, as if reciting passages from the Bible. After all, whose Bible, even among the Orthodox churches, didn't have a touch of exaggeration? Even without embellishments, it was still impressive. Chapter 292 Communion. Termoboros fell silent. Lumion continued to listen intently to the bishop's sermon as he recounted the general situation of the Church of the Fool. He discovered that there existed another continent in this world called the Forsaken Land of the Gods, a place cursed and abandoned by the gods themselves. Despite the gods turning their backs on the continent, Mr. Fool refused to forsake it. He dispatched the angel of redemption, Gehrman Sparrow, to lead the surviving humans from the lost city-states out of the forsaken land of the gods and guide them in rebuilding their homes on the maritime islands. Consequently, the Church of the Fool's headquarters were established in the new city of Silver in the Sonia Sea. The other 2 holy lands, New Moon City and Byam, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, were also located in the same area. Lumion listened with fascination, gaining a fundamental understanding of the Church of the Fool. Following the sermon, the bishop and a few priests distributed communion. It consisted of a glass of transparent, colorless liquid and a large fruit shell with charred marks covering it. Lumion picked up the glass and took a sip. The liquid had a slight sweetness, reminiscent of dairy products, but with a more fragrant essence. Next, he used a wooden spoon to scoop out the food from the huge fruit shell. As soon as he tasted the food, Lumion's expression turned surprised. It's meat. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Even the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's communion couldn't compare to this. They only had red wine and unfermented flatbread. Lumion perked up and chewed the food with interest. It was delicious, with a meaty texture and a mix of sweetness and slight sourness, like that of a fruit. Its aroma was entirely different from the usual dishes found in Trier. While he ate, he listened to the bishop explain the origins of communion. It turned out that this was Angel of Redemption Gehrman Sparrow's favorite food during his travels across the land. As the bugle of the Lord, he preached the revelations of the Lord. The liquid was called tina, derived from a giant fruit unique to the Rorstad archipelago, and it was extracted from the pulp. Having lost most of its pulp, the tina rind was stuffed with mashed mutton and fish, culminating in the communion, tiataiva. However, transporting such massive fruits from the Rorstad archipelago to Trier for communion was impractical. It required crossing 3 seas, and no matter how unripened the fruit was, it would inevitably rot, wasting valuable resources. With the help of a particular botanist, the Church of the Fool had cultivated a modified tina tree that could grow in southern Intis, producing a stronger milky scent. A delicacy with a maritime charm. If it weren't for the Church of the Fool's inability to preach and proselytize, who knows how many people would convert solely due to the communion. But that could lead to financial issues as well. Too many believers in the Fool would cause the expenses of communion to skyrocket. After pondering the Church of the Fool's finances for a moment, Lumion, who hadn't eaten dinner yet, finished the tiataiva clean and gulped down the tina juice. Praise the Fool. Lumion stood up sincerely and bowed. He slowly left the Camelot Cathedral and stepped into the night. Under the warm glow of gas street lamps, Lumion strolled along the port area, dressed in a linen shirt, black vest, and rolled-up sleeves. His destination was the other side of the docks, where he intended to catch a public carriage to Avenue du Boulevard. Lavini had grown quiet, with only occasional groups of sailors passing by, singing or shouting. All of a sudden, a commotion erupted nearby, followed by a piercing scream. As the sound echoed through the night, Lumion noticed a figure hurtling towards him at an incredible speed. Casually, he sidestepped. acting like an innocent bystander. Yet, if the approaching person happened to be vile or had indeed committed some wrongdoing and was now being chased, Lumion wouldn't mind sticking out his right foot and tripping them, just for the spectacle. Within seconds, the figure reached the edge of the street lamp's glow, making Lumion's eyebrows twitch in surprise. So fast. Clearly not an ordinary human. With the help of the gas lamps, Lumion got a good look at the figure's appearance. It wasn't human, it was a monster. Though its wrinkled head resembled a human's, its dark green scales covered its body. Wearing a torn linen shirt and brown pants, its feet lacked shoes and thin, tough skin membrane grew between its fingers. Slippery dark green mucus oozed over its form, and its palms and mouth were stained with blood. Having encountered numerous monsters in Corda's ruins, Lumion remained unperturbed. He only frowned slightly. It reminds me of those murlocs mentioned in mysticism magazines. Those dark green scales must provide formidable defense. As Lumion pondered, the monster noticed him sidestepping and grew more violent and crazed in its expression. Without warning, it lunged at Lumion. Reacting swiftly, Lumion arched his body, not backing away, but stepping forward to face the suspected murloc. His right hand, emitting sparks, struck the creature's abdomen. Then, he swiftly lowered his body, slipping under the armpit of the dark green-scaled monster, avoiding its counterattack and effectively positioning himself behind the assailant. Lumion spun around, his arms swinging. His fists, with flickering flames, delivered powerful blows to the back of the suspected murloc, knocking it to the ground. Blows resounded until Lumion withdrew his hands, ceasing his assault. He observed silently as the struggling body left corrosive marks on the ground. With a muffled explosion, crimson sparks erupted from the monster's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Its body swelled before collapsing, shedding several dark green scales. After a few convulsions, it lay still. Lumion averted his gaze and looked towards the figures chasing after him. He nonchalantly flicked his hands, alleviating the corrosive pain caused by the dark green liquid. His injuries were minor. After all, he had delivered a barrage of powerful punches, and his contact with the dark green scales and viscous liquid had been brief. Soon, the figures reached the lamp pole. They were sailors, led by a mixed-blood man from the southern continent, sporting braided hair and brownish-red skin. He appeared to be in his 30s, with thick lips. His eyes first scanned the murloc-like monster lying motionless on the ground, then he looked at Lumion with surprise, suspicion, and fear. After a few seconds of silence, the sailor with the braided hair spoke with a solemn voice. "This is the murloc we captured at sea. It injured one of our crewmates and managed to escape. It is indeed a murloc." Did they truly capture it? Why didn't they turn it into various materials and transport it to Trier? Why risk keeping it alive? Lumion silently mused as he asked with a smile, "Are you planning to apologize on its behalf and compensate me for my mental distress to soothe my terrified mind?" The sailor and his companions exchanged glances, unable to decipher the lad's true intentions. In the distance, the sound of regimental-like running resonated, accompanied by gunfire. Patrol soldiers had rushed over upon hearing the scream. The sailor's heart tightened as he unconsciously grabbed the monster's corpse, closely observing Lumion's reaction. He intended to stop once the other party showed any dissatisfaction. Simultaneously, he continued, "No problem. We have no problem." What he meant was that they would provide compensation for Lumion's mental distress. Lumion sensed that they mainly wanted the Beyonder characteristic produced by the murloc, but the monster was too weak. He wasn't in the mood to discuss how the prize would be divided with them. It was not worthy of the Shadow Branch at all. If these individuals, who acted recklessly without concern for covering their tracks, managed to evade pursuit and crossed paths with him again, he could simply demand compensation from them for his mental distress. As Lumion watched the sailors carry the murloc away, he continued on his way as if nothing had happened. Before long, several patrolling soldiers caught up with him, examining his condition and inquiring if he had witnessed anything unusual. Lumion candidly pointed in the direction the sailors had fled. "I heard a scream and saw a group of people running that way. They were dressed like sailors." The officer leading the patrol nodded approvingly. "Thank you for your cooperation." "No need to thank me. It's what any responsible citizen should do," Lumion replied with a smile. Soon, the other soldiers discovered traces of corrosion and scales on the ground, along with sticky liquid that hadn't entirely evaporated. They followed the trail towards the docks. Lumion clicked his tongue and continued on his way towards the public carriage stop. Clap, clap, clap. He heard a soft applause. Feeling uneasy, Lumion turned his head and saw someone sitting on a nearby cargo box, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. The man's eyebrows were charred yellow, and his hair shared the same color. His eyes were dark blue yet radiant. He wore a linen shirt, a brown vest, and a pair of black leather boots hung from his dark brown pants. Lumion recognized the man and felt alarmed. Blazing Danitz, a great pirate second only to a few pirate kings. But Lumion calmed down when he recalled the man's other identity. He was no longer a pirate. He was now Mr. Fool's Oracle. As the holder of a minor arcana card, Lumion believed that as long as he revealed his identity, Blazing Danitz wouldn't give him trouble. Blazing Danitz gazed at Lumion for a few seconds before effortlessly leaping down from the top of the wooden crates. He chuckled and spoke leisurely. To be able to swiftly choose the most effective, targeted, and efficient attack method against your prey, perfectly evading the enemy's enhanced scale defense, your combat intelligence is quite impressive. I admire it. So, how about it? Are you interested in joining my team and becoming my subordinate? Chapter 293, Pious. Inviting me to join your team without even checking my background or confirming my strength. Are you that confident, Mr. Fool's Oracle? Lumion couldn't help but criticize, feeling unsure about the whole situation. He looked at Blazing Danitz and responded with a smile. No. Blazing Danitz acknowledged tersely, his voice gaining intensity as if confirming it for the last time. Lumion slipped his right hand into his pocket, maintaining his smile. Not interested. What a joke. How can I complete the Tarot Club's mission if I join your team? This requires your consultation with Madam Magician. Danitz's dark blue yet bright eyes narrowed slightly, his aura instantly becoming more intense. Lumion felt as if he were facing a spear or a loaded gun pressed to his forehead. Fear and danger washed over him. However, he didn't look away and met Blazing Danitz's gaze with a calm determination, as if facing an apex predator. After a brief silence that filled the air with tension, Blazing Danitz broke into a smile. Not bad. You're quite resolute and bold. I admire you even more. With those words, the former great pirate, now the Fool's Oracle, turned around and strolled towards the well-lit street in the distance. Confidence naturally breeds resoluteness. Lumion thought silently as he withdrew his right hand from his pocket, revealing a tarot card held between his thumb and index finger. The tarot card, Seven of Wands. Though he couldn't fathom Blazing Danitz's impromptu recruitment, he felt somewhat glad to have encountered Mr. Fool's Oracle. This meant that the Fool Church held substantial strength in Trier. After leaving Lavini Docks, Lumion hopped onto a public carriage and soon arrived at Avenue du Boulevard. He walked to 19 Rue Shear and met Mr. K beneath the headquarters of the psychic organization. The Aurora Order Oracle remained seated in the red armchair, his face concealed in the deep shadows of his black hood. His voice rasped as he inquired, "How's your progress in gaining Gardner Martin's trust?" Lumion replied calmly, "I've already joined the Iron and Blood Cross Order." Mr. K fell silent for a moment before asking, "How did you gain Gardner Martin's trust? How did he test you? And how did you pass the test?" The Aurora Order Oracle altered his usual demeanor, posing 3 questions at once. Well, there was no need to gain Gardner Martin's trust. Simply joining the Iron and Blood Cross Order earned loyalty. Upon hearing this, Mr. K, who had been reclining in his chair, sat up straight. The shadows in the basement seemed to stir, almost alive. With his expertise and knowledge, discerning the hidden meaning behind Lumion's words wasn't difficult for him. And it undoubtedly spelled danger. Lumion had indeed become a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, pledging his allegiance to them. He was here to report while bringing the powerful figures of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Lumion smiled, unfazed by the immense pressure radiating from Mr. K. He proceeded to recount how he informed Gardner Martin that he had become a Sequence 7 pyromaniac, leading up to the vigil at 13 Avenue du Marquet and the formal initiation ceremony. He didn't hold back the fact that he had engaged in an underground transaction and fled in terror after encountering Supervisor Olson's monstrous creation. As Lumion finished, Mr. K stood up, excitement in his tone as he verified Lumion's various details at 13 Avenue du Marquet repeatedly. Upon realizing that Lumion had used the honorific name at a crucial moment and received a divine revelation of "Don't respond," Mr. K burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, just as I thought, piousness is the only way out. The hooded oracle's laughter grew wilder, echoing through the basement, making Lumion's eardrums tremble and a faint scent of salt and blood fill the air. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Mr. K laughed so hard, he nearly doubled over. He no longer concealed his condition. The whole basement seemed enveloped in darkness, and he stood as the source of danger behind it all. After a while, Mr. K paid no mind to Lumion's presence, instead kneeling down, lowering his body to pray almost silently, as if thanking the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Lumion managed to keep his lips from twitching. Before leaving for Lavini Docks, he had performed a ritual, praying to the Fool for the angel's protection. He praised the true creator of the Aurora Order and drew a cross on his chest, following an up-to-down, left-to-right order. With a sudden display of piousness, Mr. K stood up and said with fervor, This was all arranged by the Lord. He brought you here to join us. It depends on which Lord you're talking about. Lumion muttered, finding amusement in the situation, and replied humbly, what he says will come true. This was one of the religious texts of the Aurora Order taught by Mr. K. Lumion had always regarded it as a sermon praising the deity's strength. He found it quite useful in the present conversation. The hooded Mr. K nodded, thoroughly satisfied. I had arranged for others to approach the exposed members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order before, but they lost contact with me and stopped reporting. They even put me in considerable danger. Now I understand why they failed. Their lack of piousness. In the face of danger and corruption, they didn't even think to recite our Lord's honorific name and seek his protection. But you, at the critical moment, had only my Lord in your mind. That's the kind of piousness I admire the most. That's why you successfully joined the Iron and Blood Cross Order without being corrupted. With only faith in a deity left in your mind, will this affect your intelligence? Lumion observed Mr. K, gaining a deeper understanding of his state of mind and way of thinking. Mr. K paced back and forth in front of Lumion, his excitement palpable in his voice. Based on the information you brought back, I now have a better understanding of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's problems. I have a new insight into their current situation and their intentions. I can say you've completed half of the mission I assigned you. Next, you need to investigate the source of the abnormality, the exact timeline, and their roadmap for inciting the riot. If they find a way to enter Fourth Epic Trier or a passageway, you must inform me immediately. Don't let them succeed. Mr. K pondered for a few seconds and said, the first option is to take out my finger and ignite it. As long as the environment isn't special, I can sense it and roughly understand the cause. If that doesn't work, pray to my Lord immediately, just like this time. When the time came, he might have to try contacting Madam Magician. It seemed like he would be very busy. After assigning the subsequent mission, Mr. K looked at Lumion in a friendly tone and asked, since you've completed half of the mission and brought back crucial information, I can't be stingy with the rewards. Tell me, what do you want? I want a mystical item of bizarre nature. If you don't have it, a corresponding Beyonder characteristic will do. I'll find an artisan to craft it myself, Lumion answered without hesitation. Mr. K let out a chuckle. You deserve that. Come back in 3 days. I'll give you a few choices, or I'll offer what I think suits you best. Thank you, Mr. K. Lumion expressed his sincere gratitude. This was much more generous than what the Iron and Blood Cross Order offered. It's not me you should be thanking, but the Lord, Mr. K replied with a smile. Helpless, Lumion drew the cross again. Mr. K chimed in, praising the true creator. Unfortunately, our Aurora Order doesn't have things like godfathers or godchildren. Otherwise, I'd be more than willing to baptize you again. Why do so many people express their admiration by wanting to be someone else's father? Lumion found it amusing. In high spirits after Mr. K's assurance, Lumion made his way back to Aubert's du Coq d'Or. He headed straight to the basement bar and ordered a glass of the unique textured distilled lemon liquor. As he chatted with the others, he found amusement in Charlie's return, spreading all sorts of rumors. Meanwhile, intermittent singing and clapping rhythms filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere that lasted until the early hours of the morning. When the customers, who had to work at dawn, finally departed to their residences, the bar quieted down. Lumion realized he had been spending too many nights at Aubert's du Coq d'Or lately, neglecting his sleep at Salle de Bal Brise. He decided it was time to balance things out and head there next. As he left Aubert's du Coq d'Or and walked along Rue Anarchy, where there were no gas street lamps, he noticed a figure emerging from the dark shadows ahead. The person was almost as tall as Lumion, with broad shoulders and a muscular build, dressed in a linen shirt, a brown jacket, and a brownish-yellow wide-brimmed hat. Gray hair adorned their head, and dark eyes stared intently. The man's hairy skin added to his rugged appearance, giving off a wild sense of beauty. Having halted Lumion, the man, whose age was difficult to gauge from his appearance, lifted his chin slightly and inquired, "Are you Ciel Dubois? Do you truly think yourself worthy of addressing me by my name?" Lumion contemplated responding in a similar manner, uncertain of the man's intentions, and sensing a hint of arrogance. Thus he chose to pretend. He asked cautiously, "And who might you be?" The man remained composed, showing no signs of being affected. With a cold expression, he pressed on, "Tell me who the boss of your Savoy mob is." Chapter 294 Beyonder. You don't even know who's running the show for our Savoy mob? And you're coming to me with this question? You must be clueless about the real deal. Our boss is the commanding officer of the secret organization called the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and we're just a small part of the whole setup, Lumion thought, sliding his right hand into his pocket. He quickly considered 3 possibilities. First, Gardner Martin used the Savoy mob for his secret missions, like smuggling some bizarre stuff through Rat Christo. Having been detected by someone or some faction, they now wanted to dig into the mob and expose the mastermind behind it. Second, some members of the Savoy mob must have offended the wrong people, and now the consequences were knocking at their door. Third, after the Poison Spur mob got wiped out, the Savoy mob expanded rapidly, attracting attention from certain factions. Lumion quickly dismissed the first two options. Whether it was some secret getting leaked or someone causing offense, he wasn't going to be the one facing questions about the identity of the Savoy mob's boss. Usually, whoever did something secretive would get a visit from the investigators. Similarly, if someone offended another, they'd be targeted, or the leader shielding them. Lumion had never truly been involved in the Savoy mob's clandestine affairs, nor had he recently defended any subordinates. The person standing across from him was directly probing about the identity of the Savoy mob's boss. It wasn't about which individual belonged to the mob or some specific incident in the past. Based on this, Lumion strongly suspected that some faction or individual had taken an interest in the Savoy mob and plan to incorporate them. Of course, he couldn't dismiss the possibility that a rival mob had teamed up with a powerful being to seek help in taking down the Savoy mob's boss. Yet, in either case, they seemed to have a shallow understanding of the Savoy mob. They didn't even know the superficial identity of Gardner Martin. All they knew was the most famous member of the mob in recent times. They had just asked about him and paid him a visit. In other words, they are treating the Savoy mob as a regional mob with only a few Beyonders. Sending real powerhouses to deal with such a mob is clearly impractical, and they probably can't afford to hire them either. Even a mid-sequence Beyonder is highly esteemed. It doesn't go beyond sequence 6. Lumion made this rough judgment in just a couple of seconds. Seeing Lumion remaining silent and not reaching for his weapon, the tall man with bushy hair, dark eyes, and a brownish-yellow wide-brimmed hat let out a cold snort. His expression and eyes revealed a clear sense of danger. Almost simultaneously, Lumion felt the darkness around him grow heavier, swallowing up the faint glow of distant street lamps and the crimson moonlight from the sky. The darkness condensed like frost, slowly but firmly seeping into Lumion's skin, flesh, and bones, causing an uncontrollable fear to well up within him. Is that all? Lumion, who had been through major situations before, scoffed inwardly. Gazing at the muscular man with gray hair, donning a linen shirt and a brown jacket, Lumion feigned a twinge of fear and blurted out, "It's Gardner Martin." Gardner Martin, a member of the Savoy Chamber of Commerce. The man nodded, pleased, and pressed on. Where does he usually reside? Lion Seal, the ruthless, crazed, and powerful mob leader, is no different from other mobsters. They only know how to bully the weak and rely on their mob's backing to take on rival mobs. When facing genuinely formidable foes and simple dark-type spells, their timidity and cowardice become evident. Lumion swallowed hard and managed to say, "He lives at 11 Rue de Fontaines." At that moment, Lumion shook himself out of his daze. "Let me tell you, our boss is a member of a secret organization. His strength is even more terrifying than you can imagine." A member of a secret organization? The broad-shouldered man was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. This was truly an unexpected windfall. Lion Seal is even more timid than I thought. He even spilled such vital information. The man lifted his chin and sneered with a deep voice. "Well, did I mention that I, too, am part of a secret organization? A very ancient one." With those words, the surrounding darkness seemed to tighten its grip. Really? I can't quite tell. Lumion pondered the idea of luring this man and the faction behind him to confront the boss. He wanted to see what would happen when the two secret organizations clashed, hoping to expose more of the Iron A&D Blood Cross Order's secrets. After a brief silence, Lumion couldn't bear the weight of the darkness any longer. His right hand and arm, tucked into his pocket, trembled slightly. I don't know. The boss didn't tell us the exact name." The man scrutinized Lumion for a few seconds and concluded that he should know the details of the secret organization. For a regional mob like theirs, the boss is at most a member of some secret society. The man couldn't help but smirk sinisterly. "Then take me to 11 Rue de Fontaines." As soon as he spoke, he lunged at Lumion, moving with such speed that he left afterimages. Almost simultaneously, his nails shot out, long and sharp, flickering with a metallic light that exuded a dark sheen. Yet, Lumion showed no fear, offered no resistance, and didn't panic. He also moved to evade the attack, all while extending his right hand from the depths of his pocket. In his hand, he held a blazing white fireball the size of a fist, sending it hurtling toward his assailant like a gift. Fireball, blazing white. The man with short gray hair on his face and the back of his hands found himself too close to turn around due to his speed. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he collided with the condensed, blazing white fireball. Amidst the muffled explosion, the man's abdomen burst into a bloody mess, emitting a distinct charred smell. After the other party inquired about the Savoy mob's boss, Lumion discreetly tucked his right hand into his pocket. However, it wasn't to draw a weapon or guard against attacks. Instead, he used his clothes as cover to steadily conjure crimson flames in his palm. Layer by layer, he compressed them to their utmost, turning the flames into a blazing white. The explosive power was on par with a giant fireball, but even more concentrated, capable of burning through skin. If the enemy's speed hadn't exceeded Lumien's expectations, he would have had a high chance of witnessing the enemy's neck exploding upon impact. Amidst the rumbling, the man was sent flying, and Lumien was affected by the aftershocks, stumbling backward and tumbling a few times. Both of them got up simultaneously. Lumien's shirt and vest bore burn marks, and many parts of his skin were damaged. He saw an irregular, gaping wound on the man's abdomen, with blood-stained intestines flowing out and being stuffed back into place. The surface was marked with fractures and charred spots. Despite the severe injury, the man didn't lose mobility. As he pressed his abdomen to prevent his intestines and other internal organs from spilling out, he let out a low growl of pain, anger, and violence. Accompanied by the growl, short gray fur sprouted from his body, transforming him into a towering wolf. His severed intestines began to writhe, attempting to reconnect. His charred skin slowly healed, and he forcefully closed the huge crack in his abdomen with his palm. Flesh and blood intertwined, bit by bit. What potent vitality! Lumien sighed from the bottom of his heart at the sight. He realized that given enough time, the other party would likely recover. The other party's behavior and state reminded Lumien of a few passages recorded in Aurora's grimoires. Werewolf, a sequence 7 of the Prisoner Pathway, a category under mutants. During the full moon, or when they nearly lose control of their emotions, they will be controlled by their bloodthirsty and murderous desires, involuntarily transforming into a true werewolf. They possess terrifying strength, agility, and speed, and their self-recovery abilities are outstanding. Their claws and teeth are sturdy and sharp, and they are venomous. They are equivalent to Beyonder weapons of the same sequence, capable of destroying thinner steel plates. They also know a few dark-type spells, capable of turning ordinary humans into puppet monsters with short lives. Werewolves often appear in the southern continent. They are often associated with various terrorist activities in the northern continent. I actually encountered a werewolf Beyonder. Lumien didn't give the other party time to recover from his injuries. Crimson fire ravens materialized behind him, spiraling towards their target. The werewolf didn't sit idle either. Clutching his stomach to suppress the wound, he approached Lumien with extraordinary speed. Most of the fire ravens' initial lock-on missed, but a few made minor changes in direction and landed on the target one after another, causing continuous rumbling. The werewolf suffered several more wounds, leaving him charred and blood-red. Relying on his potent recovery abilities, he swiftly closed the distance between him and Lumien, disregarding his injuries. He intended to engage in close combat with the pyromaniac, who excelled in spells, and tear him to pieces with his sharp and venomous claws. At some point, the darkness around Lumien further encroached on him, causing him to feel an eerie chill on this summer night and slightly affecting him. In an instant, crimson flames erupted from his body, enveloping him in scorching warmth. The very next second, Lumien turned around and fled, dodging the werewolf's claws. This made the werewolf, whose mind was filled with bloodthirsty and murderous desires, feel his adversary's fear. He believed that his target had already gone all out and lacked experience in such battles. He chased after him and caught up to Lumien in a few swift strides. Chapter 295 Brains are important. Sensing the swipe that carried the scent of blood and char behind him, Lumien swiftly pivoted and darted into the alley, leading to Rue du Rossignol. The werewolf's pitch-black eyes were bloodshot, and his severe injuries fueled his anger and desire to kill, overpowering most of his thoughts. He forcefully turned around and sprinted into the alley after Lumien. Seeing Lumien vault over a barricade up ahead, he followed suit and leaped up as well. In the next instant, he caught sight of an uncovered entrance to the sewers. Iron-black stairs led straight into the depths. Lumien deftly stepped on the edge of the sewer entrance and jumped over the natural trap. Bam! The werewolf crashed into the sewers, finding himself halfway in. His wounds worsened, and his head spun. Lumien seized the moment to turn around and conjure crimson fire ravens, sending them spiraling towards the werewolf, who was stuck at the sewer's entrance. Amidst a muffled rumble, the crimson flaming ravens engulfed the area, setting the werewolf's gray fur on fire, scorching patches of his skin, and tearing more flesh. The werewolf exerted strength with both hands and finally managed to leap out of the sewers. Lumien took the opportunity to flee, having successfully dealt a blow. The werewolf grew even angrier. All he wanted was to tear Lumien apart and spill his innards to the street dogs. With a swoosh, Lumien, who had rushed to the alley exit, turned at high speed and sprinted to the left. The werewolf caught up in a few strides and followed the target's escape route. However, a nearly 1-meter-tall barricade emerged in the darkness ahead of him. Lumian, already prepared, reached out and pressed down, using the situation to somersault and jump over. The werewolf realized it too late and didn't have time for other strategies. He could only choose between hastily jumping up or crashing straight into the barricade. Exerting strength in his legs, he attempted to leap to the top of the barricade, but his forward momentum couldn't be stopped. Before he could fully ascend, his feet caught onto the obstacle. The werewolf tumbled off the barricade. His fall made him see stars. Lumian halted once more. With one hand in his pocket, he gazed at the enemy. Around him, a new wave of fire ravens condensed and flew towards the base of the barricade. The werewolf tried his best to roll, but he was still struck by at least 10 flaming ravens. The wound on his abdomen, which no longer had pressure on it, reopened and blood-colored intestines flowed out. Only then did the werewolf realize that he had fallen into the other party's trap. He regained some of his rationality and assessed his weak body and unstable condition. He extinguished the flames over his body and struggled to his feet, attempting to escape. At that moment, Lumien's mocking voice echoed in his ears. "Didn't your mommy tell you not to fight in an environment familiar to hunters? You actually dared to pursue me on Rue Anarchy and the surrounding areas. I can only say that brains are important, but you don't have any." The werewolf's mind buzzed, and he became abnormally infuriated. He willingly sacrificed his rationality and erupted with desire, bolstering his body in all aspects. He had become a lunatic. He pursued Lumian once more. Occasionally, Lumian would abruptly halt and counterattack. Other times, he would sneak under a stone statue's arm from a corner. When the werewolf slammed into an obstacle, Lumian would turn around and unleash a volley of crimson fire ravens. Sometimes, he would feign entering underground Trier but lie in ambush, waiting for the incoming attack. As the pursuit continued, the werewolf finally reached his limit, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Regaining his senses from his frenzied state, he felt a strong premonition of danger. All he wanted was to leave this area and escape Le Marquet du Quartier du Gentleman. At that moment, Lumian halted, as if he had sensed something. He turned around and smiled. He watched as the werewolf fled much slower than before while condensing a blazing white spear in his hand. Lumian swung his body and hurled the flaming spear. A blazing white stream of light streaked through the air, piercing the werewolf's ravaged body, pinning him to the ground, and setting him ablaze. Amidst the sudden blaze, Lumian walked toward the enemy, with one hand in his pocket. Crimson fire ravens materialized behind him, whistling and spiraling as they approached the werewolf. They burrowed into his wounds, destroying his heart, lungs, and other organs. By the time Lumian reached his target, the mutant was no longer breathing. He was dead. His eyes were wide open, filled with regret and fear. "Why'd you have to attack me? If you needed something, you could have just gone to the boss of our Savoy mob, couldn't you?" Lumian shook his head while looking down at the werewolf. "Did you plan on turning me into a puppet for the assassination of Gardner Martin? Did you really think so low of mobsters? Your confidence made you arrogant." Earlier, Lumian prepared for a tough battle. He had even prepared for a Sequence 6. His escape route was always near Rue de Blouses Blanches. Once there, he could get Franca's attention and have her secretly use the enemy's blood to cast a fatal curse. Lumian considered using the explosion caused by a fireball on Avenue du Marquet to create a commotion and scare the enemy away if capturing the target proved difficult even with teamwork. But the enemy's madness and desire to kill made Lumian doubt if he could think rationally and end the battle quickly to escape the pursuit of official Beyonders. He himself had to hold on until dawn arrived. Squatting down, Lumian searched the werewolf's clothes, finding only 3 Vril d'Or coins, burnt banknotes, and a wallet without anything useful. "Have you never considered bribing me? Do you only want to rely on your strength to intimidate me?" Lumian cursed, his heart aching. He wasn't too disappointed as he knew the chances of this werewolf being a bestowed were slim. Soon, it could secrete a Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic that included Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristics, worth 30,000 to 40,000 Vril d'Or or even more. He could use it to complement the Shadow Branch, create mystical items, or exchange it for more suitable Beyonder characteristics. Considering the relatively weak explosions he caused, Lumian didn't linger on the street. After briefly dealing with the werewolf's corpse, he picked him up and brought him to the back door of Salle de Balbrise. Sarkota and the other members of the Savoy mob were no strangers to destroying corpses, quickly placing the body inside a bag and sending people to clean up the blood along the way. Lumian tossed the body bag into the carriage belonging to Salle de Balbrise, fully intending to find Gardner Martin that very night. During the journey, he opened the body bag several times and finally noticed a blackish-green light secreting from the corpse, which merged with a sharp canine fong. After a few seconds, Lumian had obtained this strange black-green fong. After a moment's consideration, he decided to keep the fong in the body bag and see what Gardner Martin would do. Based on the commanding officer's behavior, Lumion knew he would undoubtedly reward him when the time came. He might hand over the werewolf Beyonder characteristic, switch it to another one, or purchase it at market value. In any case, Lumion was ready to be honest about it.
Around 1h du matin, salle de Balbrise Escariage Stoped à 11 rue des Fontaines in quartier de la cathédrale commémorative.
Lumion unceremoniously pulled the rope beside the iron fence door, causing the chimes to reverberate through the grayish-white three-story villa. Before long, a valet of Southern Continent descent arrived and opened the door, though he looked displeased at being woken up. When he saw Lumion's charred and tattered clothes and the body bag he dragged behind him, his attitude changed to that of a courteous servant. Lumion brought the body bag into the villa and saw Faustino, the butler, who was also a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. After tying his bow tie, Faustino stared at Lumion and the body bag for a few seconds before asking in surprise, "What's this?" "A strange fellow," Lumion replied with a smile. Faustino didn't inquire further and led Lumion into the activity room on the first floor. There, Gardner Martin, donning a dark blue silk robe, sat in a recliner and asked with a smile, "Who's in the body bag? For you to rush here overnight, it doesn't seem simple." Lumion untied the body bag and dumped the werewolf's corpse and the strange black-green fong onto the carpet in the activity room. Gardner Martin's expression turned serious at a single glance. "A werewolf?" Lumion chuckled. "He came to me to inquire about the identity of the boss of our Savoy mob. He even wanted to control me and turn me into a puppet." Gardner Martin nodded slowly and said, And then? Lumion raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile, "Then I killed him." Upon hearing this, Faustino, the butler standing beside the commanding officer, glanced at the werewolf's corpse on the ground and then at Lumion, whose clothes were clearly charred and torn. His expression was no longer calm and compo.
Said.
Gardner Martin's eyes narrowed. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed and said, "Unfortunately, you don't know how to channel spirits. We missed out on a lot of information." Lumion wanted to say, "Perhaps I need a mystical item that can channel spirits," but he was worried that it would take up a portion of the reward and cause the Shadow Branch to lose its match. Gardner Martin continued, "I'll arrange for follow-up investigations and responses. Don't worry about this for the time being. I'll inform you when you need to carry out your mission." "What's he up to? He doesn't seem simple." Lumion glanced at the werewolf's corpse and deliberately expressed his confusion. Gardner Martin shook his head. "I can't be sure yet." He then looked at Lumion and asked with a smile, "Do you want this werewolf fong or something else?" "What are the choices?" Lumion didn't hold back. Chapter 296 Request. Gardner Martin was well accustomed to Lumion's straightforwardness. He gave a slight nod and said, "If you want a quick trade, I have 3 items of equal value to the werewolf fong. The first is the Shadow Bracelet, a mystical item that lets you conceal yourself within larger shadows. It can summon a shadow servant with a few special abilities and can bring shadows to life to restrain targets to some extent. It's a foreboding item. More than a third of those who've used it have gone mad, while another third mysteriously disappeared without it, never to be seen again. Many of those who remain seem fine, but they often complain of tinnitus and hallucinate sounds. In recent years, unless there are special circumstances, no one has dared to use this mystical item." Lumion expressed his confusion through his gaze. "Then why are you offering it to me? Do I look like a lunatic or an idiot to you?" Gardner Martin smiled and explained, "I'm one of the few people who hasn't encountered problems with the Shadow Bracelet. I know a way to weaken its negative effects, but I can only tell you if you choose it." "When did you start hallucinating that there's nothing wrong with you?" Lumion suppressed his concerns and held his tongue. He thought that Gardner Martin, who had been corrupted by the abnormality at 13 Avenue du Marquet, might not be any better than those who had gone mad or disappeared mysteriously. According to Madame Magician's description of corruption, the person standing before him might not be the same Gardner Martin as before. Gardner Martin glanced at Lumion and smiled. "Actually, there's no need to be so reserved in front of me. That won't make you seem like a hunter who hasn't advanced to Sequence 6. If you say something that might provoke me, I'll probably just respond with sarcasm. Look, isn't Albus still alive and well?" "Yes, CO sir," Lumion replied, not revealing the secrets that couldn't be disclosed to the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Gardner Martin got up from his recliner and continued, "The second item is a Beyonder seat, a characteristic left behind by a spirit medium. Do you know what Beyonder characteristics are?" Lumion answered calmly, "Killing a Beyonder creature will yield one of the main ingredients for concocting a potion. Killing a Beyonder will definitely yield the corresponding items, just like the transparent golden red ball from Hammer 8 and this werewolf fong. I believe these are Beyonder characteristics. They all correspond to a potion. There's no need to gather additional main ingredients, right?" Gardner Martin nodded approvingly. "That's right. Your judgment is accurate." Gardner Martin didn't go into detail about the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility, as if he believed it involved many secrets Lumion couldn't grasp at the moment. With his hands clasped behind his back, Gardner Martin paced in front of the unlit fireplace. Spirit Medium. From its name, you can roughly guess the abilities of the mystical item created from it. Of course, what you obtain depends on an artisan's ability. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an Eye of Death, allowing one to disguise as a zombie and endure the effects of decay, cold, death, and other auras. It can also identify the weaknesses of undead creatures and directly communicate with natural spirits and various undead creatures in the real world, using them for various magical effects. If you're lucky enough, you might even have all of those abilities. Try not to carry this Beyonder characteristic with you. Otherwise, you'll become the target of surrounding natural spirits and undead creatures. You'll never know when you might suffer a bizarre attack. Impressive as it sounds, it's somewhat similar to a contractee, relying on other creatures to gain strength. Lumion pondered for a few seconds and asked, "And the third?" Gardner Martin settled back into his recliner. "It's also a Beyonder characteristic. If you carry it, you'll find yourself rather lucky. This will be reflected in the details of various matters. The corresponding sequence name is Lucky One, but you have to remember that reveling in luck is often a precursor to disaster. Also, it might allow you to see things you shouldn't see." Sequence 7 of the Monster Pathway? Lumion recalled the contents of Aurora's grimoires. The Monster Pathway, also known as the Fate Pathway, was a pathway known for its high spiritual perception and close connection to fate. Lumion chuckled and said, "The Lucky One ultimately transformed into a Beyonder characteristic in an unlucky manner? What an ironic joke." Gardner Martin agreed. "Don't underestimate bad luck and don't rely on luck. Otherwise, you may also become a Beyonder characteristic." Very philosophical. Lumion took note of the words filled with experience and lessons learned. He carefully recalled Gardner Martin's introduction and realized that he wasn't stingy with information about the corresponding sequences. Merely the descriptions of the abilities of a spirit medium. And Lucky One could fetch a good price at many mystical gatherings. Gardner Martin pointed at the blackish-green fong on the ground. "It's a werewolf Beyonder characteristic. Once transformed into a mystical item, it should provide powerful self-healing abilities, allow transformation into a werewolf, and grant a short burst of power at the expense of rationality. But as you saw, werewolves are always affected by killing and bloodlust. During the full moon or blood moon, there's the latent danger of losing your mind and control. Have you decided which item to choose? If you choose the Beyonder characteristics, I can help you contact an artisan and assist with the production fee. It's the reward you deserve for your contribution tonight." "Is the artisan you're hiring a saint? How will you react if you discover that I'm hiding a shadow branch?" Lumion wondered, seriously considering his options. First, he eliminated the shadow bracelet, suspected to be a mystical item of Mr. K's pathway. Mr. K might offer similar but better options in his reward soon. Besides, the negative effects of the shadow bracelet were too perilous. Even if Gardner Martin claimed he could weaken them, Lumion didn't dare take the risk. Most importantly, such a risk was pointless. A spirit medium can compensate for my shortcomings, but it doesn't complement the shadow branch. I can't create a mystical item with the effect of lingering human ghost emotions. Yes, some characteristics overlap with a contractee. Lucky One can make the shadow branch always trigger suitable desires. The werewolf's rationality sacrifice and the influence of being murderous and bloodthirsty are quite compatible with the shadow branch. I wonder what kind of mystical item it would produce. After careful consideration that spanned a few minutes, Lumion made his decision. "I want Lucky One." The main reason he gave up the werewolf Beyonder characteristic was its potential negative effect of losing rationality. Others might find ways to reduce the impact, using it only when facing enemies or avoiding certain lunar phases. But Lumion couldn't take that risk. Losing his mind even once could lead to Termaboros exploiting him and causing the seal to lose its balance. Furthermore, he belonged to the inevitability domain as a Beyonder in some way. In the future, when he reached a higher sequence, he might be able to enhance the mystical item's effects through the Lucky One trait. As for seeing things he shouldn't, Lumion already had the mystery prying glasses, so having something similar didn't bother him. Gardner Martin seemed surprised. He had expected Lumion to choose between the spirit medium Beyonder characteristic and shadow bracelet. However, he quickly composed himself and didn't inquire further. With a smile, he said, "Humans are obsessed with good luck." The boss of the Savoy mob, commanding officer of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, briefly left the activity room and went upstairs. A few minutes later, he returned with a transparent glass jar, once used to hold sweets. Inside the jar lay a mercury-colored eyeball, swiveling left and right, as if it were alive. To carry and store it, place it in a narrow dark space, Gardner Martin instructed as he wrapped the jar in black cloth. Handing the item to Lumion, he added, "Change the jar every 7 days." Thank you, CO sir. Lumian put the glass jar containing the lucky one Beyonder characteristic into his pocket. Gardner Martin didn't wonder why Lumian didn't ask him to contact an artisan. The true effects of a mystical item were something the wielder wanted to keep as secret as possible. Seeking an unknown artisan was more conducive to secrecy. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Lumian brought up the matter himself. CO sir, I'd like to exchange the free artisan service for other rewards. Curious, Gardner Martin asked, what reward do you desire? A grin crept across Lumian's face. Help me find someone. Who? Gardner Martin had a hunch. Lumian's expression turned serious.
Guillaume Binet.
Since you know I'm from Cordoue, you must have seen the Padres' wanted poster. I've been tracking him, hoping to apprehend the heretic who caused disaster for me. I just received information that he might appear in Quartier de la Princesse Rouge next week. I'd like to request your assistance in locating him, CO sir. Gardner Martin burst into laughter. I thought you wanted to handle it yourself, enduring pain, tracking alone, and seeking revenge in secret. Nicely done. You've learned to leverage an organization's strength sooner than I expected. That's something a hunter must understand. I agree to your request. Chapter 297 Informant Contract. On his way back to the market district, Lumian leaned against a carriage wall, pondering the whole situation once more. He realized he had overlooked a problem. A Sequence 7 mysteriously vanishes during a relatively simple mission, and it is now suspected to be dead. Would the secret organization behind him just pretend that nothing had happened? Would they realize the truth tonight and launch an investigation? As a conspirer, there's no way the boss wouldn't have thought of this. Yet he didn't warn me and allowed me to go home alone. Is he using me as bait? Yes, the secret organization behind the werewolf might not take action tonight. As long as they keep their wits about them, they should realize that their missing subordinate is a huge problem. It seems the Savoy mob is not as simple as it appears. If I were in their shoes, I'd hold back for a while until further events unfold. Then, I'd use the chaos to figure out the true situation of the Savoy mob. Of course, if they have an angel's protection and can get him to temporarily descend upon Salle de Balbrise, they can do whatever they want. Now that I think about it, although that werewolf was arrogant, he wasn't that stupid or reckless. He's just A.V. Arage. He must have captured some ordinary members of the Savoy mob beforehand and roughly figured out the situation of the few leaders before targeting the leader who recently joined the Savoy mob, me. Logically speaking, I wouldn't have been involved in the Savoy mob's core matters. I wouldn't know many secrets, and I won't cause too many implications. Furthermore, ordinary members of the Savoy mob don't know that I've advanced to pyromaniac. Judging from my recent combat records, that fellow believes he can easily handle me. In close combat, a werewolf with stronger self-healing abilities, faster speed, greater strength, and nimble reactions, possessing claws equivalent to Beyonder weapons, is far superior to a provoker. By the time Lumian returned to Salle de Balbrise, he had already sorted out the situation. He touched Mr. K's finger in his pocket and entered the room on the second floor, seemingly oblivious. He washed up and went to bed. As the sun began to rise, Jenna hurriedly left 17 Rue Pasteur and Quartier du Jardin Botanique, a piece of toast in her mouth. Last night, she had returned to visit her brother. She tossed and turned in the bed that she had shared with her mother until midnight before finally falling asleep. She woke up early in the morning, not wanting to run into her neighbors who might inquire about the wanted criminal named Celia Bello. It was still dark, and the streets were mostly empty. Jenna passed by the few vendors and passers-by and turned into an alley near Rue Saint-Hilaire, which was even more desolate. And then, she saw a familiar figure approaching. He was a man with brown skin, thick lips, and light yellow hair neatly combed. He had native blood from the southern continent and an inconspicuous piece of tape on the bridge of his nose. Wearing a light-colored shirt and a yellow vest, a golden sun sacred emblem was pinned to his chest. Sun's sacred emblem. Jenna's heart skipped a beat as she remembered who he was. He was a Beyonder from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, once responsible for protecting Hugues Artois. Jenna instinctively wanted to turn and leave the alley, but she noticed another Beyonder from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church standing guard at the alley's exit. He too was an Eternal Blazing Sun Church Beyonder who had protected Hugues Artois. Valentine's eyes were bluer than lake water, and his expression was cold. Jenna stopped turning and held her breath. Her right hand rested on her waist, ready to draw her hidden revolver and dagger in an instant. Seeing her cautious stance, Imra quickly called out, "Relax. We're not here to arrest you." Recalling Franca's analysis about the possibility of the official Beyonders making her an informant, Jenna calmed down a bit, but still eyed Imra and Valentine warily. Imra flashed a friendly smile and said, "We do eliminate wild Beyonders, but that doesn't mean we don't have options. Don't be intimidated by the rumors about the stake. This I.S. Trier. Wild Beyonders who aren't truly sinful won't face such a fate. Of course, similar cases happen in other provinces, villages, small cities, and towns. Jenna grew more certain of the official Beyonder's intentions. She feigned inexperience and asked, "What do you want from me?" Imra smiled. "We hope you can cooperate with us. In fact, if we hadn't deliberately let you go, you would have been arrested long ago." Jenna pondered for a moment, thinking about how she managed to lead a peaceful life after assassinating Hugues Artois. After a while, she asked hesitantly, "Cooperate?" Imra smiled and nodded. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Imra, a purifier of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's Inquisition. This is my colleague, Valentine. Not every wild Beyonder earns our goodwill and the chance to cooperate. We've looked into your situation and confirmed that you're also a believer of God and haven't committed any serious offenses. Moreover, after gaining superpowers, you restrained yourself and didn't misuse your abilities, except for assassinating Hugues Artois. We understand your hatred and your choice. After all, he's a heretic who deserves death. Anyone has the right to purify him on behalf of God. You must know that if we hadn't arranged it and deliberately turned a blind eye to your actions, you wouldn't have escaped from the Member of Parliament's office." Jenna nodded slowly, showing that she had realized it later. Imra continued, "Because you're a believer who inherently stays true to yourself and doesn't abuse your abilities, we want to invite you to be our informant and provide us with corresponding intel. Don't worry, we won't force you to betray your friends. We just want you to keep an eye out for anything that might bring disaster to the Market District and Trier. Stay true to myself and refrain from abusing my abilities. I used to be like that in the past, barely so in the present, but will I be in the future?" Jenna thought, mocking herself. She wanted to tell them that they had arrived too late, and she was no longer the same person. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I also live in the Market District. I'd be glad to help resolve any issues that might harm this place through you." She tactfully expressed her willingness to cooperate. At that moment, Jenna felt inspired and blurted out, "I discovered something 2 days ago." "What?" Imra glanced at his teammate Valentine in surprise. They hadn't expected their newly hired informant to provide intel right away. Jenna recounted how she'd attended a mysterious gathering where she heard about the disappearance of the Deep Valley Cloister's gatekeeper. Upon accepting the corresponding commission, she described how she and her companion accidentally stumbled upon a cybernetic-eyed monk entering a nearby quarry and opening a secret cave filled with numerous human arms and legs. Throughout the process, she kept her companion's identity and name, as well as time and location of the mysticism gathering, hidden. Imra and Valentine were a mix of joy and solemnity. They were delighted by the unexpected gain, but the peculiarity of the situation also troubled them. "Very good. That's the kind of cooperation we need," Imra praised Jenna after she finished speaking. Valentine nodded reluctantly. It wasn't that he didn't see the need for such an informant. The incident with Hugues Artois had changed his perception of wild Beyonders significantly. However, he was a bit emotional as Imra could have convinced Celia Bello alone, yet he insisted on involving Valentine. After praising the morning sun, he could have gone home to rest and enjoy breakfast with his family. Nevertheless, Imra's reasoning was sound. According to the rules, it was best to have 2 purifiers present when developing informants, especially Beyonders who belong to a few pathways like Demonis. Imra explained that over the years, many purifiers had fallen into the trap of being seduced while developing demonesses as informants or pursuing them. This led them to fall in love, betray the church, and lose control amid the torment of faith. Hence, having 2 purifiers to supervise each other in such cases was essential. Though Jenna was still an assassin and had plenty to go before qualifying as a true demoness of pleasure, one couldn't be careless about such matters, especially with a rare female assassin. After the praise, Imra added, "Cooperation means both sides can benefit from this matter. We'll reward you accordingly based on the intel you provide. You can choose from money, materials, knowledge, weapons, and more." Jenna hesitated for a moment before asking, "Will there be a reward for what I just said?" "What do you want?" Imra inquired. "The main ingredient of the instigator potion," Jenna replied without hesitation. Having already received the potion formula from Franca, Imra wasn't surprised. He nodded and said, "We'll discuss it after we verify the authenticity and importance of this intel." "All right," Jenna replied, not too disappointed as she didn't hold out much hope. Imra produced an ordinary-looking piece of white paper with a few simple clauses written on it, outlining what he had just said. The terms didn't demand Jenna's faith to be constantly with the eternal blazing sun, but they required her not to believe in an evil god. Being experienced, Jenna read the terms over and over again until she confirmed that there were no issues, and then she readily signed her real name. She watched Imra take out a fountain pen made of pure gold and sign his name. He then quickly wrote a few bright red words in the notary position. A sun-like glow briefly enveloped the contract before vanishing. After bidding farewell to Imra and Valentine, Jenna headed towards Rue de Blouses Blanches. Lumion roused Franca from her sleep at the crack of dawn and faced her wrathful expression as he recounted the werewolf guide. "NT. Franca swiftly focused her mind and mumbled contemplatively, if there's a follow-up investigation, the one you'll face will either be zombie or wraith. I'm more inclined to believe the latter. Huh. Lumian was bewildered. Franca explained matter-of-factly, they are Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 of the prisoner pathway. Lumian sighed, still puzzled, and commented, you seem to know this pathway quite well. Of course. Franca chuckled. In the whole world, besides a few prisoner pathway beyonders, the rest belong to two factions. One is the Southern Continent's terrorist organization, the Rose School of Thought that I mentioned earlier, and the other is... At this point, she paused, teasing Lumian deliberately. After a few seconds, she revealed, Mr. Fool's Church. Chapter 298 Rose School of Thought. Mr. Fool's Church? Lumian was both surprised and unsurprised by the answer. He hadn't expected the Church of the Fool to have a large number of beyonders from the prisoner pathway, but he figured that, according to the Bible's description, it wasn't too surprising for anyone from any pathway to appear. Franca smiled and began to explain in detail, actually, the prisoner pathway beyonders of the Rose School of Thought and the prisoner pathway beyonders of the Church of the Fool were originally one. They later fractured? Lumian hazarded a guess. Franca confirmed tersely. The Rose School of Thought is an incredibly ancient organization, boasting a history stretching back over 2 millennia, even predating the Fourth Epoch, prior to the Cataclysm. Over 2,000 years old, Lumian was astonished. When he learned that the Iron and Blood Cross Order had been established only 200 to 300 years ago, he had considered it ancient. But compared to the Rose School of Thought, the Iron and Blood Cross Order seemed like a child who hadn't even attended compulsory education. Franca continued, the Rose School of Thought was originally an Orthodox organization in the Southern Continent. It ruled the Paws Valley and Star Highlands, where the government and the church were one, until the invasion of the Northern Continent's countries. When the invasion occurred, they lost their country and went underground, becoming clandestine. On the one hand, they resisted the colonists and attempted to expel them from the Southern Continent. On the other hand, they frequently caused terrorist acts in the Northern Continent. Haha, this actually had no effect on their resistance to colonization. Instead, it incurred the hatred of the people of various countries. Of course, their primary goal might not be this. Perhaps it's purely for blood sacrifice and certain rituals. How do they fracture? Lumian was more concerned about this question. Franca leisurely paced 2 steps in the living room. The Rose School of Thought has held different beliefs for ages. Their core principle revolves around the notion that willpower is born from diverse desires, capable of reshaping reality and achieving incredible feats. Yet, there's a divide in how they approach these desires. Some adhere to indulgence, embracing passionate cravings at all times, even resorting to bloody or primitive sacrificial rituals to bolster their willpower. On the other hand, the Temperance faction, working from the potion's names, advocates for suppressing desires, keeping them pent up within their hearts, only unleashing them during critical moments to unleash formidable forces. Hence, one faction is known for indulgence, while the other is the Temperance faction. Prisoner. Lumian silently echoed the name of Sequence 9 potion and pondered. I reckon the Temperance faction has got it right. Any sensible person would think the same. After all, the body is like a cage for the heart, and the world is a cage for the body. Madness must be curbed, and desires must be reined in, Franca sneered. But there'll always be a few with a few screws loose. After indulgence, all that's left is madness. They'll barely be able to retain their basic faculties. No wonder the werewolf reacted that way. It seems he truly belongs to the Rose School of Thought. If the others in their ranks share his mindset, it only confirms their strength. Surviving to this day, without what would demand remarkable strength, Lumian's thoughts carried both mockery and vigilance. Franca gazed out the window, watching the daylight grow brighter, and spoke. In the beginning, the Indulgence faction and the Temperance faction barely tolerated each other. If you ignore me, I won't meddle with you, or the people you protect. But later, the Indulgence faction started claiming that the chained god, whom both factions believe in, is actually the embodiment of some evil god. Some evil god. Giving in to desires. Lumian's brow furrowed as he sought confirmation. Mother Tree of Desire? Yes, Franca smiled. Someone you know, or rather, a deity you know. No, I don't want to know her at all. The Rose School of Thought actually believes in the Mother Tree of Desire. The werewolf's investigation of the Savoy mob's information seems more complicated than I suspected. Does the Bliss Society have any connection to the Rose School of Thought? Or do they withhold such information? Lumian fell deep into thought. Franca sighed sincerely and said, powers related to desire can be quite useful, but why can't they be used for the right purpose? Blame it on the evil god? Lumian cautioned his companion. It's best if you don't try. Franca smiled sheepishly and said, I still know what I can try, and what I shouldn't. I understand the dangers posed by evil gods better than you. Yes, later on, the Indulgence faction launched a surprise attack on the Temperance faction and inflicted severe injuries. The remaining members of the Temperance faction fled in a sorry state and were hunted down for a long time until they found protection under Mr. Fool. I've heard that Saint Char, Ron from Mr. Fool's church, was once a member of the Temperance faction. Likewise for the angel of the Holy Spirit beside Mr. Fool's throne. The Indulgence faction is terrifyingly powerful to be able to hunt down the angel-led Temperance faction and send them scurrying. There's no doubt they have angels, and not just one, and Mr. Fool's church can protect the Temperance faction. After hearing this, Lumion gained a rough understanding of the Rose School of Thought's history. He grew more confident in the Church of the Fool's strength and associated some of the names from the Bible with significant figures in reality. Simultaneously, he understood why the Knight of Swords, the other holder of a minor arcana card, intended to blow up the Rose School of Thought's weapons warehouse. Haha, should we stop calling it the Rose School of Thought? Can't we just call it the School of Indulgence? Lumion taunted. Franca replied in amusement. What a lame name. Do you think every secret organization is as uncreative as the Iron and Blood Cross Order? As they chatted, they heard Jenna's familiar gait approaching. Jenna opened the door and was taken aback to find Lumion standing there. Something happened to him last night, Franca explained. What happened? Jenna scrutinized Lumion, but found no signs of injury. Franca briefly recounted the werewolf and Rose School of Thought, leaving out the deep connection that tied her, Lumion, and the Church of the Fool. The more Jenna listened, the more alarmed she became. She felt that a Sequence 9 was nothing in the world of mysticism. Her determination to become an instigator as soon as possible grew stronger. After the discussion, Franca added, I'll briefly explain the situation of Zombie and the Wraith so you don't rush forward without knowing anything or sense the abnormality without realizing it. Compared to Werewolf, a zombie's greatest transformation is their steel-like sturdiness. They're unafraid of fire, bullets, or cannonballs. You need to hit the same spot more than 5 times in a row to break through their defenses. As zombies, as long as their heads remain intact, they are not in danger. They have also mastered decomposition, frost, and death-type spells that can awaken and control ghosts and corpses. A wraith can freely transform into a specter. They no longer have a physical body and are unafraid of physical damage. Their spellcasting abilities are significantly improved. They can even forcefully possess you, taking control of your body and making you kill yourself. After entering the wraith state, they can traverse different mirrors and use them to conceal themselves. Even if you activate your spirit vision, it's almost impossible to see them directly. If you encounter something similar to a poltergeist, you mustn't be careless. You have to consider the possibility of dealing with a true wraith. Lumion listened attentively and pondered before saying, Are attacks targeting the spirit more effective against zombies and wraiths? Yes, I recommend the abilities of the Sun Domain, Franca said with a chuckle. However, I suggest that you run if you can when facing such an enemy. If you can't, seek help quickly. Lumion never found it embarrassing to ask for help. As he expressed his agreement, he proposed a new idea. They're all members of the Indulgence faction. Wouldn't it be better to deal with them using an ability to influence desires? If that was the case, the mystical item made from Shadow Branch would come in handy. Lumion had yet to contact Madam Magician. He planned to wait for Mr. K to reward him before deciding which domain's beyonder characteristic to match the Shadow Branch. In theory, yes, but it might have the opposite effect, Franca warned him. After discussing the Rose School of Thought, Jenna recounted how she had been recruited as an informant and provided information about the Deep Valley Cloister. Franca genuinely felt happy for her. That's right. This way, you'll have a fixed source for resources, but the officials are very strict about key items. You can't rely on them completely. Lumion hadn't expected Valentine to be in the market district as well. He was concerned about his lack of necessary disguises. The mystery prying glasses could only be used at critical moments. After some thought, he said to Jenna, Showing your devotion to the eternal blazing sun in front of a purifier will yield unexpected gains. You seem very experienced. Jenna's eyes darted around, sensing that Seal held many secrets. Leaving 3 Rue de Blouses Blanches, Lumion strolled back to Salle de Balbrise. The more he delved into secret organizations, the more he sensed his lack of knowledge about mysticism. Lumion sipped a glass of absinthe and settled into his office. Just as he was about to find a more comfortable position, starlight oozed forth, forming a dazzling and dreamy door. The door swung open, and Madam Magician emerged. Today, she sported a beige shirt, a brownish-yellow dress, and dark brown leather boots. What's the matter? Lumion rose to his feet. Madam Magician grinned and replied, The friend I mentioned earlier, the one who can help you decipher the symbolic elements, has finished his recent work and is on a short vacation. I'll take you to him now. Lumion responded with unusual excitement. All right. Chapter 299 Interpretation. Lumion had been eagerly waiting for the dream symbols to be interpreted so that he could get enough clues before meeting with Padre Guillaume Benet. Only then could he effectively interrogate his target. This time, when Madame Magician placed her hand on his shoulder, the usual layers of saturated colors and strange creatures were absent. Instead, he felt a surge of starlight before finding himself in a distorted and concealed dark tunnel. His spirit and body seemed in chaos, unsure if he was moving forward, retreating, or simultaneously ascending and descending. The state lasted briefly, but Lumion couldn't grasp the duration accurately, as if time had slipped from his grasp temporarily. When he returned to his senses, he almost suspected that he was at Salle de Balbrise just a moment ago, and in the next instant, he had arrived at his destination. Before him lay a primitive forest, its dense canopy almost blotting out the sky. In an open space surrounded by towering trees stood a brownish-yellow hunter's hut. "Go in," Madame Magician's voice echoed, though he couldn't see the demigod. Following her instructions, Lumion stepped forward, treading on tumbling leeches and navigating through the dancing poisonous insects in the air and vegetation. He reached the hunter's hut and pushed open the unlatched wooden door. Inside, rows of bookshelves lined the walls, and a wooden table stood in the center, seemingly existing in a different world compared to the primitive forest outside. A figure sat behind the table, dressed in a white shirt and an open black coat, appearing somewhat obscured by a thick fog. Lumion could barely make out the clothes, facial features, and gender of the person, but not his face clearly. "Have a seat," the figure spoke with a slightly magnetic and ethereal voice. "Hello," Lumion greeted with a polite bow before taking a seat. "May I know how I should address you?" The figure pondered for a moment and replied, "Think of me as a poet." "Poet?" Lumion didn't fully grasp the significance of the code name, but he still chose to show respect. "Hello, Mr. Poet." The poet gave a small nod and said, "Magician has already shared the entire dream and related information with me, but I'd still like to hear you recount it in detail." Addressing her directly as Magician, "Is he also a member of the Tarot Club? A holder of a major arcana card?" Lumion sized up the poet opposite him with a guess. In the dense fog's outline, he got a clearer impression. His black hair was longer than usual, giving him an artistic appearance. His eyes were emerald green, not sharp but captivating. He had a slim face and a relaxed posture. The combination of these elements and the thick fog made the poet seem like he emerged from a dream. "All right," Lumion replied. He recounted Corda's nightmare, supplemented by the various traces found in the ruins and the vast amount of information he gathered over the past month. Compared to before, his emotions were still stirred by recalling these matters, but not as intensely. Throughout the entire process, he only took a single deep breath. As he spoke, Lumion noticed the poet, leaning back in his chair, clasping his hands between his chest and abdomen. The poet's green eyes were much clearer than before. In the next second, Lumion noticed strange insects crawling in and out of the other party's eye sockets. The insects switched between translucency and opaqueness, as if carrying rings on their backs. Such a scene nearly made Lumion forget to continue his recount. It was like facing the headless monster created by Supervisor Olsen. He couldn't help but feel shocked. He composed himself and forced himself to ignore the strange insects wriggling into his eyes, expressing everything he wanted to say. After his words trailed off, the poet fell silent for a moment before continuing. "It's truly a dream filled with symbolic meaning. Let's start with the simplest part, the deceased warlock in the tomb. Doesn't it symbolize Aurora becoming inevitability's blessed and ultimately dying?" Lumion was about to ask this question, but before he could, the poet seemed to sense his thoughts and took the initiative to explain. "This is a typical dual structure symbol. In other words, it contains two layers of meaning. The first layer is about the warlock representing the power of inevitability, or rather, corruption. And it also stands for Termaboros. The coffin is like the concept of death. Both symbolize the sealing of inevitability's power and its loss of vitality. The tomb itself represents the seal. In the dream, we can see that the warlock is truly dead and has never left the tomb. This aligns with the sealed state on your body. Your sister Aurora got some boon from inevitability in this incident as well. She's suspected to be one of the leaders, embodying the power of inevitability to a certain extent. Plus, she's already dead, so the warlock matter takes on a second symbolic meaning. These two layers of symbolism are superimposed through inevitability's core power, which can easily make interpreters overlook one of them. So that's how it is. Lumion's heart sank as he gradually became convinced by the poet. From another perspective, he now understood the essence of the warlock legend. The poet kept a seated posture, and there were no longer any strange insects crawling in and out of his eye sockets. Now that we've unraveled the full symbolism of the deceased warlock, there's a preliminary answer for the owl and the other you. The other you symbolizes both your mutated personality due to corruption and Termaboros' attempt to achieve his goal by influencing your thoughts. If we only had the first symbol, the other you probably wouldn't be able to leave the tomb. The fact that the owl can freely enter and exit the deceased warlock's tomb means that it can bypass the seal to some extent. It also displayed a few characteristics: monitoring your changes, not showing up at critical moments, and guarding the deceased warlock. Based on our interpretation of the symbolic meaning of the deceased warlock, the owl represents another blessed of inevitability, assigned to monitor your condition. Its attitude towards the deceased warlock is quite ambiguous. It didn't exhibit the protective behavior it should have, nor did it assist during the final ritual with the angel's descent. Bypassing the seal suggests it's in the outside world and might be communicating with Termaboros in Psalm.
Iwe.
I'm not entirely sure about that yet. You shouldn't ignore other possibilities. So, the symbol of the sufferer turns out to be the owl. I thought it was the other me, or Aurora. Lumion heaved a sigh of relief, but also felt a sense of disappointment. During the momentary pause in the poet's speech, he seized the opportunity to pose a question. The underground altar exists, but what does the sufferer aura in the dream symbolize? The first layer symbolizes the previous appearance of the power of inevitability there, but only on this layer. It's unlikely that the symbolic elements will take the form of the sufferer aura. The poet took a moment to interpret. As for the second layer, if the owl, the blessed of inevitability, who watches over you is already a sufferer, it means it doesn't want others to come into contact with the altar of inevitability. It also symbolizes the power of inevitability. Furthermore, we observed that you suffered the least damage back then. This suggests that the sufferer isn't willing to kill you. It might even protect you to some extent. This is quite similar to the psychiatric treatment you experienced in Trier's Market District. So, from the beginning, that person was already eyeing Termaboros? Of course, before his intentions are fully revealed, he will cooperate with Termaboros to do something. Termaboros attempted to influence me several times, but without success. Could this be the reason? Lumion couldn't help but sympathize with the inevitability angel sealed in his chest. The poet continued, I suspect there's a third symbolic layer. It represents a true sufferer in Cordu, a sufferer who's not at the beyonder level. A true sufferer. Lumion's heart skipped a beat. He made numerous connections, but couldn't find the correct answer. The poet wasn't entirely certain about this, so he didn't elaborate further. Instead, he focused on interpreting the symbol that Lumion was most concerned about. Whether or not the lizard-like elf actually exists, its symbolic importance in the dream is quite evident. Firstly, it represents a yearning for the cemetery and a fascination with entering and exiting tombs, but it never truly enters the tomb of the deceased warlock. This signifies its affiliation with another faction, linked to the power of inevitability, yet not exactly the same. It appears to be using this connection to seek and attain something related to inevitability. Another faction. Lumion recalled the diaphanous lizard present during the Tree of Shadow incident. The poet sat up straighter. Secondly, it symbolizes concealed corruption and unconscious alterations. In the entire dream, only two individuals had a lizard-like elf crawl out of their mouths. One was your sister Aurora, and the other was the deputy padre, Michel Garriga. What do you recall about him in reality? Lumion pondered for a moment and responded, he's somewhat similar to the dream, but not as exaggerated.
He's a
devoted follower of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. When he was shunned by Guillaume Binet, he became fixated on giving sermons and hearing confessions. Later, his behavior became more and more apparent, neglecting all other matters. Suddenly, Lumion was startled. He thought of Aurora, the other person from the dream who had a lizard-like elf emerge from their mouth. Hadn't she also neglected to ask Hela for help? Mr. Poet nodded. Your sister Aurora should have exhibited similar behavior. Thirdly, the faction or deity represented by the lizard-like elf does not want to witness an angel of inevitability descending. It symbolizes the role of a saboteur. Seeing Lumion's confusion, the poet continued, if it hadn't been the person with the lizard-like elf crawling out of their mouth who knocked you out, brought you to the final sacrificial site, and turned you into a vessel, the descent ritual might have succeeded. Consider this. During the ritual, if someone else had stood in front of Aurora instead of you, would she have gained a moment of clarity and pushed him off the altar? Chapter 300 Another Symbol. Upon hearing Mr. Poet's question, Lumion was caught off guard. A shiver ran up his spine and pierced his brain like an icy dagger. Whether it was Aurora, who had knocked him out in the dream and led him to the sacrificial grounds, or the deputy padre, Michel Garriga, who had done it in reality, they all had been secretly corrupted by the lizard-like elves, evident from them crawling out of their mouths. If Lumion hadn't become the vessel, forced onto the altar, and stood before Aurora, Termaboros' descent ritual might have succeeded. Aurora wouldn't have pushed the vessel out the altar, ruining the rite, and Lumion's Mr. Fool mark wouldn't have been activated. This realization left Lumion's mind in chaos. He never imagined that the lizard-like elf was behind the sabotage of the ritual. They had insidiously corrupted Aurora and the deputy padre, making them blind to important matters and missing their last chance to save themselves. What does it want? What's its true motive? Lumion asked, feeling a pang of pain. The poet's voice, veiled in mist, replied calmly, I'm just interpreting the symbolic meaning of your dream's elements. I can't fully reconstruct the truth, but I can offer some speculation. The faction represented by the lizard-like elves aims to use the large-scale sacrifice of the inevitability believers to summon an angel for some hidden purpose. However, they don't want Termaboros to descend upon this land for real. There must be a conflict between them and the entity known as inevitability. Lumion nodded, finding it the most logical explanation. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. What hidden motives do they have? That's one of the paths for your subsequent investigation, the poet said with a smile. Decryption isn't divination or prophecy. You need enough information for deduction. You can't make wild G.U.S.'s. Lumion nodded slightly, eager to catch the padre, Guillaume Benet. The poet leaned forward, placing his elbows on the wooden table, hands still clasped together. I've already deciphered the more crucial symbolic elements. There's only one left. Your dream itself holds a strong symbolic meaning. The dream itself? Lumion pondered for a few seconds, but couldn't grasp the specific symbolism. The poet's voice deepened, no longer abnormally ethereal, but more magnetic. It symbolizes protection. Back then, due to intense emotional upheavals, your mind was on the verge of collapse, and you fell into a deep slumber. If not for the comfort and hope brought about by the dream of reality, perhaps you would have collapsed completely. Driven by your self-destructive tendencies, you would have acted irrationally until your death. Moreover, we can confirm that you don't have the ability to produce a dream of reality, nor can you draw investigators into that dream. The sealed Termaboros can't do it either. In other words, the dream of reality is a result of external interference. We haven't grasped the specific abilities of the high-sequence beyonder of the inevitability pathway. We can't determine if it was done by the inevitability blessed symbolized by the owl, or if it was influenced by other factions. Given the previous interpretation and the situation in reality, all of them have sufficient motives. In short, besides the entity known as inevitability, no one else wants to see Termaboros truly descend upon the land. Lumion instantly recalled the area around the blood-colored mountain peak in Corda's ruins that induced slumber. Before he could bring up the subject, the poet added, considering that the area that forces others into sleep is around the sacrificial ground and not the house where you sleep, I'm inclined to believe that it's influenced by other factions. Their main purpose is to disrupt the ritual, and pacifying you just comes with it. If it was done by the inevitability blessed, symbolized by the owl, the location of the abnormal area would be completely opposite. The faction represented by the lizard-like elf did it, or someone else did. Is there another faction? The more Lumion understood the situation, the more he realized that the truth of the Corda disaster was far more complicated than he had expected. He fell silent, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. What's the significance of the empty baby cradle in the administrator's castle? The poet took a few seconds to contemplate and then replied, it's a rather minor symbol. It represents the child of the Great Mother. Based on the information you provided, it seems that the child might have entered our world secretly during the final sacrificial ritual, aided by another blood-related son hidden by Madame Pualis. It then left Cordu unnoticed, leaving behind the empty cradle. The spawn of the Great Mother. Lumion hissed to himself, REA. Losing the seriousness of the situation was on par with Termaboros' descent. Inevitability's faction had taken a significant risk and worked tirelessly for nearly a year, all for the sake of obtaining a sealed angel. Ultimately, it served the Great Mother's purpose. With those thoughts, Lumion let go of his worries. The saints and angels of the Tarot Club and the Church of the Fool would undoubtedly handle this matter. It was beyond the concerns of someone like him, a mere Sequence 7. Besides, this issue primarily revolved around the sacrificial ritual and had little to do with the truth behind the Corda disaster. Lumion's main focus was tracking down and capturing the padre, Guillaume Benet. He then inquired, why was the entire Corda village destroyed, while only my home remained intact? The poet pondered for a moment and answered, I believe it symbolizes Aurora's nostalgia, reluctance, and regret. After the ritual, she should have regained some clarity. In the midst of the fusion of the villagers' flesh and blood, she instinctively protected the building that represented her beautiful past life. Of course, it's possible she also leveraged other forces interfering with the ritual. Nostalgia, reluctance, the beautiful life of the past. Lumion fell silent, lost in thought. Observing this, the poet unclasped his hands and said, I've deciphered all the symbolic elements of your dream. Thank you, Mr. Poet. Lumion stood up and, following the Church of the Fool's customs, pressed his hand to his chest and bowed slightly. For a moment, his mind turned adrift, seeing the poet, the wooden table, the surrounding bookshelves, walls, the primitive forest outside, and all kinds of insects fade away like a dream, returning to deep darkness. In an instant, the darkness vanished, and Lumion found himself standing at the edge of a marketplace. In the distance, there were white buildings with dark black or earthy yellow bell towers and spires. Nearby, cloud-like tents and herds of cows, sheep, and horses were scattered around. Most of the people passing through the market had dark skin, as if they were exposed to the sun every day. Among them, men wore felt hats and dark red or sky blue robes, while women wore colorful multi-layered gowns. A chilling wind howled as Lumion gazed at the snow-covered mountain peak in the distance, momentarily lost in his thoughts. His conversation with the poet and what he had just experienced felt like a vivid dream. No, it was a dream. That's why he couldn't see Mr. Poet clearly. I didn't realize I was dreaming at all. When did the dream start? It felt eerily similar to the dream I had in the ruins of Cordu. Could it be that Mr. Poet's divine path has the power to make others have vivid dreams? And could the abnormal area around the blood-colored mountain be related to similar abilities? Lumion was shocked at first, but then numerous thoughts rushed through his mind. Just then, Madame Magician appeared. Before him, wearing a beige shirt, a brownish-yellow dress, and dark brown leather boots. Do you want to go back to Salle de Balbrise now? The Major Arcana card holder asked. Lumion casually asked, "Where are we?" Madame Magician gazed at the azure sky and pure white clouds and replied, "We're in Star Highlands Rapus, once a significant city in the Highlands Kingdom, also known as the City of White." Star Highlands. Lumion recalled the Rose School of Thought and recounted the werewolf attack and Gardner Martin's arrangements to Madame Magician. Finally, he asked, did the Rose School of Thought enter the Market District because of the Tree of Shadow? And didn't they gather detailed information about me from the Bliss Society? You should have asked these questions earlier. The gentleman who helped you decipher the dream symbols is an expert at dealing with the Rose School of Thought. All right, I'll ask him for you now. With that, she vanished in front of Lumion. A few minutes later, she reappeared in the same position, unnoticed by the people passing through the market. Madame Magician smiled at Lumion and said, based on that gentleman's experience, although the Mother Tree of Desire and its worshipping organizations show clear purpose, sufficient decisiveness, accurate foresight of the future, and excellent planning on a higher level and at the macro scale, when it comes to specific events, they often appear chaotic, disorderly, and even mad. It reflects the nature of the evil god itself. In simpler terms, the organizations worshipping the Mother Tree of Desire don't cooperate or communicate well. They sometimes act erratically and unpredictably. It's a common situation. However, in the past year or two, that gentleman noticed some rudimentary cooperation among these organizations. Some members of the devil families are even involved. Devil families? Lumion had never heard of such a term. Madame Magician casually explained, the families that control the devil pathway, the criminal pathway. Some of them show signs of worshipping the Mother Tree of Desire.